Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
That cunning mutt, Anais exclaimed indignantly. The next time I see Lydia, I will rip her ears off. Your friend, right? I scratched my head in recollection. What did she do? She set this whole thing in motion, that's what she did. Lydia Hikmat was the one that saw my new spell used against her ruined table, and she was quite direct in her desires back then. I am sure that recent events with our goddess finally gave her enough leverage to influence her mother. It's not enough, Yeva whispered. Anais turned around. What? It is not enough, this Kamshad pup, what is his name? Muramat Nishad. Yeva nodded. Whoever this is, he isn't just one of many Kamshad males or Domina would have brushed him off with ease. I have been reading codices on Emini in my spare time, and there are very few offerings that would make Akarim Adal pause, but one of them would be the direct child of the Pillar Matriarch. Exactly, Anais exclaimed. Not only is he one, but he has a rather bright spark and… He is taken, Yeva suddenly interrupted her. Wah. A male of his status would have manners vying for him since he was born. Especially now, since he is of marriageable age. I am more than sure there is another manor, a pillar one most likely, that currently feels betrayed by this sudden move, and I am more than sure Kamshad Matriarch knows that too. She pulled her blindfold down and glared at the wormage with her silver eyes. She wouldn't risk such a move if she wasn't sure that the result would justify the consequences. Perhaps she received some assurances beforehand. Anais clenched her fists. You dare. Anais, Urge buted in, you can't dismiss that this looks extremely suspicious to us. One of the most prestigious manors just offers you a husband mere days after you've proclaimed Urf as your first in front of the goddess. What do you want me to say? That I've personally asked for him? Fine, I did it. I lay on the couch beside hers and openly inquired whether he was still available. But I did not do it yesterday nor the day before. I said it more than a 10-day ago and in the presence of the one he was promised to. Her tail swung across the room, knocking an empty cup off the table with a buffet of wind. Back when I wasn't sure if I would still have Urf around, back when I was expected to declare my first while being forbidden to do so by my grandmother. I chose neither. I riled Mushaf up so that Kishava would demand me to back off. And I did, ensuring that constant requests to know my first would cease in turn. Or did you expect me to know that goddess would summon us and witness my proclamation personally? But why would Kamshad act so brazenly against Kishava? Because of my mother, Anais roared. Before Yeva could say anything else, Urge placed a hand on her shoulder and shook her head. There is a history that isn't written in codices, Yeva. Akarim Adal didn't obtain Tarhana by appropriate means, if you know what I mean. You can even say that she stole him from Samet. That earned her some begrudging respect from Emini as a whole and a certain bad will from the Samet manor. It also fed the gossip around the city for years to come. Kishava wouldn't be angry at Kamshad for reneging on the deal, they would be angry at the new thief of Kamadal. All right, I leaned in myself, I think I have heard enough. Urge, thank you for your mediation. Anais, you haven't done anything wrong. None of us could have known what the future would bring to us, and we all acted based on the knowledge we had at that moment. None of us can judge you for not knowing the future. Yeva, I sighed. Right, Yeva nodded and bowed to Anais. Anais Hillel, please forgive my words. I said them in a moment of jealousy, forgetting everything you have done for the Sadak so far. Anais stared down at her in silence for a second, only to harumph and plop back onto her sofa. Make sure that this is the last time you make me feel like an intruder in our own Sadak. Yeva flinched but didn't say anything. To a certain degree it is also my fault. They all looked at me. I was privy to the incident that Anais referred to, yet I didn't inform either of you about it. Nor did I encourage Anais to do so, despite that situation affecting the future of all four of us and not just me, Anais, and Akarim. But let's put the blame game aside for a moment. Do we all agree that any additions to our Sadak without our consensus are unwelcome? I received silent nods in return. Good. That means we are all on the same slate and we can tackle this issue together. Now, as we just determined, we are being forced to choose between two equally unwelcome options. No matter the choice we make, one of the pillar manners will end up offended by our choice. In the meantime, Kamshad Manor will win in both outcomes. Either they succumb to the tricks of the divine-touched Anais Hillel and be the first pillar manor to gift her an actual husband, or they gain leverage over the Kamidal Manor. Yes, this does sound like the Kamshad Manor, Anais sighed. They do like their tricks. These are no longer the blunt attacks by a he-tattled Amanjan errata. Our opponent is smart and calculating. And this is why I do not think that we should take either of these options. Do you have something in mind? Urge asked. Nothing immediate, but on my way here I spoke with Shahin about my dilemma. She told me it is possible to postpone this decision by absence. I am not going into exile, Anais exclaimed. Especially not into the lands of Yusuf. I do not think that is prudent either, I agreed. At best, we would be trading one headache for another, and I do not trust Eska to remain impartial in this. But it got me thinking, who is the most notorious marriage truant in Emini? Not him again. But think about it, from what I've heard, his spark alone is enough for Pillar Manor dominas to consider throwing themselves at him. Amanjan aside, I've seen it in person when we went out to save my family. My previous domina was just small fry for him, but this wasn't the case in his early years. Anais smiled somewhat forlornly. His early years were riddled with military service. Alban Chassia would emerge from one campaign only to dive right into the next one. Precisely, I grinned in response. I was planning on getting my freedom relatively soon anyways, and you have seen my real armor in action. This rushed departure wouldn't make it too risky of an endeavor. There is no consensus within our Sadak while I am absent and no choice could be made. In the meantime, this manor can accrue enough political momentum to weather the refusal. If we would have to refuse at all, I am sure that the Kamshad Manor would recognize our move and cancel the offer themselves. Anais blinked as she stared at me while Urge was scratching her head. What? I blinked at her in response. She laughed, got up, and fell on top of me. Oh you silly, silly man, do you really think that a pillar manor would recognize an equal Sadak, where a male merc can tell a dominata be what to do too? Even if they do recognize that we aren't lying, nothing stops them from proclaiming it as a simple underhanded ruse. Well fuck. Anais smirked, no you aren't fucking Muramat Nishad, we've already established that. Because I will join the arms of Emini myself. While they might scoff at our version of a Sadak, they cannot do the same for my duty to the goddess. That wasn't what I had in mind. Yes, I know. But this is what I had in mind when you spoke of it. I frowned. You do realize that this isn't a decision one should make at the spur of the moment. The only reason why I even bothered to entertain this idea was due to the fact that I was preparing for it anyway. And you think that I wasn't. Almost every wormage is expected to spend time holding a bow or an oar, especially within the pillar manors. There are a number who do not, but they are expected to show their gratitude to Emini in some other way, like funding a civil project. And they would still be looked down upon. Female wormages simply do it at a later time once we have a child or two. That ensures the continuation of the line and additional prudence in battle, for there is more to protect. I glanced at the other two, hoping to hear any other suggestions. Urge shrugged, it is only military duty, People tend to die in the military. People tend to die everywhere, Might as well live a virtuous life rather than cower and hide, Anais said with a huff. Or do you expect us to send you all alone? You are more likely to face a frontline battle than any of us as a male merc, even as the alchemist of Kamidal. Anais glanced at Urge and sighed. I had thoughts about going with you for a while. Despite our daily training, Urge is still lacking in her archery. An expected situation, archery is an art that takes years to learn, but as we are rushed in our decision, it is no longer enough. How long do we have to make a decision? She shrugged. To inform Kamshad, a day or two. There is some leeway for preparation, but they would not be happy to still see me in Samat after a 10-day. I grunted, then we need to hurry. XXX. I know what you want to say, and I am sorry, Yeva sighed when we ended up alone. It all made so much sense in my mind that I didn't bother to think of what it would look like. Come here, I pulled her close. You don't need to apologize to me at all, I understand. And I know where your thoughts are coming from. You do, she frowned in my arms. Are you jealous too? It is not jealousy, Yeva. This isn't about her being a third wife. You were the first to even broach the idea that I should seduce her, remember? Your distrust comes from her being a wormage. Yeva looked away. I am dealing with Shahin and Isra too. Yes, the two wormages that are technically beholden to you through me. The ones that you can simply tell to go away and they would be forced to oblige. Something that you can't do with Anais, which is why you tend to avoid her, I have noticed. So what do you want me to do? Trust every wormage around me? I don't know how you were treated at the farm, but I had plenty of experience with their arrogant and cruel kind. I listened to my mother wither away in my arms, only to be sold off as a disposable slave, cheap but good enough to last a night of pleasure. I don't want you to do that, Yeva. Be suspicious, expect them to look down on you and try to use you at every opportunity. More than anyone else, even. While they are humans like us and they can be greedy and cruel just like everyone else, they have magic under their disposal. That is what makes them so dangerous. Some of them can be like kids born with a gun on their hips. It would be absolutely foolish of you not to be wary. So, look at me, do you think I am powerful? I fought a surprised Ramid Qasim to a standstill, not just any wormage but a husband of a pillar domina who had just returned from his military duties. Her fingers traced the tiny slits on the top of my back, the covered receptacle where one of my batteries was slotted into and the main origin point for my skinsuit. You are. Do you think that Akarim isn't worried about my power? She knows I have it and she also knows that she can't even tell how much power I have. She is worried, she said it to my face. But instead of killing me or shackling me to an alchemy bench or a blackboard, she trusts me not to betray her. Because I am now the husband of her daughter, she knows that it is in my interest to see this manor prosper. Anais isn't dumb enough, nor am I naive enough to think that our union was built on love and passion alone. Our Sadek brings more to her than she does to us. I bring more to her as a merc husband than she brings me as a wormage wife. There is no shame in admitting this. If all Anais wanted was companionship and my dick inside of her from time to time, I am sure that you would have organized some bath trips for both of us without making ripples through wormage society. That is what companion slaves are for after all. I let my thumb brush her cheek. I don't want you to trust Anais the wormage or any wormage. I want you to trust Anais our wife. Don't trust Akarim the domina. Trust Akarim the mother-in-law. I paused for a moment. Although, now that I've said it, that sounds more ominous than domina. Yeva couldn't hold back a giggle. It does. My hand slid down and cupped her butt through the tunic. And trust me, your husband, not my plots but my needs and wants. I've grown greedy over the days. I walked the forbidden garden that is my Sadek and I have realized that I will not tolerate intruders nor any attempts to pluck the beautiful flowers inside of it. She licked her lips. Would you like another tour? I gave her a kiss. Not right now, unfortunately. Many tasks are needed to be done as soon as possible and we have to break the news to Akarim. XXX. Absolutely not. But mother, is this your solution? Domina gestured at Anais while glaring at me. To send my daughter away just because you fear the competition. I shook my head. Muramat Nishad is an annoyance, not competition, and I will be going too. Yes, send my firstborn daughter and my daimon away at the same time. Akarim's sarcasm was palpable. Why didn't I think of that? I have seen him stand against my Werbo mother, Anais buted back in with that armor of his, and suffer no damage. It doesn't matter how tough or strong he is. Have you forgotten the decree of the goddess? I can't send him away until we know what task she has for us. What if I leave later? Khamital can't dictate what arm of Emini you would join. You wouldn't be serving together if you went separately. And then what? Do you think that half of the pillar manors would just collectively shrug their shoulders and sit idle while you are prancing through the forest? Do you think that you are so smart to think about military duty to the goddess? The Kamshad Manor wasn't founded yesterday and Sophia had her brother play that trick for decades. This isn't about you or your Sadek. You might come back to this manor gone. Anais gulped and sat back down. I scratched my chin. That was a dilemma I hadn't bothered thinking about. Strategically speaking, I was planning on leaving my rear without proper protection. It wasn't something that navigators would usually think about with our very mobile and very sapient tree ships, but it was something that I, Earth, should now consider. I knew that Akarim was a strong domina and could put up a fight against other manners if it was necessary. And I knew that it probably galled her to admit that the situation might be worse than it looked. Because other manners were gearing up to face not only her but her daimon and a divine-touched daughter of hers, right at the same time when she would have neither. This is why I will remain behind, Yeva spoke up suddenly. Let the rest of my Sadak go while I take the place of your alchemist. We all glanced at her. I wasn't particularly surprised by her staying as we had discussions about this for a while, but I didn't expect her to step into my role. You, Akarim raised her eyebrow and leaned closer. And can you actually do his part? Yeva pulled her blindfold down and looked at Domina with her reflective eyes. Yes. Whether we are talking about mathematics, engineering, or alchemistry, I can do everything that Earth currently can. Many of the gifts that were presented at the feast were made by me. Personally. She looked down for a moment and then glanced at Anais. We all help our Sadak in our ways. Some of us can do it by venturing forth, others by staying behind. What about your freedom? Anais asked. Yeva's hand reached out and touched a golden medallion on her neck in the form of a tree, the symbol of my purchase of her from Akarim. What about it? As long Earth is free, his children will be free in the eyes of Emini as well. And I am already being treated like a person by everyone that I care about. There is no dire need for me to seek freedom, and this manor and our Sadak would benefit more with me being here. I glanced at Yeva and raised my eyebrows in a silent question. Seeing her nod, I turned back to Akarim, who was watching us in silence, contemplating. Akarim Adal, aren't you tired of all this? All these other pillar manners that think they can do anything simply because their lineage is longer. You are part of the seven, so why is Samet sending collectors? Why is Enoch telling us what we can and cannot buy? Why is Shebet demanding from you what is rightfully yours? Why does Kamshad think that they only need to present you a treat and you will come running? Her tail jerked to the side and I received another glare, but she said nothing in turn, waiting for me to continue, because I am tired of having to worry about the future of my family. I am tired of the attitude given to my wife, of the attitude given to her manor, to you. Do they think that they know what you are capable of? I say they are dead wrong. They worry that you have a daimon. I gestured at Yeva. You already have two. They are covetous about your divine-touched daughter. We will provide so many gifts that the goddess will invite you for dinner. Anais shrieked. This manor is the boulder on top of the mountain. I ignored the outrage. The initial push already happened. All it needs right now is but a little bit of time to gain speed, to become unstoppable. I am not heading into the forest just to gain freedom anymore. The addition of Anais to our Sadak made that point rather moot. I am doing it for my family so that no one else can claim them, perhaps even serve their time myself and give them true freedom in the eyes of Emini and not just a partial release into being my subject. I also do this for Urge and Anais. Do you know what I expect to see in battle? Glory. I shook my head. Death. I expect to see corpses and carrion, of other mercs but also were and possibly wormages too. Akarim frowned. Why? To know what makes you different, to know what keeps us the same. To give what I have not just to Yeva but Urge and Anais as well, to you perhaps if you would be willing. If I can make myself as strong as a wormage, how strong do you think your daughter will be? Don't say it, there was a warning in her voice. I won't, but the likes of me are called navigators for a reason. We lead the ships, but a ship is more than a piece of wood, a ship is also its crew. And it is my duty as a navigator to find, elevate, and promote it. Those that I've vetted as worthy, not some ride-alongs looking for free handouts. So a ruler. I shrugged my shoulders. You can say that, but it is a bit more complicated than that. Don't ask me if I intend to rule your manor, I do not. What you have and what I seek aren't the same thing. And it is much easier for me to cooperate with you rather than fight you and then waste my time trying to reign your domain under my rule. Or even worse, to try and change it. I looked her straight in the eyes. Let us join the arms of Emini. Use this moment of respite to leave your adversaries in the dust. Allow me to read Anais's spellbooks and I will help her design spells that Emini has never seen before. Spells that she can show off in battle and awe enemies and friends alike. Isn't that much better than lying here and wondering whether we should write apologies to Kishava or Kamshad? Her fingers gripped the air and I once again found myself flying. Swear to me, Akarim growled into my face as she held my collat in her fist, that not a single hair will fall from her head, that she will return healthy and capable of bearing children. Mother! Not now, little moon, she turned over to me. Swear. I will lay down my life for the sake of my wives. There is a medical grub currently gestating in the bioprinter. With it, I will have access to drugs and ointments that many would call magic. Tonight, Israel will cast a proper anvil, one strong enough to forge new styles of armor with alloys never seen in Emini, one for Urge and one for Anase, and they will be runed aplenty. My hand covered hers. I will do more than a promise, Akarim, I will show you. These runes are mocking me, I swear, I huffed as I peered down at the multiple designs in front of me. Isra cast a glance in my direction and turned back to her furnace. These look like properly drawn resistance runes. They are simple but they get the job done. What seems to be the problem? In what they do, they are simple and impossible at the same time. A few scribbles and some wormage mojo are enough for them to dictate where physics should go and cry. They just make things stronger. Not quite, from what I can tell they are making things more. Imagine a werbo for example, it is riddled with them, yes, both the limbs and the string. Well yeah, that is how they shoot. But the string stays flexible despite getting stronger, while limbs are getting less flexible and pull harder. Yes, the string resists the tension and the limbs resist the pull, simple. Those limbs don't move faster, however, at least not enough to be statistically significant, I've checked it myself. They can throw a bolt a few times heavier than a merc bow would, but they can't throw the same arrow a few times faster. I twisted a small wooden token in my fingers as my thumb traced the lines of the rune engraved on it. It feels like it simply makes more of the same thing. There is not a single string but 10, there are not 2 limbs but 20, yet they do it without any increase in mass or inertia. I am a smith, Urf. Isra reached into the furnace and a tiny ball of molten steel floated out. You need to ask such questions to philosophers and redders. Why are you asking anyway? The flying droplet stretched into a thin rod and Isra made it spin in the air until the blinding white turned into an angry red. A sharp hiss of boiling water and the quickly darkening stick sunk to the bottom of the bucket. I wish to make the best armors we can make at the moment for my wives. I will use the most appropriate alloys that I can get, and I know that I can't ignore runes either. Both of them are capable of flow manipulation and both of them can keep runes active. She scratched her horn with the sample rod in contemplation. Well, I heard that there are anchoring runes that help you keep it afloat, but other wormages can grab and yank them too, so they are impractical. Exquisite armors also have runes of cold engraved in them, both to keep the wearer comfortable and block heat from fire spells. Most usually rely on resistance runes alone, however. Anything else is like a golden filigree on a hammer, it will make it look pretty but it won't make it strike harder. I blinked and mentally added a note to my list for an armor temperature control system. I had to pay attention to the small details like this, things that I considered unobtainable at my current tech level while wormages saw them as something pedestrian and barely worth mentioning. No, I wasn't jealous. I was too busy for that right now, stupid mages. In the meantime, Isra put the rod on the grinding wheel and scrutinized the shower of sparks. A grin split her face. Another pace or two, and the steel will be ready. I nodded back to her. She might still be new to the whole alloy chemistry thing, but Israel breathed all things metal. Her previous experience allowed her to pick up practical aspects without relying on the underlying theory, and within mere days, she was sufficiently precise with the spark test for me not to trouble myself with a partially working lithoscanner. Granted, this was possible because I managed to sufficiently isolate my lithoscanner from the wormage anti-technology field in the first place and obtain precise readings for Isra to learn from. It was still wonky and was lying through its non-existent gears right into my face, but I'd gotten sufficiently precise reading anyway. It gave her a significant push without making her reliant on critical and extremely rare technology, and the benefits were already showing themselves. Isra wasn't the only one who I showered with knowledge beyond measure. Em and I divided the day into the light and dark, which were divided into periods, and those were then divided into paces. The period length changed through the seasons, but 2 paces of a summer day were about equal to an hour. The poor window was approaching quickly, but I wasn't in a rush. I knew that Rena was almost done carving the template, while Yeva oversaw the mixing of the casting sand. Both tasks should be completed by now, and the casting mold would be ready right on time. It was quite tempting to hold my knowledge close to me and give it out piecemeal for greater concessions. I would have gained significantly more leverage and wealth if I'd gone that route. Instead, by keeping my gains relatively modest, I gained loyalty. Moreover, I gained the loyalty of masters who were becoming more experienced than they could have been otherwise. By teaching Isra how to recognize carbon content in steel, I didn't need to sneak out samples for every pour. My blueprint drawing sessions with Rena, where I carefully explained the reason and purpose for every single part as well as my methods of drawing things, allowed me to give her a drawing of the shape in question and expect the result to be exactly as I wanted it to be. All that meant that now, when time was pressing, I could achieve much more with skilled and independent help compared to what I would have to do if I were forced to supervise everything myself. Finally done, Rena walked in. Should I say congratulations to that new wife of yours? Anais, I blinked, she isn't here. No, I meant the smith over here, Rena gasped and covered her mouth, or was it a surprise? Isra sputtered and dropped her furnace tongues. I am not. I rolled my eyes. Stop your gossip, Rena, no one is marrying here. Huh, she shrugged and dropped her luggage on the ground. I assumed this was part of a dowry. My bad. A minotaur's hand grabbed my shoulder and yanked me around. Isra pointed at the wooden shape. That is an anvil, is that what the steel is for? Yes, Isra. I bent down and started gathering the runic symbols that had been scattered by the vigorous smith. I told you that you will get a proper anvil as soon as possible. Well, time is pressing. Proper, it's huge. I chuckled. Well, you are a big girl. Big girls need big anvils. The hand, which was just Minotaur handling my shoulder, grabbed me by the waist and pulled me into a bear-crushing hug. But before I could wheeze for her to stop, I was suddenly let go. You were planning on casting it like bronze, right? We need to make a form right now. There is not much time left. I swear, I wiped the dirt from my lips, slowly getting up. You make it very hard to give you things, Israel. No time, she wailed as she yanked me and shook me in the air once again. The forms. Israel, Yeva's voice rang out and I kissed the earth once again. Don't you have something more important to do? Oh yes. I heard some rustling at the furnace while a chuckling urge dusted off my clothes. My wives had brought the final component. What is that? Green sand. But it's black. Yeva sighed. The green is not the color. It is like a young green wood that is both flexible, strong, and wet with special sap that keeps it together. Seriously, you need to be more strict or she will constantly wipe the floor with you. I shrugged. It keeps her curious and asking questions, makes it easier to know what she does and doesn't know without probing too much into the secrets of Enoch Manor. Oh, Rena perked up. How come I wasn't told that this was an option? I can roll you on the ground once or twice too, if that gets me some new machinery of yours. You see this, Yeva pointed at Rena, while you might not care, others notice. And they draw conclusions. I rolled my eyes and turned to a smirking Rena. You already belong to Kamital. I can just demand to know the secrets either directly from you or through our domina. I would suggest that you start looking for more apprentices in the meantime, a lot more. For what? Domina has enough looms that some of them sit idle, waiting for spools of thread. For everything, I nodded at the roaring hot furnace. Now that we have access to decent amounts of consistent cast iron and steel, we can start working on precision lathes, mills, and drills, as well as other industrial machinery. That means there will be thousands of screws, gears, and bolts that need to be carved. I don't need master carpenters for that, nor do I need master smiths, just people with a head on their shoulders that are capable of learning basic but new tasks. I have no time for that at the moment, unfortunately. Yeva will resume this task once I am gone. Right now I need weapons and armor that will protect my Sadek, which is why I needed these shapes as soon as possible, starting with the anvil. You are right, kid. The safety of your family is what's important. She patted my shoulder and turned around to leave. Expect the second form to be ready before the day's end. I nodded and turned back to Isra, who was already busy pressing the sand into a casting mold. While M&I Smiths didn't cast their steel, they did cast bronze, silver, and gold, and Isra was quick to transcribe her previous experience onto a new medium. Isra Hale. She lifted the wooden form out of the sand and showed me the resultant imprint like a proud child presenting a sand castle. Look, it has my mark on it too. It will be your anvil, Isra, not mine nor Domina's. I do not break my promises, but you need to keep yourself in check, especially when others are around. She glanced away. That is what my sisters would usually say, before sending me to work on something trite. For a similar reason, I would guess. But I am not getting you this anvil just so you can forge me nails day in and out. In the coming days, you will be busy forging both armor and weapons, at least for Urge and Anais. Swords, catters, shields, brigandines. But my wife is right, I can't have you drag me around like a rag doll when others are looking. Appearances are key both for you and for myself, and while you might not care about yours as long as you have work to do, I do. The times are over when I was the alchemist of Kimittal. Now I am the first husband of Anais Hillel and Daimon of this manor. Isra scratched her horn. As long as I am allowed to work with this steel, I don't mind. Or you could hold yourself in check, Yeva spoke up. Why are you acting so happy about this anvil? A few sets of runes and you can forge on a stump. It is as your husband said, runes make more. Isra gratefully took another basketful of casting sand from Urge and continued working on the mold. Flow doesn't replace the material with something else, it improves its quality. The better something is from the start, the greater the improvement becomes. Runes would make a wooden anvil as strong as a metal one, but they would make a steel anvil as strong as 1,000. Smithing doesn't stop with mere creation. A catter isn't made once, it is honed and fixed throughout its life. While any runed anvil might be enough to forge a clean blade, once the runes are carved into the weapon it becomes impossible to maintain on a weaker anvil. Her fingers trailed over the blank. It is the dream of every smith to maintain one of the artifacts, to have an anvil strong enough to bear the strength of a blade runed by gods themselves. Well, I scratched my chin. If that's what it takes to make my wives decent armor, so be it. Urge tousled my hair. If Anais was here, she would have killed you for such words. No matter, they came and went, but we are still here, still struggling. You really don't like the prospect of having a second husband, do you? I let myself think as I helped Isra to assemble the mold. I chose the classical design that gave a lot of options for Isra to work with, including 2 holes through the anvil's face. One for punching holes and the other to insert different swages or chisels for more specialized work. Another task for Isra in the future. Her previous swage kit was mostly designed to be wedged into a woodblock or a stump, rather than inserted into a square hole. But many of these tools were made out of poor steel and had to be replaced anyway. But the holes in the anvil meant custom inserts in the mold and a short lecture to Isra on their purpose. I wouldn't disagree with you about second husbands. Damn thieves want to take my treasure, I tell you, I spoke with a fake grumble. But this constant treatment, or the lack of it, made me aware that I can't hide under Akarim's skirt forever. I can't work on my projects and naively expect others to patiently sit back and wait until I outgrow them all. With a grunt, I placed a heavy weight on top of the casting mold. Molten steel, as expected, was as heavy as normal steel, and significant pressure was required to hold all that molten metal in the desired shape until it solidified enough. I can't simply react to whatever else they decide to pull off next time. No defense is perfect and something will eventually slip through. We have to stay at least a step ahead of them. They try to worm into our Sadek. Then we are busy with the service to M&I. Isra checked the furnace and gave me a nod. I nodded back to her and watched as the stream of molten metal poured straight from the flames and into the cast. Molten steel was extremely dangerous to handle, and I was rather happy that Wormage telekinetic spells could handle it as any other liquid without worrying about the temperature. It also allowed Isra to stir and mix it within the furnace with significant ease. All that was left was to get decent protective gear for Wur and Mercs. Yeva and I had modified vision, and Isra could shrug it off by being a wormage, but Urge had to step away from the heat and light. When they start preparing for our eventual arrival, I continued once Isra was done, it will be too late, because our progress back here will not just continue in our absence, but it will explode to levels that most wormages would find unthinkable. I sighed and looked at my other wife. I am sorry, Yeva, for making you carry such a burden. Don't be, she shook her head. You know me well enough to realize I find even the company of wormages preferable over the loud screams of battle. At least this way I will be at ease, knowing that I have a task to complete for the safety of our Sadek. My battle to fight on terms that I can dictate. Isra scratched her horn and glanced at the smoking cast between us. Am I coming with you too, to maintain the weapons? No, I would assume there will be other smiths in the arms for that task. M&I Arms can field thousands of warriors and not everyone can afford a personal smith to travel with them. I need you to continue producing consistent batches of metal and creating new generations of machines for this manner. Yeva will have plenty of projects to occupy you for the foreseeable future. Isra faltered for a second when she glanced at Yeva, but a small grin was quick to return on her face as she looked back at our project. Ah, yeah, I can do that. Good, help me clean the sand off, it should be cold enough to maintain its shape. Do you want me to cool it further? She waved her arm and the form pieces started to fly off. Not precisely. What do you know of quenching? You want to temper it with water, but we don't have any. I silently glanced at the enormous aqueduct above our heads that brought water directly to my estate. A concession by Samet that not only powered my water turbine but was also a source of clean, fresh water. The Shara River that ran through Samet was also the endpoint of the entire sewer system and stank accordingly. Only the ports and nearby fish markets could mask the smell with their own distinct odor. Not that kind of water, we need good quality water that runs from the heart of the mountains. Or even better, purchase some from the springs of the mountain clans themselves. Isra, the so-called quality of water doesn't matter much, as long as it is moderately clean, that is. What matters is the type of steel you're planning to quench. It doesn't, she grabbed her chest and sighed with relief. That is good, so only the pure steel can be quenched. I looked around and nudged Urge. She blinked at me and thought for a second, only to shake her head in denial. Without saying anything else, I reached into the pile of discarded casting sand and drew a rune. And then I looked at Isra again. With a quiet "oh," she powered up the rune of silence. I nodded at the glowing lines and turned back to her. What do you think the difference is between ice and snow? Isra glanced at Urge and Yeva nearby and harumphed as she cleaned up the glowing anvil from casting imperfections and leftover sand. After that talk about the nature of iron and steel, I do not want to answer this question. Fair enough, Urge, can you get us some water in the meantime? A whole barrel would suffice, thank you. Both ice and snow are made of the same material but shaped differently, like chain mail and a solid piece of armor. Both are made from the same stock but are drastically different. One is malleable and soft while the other is hard and brittle. Obviously, we don't have tiny hammers to forge tiny snowflakes, but we can make snow by spraying mists of water on a very cold day. This is a very barebones explanation, but if I were to delve into details right now, I would spend years explaining to you the principles of metallurgy, and we are strapped for time. For now, you should remember that alloy content and speed of transition from hot to cold are the major factors that dictate what type of steel you will end up with. Mist, Isra frowned for a second, only to look at me owl-eyed. The coal inside. Bingo, I smiled. Just as I've told you before, it is not iron alone that makes steel but the impurities within. And we aren't dealing with just ice and snow here, there are many different outcomes that serve different purposes. Iron or very mild steel aren't quenched simply because there are too few impurities that you could affect. So you want me to put it in the water? No, I want you to spray the water only on the working surface of the anvil. In less than a second, a liquid snake jumped out from the large barrel and smashed into the glowing anvil, hissing with steam. Isra had many shortcomings when it came to social relations, but when it came to anything related to smithing, her mind was quick and sharp beyond measure. A true savant in her craft, all I had to do was gently guide her forward. The use of a stream is threefold. I kept talking while Isra kept pouring water on the anvil while simultaneously maintaining the silence rune. The steel we have is rather simple and it requires extremely rapid cooling to achieve the most optimal results. That is why we are using water and not oil or air. At the same time, if you were to simply dunk it in water, the heat would form a layer of steam around it and slow the cooling process. Lastly, you don't want to quench the entire anvil, you want a hard surface to resist your strikes and a softer, limber body that would soak the strike without shattering. Like true fooled wood, Isra grinned. A sharp shell to hold an edge and a flexible body to take the hit. I scoffed. Fooled might be better for swords, but the steel you made is better for anvils. There is no best steel for everything, each one serves a role it is designed for. And sometimes you need to combine multiple steel alloys to achieve greater or even unusual effects. Combine a few layers of steel with increasing hardness and you end up with a blade that sharpens itself from use. Combine hard and soft layers together and you will have perfect striking surfaces, whether they are anvils or armors. Oh, Urge perked up. Is she going to make us an armor from this anvil steel as well? No. This is better suited for thick plates. Despite your large assets, you are not a battleship. But we don't need to rely on steel alone for everything. That is the beauty of composite armor. You, my dear wife, will get the best armor we can craft for a long while. A true composite brigandine. We need to start right away. Isra perked up as well. I could tell by the glint in her eyes that it was the prospect of working with yet another alloy that made her this eager, not the lack of time available. We shall see how you speak 5 days from now. I reached into my collet and pulled out a pouch. Keep the furnace roaring and start the next batch that we prepared. The trip to the shuttle didn't enrich me with just advanced technology. I brought bags of scrap as well. The special kind, rusted and corroded leftovers of rare or hard-to-obtain elements at the current technological level of MNI. While I didn't account for armor production when I was scavenging the shuttle bulkheads, servos, and circuitry, I managed to scrape enough at least to equip both of my wives. There is a lot of work ahead of us. XXX. Is that all? Akarim raised her eyebrow at me. Time is critical and full armor will take days to finish. This is just a test sample, I replied. Isra nodded as well but stayed quiet. Tarhana hummed. It is rather hard to judge the strength of a whole armor by a single piece. If it was made to be solid, which it isn't, Ramad butted in, it looks awfully thin, Daimon. What makes you think that something like this would trump a bronze breastplate, for example? Or better yet, a creature's carapace. Because it is not an armor, it is an armor system. Rather than rely on a single piece to do everything, this armor is made out of multiple layers. Each of them is designed to excel at a specific task assigned to them. Tarhana smiled, including silk. That is the trick. This is not the silk you assume it is. The spider silk then, Akarim spoke up, the one you've been producing for the feast. Closer, but this one is even more special. I patted the white fabric on top of the few brigandine plates. This is a military-grade aramid silk fiber. Not only is it extremely resistant to tears just like the usual spider silk, but it also has insulating properties. Oh, and it doesn't burn. Before I could say anything else, a stream of fire emerged from Ramad's fingers and slammed into the Kevlar-like material. I watched the piece just as intensely as the rest of them, but for a different reason. Just as Shehan once told me, the wormage flames were quick and precise, but they weren't particularly hot. They were hot enough to set wood on fire or kill a man, but that looked to be the apparent limit of these spells. Well, Shehan did say it was possible to overcharge the flames, but that would strip the wormage of their body heat in turn. Ramad grinned. Impressive for a cloth, but utterly useless. Fire resistance runes will make any cloth behave in a similar manner. Resistance to fire isn't its main purpose, merely a nice side effect. Remember how I said that the fibers are extremely hard to tear apart? Now look at this cloth and see it for what it really is, an unbreakable net, capable of catching anything flying through. Slap resistance runes on it and it will become anathema to all piercing damage. My words wiped the smirk off his face. Flying shrapnel from boulders, spears, stabs, arrows. He stood up. Show me. I nodded and pulled out a small writing kit, a bit of ink and a brush. An extremely temporary measure in terms of running, but sufficient enough for the task at hand. After drawing the correct rune, I smirked and put the patch of armor right on my chest. Isra goggled, Tarhana raised his eyebrow and Ramad narrowed his eyes ever so slightly. Urf, Akarim growled at me. I have faith in our creation. What is the point of bragging about armor if I don't trust it to protect myself? Do you trust my aim as well? Ramid asked as he twirled an arrow in his fingers. Tari. With a nod, Tarhana extended his fingers and powered up the armor runes. I shrugged. You've served in Emanai's arms for longer than I've lived under this sun. If you haven't learnt to aim by now, Akarim would have divorced you a long time ago. He barked a laugh and slammed an arrow into me. A powerful hit, even stronger than that of Anais, but ultimately futile. Because there wasn't just one rune active, each steel plate that was riveted to the outer layer had a personal resistance rune carved right into it. Right beside Isra's mark, she took enormous pleasure in stamping those herself. Ramid put the werbo aside and walked over to inspect the damage. This is the second layer. I pulled a single plate out of my collat and gave it to him. While the first layer catches the attack, the second layer breaks it. It's steel that is hard enough to take a hit and spread it across a wider area. Did you forget my warnings about Fulid? Akarim frowned. It is not Fulid. Different content and structure, different purpose. I shrugged. Fulid is simply not good enough. Tarhana coughed on his wine while Akarim rolled her eyes. What is it called then? Ramid was surprisingly quiet, a contemplative warrior rather than a boisterous fighter. Israelite? I shrugged again and nodded at the beach-red smith. The alloy doesn't have a proper name. I can give you the number it is closest to, but it would mean little. Israelite. Why not Urfite? Because I gain more by naming it after her. Claiming it for myself wouldn't change my status much. Those who see me as a daimon would accept it as something expected, while those who see me as an upstart merc would refuse to believe the rumors anyway. No one will question the name of a mastersmith when no other mark is present on this steel. This is what famous smiths do. Akarim smiled at me, and you suddenly gain a famous mastersmith in your retinue. Clever. But can she handle the scrutiny? I smiled at the still silent Isra and turned back to Akarim. Why, she is a mysterious famous mastersmith, enigmatic and occupied by her extremely important tasks. Your uncle refuses visitors left and right. Why can't she be the same? My smile faltered for a bit. It will also take some heat away from Yeva. What's the third layer? Ramid suddenly spoke up. Just a cushion for the blows. The foam inserts are there to absorb impacts, yes, but it is also very breathable so that there is very little sweat accumulation. With practiced ease, Ramid yanked his cutter out and showered the piece with a flurry of stabs and slashes. He even placed it on his knee and tried to stab it a few times. The blade frayed a few of the outer layers, but the armor still held. He harumphed and turned to Isra. How quickly can you make them? The Minotaur glanced at me. I will have both ready within a 10-day. And then, I shook my head. There is a very limited amount of steel available, and the other layers take significant time to produce as well. This isn't something that I could supply to the entire arm. To the hells with arms, what about this manor? Not even an entire manor, especially if we upgrade shields as well. 5 more perhaps. Well, I want one. He turned around and dropped onto the couch. If you ask me, tell them to fuck off. What? Akarim glanced at her other husband, Tarhana. He lifted his wine cup and took a sip. Well, it appears that I need to make a visit. Yes, Akarim mused, it appears so. She glanced at me and smirked. Tarhana, as my husband, please visit the Kamshad Manor and tell them to fuck off. You do realize that this will raise quite a few eyebrows, right? Yeva asked me as she prodded the recently hatched larva. Yes, but I don't have a lot of options when it comes to battlefield medicine. Sharing nanites is out of the question, especially for something so trite as a stab or an infection. The immediate results will sway many, however, as people are prone to seek cures from the most unorthodox sources as long as they promise relief. I did read some of the books on M&I medicine. Some of the cures they mention implicitly brag about questionable ingredients to highlight their potency. Some of them even include the dried-up flesh and bones of a creature. Yeva hummed, creatures that look rather similar to insects from what you've told me. Just like your creations. I shrugged. It is probably due to the exoskeleton. They might be alien to me, but creatures appear to have physical bodies which they use to interact with the physical world despite their magic. It is not surprising that they evolved solutions similar to terrestrial life. Flow or not, wedges and levers always work. Perhaps you are right, but what about you? She pointed at the second womb that was getting ready to expel its strikingly insectoid contents. What made your people choose these forms rather than something more pleasing to the eye. I chuckled, originally that was the exact purpose. When we first started developing living tech, we only tinkered with plant life. It was simple, predictable, and easy to handle. Most importantly, it was easy to look at the plant and see it as a biochemical factory with encoded responses to outside stimuli. An individual plant's life is too distant for us to care about. We walk on the grass without bothering to think about the uncountable lives we crush with our feet. We rip out their reproductive organs and gift them to people we fancy so that they can enjoy the scent. Yeva snorted and smacked my head. We enjoyed tremendous success with our endeavors, I continued with a smile. And we wanted to do more. Things that didn't just sit and produce seeds, fruits, or even specific organic compounds and materials like the silk that this bioprinter provides. We wanted tools that move, tools that could solve complex tasks and do them independently. We wanted to build robots with our new knowledge. Wait, Yeva frowned. These things are actually plants. I wiggled my hand in a so-so gesture. They were initially, yes, but that was a long time ago. They have so many genes and proteins borrowed from other kingdoms or even specifically engineered alternatives that they belong to their own kingdom rather than being plants or animals. As you can imagine, our first attempts to create biological robots drew a lot of discussions and debates. You build a basic android out of metal and plastic and no one bats an eye unless you start dabbling in giving it an AI. You build a warm, breathing doll out of flesh that could barely mimic a few human gestures and people start to get uncomfortable really quick. A similar fate befell other prototypes that were designed to look cute or pleasant. People were quick to see them as pets and weren't ready to witness them perform repetitive tasks like machines. Likewise, being cute wasn't particularly effective at performing those tasks. Stitching together different appendages also didn't look too welcoming. So a certain style was chosen, different enough not to evoke unnecessary attachments, and variable enough that no configuration would look like a Frankenstein's monster. Insects with their immense diversity were an easy pick. Yeva shook her head. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, it eventually backfired on us, but that was the original plan. Backfired how? Humans are quick to normalize things. After a few generations, people were born into a society where living tech was a normal part of life, whether it had bark or a carapace. Previous worries were forgotten, but new world views emerged. Just as we stopped fearing wolves and started adoring dogs, the style of living tech affected us in turn. While I am aware that bioprinters create programmable technology rather than living beings despite their looks, they are still shaped by old traditions. I reached out and stretched the iridescent wings of a newly born flyer, while Harold connected to its brain. Besides, if one design already performs as it should, why bother making something new? Most of these aren't made for aesthetics. The dragonfly chirped in acknowledgement and disappeared through the open window. And what does that do? General surveillance mostly. It is small, efficient, and can feed itself on any terrestrial biomass, but it can't really do much apart from looking. A spy then? I grimaced. Not quite. You see, the bioprinter that I have isn't exactly a military-grade one and lacks anything specifically designed for warfare. While I can circumvent that somewhat by producing individual chemicals or specific materials, the living tech library is limited to civilian use. This is just a reconnaissance drone mostly designed for land exploration. While I've seen the maps of Emini, those were usually designed to focus on route lengths and availabilities rather than geographical precision. I wish to see what is actually around us, especially since I will need minerals and ores Emini doesn't even know about. I scratched my chin in thought, and I reckon it might be useful in combat. Information is king on the battlefield. Just make sure it doesn't get you beheaded with your choice of tools, love, Yeva murmured as she looked into the window. I prefer you to return in one piece. I will consult with Akerim just in case, but I don't believe that they would be that eager to offend another pillar manor. Perhaps, but it will be yet another worry on my heart while you are gone. And that is why we are here today, alone. I pushed the larva away from Yeva and presented to her the third product of the bioprinter. I want you to have this Herald seed, not only so that you can use the bioprinter and other living tech, but also so we can communicate on a level unreachable to normal speech, and it will provide an additional link between us. It won't be a strong one. Communication at a distance is impossible without the framework of a tree ship. But you will know that I am still alive just as I know that everything is fine here. She smiled. Further proof of our marriage. I wrapped her fingers around the seed. Yes, while heralds can be mass-produced, only someone very close will be given this level of access to me. Urge will be jealous, she murmured. Urge and Anais are coming with me while you stay behind. I am simply making sure that our relationship won't be as distant, and they will get theirs eventually. I watched her silently as she dealt with her final worries before swallowing the seed. Yeva had plenty of nanates within herself, so I didn't bother growing it into a whole date as mine was. Despite my willingness to provide nanates to my Sadek, I had no plans to spread this technology further. And I was sure that Yeva shared my opinion. Speaking of sharing, I'd felt the first handshake protocols reaching out to me, and I welcomed them with open heart and mind, guiding Yeva's feeble attempts into the forum of thoughts and emotions. Especially emotions. Yeva shuddered. Is this how you always feel? I smiled. I am very good at voicing my thoughts. With technologies like Herald by our side, we learnt to live brighter, to love stronger. To let go of our insecurities and just dive in. Without fear of rejection. What is there to fear? They either like you or they don't. There is no shame in loving someone who doesn't love you back. It can be heartbreaking, but it will pass, for we are ships in the storm of life. A harbor might be the safest place, but that is not what we are built for. She tugged my collar. We are built for love, is that what you are trying to say? I shrugged. Why not? We are beings of flesh, and once our immediate concerns are met, we worry about procreation, safety, and inclusion into a social structure and care for offspring. Love is a concept, not an individual feeling or action. It is an agglomeration of thoughts and desires that we decided to put under one umbrella, and these three are definitely in there somewhere. Show me. Hem. Yeva licked her lips. Show me your kind of love. We are alone and half of the estate is deaf from the constant noise coming from the smithy anyway. Her fingers reached under my tunic. We don't have much time left. My kind, you say? I leaned forward, grinning as my hand reached down. Oh, you have no idea what you're asking for. My fingers touched the flesh. Mine, not hers. The sensation of touch traveled across my spine into the connective junctions of my herald system. I left myself open to her as her eyes grew wide from a feeling she had never experienced in her life. Wah! She glanced down at herself in disbelief. It doesn't just transmit my feelings and emotions, love, I murmured as I kept stroking myself. My other hand was busy parting my clothes. It can transmit desire and sensations. I pushed an owlishly-looking Yeva to the nearby table and spread her legs apart. Her work kaftan was short and it easily parted open to the pleasure of my eyes. The benefit of a warm climate and lack of specialized clothing. Yeva jolted with a loud gasp as I gently spanked her slit with my hardening rod, unprepared for the twin sensations that assaulted her body. I grinned and started to rub my tip across her lips, spreading rapidly growing moisture around and stimulating our most sensitive spots at the same time, against each other. Damn you, Urf, Yeva gasped, unable to hold her body straight. Assaulted by sensations she never knew, her body was quick to grasp the pattern of pleasure and try to act on it as best as it could. Her hips shifted and jerked, pushing her forward to satisfy a new but pressing need. What are you doing to me? Don't you want to know how I feel when I slide into you? I murmured as I kept teasing her further and further. To know precisely how crazy you make me feel. To hear me say I love you, not with my lips but with my heart. Grabbing my tunic, she pulled me closer. Then stop talking and do it. She was trying to do it herself, but her movements were too erratic and I was still holding my dick, denying her the opportunity of simply grabbing it and shoving it in. So I obliged and slammed into her, feeling the shiver spreading across our bodies as she closed her eyes in bliss. A tiny smile on her lips and a glare in her eyes. Why did you stop? I am letting you get comfortable first. She grabbed my hands and put them on her butt. If you want me to be comfortable, lift me from this table instead. Yeva kept me deep inside of her as her mound ground on me with abandon. And do not stop, do you hear me? I hear and obey. I lifted her in the air and she immediately set a rather vigorous pace. Someone is eager today. Shut up, Urf, she panted without stopping. Let me feel this. I smiled and let her push herself closer and closer to climax. The connection worked both ways, and I knew that it wasn't the twin pleasure that stirred her into such a frenzy. My feelings toward her wrapped around her psyche like a warm and cozy blanket, shielding away insecurities and stray thoughts. She came silently, only to gasp as her pleasure flooded me and caused me to come as well and smash back into her in a positive feedback loop of ecstasy. Her hands held me tight and close as she shuddered in my arms, slowly recovering from the storm of new emotions. Thank you, she murmured, laying her head on my shoulder. This is the perfect gift for your departure. I chuckled. Now you know why we love hard. It is not that, she thought for a second. I thought you could feel what I feel too. No. I share my thoughts, but I can't request or demand yours. It is something that you will have to learn to do yourself. It will come naturally with time and use, just as it happened with you sharing pleasure. What I am most thankful for is not the pleasure itself, Yeva hummed, although it is quite welcome. This connection that we have right now is mine and mine alone. I know that it is likely that Urge and Anais will experience this eventually, but there won't be random interlopers. I know how cautious you are about nanites. And Harold is impossible to attach without them present. I nodded. Exactly, this is the type of knowledge that you are actually concerned about, not some baubles, silks, or mirrors. With a satisfied sigh, she detached herself from me and slid to the ground. You know, even after taking the seed, I wasn't sure if it would be worth it. Now, I can't imagine never having it again. The euphoria will pass, it is convenient, not addictive. She shook her head, it is not that. That larva the bioprinter grew, you said it will produce medicine. In its current stage, yes, but it can metamorphose to perform other functions. Reach into the bioprinter, it will tell you. Yeva chewed on her lip and slowly extended her arm to the tree. She held her breath and I placed my hand on her shoulder, relaying my confidence and support in more ways than one. A small smile and a nod, and a still young tentacle emerged from her skin and reached into the bioprinter. Yeva might be still new to this, but just like her body, Harold had a set of instincts that it could rely on. Things like automatic connections to nearby living tech. Can I ask her to make a few for me? She asked me after a quick but silent communication. Her. Yeva shrugged. Well, she has wombs, so it's a female. I shook my head. It is fine to give them names, but make no mistake. They are machines first and foremost. They aren't sentient. Even though it is happy to be of use and eager to print something new, it would be just as content to stand here idle without care of fire, drought, or cold. Unless you specifically tell it to care. To answer your first question, yes, you have access. Is that related to your change in perception? She rolled her eyes. Try asking Anais to call her future flow or just an or, she will curse at you. I know it is a tool, but you can give names to tools too. Your musings about healing being useful and my new revelations gave me an idea. Instead of hiding all this living tech from your family, I want them to start accepting it instead. Medicine, I frowned. Is she sick? No, but we are running multiple kilns nonstop as well as all other machinery in both the estate specifically and the manor in general. Burns and blisters, sprains and fractures, there is usually someone who might need treatment. Might be a good idea to inoculate mercs at well. While wormages and, to a certain degree, are sturdy enough to withstand many sicknesses, you know the smell of the lower city just as I do. Consumption and dysentery aren't just frequent in Samat, they never leave completely. I grimaced, I know, but I don't have the clout to change the city's infrastructure. Nor do I have the time to divide my attention. I am not chastising you for inaction, Urf. Nor am I planning to make this living tech public. Just make your family aware of the good that they bring, the wounds that they heal. A meat melon is a product of luxury for them, not necessity. A larva that could heal an infected wound or a medical instar that could perform basic surgery, they are much more likely to accept it despite the looks. Well, your ideas are better than the lack of mine. That's for sure, I sighed and leaned against the wall. Do injuries happen that often in the estate? I know the working conditions aren't stellar, but I am trying to keep it moderately safe. Nor do I hear a lot of reports about injuries. Because you are the master, Urf, and you give them a stipend for work performed rather than just food and lodgings, and you feed them 3 times per day. Imagine one of them burns his hand. Would he come forward and risk being sent back to being a manor slave, or would he quietly bear the pain and maintain his position as a servant of the estate? I am not going to fire someone for getting hurt. I lack skilled manpower as is. Each one of the workers that I have right now is too costly to replace, let alone send away. Yeva chuckled. You know, this is something that Shahin herself of all people reminded me about. You know this, they don't, they see you as a master and they expect you to act like one. The reason why some of your ideas fall on deaf ears is exactly that they have nothing to compare it with. Just an eccentric master, and eccentricity is scary. An evil master is predictably evil, a benevolent one is usually benevolent, an eccentric one is neither. Si vis pacem para bellum, if you want peace, prepare for war. If you want to give them freedom, prepare to be a master first. If you want to pull a horse out of the swamp, you need to throw a rope around its neck. Releasing it in the field would come later. Right. So, you are planning on keeping one for salves while growing the other for stitches. Yeva looked at me. I asked around, do you know who has the highest mortality rate in Emini? Children, babes to be precise, and their mothers. Either at birth or within a year or two after, even wormage ones. Anais got her first name when she reached the age of 1, she got the name Hillel when she reached 10. Exactly for the same reason that you warned me about with the bioprinter, it is easier not to get too attached. Military deaths aren't even close. If Emini would accept something like this. A reconnaissance drone is nothing compared to an obstetrician instar, both in size and intrusiveness. A smile broke through Yeva's contemplative mood. Yeah, it would be rather hard to explain why a large insect thing would need to go there. But once they grasped the benefits and the increase in survival rate, there would be very few who could dare to stand against us. Lidaf Kamshed Hikmat. Slaves closed the door behind Kamital's envoy, and she looked at her mother. So they have chosen war. They did indeed, just as the censor predicted. Matriarch mused. The angle of her ears told Lidaf that her choice of words was well received. How peculiar. They are either too fearful of Kishava, something that every Kamital would deny all the way to their pyre, or they consider my child to be beneath them yet are unwilling to openly state so. They are hiding something. They are stalling for time. Kamital isn't some random manor but a pillar one. There is little benefit for them to hide their power unless they are expecting an attack. Roshanak Gulnaz wrapped her fingers on a nearby table in contemplation. Or if they are planning an attack themselves. Lydia frowned right after meeting with the goddess. Exactly, so it is unlikely. A possibility, nevertheless. What is more likely is that whatever they have isn't strong enough, but they believe it will grow stronger. The new spells of Anais Hillel. She was explicit that they were recent. Not just hers, a murmur made Lydia look at her mother. There are rumors from Kamital that her mother was blessed by Flo as well. Then there are their more mundane discoveries, starting from hair lotions that our manor is buying from them in bulk. Lidaf glanced at her beautiful tail of steel and silver, voluminous and shiny like never before. You think these are related? I know they are, because there are new silks of gold and arcsite that earned the curiosity of the goddess. The glass that glassmakers of Eska couldn't replicate, and possibly more that I do not know about. What I do know is that all this smells like one very specific thing, or a being. A daimon was born. Precisely. The question is who, where, and when. Daimonas grow extremely quickly. They start to speak in months and write in a year or two as the raging flow within them brings forth the knowledge of a long-forgotten past or a never-experienced future. I have been looking into Kamital's births in the last 10 years, but I have had little luck in finding anything so far. Just 10 years. Even 10 is generous. No daimon has lived in secrecy past that age. They are gifted with ambition as much as they are blessed with power and knowledge. If Kamital Matriarch had managed to hide a daimon for longer than a decade, it is not the daimon I should be worried about but Nanya Ida herself. Matriarch paused for a moment and tried the honeyed wine that had been standing untouched for the whole meeting beforehand. And this is where you will come in. Mother. There are two wormages that are connected to the possible daimon. Akarim Adal and Anais Hillel. I was curious enough to offer them my son, yet she denied me. In doing so, they split themselves apart. The question is, would the daimon stay with the mother or will they travel with the daughter? I do not believe that Akarim Adal would be willing to. If Akarim Kamital Adal did everything as expected of her, I would have known about the daimon 5 years ago. The thief of Kamital is full of tricks and you should expect no less from her first daughter. I want you to start your service early. The necessary inquiries were made and Anais Hillel will be placed with you in the same maniple. Observe her and anyone that comes with her. It shall be done, mother. Her mother glanced at her. The pale blue eyes of Kamshad matriarch saw more than anyone else did. Her ears heard more than others could. I know that you consider her your friend. I am not asking you to impede, just to observe. Find out as much as you can and maintain your relationship. It is too early to act. Especially if there is a possibility that the daimon won't travel with her or that Anais Hillel would be willing to trade that spell of hers. Thank you, mother. Do I need to worry about Keshava's interference? After all, her brother Miramat was already promised to one of her friends. Something that Mushaf was extremely proud and protective about. Lidaf knew that she was unlikely to receive such news. Well, no, they know. XXX. Ah, my dear divine-touched wife. Shut it, Anais smacked my head despite grinning ear to ear. Now that the decision had been made, Anais looked even more spirited than before. She had a clear path in front of her and daimonic spells and armor to not only succeed but to excel and shine above all others. She had a target she was eager to vent her frustrations upon, and frantic preparations were met with eager anticipation rather than worrisome uncertainty. How was the training with Urge? She gestured in a so-so manner. It is moving. I don't know if she could claim an oar for herself, but an archer she will be. There are still hiccups with precision and aiming, but no one learns those overnight. Besides, as long as Urge can volley fire in formation, she is good enough. Her ear twitched and Anais grimaced as she pulled them flat. Why is Isra so loud? It is the anvil and the steel she is working on. Harder steels usually have a much higher ringing sound when you strike them. Might be a good thing that we are leaving so soon. She scrunched her little nose. I am no longer sure that placing the smithy this close was prudent. Isra is eager to work. I am sure we can find a compromise once we are back. Most likely, but I am here for a reason. Anais looked around and closed the door and all windows with a wave of her hand. Here, take a look. I glanced at the codex she placed before me, darkened from use and rather inconspicuous. Is this a restricted spell codex of Kamital? Yes. My mother had provided me with a full version since I am preparing for battle, but she allowed me to share with you my previous one. Most of the spells that I know are written here. Tell no one about this. I nodded and opened the book. My lips are sealed. My eyes scanned a few pages only for me to stop and look up. Is this how all spells are written? Well, yes, what is wrong? Is the script too unintelligible? It was written a few centuries ago. No, I can read it just fine. I tried to summarize the source of my growing frustration. But why poems? You know of a better way to do it. What about the rune codex? It had a list of runes with in-depth explanations for each one. She tilted her head. How would you draw something that can only exist inside your mind? Why don't you tell me how a crying willow yearning for the spring makes fire instead? I harumphed. Stupid wormages, I was so close, damn it. So, you have chosen military service. I blocked Urge's strike with my shield and glanced at the approaching Lamia. Did you expect me to do something else? She shrugged her shoulders, her face hidden by her customary veil. A woman can hope. Bah, Urge scoffed and tried to hit me with her wooden sword once again. After what you did. While Urge was predominantly training with Anais on how to handle flow, she had to take breaks to avoid depletion sickness. We decided to keep sparring during these breaks to prepare Urge and me for further training and potential combat. Despite quickly absorbing the teachings of Master Siamak, I was still new to the concept of melee warfare, while Urge didn't have any experience in combat at all. Thus, by fighting each other, Urge could test her attacks against someone fighting by the book, while I had the opportunity to face off against a larger and less predictable opponent. Anais could teach me the flow poetry later. Perhaps on our way to the local recruitment office. From what I could gather, most of Emini arm forts where training took place were established along the northern border, far away from Samet. Yes, Shehin replied, unamused. After my continuous efforts to ameliorate previous grievances, one is bound to hope for some improvement. Your recent actions do speak for you, Shahin Eska Yusuf Ya, I said as I threw a few quick jabs to keep Urge off her feet. But it is the culture of Eska and Yusuf that created the envoy who came to see me dead. I am unwilling to place the safety of my family in their hands. The most important lesson so far was to never allow Urge or any other Wur and Wormage to place a well-connected hit against me. Their strength was significant enough that, even if I managed to block successfully, I would either have my shield thrown off or get flung into the air. It didn't matter how good my stance was if my feet lost contact with the ground after a single hit. Well, there was also an option to receive a downward swing and hope that one's back and knees could absorb the blow. Do you think that Yusuf is different from Emanai, or that the hands of Tarhana Wafik are cleaner than mine? Ask your domina how the 7 manners came to rule this land. Yet another reason for huge shields and long spears. With multiple layers of wood glued together to form the Emanai version of plywood, Pavai's shields were tall enough to intercept any overhead blows before they could crush the merc behind it. And if said merc knew what they were doing, the long spear would engage the opponent long before crushing blows became an issue. I jumped back to avoid the blade whistling through the air. Which is why I am joining the military. I lack full trust in Emanai houses as well. While Akarim Adal will side with me on many things as long as I don't question her authority, I can't expect the Kamital to throw its entire weight behind me. Behind Anais maybe, but not me. My shield had already started creaking from incoming blows. Layers of wood and leather with occasional studs could last for quite some time, but shields were ultimately a disposable piece of equipment. Just as wooden shafts of my future spear. And what will you do once you are back, or are you planning to spend your life bashing skulls and pillaging villages? You know that the 7 will be here, waiting for you to return. I had some ideas about using advanced materials to make shields stronger but decided to scrap them. Without a bioprinter at hand, I would be limited to whatever materials I could bring with me away from Samet. While I could easily bring enough aramid silk cloth to patch our armor many times over, shields would have to be remade from scratch. In the early summer, I winced as Urge's wooden sword, ruined for rigidity, smashed through my shield and showered me in splinters. I was nothing but a farm slave. With a slight smirk on my face, I twisted my shield, wrenching the stuck sword out of Urge's gauntlet. Now, as the autumn approaches, I am the first husband of Anais Hillel, the lady of the house and very likely the future matriarch of Kamital. Amengen Irada has nothing that could compete with the personal attention of the goddess herself. My cougar grinned and swung at me with her fist, despite being more than 2 steps away. It didn't matter, a glowing gauntlet slid off her hand and launched itself straight into my chest, finally knocking me off my feet. "Don't forget that I am your first wife, dear," she purred. "Noted," I croaked in the dust. With a slight rustle, Shahin slid closer to me and offered her hand. And what was it like? I grabbed it and was immediately lifted into an upright position. Lamian height was a range rather than a number. The rocket punch? Cheeky but surprisingly effective. Shahin shook her head. I do not care for the esoteric names of her spells. What was the personal attention of the Emanai goddess like? I took another glance at the hawkish eyes peering into mine. Despite their familiarity with local divinity, Wormages didn't have a lot of opportunities to interact with them directly. I was more than sure that Anais's entourage would become the trendsetters of tomorrow. Their stories and descriptions would affect how Emanai was going to dress and act for the centuries ahead. Who knows, maybe someone would invent a flying carpet for me to purchase. Which was also why the divinely touched epithet carried such a great weight, and it was of no surprise that Shahin was equally intrigued. Judging by magically enhanced lifespans, these hands likely helped early settlers to claim these lands from the forest. Honestly, surprisingly tangible. I expected to witness something that was more flow than flesh. Don't be mistaken, there was a lot of magic, the whole place hummed with power, but the gods themselves were corporeal. The yellow-on-black eyes blinked at me a couple of times, and Shahin finally let go of my hand and glanced at the clear sky. Your answer is not something I expected to hear even from you, yet I do not find myself surprised. She rubbed her chin in contemplation. Should I be surprised about not being surprised then? I wonder. I threw a towel at Urge and wiped dust and sweat from my face with another one. Is there a purpose for your visit? Your curiosity about my decision has been answered, and if you wish to know more about gods, then you are better off seeking an audience with Anais. I am in the middle of something here, after all. It is not gods I was curious about, but your perception of them. You seek power, Earth. I have been an envoy long enough to smell ambition, and you cannot hide yours from me. I frowned. I do not seek to conquer Emini. No, you do not. Your ambitions lie elsewhere, somewhere nebulous. It is no wonder that the elite of Emini have so much trouble figuring you out. They expect you to move in predictable patterns fit for their understanding of ambition. And what about the elite of Yusuf? Her tail coiled around me without getting too close. A caravan master chooses when to travel and which path she should take, but all caravans need food and water just as they need to sleep during the heat of the day. I might not know the path you wish to travel, but I know that you will need camels and they would need to be fed. And I know about equipping caravans just as much if not more than you. Is it time for flowery language again? Urge walked over, wiping sweat off her arms. Or are we heading off somewhere? More like the Eska have finally decided to make their move. You have the gold of the House of Trade just as you have access to Emini markets and beyond, Shahin continued, ignoring our byplay. While marriage to the rising star of Emini secured your status and rank, you are still missing arms to hold your banners. It matters little if these arms hold spears to defend you or tools to craft for you. I need those that are willing, not those that are forced. Shahin raised her eyebrow. And you think that slaves of your estate are willing? It matters little if you call them servants and give them a daily stipend for their work. Each one of them knows that Domina could call them back at any moment. That is not loyalty but fear, not the fear of a whip but the fear of losing their current fortune. I had little choice in the matter. Domina wouldn't allow me to pull urchins from the street just to teach them glassmaking, I grumbled back. The previously composed eyes got almost comically wide. Shahin shuddered and leaned on a nearby Urge. It seems I need to present another gift to Akarim Adal. Teaching street rabble the art of glass. Promise me that you will never speak these words in the presence of other Eska. Your ability to insult whole manners without even meaning to knows no bounds. I coughed. While I didn't feel any shame about my intentions, I could understand how the Eska would see it from their end. I know that you are trying to be a good master and I applaud your morals, but this is Emini. Do you really think that Domina would let you hire urchins to learn smithing? The kind that Israel built a large fence around lest a passerby would sneak a glance at her work, or some other craft that would have a chance of attracting gods themselves. The only source of labor available for you will be slaves. The ones that Domina can threaten with death and torture if they even think about betrayal. Besides, if you hope to earn loyalty as quickly and as easily as you do now, you will need to seek the desperate among the free. The ones that dream of daily bread and are willing to sell themselves to escape hunger. Children, cripples, the insane, you won't find artisans among these. I pursed my lips. Shahin was callous, but she was right. While I could eventually create jobs that would require little oversight, I wasn't there yet. Assembly jobs where I could hire anyone off the streets without worry that they would leak a secret method of tightening 5 bolts into some obscure shape. While I could provide healthcare that even wormages couldn't dream of, I wasn't there yet. I didn't have a forest of bioprinters either gestating full appendages to be surgically attached or organic prostheses that could attach themselves. Nor did I have the ability to protect said forest or keep it secret. Isra and Rena were critical, but I couldn't force them to shoulder entire industries, especially industries that weren't exactly their speciality to begin with. Both of them were creators of art, wooden or metal, while I needed soulless but identical cogs of industrialization. I had a carpenter and a smith when I needed machinists and engineers. Those would come with time, but the more able-bodied workers I had right now, the more likely and more quickly I or Yeva could fill these jobs. And yes, buying slaves or rounding up the desperate was the easiest way to bolster the labor supply of my future sweatshops. I could pontificate for ages about how I was giving to the poor or providing agency to slaves, but I would be lying. I did it because it was easy, because it was fast and simple. Because M&I intentionally made it possible to purchase human lives en masse for a handful of silver per day. And I would continue to do so if I ever hoped to achieve any parity with wormage society rather than remain a useful oddity and supplier of luxurious curiosities. While I could do this alone or with a small but trustworthy group, it would take me centuries to achieve anything significant. Centuries that wormage society would have to adapt and swallow me into their system. Centuries that they will have to undermine my upcoming attempts to undermine their carefully crafted system of cheap labor. Unless my military duty brought me close enough to live, but I wasn't particularly counting on it. Hoping for, yes, but not expecting. And why should I rely on Eska rather than Kemetal in this manner? What makes your slaves more palatable to me compared to what I have here? Especially since we're talking about sea trade. What I needed were limitations, rules that would stop me from reaching too far. While it was easy and simple to tap into the current way of life, I needed to be mindful of my purchasing power. My ultramarine dyes, when they were traded rather than exchanged for favors, were worth more than their weight in gold. The new silks and pottery of Kemetal were equally sought after. As were my 3 navigation instruments if I understood Shahin's intentions correctly. I had no desire to jump, start the triangular slave trade across the South Sea, or be the main cause of slave wars fought specifically to funnel additional heads for me to purchase. I wanted to industrialize, not industrialize slavery. I wanted to transform M&I, not supercharge the current system, especially when I was about to leave all this in Yeva's hands. This was not something that I wanted her to experience. The exact reason why you are leaving Samat. There is a power play happening against your Sadak where Kishava Manor is one of the participants, the overseers of the M&I slave trade. Likewise, Akarim Adal's personal manor is young and unlikely to have plenty to spare that you have not claimed already. This means direct trades that the Kishava are unlikely to intrude upon. The K-Metal itself might be a good option, but once they know they are your only option, they will expect to be well compensated for their efforts, or compensated by other means. I raised an eyebrow, and the Eska are willing to simply step in. This is how the game is played, Urf. Why risk everything if you can get others to do the work for you? This is why the Kamshad did not confront your wife directly but made her choose between them and the Kishava. This is why Akarim Adal allowed us to be present during her daughter's feast. Even our mere presence there was enough for Amanjan Urada to be wary and Matriarch herself to be more accepting of a compromise. You know, Urge crossed her hands, I've seen a few deals like that. When the offer is so lucrative, it is prudent to worry about the real loyalty of such slaves. The Lamia looked at her. I did not say that we will be giving him slaves for free, did I? A trade is still a trade. I merely explained the benefits such trade would bring. Besides, you will have to worry about loyalty if everyone you get comes from Kemetal. Our interests align here. We prefer a more independent Urf if the only other choice is him being completely dependent on the Kemetal. If we can strike lucrative deals while doing so, even better. I didn't think I would ever contemplate diversification of the slave trade, but here we are. And what lucrative deals are we talking about? Shahin bowed. Your looking glasses would be a good start. Them, I couldn't hide my surprise. How many are you planning to purchase? While I was the sole creator and could dictate any price, Shahin knew that it was nothing more than 2 pieces of glass in a brass tube. Urf, what do you think will happen when other pillar manners learn about your inventions? Those 3 tools of yours are not meant only for trade, those are the tools of war. Once the pillars hear about them, the next summit of speakers will ban the sale of all 3 beyond M&I borders. A trade embargo on military tech. My M&I is thorough. This is not being thorough, this is about not being stupid. You do not equip others with swords while your arms are using sticks, no matter how much gold or luxuries they are willing to offer. Because you will be losing that gold once your sword finds its place at your neck. You wish to purchase all 3 in advance then. Shahin shook her head. Good artisans and trained bodyguards are expensive, Urf. We do not want rushed orders of dubious quality. We want to be able to produce them even when the speakers of M&I blocks your future trades. I nodded as I finally understood what she was pushing for. You want me to pass the craft to your artisans? I knew there was a satisfied smile under that veil. You will be compensated accordingly. Yusuf's ships travel to lands that not a single merchant of Emini has ever seen. But only the looking glass. What about the other two? I asked with all the curiosity that I could muster. You can teach these too, Shahin shrugged without worry. Do not expect us to pay much, however. A single glance is enough to understand their function, and a single piece is sufficient to take it apart and replicate it. There are lead stones outside of Emini, and we can just as easily use polished silver for sextant mirrors. The glass is a different matter altogether. We both know how much the quality and content can affect the end result. You know, Urge scratched her ear, all this talk got me confused. Who is buying from whom here? You speak as if you want Earth to ask for more. The Lamia spread her arms. Is there a point in belittling his craft? She is praising it because she isn't buying it. Shahin frowned. You think that I am betraying my manner? I shook my head. Not at all. I think that what you are really after isn't looking glasses. She scoffed. Obviously not. The tube making is hardly an esoteric craft. The length of it is, I spoke quietly as I kept looking at her. A pointed ear twitched under locks of raven hair, and I smiled. You aren't looking at how to make these lenses, you are seeking knowledge on why these lenses are in a certain shape and a certain place. Shahin stayed silent, and I nodded. You don't want me to teach your artisans lens crafting, you want me to teach them optics, the art of how light moves. And your price? There was no anger in her voice, just as there was no movement in her tail around my legs. She knew, I knew, and she knew that I knew. Talk to Akarim about the deal. I have no intention of making her think that I am undermining her authority here. Yeva too, I will be long gone by the time any of your artisans arrive, so she would be the one to teach them. Both of them together are more likely to give you an appropriate cost for this knowledge. You leave a lot of power in their hands. I trust my wives with my life, and Yeva is one of them. At the same time, I have no prior knowledge of purchasing people, and I have no desire to learn that right now. My domina, however, does. Shahin pouted. I know, but it would have been easier to get a better deal if it was you. Urge gawked at her, and the Lamia shrugged. The play is over and the masks are off. Nothing that I say now will affect the future negotiations as much, so I might as well complain directly at him. I nodded. That is the whole point about delegating tasks. There is usually someone who is best at the task, and often enough it is not me. I appreciate the candor, by the way. There will be a few rules that I expect to be met. No family breaking. If they have someone they consider a family, partners, children, relatives, I want them all together. Next, no bulk shipments either. I don't want leftovers from shipping, and I will expect all who board your ships to disembark here in good health. Shahin hummed. Yes, families would be a good way to ensure their loyalty, but deaths happen during the travel. Loyalty? I shrugged. Sure, you can treat it as such. Accidental deaths are one thing, but they should be exceptions, not a rule. If you can't ship them without some dying, ship less. Ship them as passengers, not cargo. In fact, treat them as already sold as soon as they are chosen. I hope that Eska wouldn't damage what is already rightfully mine. The tail shifted on the ground. You are making this impossible. I am making this non-viable long-term. I do not want you to think that selling people will be the best way to trade with me. My matriarch will not like it. You will not get as many if you force this. Good, I looked straight into her eyes without blinking, because I do not want myself to start thinking that buying people will be the best way to trade, period. These are the rules of my trade, Shahin Eska. It is the will of your matriarch to agree with them or not, but if she does agree and they are broken, the deal will be no more, as will all future ones. She chuckled ruefully. See, you are ambitious indeed. Isra'ina Kale. She looked at the intruder in her smithy, unsure whether to kick him out or not. Don't mind me, Domina's first husband grinned as he looked around. I am just here to observe. Her head turned to the other male in her domain, Urf. While I do not question your skills as a mastersmith, we are working with a new style of armor that neither of us has any experience with. Each suit will have multiple plates attached together. Their size and shape can make or break it. If you feel uncomfortable doing this, just tell me and he will leave. Oh yeah, the Werfox squared against the not-so-much affected Merc. Do you want your suit or not? Ramad Qasim grumbled something under his breath but didn't press further. His suit, she clarified. That is his price for help, and we can figure out how pieces should stack together while making it. Really? Isra cast a critical glance at his chest. He is rather lacking. Well, Irf scratched his head. I was thinking about merging the front plates into a single covered breastplate. An increase in rigidity will not only provide extra protection but will offer additional support. Isra pressed her breasts and hummed in contemplation. Perhaps, but then vigorously shook her head. But this will take a lot of time. A palm-sized piece is easy, but making a single cuirass to fit urge will take me days. Well, it should still allow some breathing room within, so there is no need to make it too detailed. Irf smiled and nodded at the large steel structure in the corner. I see you finished casting the other pieces. Yes, Rena and I agreed to split the work. She and her apprentices carve blanks and make casting forms in advance so that I can cast them all at once when I am free. The new lathes need a lot of iron parts and I am busy with my tasks, but Rena wants to move forward anyway. Good idea. Her wooden ones need powered runes to carve metal parts for your machines, and the sooner she can avoid that, the quicker the process will be for both of you. He walked over and patted the structure. This is the frame of a wheeling machine. Rather than using the striking pressure of a hammer to shape the metal, it uses the rolling pressure of its wheels to curve metal in two separate directions at once, producing spherical shapes with ease. You know how steel moves when you strike it? Imagine what would happen as two rollers, secured in place by this giant frame, received a sheet of metal that is a little bit too thick to fit inside. Oh, Ramad walked over curious. Don't touch it, she pointed her hammer at him. It is mine. Her fingers traced the curves of steel with a new sense of appreciation, feeling the strength within, waiting to be used. Irf's design was both ambitious and forethoughtful. There was plenty of empty space, something that Isra always lacked when working with complex shapes on an anvil, while the slot for a screw meant that it would work with different thicknesses of steel. Perhaps Rena should wait with her lathes, she murmured. I can power the runes if she brings her wooden one here. She needs her lathes to make you bearings, screws, and wheels. You can make do with a limited stock of specialized tools for now, as you are only making armor plates. The rest can wait until we aren't strapped for time. Will this contraption be enough? Ramid Qasim crossed his arms. If this thing can bend metal, so will the mace or the spear of an enemy, or the claw of a creature. Irf looked at her with a sly smile. Isra. She grinned. The steel is special. I don't just shape it into a new form, I teach it that form. Ramid smirked. Just like that sample piece you've made for Domina. Just like that. Riveted in place to special silks on each side. Yep. And how are you planning on cleaning shit, blood, and rust from them then? He mused sweetly. Well, Isra grimaced inwardly. They wouldn't be the suits for generals who stood on their chariots and inspired other soldiers with their striking presence. While Anais might achieve a high rank due to her status, that was still a long way off. We will plate them. Both of them glanced at Irf. What? We will paint them with other metal, impervious to rust, possibly add a layer of special paint on top of that, for additional protection and to make scratches and nicks more visible for repair. While a field smith will have no chance of replicating the metal itself, they should be capable enough to rivet one back in place once it is repaired and cleaned. The werewolf's tail twitched. Paint them with metal, like tin or lead. The overall concept is similar, yes, but I won't rely on something as fragile and temporary as covering steel with molten tin. Ramid glanced at her. Can he do that? She glanced at her new anvil, hard on the surface yet limber within. Oh yes. Huh, he shook his head. Pull my tail and call me yours, kid. Now I definitely want this armor. Isra nodded in agreement. Though she preferred new tools rather than armor, Emir Eska Shervenya. So, he agreed, but the price will be steep. Not only is he willing to let Akarim Adal haggle on his behalf, but he was sharp enough to recognize that we are looking for something more than looking glasses. Emir grimaced. His willingness to trust others is quite hindering. How much does he know? He did not say, nor did he try to guess. I wonder why. Emir lit her pipe as she thought. Is he counting on finding out as he teaches, or was he afraid to reveal his secrets if he guessed wrong? To be honest, I do not think he cares. Of course not, he has Domina to care for him. What does he care about then? He is rather particular to slave well-being. He made quite a few demands on how any of them will be transported and treated. Particular enough to be affected by it. Shahin shook her head. His morals guide him without clouding his mind. Rather than trying to pressure him with morality, which would likely see him walking away from any deal, we should present ourselves as a stable trading partner. Amir pulled out a tiny piece of wood and let her fingers slide across the runic script, nearly impossible to see, carved out by the heat of the sun rather than a chisel of a carpenter. Nearly invisible but just as potent. A daimon that seeks stability yet discards its foundations. We should be ready to take him away if he manages to ignite the next slave uprising across Emini. Be careful, cousin. The Emini goddess is watching. Then she would be undoubtedly pleased if we managed to pull him out of the bloodbath. Her head snakes hissed as she smiled, or the sky dragon would lay a claim on him herself. I do not see any training weapons, Mushaf. Anais glanced around with a properly expressed look of surprise. Group bathing and luxurious dinners weren't the only ways to spend time and meet your equals in Samat, especially when it came to the young elites of Emini society. Manners would also routinely invite each other to witness their training. While baths were a good place for private talks and dinner parties allowed the host to showcase their wealth, training meets allowed manners to assess the strengths of each other in an otherwise peaceful city. All three houses of war hosted them rather consistently, but the Kishava was the most prominent among all hosts. They had something that no other manor could match, Arusaket. There were also races and plays, but those were for personal enjoyment. And betting. Mushaf Kishava Davlat scoffed, are you planning to face your enemies while carrying wooden sticks? Since you didn't ignore my invitation, I assumed you were eager to learn what my manor knows about battle. And the first rule is that you do not fight with toys. There were a few chuckles that followed Mushaf's verbal jab, but they were sparse and quite restrained. She still had quite a significant entourage of lesser manners ladies, but Anais's fame was at the peak of uncertainty. Many heard about her entrance feast summoning, but most weren't sure how much it would affect her future status as well as the status of Capital Manor. If this were someone from the other two lesser pillars, Mushaf's actions would elicit nothing but silence and possibly some chastisement, which was why the Samet had been rather quiet recently. The Enoch, on the other hand, saw its prestige grow since Tarhana was her father, but the houses of war were on another level altogether. A divine favor or not, Emini still had to be protected from her enemies. The newfound prominence of the Capital wasn't guaranteed to outshine the necessity of the Kamshad and Kishava, or even the Koznia, despite their limited presence in the south and overall sorry financial affairs. The less was said about the Shebet, the better. The Drakes of Emini held most of the gold and silver mines in their claws, just as they oversaw the taxation and record-keeping across the Manorat. While governing manors of larger cities like Samat could support themselves with municipal taxes, most depended on Shebet's gold distributions. The Capital have spells that warp the wood. Lidaaf Kamshed Hikmet clapped her hands, sending a servant boy running. Perhaps Anais simply needs appropriate material to display her skills, Mushaf. The battle doesn't wait until one's ready, Mushaf nodded to her uncle. If you are caught unawares, you only have yourself to blame. The older Wormage nodded back and stretched his hand, ordering one of his Arusaket to advance. Anais felt her lips stretching in a smile at the approaching figure. Kishava Arusaket were famous for their use in battle and training. While the war mages could maintain their spells, their constructs were perfect troops that wouldn't rout or tire. Many of their dominas even used creature carapaces for their most prized models. These weren't effective against creatures themselves, but they could easily strike fear into barbarians during raids. Her fingers gripped her sword's hilt and Anais launched herself at the armored Arusak. With the same ease as powering her werbo, she lit up the runes and pulled an elongated blade generously coated in inert oils from its sheath. Anais didn't bother to take any stance or ready her sword before striking. She let the blade sail forward, making sure that the edge aimed true. Her target, the bronze cuirass of the Arusak, the blade kept going. It was thin but had an impossible daimonic edge to it, sharpened to a level where it could cut Wormage flesh and hair without effort. The mundane bronze and dry bones of the Arusak were nowhere strong enough to impede the passing blade. Anais returned her sword to the scabbard as the bisected Arusak tumbled over. That sharpness had a cost to it. The main purpose of the reinforcement runes was to stop the air itself from eating the metal away, according to her husband. While the custom scabbard didn't just hold the blade in place, it submerged it into special oils to stop the rust without relying on flow. A little bit cumbersome, but well worth it. "My weapons are made for war," she loudly proclaimed to the silent crowd. "They are made to cut and slash my enemies without mercy. If you wish that I face your Arusakat with them, I will do so, but you will need a few hundred more before their armor could stop my blade. So your mother has bought you a fooled blade, so what? This isn't some tale about a heroine of the past. Battles aren't won with a single duel. When you step to the front, even if your blade can cut 1,000 men, your silk armor will crumble from the first spear." Anais sighed and unsheathed the sword once more, ignoring the very telling stares at its shape and runework. "Who said that it was only silk?" 3 spear dolls approached her, and Anais kept herself light on her feet, making it difficult for the Kashava wormage to predict where she would move next. While she had trust in her new brigandine, it was prudent not to get too complacent. At the same time, she was still learning how to handle her new sword. Emini weapons pierced and stabbed, crushed and burned, and that was what Anais practiced during her exercises long before she started studying flow. While short swords and catters could slice and cut, such attacks would be mainly effective against lightly armored mercs and were. Emini arms needed to be good at killing anyone who would step in their way, especially deep within the forest, a place where it was impossible to meet a merc or were without a wormage to protect them or the creature to consume them. A spear struck at her and Anais stepped aside to let it pass, only to slash at it with her sword. That didn't mean she was completely new to the movements. Anais knew how to cut and slash, she just needed to be extra careful not to lop one of her limbs off in the process. As long as she kept the edge aligned with her swings, her sword would do the rest itself. Another swing and a second tip fell to the ground, cut apart straight through the metal. Maintaining her momentum and exploiting the confusion she'd managed to cause, Anais stepped in. The Kashava wormage reacted immediately. Arusakat dropped their mangled spears and brandished their swords. Anais didn't care. Spears were problematic as they could keep her at a distance, preventing her from unleashing her slashes. She heard a dull thump on her shoulder, barely noticing the cushioned impact, and grinned as her sword found bronze, steel, and bone in turn. Her opponent's swords, on the other hand, could only scratch the outer layers of her brigandine. Anais swung left and right, grinning ear to ear and shredding the constructs into twitching chunks that scattered around. She was doing it for the crowd while releasing her frustrations at the same time. The last few days had been extremely hectic. Anais even welcomed her Sadak to her old quarters just so they could avoid the sounds coming from the smithy. While there were runes of silence, Isra would forget about them within moments of starting her work. Moreover, the new type of armor and her new sword, made in the spur of the moment, forced her to put flow training aside and remember her childhood of sweat, tears, and blood. Urge would have the opportunity to slowly grow into her new gear. Anais Kihimital Hillel, the lady of the house, could not show even a hint of inexperience or slothfulness to her equals. After all, she would become Domina. The first spear and the first shield of her manor. Sheathing her sword once more, Anais glanced at Mushaf, whispering to her uncle, tilting an ear in dismissal. "Shall I continue?" "I do not think that will be necessary." Mushaf turned around. "Lidaf, are you siding with her again?" Lidaf Hikmat sighed. "I am not. Your Arusakat are famous across the land, but unless you are willing to send another wormage to power their armor or use your creature or siege constructs, you can't expect plain bronze to hold runed steel. Any properly trained wormage should be able to stand their ground against a few Arusakat. And Anais has shown us that she indeed listened to her teachers. The exotic nature of her new sword simply made it happen faster. If you send hordes of Arusakat at her now, you will only showcase your stubbornness, not her lack of skill." Anais smiled sweetly. "It could be worse, I might win. Now listen here." Anais, Lidaaf stepped between her and Mushaf. "I noticed you are hiding that sword of yours. Are you planning on bringing a personal smith to care for the sword, or is it not made for battle?" Her tail swayed from amusement, so this was how Urf always felt when others tried to guess his motives. Anais was simply following strict instructions to keep the edge and avoid accidents. While the steel itself was of the highest quality according to Isra and basic spring steel according to Urf, its shape was rather simple. A simple conversation between her and Israel about shaving tools for hair, horns, and hooves quickly grew into the idea of a sword that was sharp enough to shave wormage hair. While many of Urf's concerns were alleviated by the use of runes, he was still very strict about potential dangers. Not that there would be many of these blades in use. Only Urf and Yeva could sharpen blades to this extent, and runes could only delay the inevitable, not prevent it altogether. Even if she kept it sheathed, it would be a simple sharp sword by the next morning. I do not believe that it will need the attention of a smith that often. Anais pulled the sword for the third time and carefully bent it, trying to appear as casual as possible. The sword sprung back straight as soon as she let go, causing even the Keshava trainers to glance at each other. Yet you keep the runes lit even now, Lidaf observed. She shrugged. Despite what Mushaf thinks, this isn't a fooled blade. The smith that made it for me offered to incorporate two things. I chose flexibility and sharpness, the rest I can do myself. That wasn't exactly true, but it did make for a great story. That smith was at Israel. Anais smiled and faced the approaching wormage. Indeed, Eliza, your sister is quite skillful. Eliza almost stumbled at the eyes suddenly looking at her. This is a work of an Enoch Smith, Lydiaf asked, wide-eyed. Why have I never heard of anything like this before? I need to ask Esmat or even my mother. Eliza tried to pick her words carefully so as to not offend anyone around. Isra herself perhaps. Arm swords aren't something that I work closely with. Is she a part of your Sadek as well now? The Kamshad wormage turned back to Anais. No, Litaaf, Israel only joined my mother's manor. While her skill is unquestionable, Anais opened one of her clasps to show the armor plates within. Expansion of my Sadak will have to wait until a more opportune time comes. Litaaf was no fool, and Anais could see that she understood the message by the twitch of her ears and the irritated sway of her tail. Anais didn't come here today just to brag about her new acquisitions. This was also a subtle implication. If one wished to succeed in courting Kamital, one should follow the footsteps of Isra Enoch Hale rather than the matriarch Roshanak Kamshad Gulnez. Speaking of opportune times, where are you planning to head off to? The wolf wormage decided to change the topic instead. To the north, I wish to take part in the autumn campaigns. Truly, Mushef asked. I was expecting that you would join our fleets. Autumn campaigns only last until the first snow after all. It wasn't exactly a jab, but her surprise was reasonable. A long campaign on the South Sea meant that Anais would be unavailable to expand her Sadak for a longer period of time, something that she should have been aiming for in her quest to avoid the current issue. Yet, Anais did not. And in doing so, she threw everyone's plans even further astray. Now Kamshed didn't have the convenient excuse of her extended absence to withdraw their offer. They either had to wait and hope that she would not decide to continue somewhere else, extending this charade for longer, or cut their losses and marry him off to Mushaf, thus marring their reputation as renowned strategists. They wanted to play with her Sadak and her daimon. Well, they could try and fail. I do not seek plunder or slaves, she shrugged. I feel that it is my moral duty to head where my presence would be most useful for Emini rather than most profitable for me. Anais Lidaf quietly spoke to her once she had a chance. I know that my mother can be decisive in her actions, but I did not expect such vigor from you in turn. Tell me, is there something between you and Muramat that I do not know? Or does this run deeper? You mean apart from my promise to Mushaf that I would not take her husband? While I applaud the actions of my mother, she wasn't the firstborn daughter, nor did she personally speak to the goddess herself. I was born into a role I need to uphold. Being called a thief of Kamital is not something that I seek. You seek to keep the daimon. Anais smiled and said nothing else. XXX. How did it go? Anais grinned as she reached for another grape. They ate it all and asked for seconds, especially the sword. I told you it would be more noticeable than the armor. Oh, I knew that it would be noticeable. Did they see the runes? She rolled her eyes. With the way that they were placed, who wouldn't? It was quite amusing to see them try to guess how this was achieved. Was that your plan all along? Anais rolled over and glanced at Isra lying at a nearby table. You are famous now, by the way. Your elder sister was extremely curious. I wouldn't be surprised if she or your matriarch expressed their eagerness to meet you, and a few other manners just as well. Isra froze with a piece of meat in her hand. But I wasn't the one who created the edge. The red tail waved in the air. You made the sword itself. By the oath that you swore, you have no obligation to disclose how it was made. Moreover, Akarim Adal forbids you to. You will not lie when you acknowledge your involvement, however. Remember the deal that we made. I looked at Isra pointedly. Claim it as much as you want. Your fame and knowledge are the payment for your service to me. If they get too nosy or you grow tired of them, send them to me instead. But Isra glanced at the rest of my Sadek. You are leaving soon. I smiled. That's the point. It would be their problem trying to contact us, not yours. But what was that about runes? Urge asked, curious. Our husband cannot stop himself from being cautious, Yeva sighed. Especially with something as dangerous as monomolecular sharpening. Truly, Anais raised her eyebrows. I was under the impression that it was the runes that kept the blade dangerous. And Urf had been very insistent about not touching it without reason, runes or not. Yeva glanced at me and I grimaced. It is ideologically dangerous. A sword with glowing runes that cuts anything in its wake is normal, natural for wormages. Magic is an accepted part of your life. They can get surprised by it, sure. Amazed, even, they might think that it has a divine origin, especially after the meeting with the goddess. What matters is that they accept it. Most will see it as a show of strength from Kahmetal, some as a show of skill from Enoch. All of them will see it as a wormage blade. They will look at it and see the wormage might. And they will accept it wholeheartedly because even if they do not have it themselves, that blade still elevates them. It is another glimpse at what wormages can achieve. They are merely temporarily inconvenienced by not achieving it as soon as you have. Compare it to a sword without runes that can cut just as well. A sword that is as deadly in the hands of a wormage as it is in the hands of a merc. Yeah, I can see some of the manners getting uncomfortable about the idea that we can equip collectors with these, Anais conceded. Collectors? I shook my head. Try farm hands. There are about 10 of them living outside of the city for every citizen of Samet, 100 for each wormage, and Emini houses of war are perfectly aware of this ratio. They should be if they consider themselves at least decent at strategy. There are limits on manufacturing, logistics, and movement, but they would be aware that a possibility exists now. I don't mind them awed, humbled, or even jealous of my creations. What I don't want is them getting fearful. Fear makes us do stupid, irrational things, and Shahin was a perfect example of that. And she did it out of fear that I would take the glass monopoly from her clan. Imagine what pillars of Emini would do to me or even us if they got irrationally concerned. You aren't planning on doing that, right? Anais asked. No. Just like I wasn't planning to take the glass away from Eska. I needed glass, not them going bankrupt. My goal is for all people, be they wormage, or merc, to live better than wormages live today, not just flip the current system upside down. How? She asked again. Her tail still with only its tip twitching somewhat. Her question was out of genuine interest. I mean, look at Israel. I pointed at the suddenly choking Minotaur. My knowledge made her work better, her steel more consistent. At the same time, it also changed the workload of anyone that would work under her. Isra, can you tell Anais how a bloom is made into a workable ingot of steel? You hammer it flat and fold it, she croaked. Again and again, until you squeeze all the slag out. It takes days, Anais, days of heavy sledges swinging up and down to get an ingot large enough. A smith needs to keep the bloom hot and malleable so that they can push solid chunks of slag out and weld the metal into one piece. But there is a problem. Hot metal rusts so fast that it grows a scale as you strike it, diminishing the final yield. The current process skips almost all of that. Now Isra can make more for a fraction of the effort. Rather than making her apprentices sweat away for each nugget of steel, she can get them to perform other tasks, give them many times their previous pay, and still come out richer than she was before. Everyone profits. Except for you, Anais grinned. I rolled my eyes at the standard wormage jab. I had a feeling both Anais and Akarim did it just to get a rise out of me by now. Isra will be tinkering with new metals for years to pay for her debt to me. The smith in question vigorously nodded her head in agreement. I have a feeling that she doesn't really see it as work. The foxy wormage continued her teasing. And I have a feeling Urge enjoys licking you, yet you still make her do it. A grape flew at me only to land in my open mouth. Stop intercepting my grapes, they are for hitting you. Noah, I ignored the demands of a blushing fox. I was raised well, food is for eating. She huffed and gave me a look of surprise. Oh look, there is a wine stain on your hand, you need to wash yourself. I glanced down and saw a floating blob of red vigorously marking my skin. Urge Yeva, please help me get this uncouth man clean. XXX. A groan escaped my lips as I relaxed into the pleasantly hot water. My days of luxury were running out, but I knew that I would miss my baths the most. Their scenic overlook above the inner gardens, the smell of cedar that lined the pools and areas around them, and 6 hands that dunk me repeatedly underwater while giggling up a storm. Eventually, I was proclaimed clean and allowed to sit and relax, only to get Yeva in my lap almost immediately. Anais and Urge graciously allowed her to hog my time and body until our departure. Sorry about discussing our private life in front of Isra. Anais rolled her eyes and slapped me with her wet tail. Apologize to Urge if you want to, but, she glanced at our cougar. Urge shrugged as she cuddled Anais in her hands. You are the lady of the house and I am a member of the same Sadak. Everyone expects that. She grinned and bit a nearby fox ear, and it is true. What I was trying to do, Anais tried to pry herself off, her hands sinking into Urge's voluptuous chest, is to keep Isra off the other conversation. Talk to her about metals, armor, and swords as much as you want, but things like your future goals and manorial politics should be kept private. She did swear an oath, but she is still a daughter of Enoch. I swung to the side, dodging the splash of water that would undoubtedly hit me and Yeva. Right, while I did want her to hear that I mean no harm, including toward her manor, I could do it at a later time. Good, Anais sighed, either to me or to the grinning cougar that she managed to sit on top of. Now your plans. She glanced downwards and bit her lip. Explain it thoroughly. I coughed. As you can see, that isn't what I can achieve by swinging swords around. No matter whether I aim them outside of Emini or within, what I seek cannot be conquered, only made. Like a garden that hasn't been built yet, no amount of conquest will get you close to something that simply doesn't exist. A garden like that needs tools, resources, people, a good place to do it away from jealous gazes. It is getting hard to keep things contained within our estate, and we haven't even started in earnest yet. Then there is the eventual pushback by the wormages in power. Believe me, Anais, when I tell you that many would oppose my actions out of principle. They enjoy the benefits and perceived stability of the current system and have no intentions of losing their power over the masses. Or they do not trust me to actually improve it. Are you planning to establish an estate outside the city, like a farming manor? Urge looked at me, only for Anais to pull her back. Perhaps. A separate estate would be expected for Anais's Sadak, and it would allow us to work without opportunists trying to mimic whatever we are doing. I mean, there are merchants in the city trying to peddle copper slag already. MMMH. How dare they? Anais agreed. I knew that this surge of activity was likely caused by either Amanjan or Esmat continuing their attempts to mimic my purchasing habits. Kamital didn't have hegemony over small-scale peddlers, and some of them seemed to notice a certain interest from at least 2 pillar manors and tried to test their luck. I wasn't particularly concerned about them finding cobalt. Even I had to rely on custom enzymes to bind and separate tiny traces of it from barrels and barrels of finely ground slag suspensions. Even if they did find some, they still lacked the understanding of glass and glaze technologies along with properly constructed kilns to make it useful. But I knew that this level of scrutiny would continue. There was a possibility that they might steal at least some inventions. Wormages weren't dumb, and their reliance on flow didn't make them incapable of comprehending physics and mechanics. Wormages in power either knew plenty themselves or they had knowledgeable people exactly for such things. I could attest to it from my own experience. While Rena and Isra were sometimes amazed by my designs and solutions, they didn't see it as something incomprehensible. Often enough, merely looking at the new machine was sufficient for them to guess its general purpose and method of action. But all of that paled in comparison with their capacity to arrive at the wrong assumptions and subsequently make unexpected decisions that even I couldn't predict. Steam power wouldn't surprise them, but what about electricity? As far as I could tell, there weren't any spells that threw lightning bolts, so the only obvious electrical phenomena that they observed were lightning storms from the sky. Would I get branded as a heretic for trying to usurp the obviously divine powers because some nosy wormage stole a battery and got zapped? I didn't want to find out, but I also had no intentions of not using it either. An expected estate? Yeva glanced at Anais and held back a smile. Does your mother have other manners under her command? Anais waved her tail, a true pillar of her body language that told us much even when the werfox was otherwise occupied. Obviously not as grand as this manor, but she has a few. That is where most of our wool and linen comes from. It is either produced there or bought from nearby manors and cities and carted to Samet. Every domina has some, no matter what manor she is from. Profits from trade or war can come and go, but land always gives year after year. Emini is an agrarian society, Yeva, I reminded her. A very significant portion of wealth is either grown, raised, or mined. Yes, our land is quite fruitful, Anais gasped, without noticing the look between me and Yeva. The reconnaissance drone already did a few short trips around Samet and nearby areas and was currently off for an extended trip toward Emini borders, but what it saw was telling enough. Fields were everywhere. There were forested strips here and there, mostly along large roads, but that wasn't the real forest anymore. These were trees that were left alone to provide firewood and natural barriers to protect the fields from livestock traveling along the roads or wandering from hilly areas that couldn't be easily farmed. High from above, I finally understood why Emini roads were so straight and didn't bother to curve around natural obstacles. Roads were secondary to the highly organized plots of land for the ease of taxation most likely, and they all pointed toward Samet. Enormous swaths of land were delegated for one purpose, to feed and dress a single city. Samet's location near the estuary of the Shara made it ideal to receive products both by land and by water, allowing farms deeper inland to simply ship their products downriver. For wormages, this was their utopia. For me, it was a logistical nightmare. An archaic system polished to perfection just to barely support a few 100,000 residents of one city. What they had was a fraction of what I needed. Samet wouldn't even be able to support Isra's full potential in ore and coal supply. Unfortunately, if she moved her furnaces closer to the mines in the north, she would lose access to everything else because Emini wasn't designed for it, including the necessary limestone for slag removal that was present around Emini's southern shores. I needed technology to stand beside the magical pillars of Emini, to be someone that they would hear and acknowledge. Not the small stuff like lathes and looms. I needed an industrial complex. Right now, all I had were shuttle looms and half-assembled lathes. Lathes that would be riveted because I had no capacity to produce screws, nuts, and bolts in sufficient quantities. Smiling at the cougar and fox byplay near us, I squeezed Yeva tightly in my arms and slid into her in more ways than one. I am sorry, love. Don't be, this is something that both of us want. That many mercs will need. Still, you will have a task yourself that is equally important. I feel your thoughts and your worries. We both understand that our knowledge of Emini is as wide as the walls of Samet. The folly of assuming things without learning. Go forth, my love, see the land, meet its people, learn what you can of what is around us. And then, return to me. Return into my embrace and allow me to build a place worth returning to, the foundation for things to come. The warmth of her emotions felt hotter than the water around us. She stood in silence on top of her pillar, ignoring the wind playing with the locks of her hair. Her gaze was cast upon the wealth of Samet and the rolling fields of Emini around it. Roshanak and her ancestors swore to defend this divine gift to maintain peace and stability. The Kamshad matriarch turned her head and glanced at the other 6 pillars floating beside hers. The crown of 5, now 7, that gave shelter to the first of their kind on these shores. It was her manor, assisted by the other 4, that united the roaming tribes, purged the forest tendrils, and brought peace to the fertile land between mountains. And now, the manor of what was once lumberjacks, farmers, and hunters was getting cocky. The K-middle pillar was now adorned by enormous banners of blue cloth with their scales engraved on it in gold. Fake gold at that. She had obtained some of their golden silks, and rather than melt into beads of metal, they simply burned away. Lies and deceit. It was quite fitting for the manor that earned gold by tricking others. Their speculative practices aside, the K-middle did come into a new power, and a tricky one at that. Daimonas were usually impossible to hide as they tended to scream to everyone about their status. The Kamital daimon was akin to their manner, secretive and full of tricks. Roshanak had heard many rumors, each more outrageous than the last. Some even claimed that the daimon was actually a merc. She didn't know whether the daimon was taught these tricks by Kamital or was born knowing them. Another possibility that Roshanak could not dismiss was that Akarim Adal had unparalleled power over the daimon to demand such secrecy and obedience. Unfortunately, none of these possibilities were easy to deal with. Roshanak needed to know more, which was why Akarim's refusal to take Muramat as a husband for Anais Hillel had galled her so much. The Kamital Domina knew how much effort it took to raise a son she had two herself. Great sparks were rare and hard to obtain since heat was infrequent and each child was an ordeal to carry for more than 3 seasons. Such a male was precious since he could sow his seed into many and could bless the entire manor with stronger progeny. At the same time, he would be available for every heat of his wife and ensure that all her children would be a step above others. That was how matriarchs were made. That was what matriarchs were. Influence and wealth meant little if one's blood was thin and their children's sparks were dim. Unless Amengen Arata could produce a daimon of her own or deny Akarim hers, the next Kamital matriarch was set in stone. Ramid Qasim was decent, but it was the spark of Tarhana Wafik that cemented her future status. Anais Hillel, the lady of Kamital house and the first daughter of a most likely future Kamital matriarch, still had none, and refused to take hers. Despite what she said to Lidaaf, Roshanak was sure that the fear of another manor was not the reason for the rejection. Akarim was likely betting on Anais's continued growth, just as her renown spread across Emini and beyond. A year or 10, and even if nothing else happened, Samet would witness envoys coming from afar in order to forge new ties or maintain old ones with one of the pillar manors. As one of Emini generals, Roshanak knew when to act swiftly and decisively. Mushaf Davlet might feel sidelined, but she was still young and not even a domina herself, let alone a matriarch. Roshanak had more sons after Muramat. While they were still too young to father children, their spark was comparable. A smile graced her lips as another thought came to her. "Write a personal missive to Koznia matriarch," she told her attendant slave, standing at attention nearby. "Inform her of the new activity in Samat, especially the eager desire of Kamital's rising star to test her mettle." The Kamshad offered an enormous boon to the Kamital and were rebuffed. Moreover, Akarim Adal had the confidence and audacity to use Emini traditions and weasel out without offering a proper compensation. So Roshanak would use the same traditions and remind Akarim that true power is earned in blood and sweat, not tricks and gold. The Kamital Domina wasn't the only one who could play the game. "Write to my dear cousin that new generations grow more decadent decade after decade, content to do their service behind the safety of our hard-won walls. Throwing parties in the port city of Ureg while our manors have to march through the forest just so that tribute and vital resources reach our homeland. I say no more. Offer her my assistance at the border so that we can maintain the quality of our soldiers together." Anais Hillel wanted to entertain herself by dangling her availability in front of Roshanak. She would learn how much Emini relied on the power of the Kamshed manor as well as the other 2 manors of war. The Fox would learn how necessary the Kishava were at providing food and water to the moving arms, how steadfast the Koznia were in the face of Emini enemies, and how ruthless the Kamshad were at striking them down. And when she does, they would speak again. "And tell Muramat Nishad that matriarch wishes to see him. I have an important task that only he can achieve," Roshanak said to the scribbling slave. Roshanak was generous. Anais could change her mind much earlier than that, and the close presence of Muramat could greatly encourage it, especially if he tried hard enough to change her mind and the mind of the daimon. This uncertainty might reawaken Mushaf's determination too. A marriage between their manors was expected, but Roshanak wasn't particularly eager to give her children to someone that solely relied on their manor's status. XXX. "I expected you to choose the naval route, especially after all that talk about being a navigator yourself. Your 3 devices would have given you a decent amount of influence as well," Akarim mused as she played with her new sword. "I know what Emini does over the seas. I am a navigator, not a raider." I grimaced as Akarim tried to test the sharpness with her finger. Please be careful with it, it is very sharp. Indeed it is, she looked in fascination at her now bleeding thumb. It makes me wonder, however. Ahem. Domina wiped her hand with a silk napkin, revealing the healthy skin, and looked at me. This blade of yours, I know that all you need is a sword blank, you don't even need to rely on runes since you can resharpen it at any time. Just this ability alone can see you grow quickly through the ranks, so tell me, what makes someone of your capabilities stay so reluctant about war? This very sword does, Akarim, I smiled at her sadly. You are already imagining how powerful it will become in the hands of Anais or you and me. Now imagine if the entire Emini arm had these. They will win every battle. Wrong, they will slaughter every battle. This isn't a blade of shock troops designed to rout their opponents, nor it is a defensive blade designed to keep them occupied. This is a killing weapon with the sole purpose of turning enemy soldiers into corpses. A few campaigns and everyone would fear us and no further blood would be spilt. And what if your enemies had these as well? Her tail froze. You wouldn't. I can't, not with Emini nor with others. It is physically impossible for me to produce and maintain so many. My Sadak will have them if they need them, so will you as Anais's mother and a person I trust but few else. Even if I could, I wouldn't, because I know what it is like when both parties have weapons of immense power, or 10, or 100. Battles stop being about who can hold formation longer and become about who can kill more. Remember my speech about killing too many? Same reason. There is no glory anymore when a soldier doesn't even recognize his death before it is too late. Or a finger of soldiers, palm, fist, entire arm of them. Just imagine an arm marching forward and suddenly they are all gone, wiped out with a precise strike. You will need many arms to survive that, many more than you currently have. And once you expand your numbers, casualties will grow in turn. I leaned back on the couch and put my hands behind my head. Forgive my bragging, but I know my worth. Wars are unprofitable to me. I can do much more, we can earn much more here in the workshops and future factories rather than plundering the neighboring states for things Emini already has. Because no state around us has mechanics and engineers to capture or special machinery that I need. There might be some with the knack, but they are 1 in 100. It is easier and faster to train 100 and pick 50 that learn quickest instead. The knack. Yes, I nodded sagely, a serious condition with understanding all things mechanical at the cost of social ineptitude. Akarim snorted like Israel. Precisely, she is of a rare kind and I am quite grateful to Tarhana Wafik for introducing her to me. But I can't expect to get a constant supply of such people. It is just like gold, nuggets are precious, but if you seek a lot of gold you mine ore instead because there is more gold by weight in tiny quartz inclusions. Good to know, her tail swished in the air. There might be more of such nuggets in Samat. You don't need to worry about me getting enticed by battle, Akarim, I spoke quietly. To me, the Kihimital have the highest potential of all manners in Emini. You are the lifeblood of Emini. One can survive without a fist or a leg but will perish if fully drained. Some might be blind to your contributions because they are so vast and spread out, but I know. Other manners might be the parts that move and the Enoch might be the cogs between them, but the Kihimital is the grease that keeps it working. The inert oil in your new scabbard, it does nothing during a battle, but if you take it away, instead of a blade that can cut everything, you will have a rusted piece of metal. Akarim said nothing as she played with her tail, but she didn't refute my original statement either. But please, do find those nuggets. I smiled, dismissing the unspoken weight in the air. The more, the better, and please take care of Yeva for me. How could I not? She grinned with a glint in her eyes. With you gone, she is the only one who is capable of sharpening my new blade. I have a suspicion that you planned this all along. Well, of course, I retorted back in kind. Who else but you can appreciate a proper trade agreement? One hand washes the other after all. Akarim smiled and raised her cup of wine in a silent toast. I still have to warn you, Kamshad is unlikely to simply let it go, she spoke after some time. Especially since your Sadak chose a northern campaign. A longer naval trip in the south would make Anais' intentions clear about Muramat, while an absence for a single season is seen more like a challenge. A test to see if their offer was honest. What should we watch out for? She shrugged, greater scrutiny at the very least. Collectors. In the arms, they are called procurers and are often deadlier, but that is very unlikely. The Kamshad is neither that petty nor stupid to attack Anais directly. They want the connection to the divinely touched wormage, not her blood on their hands, but they can seek that connection through other means. I frowned. Well, if this means more work and risk for me, so be it. The potential antagonism of a pillar manor is concerning, but I have my morals to uphold. I will not simply accept Muramat into my Sadek because his mother might frown her eyebrows, nor would I go raiding for who knows how long. Unless they keep the offer even when you come back. I grinned. If they can afford to, sure, but we won't be standing in place either. Some other solution might present itself, or we could always head off to the next campaign as Albin did. By the way, what do you think of my drone? Akaram smirked. It is curious that you remembered your bug after mentioning Albin Chassia. It is ugly, What else do you want me to tell you? I am not going to touch it. Well, just making sure that having it around won't get me beheaded or something. I mean, creatures look like bugs too. Creatures have sparks, There are some places to the east, further than the nearby tribes, where wormages shape creatures with their flow, make them stronger and larger. Not bugs or worms like you've done, even they have standards. Many would see you as harebrained, but I don't think you care as much. Besides, you are the alchemist of Kamidal, a certain eccentricity is expected. Why do you need it with you? It's my eyes in the air, I shrugged. If I want to learn as much as I can about the Emini, forest, and everything else, I need to see a lot. The tribes and other places too. While I don't actually transform one creature into a larger one, their methods sound quite curious. Does Kamidal trade with them? Akarim grimaced. Kishava does. They often trade with slaves and rarely if ever part with their beasts. A pity. Well, since the drone's appearance is merely unpleasant, it can also act like a messenger. The tail twitched. Like a pigeon. Yes, but better, it can fly back and forth on demand rather than just flying back home. I assume you would wish to hear from your daughter on occasion. I scratched my chin in contemplation. From what I could tell by looking at your maps, the northern borders are quite far from Samet, right? It would take you around 50 days on foot and cart to arrive at Ureg, yes. The roads are smooth and straight, but distances are vast. Just as I thought, Emini was more than 1,000 kilometers long. The three largest cities in Emini were located on its two major rivers. Samet sat on top of the Shara River in the south, while its counterpart Ureg was located on the newer river estuary far in the north. Amel, in the heart of Emini, linked two rivers together where they were the closest, allowing for a nearly uninterrupted flow of ships from the South Sea all the way to the Bay of Tur. It wasn't a world-spanning empire, but neither was it some minor nation stuck in a tiny corner. I did some calculations in my head. It should take about half a day to travel from one city to the other. A day and a half to go back and forth. Some extra time is needed for rest and food. My musings were interrupted by a bronze cup smacking my head. Damn it, Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Akarim coughed on her wine. Honestly, because I didn't need this technology previously. While they are nice to have, we were busy with the feast and other distractions, and I was apprehensive about how something like this would be received both by you and Emini at large. Something that is not as important now, since I am the husband of Anais Hillel and heading for my military duty. Nice to have, he says, Akarim grumbled as she wiped her lips. How many can you make? And can you make them prettier at least? I can make quite a few. They are replaceable, but I can't control many at the same time. While they are independent in flight, someone still has to tell them what to do. That someone is me or Yeva. A drone can carry a scroll for you somewhere and maybe grab one on its way back as long as it was told in advance to grab it. But your matriarch in Amel won't be able to send one herself whenever she wants to. And their ugliness. I am not making whatever shape I want, unfortunately. And this form was chosen for a reason. Not only are they fast, but they are also extremely maneuverable and can even hover in place if necessary. Good hunters too, as long as there is some small wildlife in their path they can eat on the fly. It doesn't snatch children, does it? Oh no. Not that large, rodents and the like. It can eat plants if necessary too, but that is usually slower, or it can eat cooked food or specifically prepared nutrient paste on arrival. Akarim sighed and looked at the ceiling. It is a good thing that you are the way that you are, The more I learn about your capabilities, the more I question how much someone else would have done in your place. It is impossible to tell unless you can see all possible futures. But I have a feeling not that much. Oh, there are two types of games, Akarim. Well, there are more, but I want to concentrate on this specific division. There are finite games like a game of chance, an argument, or a trade agreement. The players are known and so are the rules. The task is to win once the game ends. Then there are infinite games, no set players or rules, and the game never ends. There is no winning in such games because a win requires the game to complete, which it never does. I leaned forward. The only task for an infinite player in an infinite game is not to lose. I am that infinite player. But is the game unending as well? Why do you think I frustrate other manners so much? They seek to win, yet for some unknown reason it keeps slipping away. Because there is no winning condition, just a mirage of one. Slow and steady wins the infinite race, Akarim. If I showed you my capabilities on the first day of my purchase, you would have either killed me just in case, sent me to the goddess, or tried to torture my secrets from me. Or something else, equally unpleasant. Instead, I took my time and here we are, playing the infinite game together. Mushev Kishava Davlet. Slaves scattered in all directions as she stomped through her manor. To think that even the Kamshad matriarch is willing to play her tune. Mushaf seethed and pointed to a nearby arusak folding itself into a special basket. Take this one too, it is coming with me. She looked through her rooms, watching the clothes, pieces of armor, and weapons scattered around. Picking, choosing. She thinks that I will sit here and wait while Anais steals my husband? Mushaf roared as she turned to a secluded and heavily ruined room. Flow trickled from her fingers, opening a huge chest, but Mushaf didn't stop her spell. A grin appeared on her lips as enormous bones, stashed inside, were lit up by the finely crafted runework. Another push and they shook awake, shaking the accumulated dust on top. I will show them, all of them, that my name is Kishava for a reason. Esmat Enoch Fida. Are you saying that Isra crafted a fooled blade less than a season after pledging allegiance to Kemetal? Matriarch raised her eyebrow. Why wasn't I told that she was this close? Eliza grimaced. It didn't look like fooled steel. Aside from color, it wasn't as flexible, but it was sharper. Sharper, their mother repeated after her. Sharper how? Eliza sighed. I do not know, but Anais could cut through armored Arusakat with no effort at all. Through their weapons, too. The blade simply parted everything it touched. The green eyes narrowed. Anything else? Runes, it was full of it. Standard reinforcement runes, as if it was a werbo, not a sword. And Anais kept them lit at all times outside of a custom scabbard, soaked in oil. She searched through her pouch and produced a tiny vial. I've managed to gather some from the droplets left in the grass. Zamindar Enoch Azrin took the proffered bronze flask and Esmat leaned closer as well. Surprisingly, there was no smell that usual oils had. Worse, there was no smell at all. Whatever it was, Esmat had never seen this before. To hold the edge, no doubt, Matriarch murmured, and Esmat agreed with her mother. Runes during battle and oil during peace. That means the sharpness and flexibility were imparted by the metal itself. What was she working on before Tarhana took her with him? I do not think it is her metal, mother, Esmat murmured. Rather, I think it is the metal of the Kemetal daimon. The one that was buying coal and collecting leftover slag. Have you had any success with that? Esmat scratched her horn in shame. I have not, but I have noticed a certain similarity. Coal poisons the bloom, making it similar to the slag that he was trying to take from our refuse piles. Perhaps he knows a method to melt it together into one shape. After all, fooled smiths and glassmakers of Eska are famous for their heat magic. From what I heard, Matriarch sarcastically replied, mercs are rather mediocre at fire magic. Daimon or not. And they sought Isra Hail as soon as they snatched Shahin Yusufya. While he is a merc, they have a fire mage under servitude. Perhaps, if that is true, Anais's statement about Isra's involvement takes a whole new light. Well, she is Tarhana's daughter. Anais knows we are of the same blood, Eliza suggested. Perhaps she told her daimon to teach Isra specifically. She didn't need to take Isra for herself then, Esmat grumbled. Esmat is right, Matriarch agreed. While I appreciate that Isra now shines in a new light, I prefer to see more of that across my manor. They are leaving on a north campaign, right? Is Isra coming with them? Eliza shook her head. Good, send a letter to their manor. I would like to see my daughter. It might also be prudent to send someone with them to the north. What do you both think Anais Hillel prefers in men? This might not be a good idea, Eliza spoke up. Zamindar narrowed her eyes. Why? The reason they are heading to the north is to avoid marriage to Muramat Kamshad Nishad, her sister cautiously spoke as Esmat goggled in realization. So Anais currently has 2 girls and a daimon in her sadak, matriarch thought for a second and nodded. So she prefers the smarter sex instead and is waiting to grow as much as possible before choosing an appropriate father for her future children. Gather my unmarried daughters and nieces, then. Mother, you are going to give them to him? Esmat couldn't hide her incredulity. He might be a daimon, but he is a merc. His seed is as thin as water. Is it? I've heard that both Akarim Adal and Anais Hillel have suspiciously grown in power. While their sparks are the same, their flow control is unquestionably growing by leaps and bounds. Just 2 of them, mind you. Even if that is not the case, think about Anais's future husband. With her current accomplishments, even someone like Alban Chassia will likely be within her reach. He might already be. He was seen in her procession after her entrance feast. If Anais Hillel prefers women, she won't keep him for herself all that much and would likely share him among her sadak. Zamindar leaned back and rubbed her horns with greed. I wouldn't mind having Alban Shebet Chassia as the father of my grandchildren. I wouldn't mind it at all. Yeva. She sat on top of the manor gate and watched the disappearing procession that was taking her earth away from her. The last few weeks had been rife with activity just as her nights had been full of his embraces, and it already felt like it wasn't enough. Yeva still felt him in her heart, his thoughts, his worries, his love. It soothed her feelings and made them stronger at the same time. A small hand tugged her kaftan. Yeva, Vera kept her fist tightly closed, her lip trembling. You are too high, please don't fall. She smiled and patted her on the head. I won't, I just feel like sitting here. I will hold you anyway, Vera huffed and grabbed her by the waist. It is that stupid Earth's fault, he shouldn't have left you here alone. He didn't, I chose this myself. Sometimes people need to part ways. It hurts, but it will make reunions much more pleasant. By heading out, he ensures that our children will be free. By staying behind, I ensure that he has a safe house to return to. The left and the right hand, separate yet united. That left hand stole your jeter, the tiny munchkin grumbled. How are you going to play now? Well, I would simply order another one. He needs his songs more than you and I do now. I understand, she sniffed. I left my doll with my mum when they buried her so she won't feel lonely underground. She is definitely happy playing with it, Yeva assured her as she hopped down from the parapet and lifted Vera into her arms. Come, I have extracted some very sweet sugar recently and made some candies with it. Now I need someone to tell me if the new sweets are good enough. Ooh, is it sweet like honey? Yep, just a bit different. I like honey, but Vera glanced at the faraway city gates that could be seen from the manor walls. Weren't you watching him? I watch him this very moment, Vera, not with my eyes but with my heart. It feels everything he feels. The sadness of parting, the anxiety of new things to come. Yeva thought for a second, then grinned at Vera and the pain in his bum from the shoddy cart he is sitting on. Vera giggled in delight. Serves him right. Whistling a small ditty, she carried the distracted child away from the gates. They both would benefit from some sweets right now, although chocolate beans were still fermenting. And then Yeva would visit Domina herself. There were a lot of tasks ahead, xxx. I should have spent less time making armors and more time making leaf springs for carts. This is ridiculous. You have 2 pillows under your ass, my fragile husband. Anais rolled her eyes at my antics to the delight of Urge lying nearby. This will harden your spirit to the challenges ahead. We might not have a personal cart with a cover when we are in the forest, or a cart at all. I don't mind walking. I don't even mind running all the way to our destination with full gear on my shoulders. It's the random shaking that is annoying. My werfox looked at me sternly. Promise me that you won't pick up a nearby smith and teach her Kametal secrets just so you can ride with ease. Of course not, it was my time to roll my eyes. A field smith won't have the necessary tools, nor the skill of someone like Isra. I am not sure about that anymore, Anais grumbled as she glanced outside through a gap in the canvas. What? Why, I pulled the cloth myself and glanced outside. What the fuck is that? This is everyone who decided to join us for the Northern Campaign, love, Ana's side. It appears that half of the Samet elite has suddenly decided to support MNI military efforts. Urge glanced as well and whistled. I think the only manner I do not see coming with us is Shebet. I don't care about how many ears, tails, or horns are coming with us and of what kind. What the fuck is that? What? Anais glanced in the direction of my finger. Ah, that is one of Kishava's siege Arusakat. Didn't know they had any in Samet itself. A siege Arusakat? I asked again. Yes, I think I told you about them before. No, Anais tilted her head as she tried to remember. You talked about golem constructs, I pointed outside. That is not a golem. Well, yes, only the bottom part is. I slid down from the bench and palmed my face. Can someone explain to me why Kashava have huts on chicken legs, please? They aren't huts, Earth, they are towers. Wormages can shoot spells and arrows from it as it moves around. They also can carry a lot of heavy gear during marches. Fucking huts on giant chicken legs. I don't know what Kashava were smoking when they came up with that, but I want none of it. Eva, Domina is waiting for you. Sulla spoke to her once the daily crowd of Akarim's visitors finally started to disperse. Alone. Despite Isra's incessant clanking, Yeva's inner courtyard was still quieter than the hum of a crowd in front of Akarim's atrium. She wasn't sure how one could enjoy so much noise, let alone Domina with her large foxy ears, but Yeva didn't judge. These crowds did represent Akarim's growing influence, and a certain percentage was directly caused by Urf or the rest of their Sadek. At the same time, there were obvious attempts to moderate the daily crowd. Yeva managed to discern some conversations here and there that certain petitions and requests had to be done on a specific day while others were accepted only in writing. There was also a significant number of scribe slaves to record basic information for Sulla to sort out. Akarim's manor was growing and the bureaucracy was growing with it. Yeva quietly bowed to Sulla in thanks and walked into the open door. I recognize that look, Domina said as soon as she saw her enter. Merely a season ago, Urf walked through these doors with the same determination on his face. Desperation even. Yeva couldn't hold back her smile. Thank you, Domina, for your praise. Akarim chuckled, and now you remind me of him even more. Are you here to purchase some slaves too? She nodded in silence. Someone specific, family, the red tail froze midair. Do not tell me there is someone else in your life. Yeva shook her head. No one specific. If there was someone before, Urf would have purchased them a long time ago. Our estate needs more hands, a lot more. How much is a lot? Hundreds, Akarim arched her eyebrow. Thousands. Unfortunately, yes. Is that a necessity? 1,000 slaves is a significant amount to purchase. Never mind the money, Samet might simply not have so many available at all. Not a necessity, no, but each person will increase our future potential. Now that she finished her rush work on the armor and weapons, Isra is working on the final parts for her second-generation lathe. The first lathe allowed her to perform tasks she couldn't do before. This lathe will give her the ability to do them 10 times faster. The next one won't be as effective. There will be some improvement, but each iteration of machines will be more and more complex while providing less and less benefit. Rather than working on things that require her entire set of skills, Isra will be forced to spend more and more time making things like screws and gears. She needs apprentices. But 1,000 of them. I don't want to grow our entire production around Isra alone. I also want to continue teaching her further without putting everything else on hold. This means skilled workers. Akarim sighed, and not the kind that can be bought or captured, right? Urf called them machinists. Exactly, we will need workers that know how to work on machines, rather than with a hammer or a chisel. What Isra is doing right now is groundbreaking, but it will soon turn into routine work. The first perfectly round rod is hard and tedious, the next 5,000 are boring. Obviously, not everyone can learn quickly or at all, but even if we get 10 machinists out of that 1,000, it would be worth it. And what about the rest? Most will pick up at least something. And there will be machines that require very little oversight, or they could be manned by workers with a single machinist to resolve occasional issues. I can always find something for the few that remain unless they are clearly unwilling to work and get paid. Paid, Akarim repeated to herself and gestured to a nearby couch. Come sit with me. She waited for her to sit down and then sighed, let me be frank with you. After saying goodbyes to my daughter, I spent the rest of my morning welcoming and entertaining innumerable guests. I am already tired from the flowery speeches and meanings behind words, and I have no desire to continue this with you at the moment. Be honest, are you doing this for the benefit of your Sadek, or are you doing this as some scheme to improve the lives of slaves? Both, Yeva answered honestly. Our Sadek will benefit greatly no matter if the slaves are lashed or paid in gold. Lashes might give greater initial returns but won't be able to keep up in the long term as the overall growth will be hindered. There will be pushback at least from me and Urf as well. Domina turned over and looked at her while lying on her stomach, swaying her tail left and right. And what exactly are you planning to make in order to earn so much gold? Gold that you are essentially planning to throw away. I assume Urf trusts your household management skills since he left you in charge of the estate. You should know that even if your machines make 10 times as much, you won't sell it all for 10 times the price. While I am still in the process of comprehending everything that Urf has taught me, I wholeheartedly agree with your statement. Price is a product of supply and demand. If we simply increase the supply without changing demand, prices will plummet accordingly. Since I have no intention of crashing M&I markets at the moment, I plan to use other strategies instead. Akaram waved her hand to continue. There are two major directions. First is the new types of products that only your manor can produce. I am sure there is plenty of demand for our glazed blue and white ceramics exactly because no one else is making them. While prices might drop locally, there are many markets across M&I as well as beyond our borders for us to profit from. Then there is paper. The one that Urf made to scribble his thoughts. The very same, Yeva smiled. Compared to unique and expensive porcelain, paper would flourish as a cheap product. All manors need to write things down. The only reason they don't write more and resort to wax tablets or sand is the lack of supply caused by the labor-intensive production of animal vellum and parchment. Likewise, shipping writing materials from elsewhere would greatly increase their cost. Once you have machines to produce paper at a fraction of that price, every scribe, reader, and librarian will flock to the gates of your manor just so they can give you money here and elsewhere. That relationship between price, supply, and demand, it can work backwards too. Set the price cheap enough and demand will swell immensely in turn. While each piece would bring you little, the actual profit lies in quantity. And what is the other direction? While I hear the merit in your words and I've learnt to appreciate Urf's inventions in the past days, the profits that you are talking about are seasons if not years away. They would depend on luck as well. Not every shipment reaches its destination and not every city will buy the same products. Yet you are asking for free hands and gold to pay them now. Yeva sighed, collecting her thoughts. I have the gold, Akarim waved her tail. But I can't give you my entire treasury, especially now when every manor is sizing me up and looking for weaknesses. You can start slow and purchase more as the production improves. Shahin Eska has struck a deal with us as well. Amir Eska is on her way back with the signed agreements and you should expect the first shipment within 3 to 4 10 days. They are quite eager. I had said that the new lathe would make Isra's work 10 times faster. But there is another way to look at it. Yeva looked straight at Akarim. A similar machine can do the work of 10 people. The tail twitched. Tell me, Akarim Adal, I have heard that a domina like you doesn't just have a single manor in the city. There are usually a few manors and villas in the countryside that supply you with land-based wealth and products. You are likely buying plenty of wool and flax from other manors, but they are washed, combed, and most importantly spun into threads by your slaves. Not just here but in other manors too. I purchase thread as well. I do not have the hands to keep up with the new looms. Well, Urf gave you looms. I will give you carding and spinning machines that require a handful of people to maintain and make you more thread or yarn than 1,000 spinners working day and night ever could. You should have started with this at the very beginning, you know, Akarim accused her. I could have, but I am stepping into dangerous territory here. The machines we are about to make can bring a lot of profit and opportunity, but they can just as easily bring poverty and misery. Each machine will bring you profit, but each machine would mean 100 or 1,000 spinners that will find themselves unemployed and starving. What do you want me to do about it? I have my own family to care for. If they are slaves, give them to me, to my Sadak, to Anais specifically, if necessary. Even if I can't free them, they will be treated as if they were, for the free but poor. Allow me to establish a school and a hospital. If I can't employ them right away in one of our current or future projects, I will have them learn letters and numbers. A charity school, Akaram frowned. I didn't expect you to seek public recognition. I am not. You can name those establishments after yourself or your house. The knowledge that Earth and I are introducing is causing waves, and I am trying to limit the damage these waves will cause. At the same time, I am also preparing your manner for the future. You can take the smartest ones as scribes and calculators. Others would be taught how to operate specific machines and quickly repay your investment with their work. It sounds to me that you aren't planning to buy any slaves at all. Apart from the ones I have and the ones that would come with the Eska, what you are aiming for are the Friedmerks and Friedwer. Yeva nodded. You are correct, Akarim Adal. I have discussed this topic at length with Urf, and he made me reconsider my original desire to buy every slave available on the market. The tail curled into an amused question mark. Well, at least one of you understands that my chests aren't bottomless. Yeva scratched her nose. I do not think that he considered the cost of such purchases either. A total wholesale purchase of slaves might limit other manors from getting any while it lasts and would significantly raise their prices. Unfortunately, with prices rising, the supply would quickly follow. Our indiscriminate purchases would make raiding worse as more and more slavers would set off, eager to earn guaranteed gold. Well, this is the way of life. This is the way of the current system. And this is how the current system breaks. Please be assured it is not in our plans to attack Emini from within. Quite the opposite. All of what we are doing now would happen without us anyway, just at a much slower pace. Earth or not, someone would invent lenses and numbers, paper and steel. And in doing so, they would cause great upheavals across Emini exactly because they have no idea where these discoveries will take them. An infinite race, Akarim murmured. Tell me, Yeva, are you aware that some of them will leave, the ungrateful ones that would seek employment elsewhere as soon as they learn numbers? Don't forget that the rest of Emini are still using letters of Vertana to write down quantities and measurements. Half of my personal scribes are in the process of learning new numbers. Once other manors hear about this, there will be plenty of offers. Yes, and that would also benefit us in turn. Oh, do tell. By letting them leave, you will separate the wheat from the chaff. All who have fickle dispositions and dubious loyalties will be blown away like flakes in the wind. Do other manors want to pick up our refuse? Let them have it, your floors will be cleaner in turn. We might ask for a few years of service as repayment if the ratio gets too high, but I prefer to weed them out early and have my trust in the rest increase. Ha-Akarim smirked. And here I was thinking that I would miss Urf's ostentatious claims once he was gone. Yeva placed a hand on her chest. You might be more right than you realize. He didn't simply give me knowledge, he gave me a piece of himself. He gave you a child. No. Before he left, Urf did something that I had never thought possible. He took most of my worries away. He did it by letting me deep into his heart and soul. He allowed me to see and feel his thoughts and emotions. Understand his feelings toward me, our Sadek, and everyone around. Now I don't need to wonder about or fear Urge or Anais, even though I barged into Urf's life, clawed a spot beside him and clung to it with my life. He knew, I knew, and now I know that he accepted me for who I was because he was dealing with similar issues. Just as I, a blind merc of little worth, sought someone to protect me. He, a lone navigator in a strange world, was seeking a confidant to rely upon. But just as his knowledge has changed me, so did his emotions and feelings. It would have taken me a few days to prepare myself for this meeting just a 10-day ago. I still feel ill at ease around other wormages, but there is a certain undertone of memories as I speak with you. Just as I am sure about his feelings toward me, I recognize his trust in you. Not only as a just domina, but as the mother of his wife, someone who entrusted her first daughter to him, and through her, the future of your manor. I felt the weight of his responsibility and his desire to prove to you that the risk Anais took was well worth it. Yeva paused for a second and then smiled as she remembered something that bothered Urf a lot lately. Speaking about Urf's feelings, there is the third strategy that we can employ. Our ability to produce comparatively large volumes of materials allows us to create products unthinkable to others. The new steel that Israel makes is flexible and strong, very strong. Imagine how much weight it could hold as it bends. Are you suggesting steel werbos? We could, but those would require special bolts, better arm guards, and greater logistical strain to pull off. I want you to imagine something even more outrageous. A cart that has its wheels suspended on fooled swords. Akarim snorted. It is not a jest. Not just one or two swords either, multiple layers of steel strips can hold a lot of weight while their inherent flexibility would make the movement smoother. Oxen and horses could carry more cargo per head or travel faster. As a domina of the Middle Manor, you know what this means for shipping costs. Building carts out of swords, the werfox shook her head and started laughing openly. I understand the sense behind this, but swords. Well, each leaf will be thicker than a sword. We are serious people here, Yeva acknowledged to the continuous mirth of Akarim. Of course, if you wish to make carriages so that people can travel in luxury and comfort, then thinner, more flexible strips would be preferable. On the topic of comfort, they don't have to be strips at all. Coil a wire like a snake climbing a tree, and it is possible to make softer beds and couches. No carts, Domina proclaimed, grinning. I don't want to send armed guards just to protect the cart and not the cargo. You will get the buildings to teach and heal, as well as teachers and healers. I don't mind having better educated workers, but I will not have you waste your time trying to teach street rabble. You have promised to replace Urf while he is away, and one of his tasks was teaching me his geometry and math. The new machines are priority as well. While buildings are easy to start building early, you will only have my slaves once they are replaced and not sooner. Yeva nodded. Of course, the hospital, however, needs to be small and without any healers, just a few rooms that are easy to wash and some helpers to assist on occasion. That doesn't sound like a merc hospital, nor a wormage one. What are you planning? Have you seen Urf's bugs? I see by your expression that you have. While they are rather weird to look at, some of them can secrete healing salves and are capable of curing many ailments. Planning to sell these ointments then? Perhaps to the people outside your manor walls, but that is not a priority at the moment. The main task of this hospital will be the treatment of those that work here. I want our servants to slowly get used to these bugs. You are planning to swarm my manor with them? No. There are only me and Urf who can give them orders, and it is not easy to control even a handful of them alone. But these bugs can grow, and their skills will grow as well. Instead of a simple salve, they will be able to fix and heal grave injuries and even deliver babies with little risk to the mother and her child. Rather than forcing anyone to think they are being assaulted by some horrid creature, I want future patients to understand what those bugs are: sophisticated tools to treat them. Are they good enough for all this hassle? Yeva scoffed. I can't judge wormage healing spells, but merc healers are crooks and charlatans by my standards. At the same time, those bugs are leagues ahead of me in skill and ability. They can turn back a recent death, that is how good they are. Akarim waved her hands in the air. Well, you promised me carts made out of fooled swords, why not some ugly critters that defy death? Anyone in your manor will be welcome to them, Domina. Yeva smiled at Akarim's sarcastic antics. I have the means to make life better for all around me, merc, were, and wormage, yours and mine. I recognize that the beginning might be rough and bumpy, that many would think of me as too charitable or naive. I don't care. This is a great opportunity to bolster our ranks with loyal people and work out any possible problems at the time when we can pick and choose who we will accept. Do not fear the merc power, Akarim Adal, embrace it. By the time other manors realize that Israel or Shahin Eska aren't the only ones worth paying attention to, your daughter will be halfway to becoming a matriarch of the 8th pillar. A small smile graced Yeva's lips. His feelings are insidious. I now also know his love for her. Shahin Eska Yusufya. Shahin clasped her fingers around the dainty cup full of steaming kava and sighed in delight. Her day started rather well. Any day in Samet when she had access to these beans was a good one, but today her luck was even better. Israel was not working. From the moment that Urf had decided to join the arms of Emini, the smithy never stayed silent. One did not need to be an envoy to understand that something special was going on inside. But Shahin was, and she recognized the sudden shift in striking sounds and furnace sizes. After years of countless travels and visits to the seats of local power, Shahin knew of one place where anvils rang so high and furnaces were so big. The Midnight Mountains north of Emini, not that it mattered as much anymore. She was savvy enough to understand that Urf was not related to the Fulid makers of H. Saka. This was just a confirmation that he used similar methods to achieve his results. Quite staggering results, to be honest. Shahin was relieved to see that neither he nor Israel had tried to replicate the Fulid steel itself. His swords that cut anything and armor that was strong, light, and resistant to rust would undoubtedly attract some attention from the mountain clans, but not in a disastrous manner. The choice of steel was a sound one. The flexibility of Fulid steel was known across the seas and sands, while Urf steel was distinguished by its sharpness. That would undoubtedly slow the rumors down. Who would believe that some smith from a manor building roads and carts could forge a sword to rival legendary weaponsmiths? The clopping interrupted her moment of silence. Shahin finished her cup and glanced at Isra. The daughter of Enoch had forgotten to put leather covers on her hooves, making her pacing quite noticeable and her overall look even more frazzled. I see that you are concerned about something. This is the 5th time that you pace back and forth in front of me. Easy for you to talk, Isra huffed. You have what, 50 years here, 100. Shahin pressed her lips thin, 50 of servitude. You are here of your own volition. Exactly, and now my mother wants me to take the sash of a domina. What am I supposed to do? Have you done all this just to play a jest on me? She asked Isra unimpressed. To gloat about your successes as I am deprived of mine. What success? I don't want to be a domina. Isra started pacing again. Right, and a bird does not want to fly. Was it not the reason why you came to this manor? To earn recognition through your work and take the place you saw as rightfully yours. You can swing your hammer while being a domina just as well. Not here, I won't. Shahin put her cup aside. I admit, I had not expected you to develop such a strong sense of loyalty and gratitude in just a handful of 10 days. Israel frowned. You don't get it, do you? The Lamura held back a biting remark and instead calmly looked at the other wormage. What do you mean? Isra started to say something but quickly palmed her mouth. I shouldn't be discussing this. Then you should complain to Akarim Adal or Yeva instead of interrupting my morning with your marching. Shahin shrugged. She did swear an oath? A new voice entered their conversation. Isra twitched in surprise while Shahin turned to greet the newcomer with a slight bow. Yeva, your steps are rather quiet. Not many collectors could compete with you. There is nothing to compete for since I have no intention to throw my life away just to stab someone in the heart. I did manage to hear you wanted to talk with me. Shahin glanced at the silent Isra and rolled her eyes. Enoch Matriarch offered Israel to become a domina, but she wishes to stay here. Yeva frowned. Is this something similar to Anais getting a hand-me-down husband? Shahin tilted to the side at an unusual phrase, hand-me-down. Like a bracelet or a necklace that your older sister doesn't want anymore. Isra snickered. I had a few of those. The Lamura shook her head. To answer your question, not quite. As you can expect, an offer this grand is not refused lightly, especially since it might be the only time a would-be domina will get it in her life. But something tells me that Israel will have plenty of opportunities to take that sash in the future. It might sour some of her current relationships within the Enoch, but it would not affect the Kamital. This is mostly an internal matter and they are being somewhat unreasonable toward Akarim's manor with this decision. Thank you, Shahin Eska. Yeva made a tiny bow, startling her, and turned toward the other wormage. Is that your true desire? A title of domina will not give me a fraction of what I can get here, Isra scoffed. Do you think any of my sisters have an anvil like mine? Any of my aunts? They don't. Do you know what they do have instead? Offers and requests to listen for the first half of the day and wine to get drunk with their guests for some political clout afterwards. Ah, I see why you would have an issue with it, Yeva nodded. Well, you will have none of that here as my husband promised, just new tools to tinker with and work to be proud of. New tools? Shahin murmured. So you are letting down your manor and your mother just so you can play with new toys like a child. Isra grimaced but stayed quiet, looking to the side. Shahin, that is uncalled for, Yeva warned her. If you are that curious to know why Isra is willing to stay, you can try asking directly. You have a better chance to learn it that way, without annoying my Smith in my presence. So Yeva did hear her questioning Isra. Shahin shook her head again. In your desire to appear gentle and generous, you are setting her up for failure. What will Israel do when her matriarch personally asks a similar question? Stand in silence as she is doing right now. Enoch is giving her the title for a reason, and they will not simply shake their horns and accept a simple no. Do you want your Smith to be degraded for her desire to work for you, or worse, fail and have the title forced on her? I agreed to this when I swore an oath to Urf. Isra crossed her hands. Not like this will be the first time anyway. Yeva sighed. You agreed to keep his secrets. Your new swords and armors aren't secret anymore, just their methods of creation. Shahin Eska is harsh with her words, but I have to agree with the meaning behind them. Keep our secrets, but be proud of what you've made. There is a reason why your maker's mark is on every piece and not Urf's or mine. I might need to take some time to prepare. Isra scratched her head and chuckled. You know, I always thought about how I would walk into my manor with a handmade sky scythe or something equally childish, and everyone would look at me in awe. Now, with the oath tablet weighing on my spark, I realize how vague my dreams were compared to reality. Then do exactly that, Shahin intruded. Say little and carry your crafts with you, let your work do the talking. Israel grinned. Yeah, I can do that. Yeva hummed. Perhaps Shahin can assist you further in this matter. As a former envoy, she should be an expert at grand entrances. Me, she looked at the merc girl with honest curiosity. Shahin was prepared for Yeva's attitude to change once Urf was away, but her expectations were of a bleak kind. Rather than succumbing to her emotions, Yeva was taking a wise and rational approach. As an aide, not a teacher, just help her prepare for this particular meeting rather than teaching her every trick that you know. Are you willing? Of course, I am proud of my skills. I simply did not expect you to offer something like this so soon, especially since I do not know the secrets shared with Israel. Urf asked me to be objective and both of you swore an oath, so I will give you the benefit of the doubt. At the same time, I will have a lot more things to worry about in the near future and I can't afford to oversee every little thing. Do not abuse your position and you will see your status grow. Betray me or my Sadak and all of this will be over. As the ancients once said, Quam do you see Beni Gesserit Shahin, as long as they behave well, I think this position is simple enough and easy to agree upon. Shahin bowed in silent agreement and arched her eyebrow, tucking the mention of an ancient tongue for later. Does that mean I can ask Isra why she decided to abstain from her title and remain working under you? Yeva turned toward Isra. Do you wish to try, or was your decision based on a specific secret? Israel shrugged. Well, looking back at it, this new steel is really worthless, isn't it? Yeva snorted and Shahin palmed her face. Perhaps this arrangement was not as easy as she assumed it would be. I can see now why you were afraid to speak with Yeva. Isra frantically waved her hands. I didn't mean it like that. When I joined the K-Middle, I wanted to continue my craft to make something greater than anything I'd made before. At that time, I believed that I only needed to find the best metal and the skill to shape it to achieve what I wanted. Something like the warswords I made for Akarim Adal, her daughter, and Urge. But as I was making them, I asked Urf what exactly made that steel so special. I learnt a lot from that conversation even if he said little. Rather than guiding me to the best, Urf pointed me to the many. He brought me over to the outcrop of gold ore where I had found my tiny nugget, and showed me how deep it really went and how much there was inside if I had just kept digging. How can I return to my manor with but a speck of gold in my hands and claim the title of a domina? And if the vein runs so deep that you will be digging it all your life, Shahin asked, then I will be, Isra shrugged. I don't think Urf is interested in that gold. It is as if he is letting me mine it all just so he can get himself a cave afterwards. Perhaps that cave will be worth more than the gold I mined, but my family and I will walk away from this with wealth in our hands. This is what I really joined the K-Middle for in the first place. You spoke well, Israel, Yeva acknowledged with a bow. Know that there is plenty of gold both for you and your future children for many generations to come, which is why we are so generous. The vein grows richer the deeper the cave is, and we need all the hands we can get to help us mine it. She shifted and tilted her head toward Shahin. friends and companions who are ready to stand proudly beside us. Not slaves and sycophants for us to lord upon. Your words are full of honey, but tell me, Yeva, if everyone is standing proud, who will be swinging a pick soaked in sweat? And who will drag the ore to the surface, covered in dust and muck? Who swings water hammers in a smithy? Yeva immediately asked her in turn. Who mills grain in a windmill? You think that there are enough rivers across the lands and winds in the sky to do everything. And what makes rivers flow across the land and winds blow across the sky then? What makes grains grow in the field? These are the questions of philosophy. Yeva pointed at the sky. The sun. Its warmth turns seawater into clouds, clouds rain in the mountains, and rain flows into rivers. Its heat makes air swirl and ebb like broth on fire, sending winds in all directions. Its rays feed the green of plants, making them grow fruits in turn. You hail from the sands of Yusuf, you should know how strong and harsh the sun can be. The challenge is to take that power and use it for work. Are you not afraid of a divine retribution, to force the sun itself to work for you? No, because I am not planning to whip the sun into obedience, nor will I threaten it with a sword. Do you think sailors apologize to rivers for carrying them downstream? Do they apologize to the sea for holding their ships afloat? The sun doesn't care whether its rays nourish a plant, dry out a puddle, or turn a milling stone. To your question about having enough, I will tell both of you a secret. Treat it as the secret of this manor. Yeva stepped to the side and drew a square on the ground, about half of Shahin's arm span in size. I will not talk at this moment about ways to convert heat into motion, but they exist. I even saw toys and trinkets on the market that use fire to twist and move. What is important is the size and scale. This square alone receives enough power from the sun to do the work of 10 slaves. While it is impossible to harness all of this energy, imagine if you could harness even a tenth. Each square like that is one merc slave. The city of Samat alone has a few million of such squares, squares that do not need food or a whip. She took a step into the square and turned to the silent wormages. Now imagine how many squares like this are in the entire Emini, and tell me if this will be enough. The question is, Shahin slid around Yeva, forming a circle with her black and gold tail. Can you turn that tail into reality? May. 1 merc per circle? Yeva scoffed. If we have time and handy people on our side like Rena Kamital and Isra Hale, Urf and I can achieve 7. Do you want me to repeat this in front of the Orb of Truth? Yeva was just like Urf, Shahin realized. There was that same indifference toward her tail. She knew that Yeva noticed her movement but did not flinch. The Lamura was not sure how far these two were planning to go, but she knew that there was only one way that Eska could keep up. A way for her house to prosper without suffering the future hegemony of the rapidly growing 8th pillar of Emini. Then let me assist as well, Shahin bowed to Yeva, beyond my current servitude. Let me stand by your side not in penance for my past actions, but as a proof of goodwill among our manners. You are welcome then, Yeva bowed in turn. Please start by helping Isra with her current problem. We have enough family drama as is. Can you tell me more about Emini manners waging battles, Anais? I murmured as my hand continued to comb her tail. After yet another day of travel, we entered yet another city to stay for the night. The maps did not lie. Small towns had been conveniently established along the road, exactly 1 day of travel apart. Both to serve as a place to stay and a local market for the nearby peasantry, yet another nod to the pace and perception of time in Emini. Large tasks were partitioned in day intervals. You were traveling somewhere far. Your trip was divided into daily hops from one settlement to another. Did you want to sell your produce or buy a bronze plow for your fields? A market was no further than a half-day of walking distance away, close enough to complete your purchases and return home within a day. You were out on the streets and looking for work. Many places would hire workers for a day every morning, choosing the best from a crowd of hopefuls. It permeated all layers of Emini society. The mage and beggar alike all measured their life by the ever-present clock in the sky. Small little details like that were slowly expanding my worldview, like the place we were staying at. This wasn't an inn where most travelers would spend the night for a cut, but the guest room of a local wormage family that was connected to the Kamital. Or they were seeking closer ties with the Kamital, I wasn't exactly sure. We enjoyed our welcome, sharing a filling dinner with the local domina and her unmarried sons. Some gossip from the capital was shared, a few gifts were exchanged, and we were given a cozy room to ourselves. That already showed the stark difference compared to Samat and Akaram's manor. Just a few days of travel, and the local nobility could no longer afford to keep multiple empty guest rooms to stay idle just in case an enormous group of pillar wormages decided that now was the time to join Emini arms. Domina did try to offer us her family bedrooms, but Anais politely declined. Good relationships were important to maintain, and a single room gave us time to spend together while not surrounded by the cavalcade of other manors. To relax and to plot. Anais twisted her ear in my direction without turning her head or shifting from her place on my lap. I thought actor Siamak was supposed to teach you all about it. Did he fail at his task? Urge mimicked Anais's ear movements from a nearby couch, lying prone with a satisfied grin on her face and a glistening shine of oil on her butt. Our first casualty to travel. The sudden rush of the Pillar Manors to join us waylaid our original plans. Rather than traveling alone with some servants, giving me sufficient privacy to continue my attempts at translating magic while Urge and Anais improved their spells, we were stuck in the large crowd of people whose opinions did matter. Whose noses, ears, and eyes were also stuck in our direction. In the eyes of Emini, Anais was traveling to battle. She was a warrior, prepared to throw away the comforts of her home so that she could protect the safety of her homeland. It was given that she had to travel horseback rather than in the comfort of a travel wagon. As the members of her Sadek, Urge, and I were less constrained by public expectations. The flowers of Anais's garden were allowed to have some creature comforts. Urge was obviously having none of that. The only issue was that Anais had years to learn how to ride while Urge and I were still new to it. While handling itself wasn't that big of an issue as we got two very calm steeds, the same could not be said about the muscles required to stay upright on a constantly shifting animal. Our cougar was strong, but alas, she wasn't ready. The saddle did help, but the lack of stirrups did not. After the first day of riding, Urge was down with muscle cramps across her lower back and upper legs, and the only reason I wasn't lying beside her and bemoaning a similar fate was the fact that my nanates worked tirelessly to compensate for my lack of experience. My resilience didn't go unnoticed. I was accused of cheating and forcibly conscripted to the arduous task of daily massage. That alone didn't last long either. On the third day of our travels, Anais accused Urge of faking her cramps and after some time deliberating amongst themselves, demanded an equal treatment for herself in compensation. The official excuse was the cramps in her tail as well as the matted hair from daily riding. Master Siamak taught me a lot, but it was the critical knowledge that I had to know. I gently massaged the tail muscles of her back. He taught me what I had to do myself in order to stay alive. How to aim and thrust my enormous pike and pierce enemies and creatures alike. How to plant my shield into the ground and hide from fiery spells or use it to protect war mages and archers behind my back. When to drop my main weapon so that I can grab my sword or catter. He spoke about foot formations which I would be a part of, but he didn't talk about the Kishava chicken leg huts. Can you imagine getting booted across the forest just because the poultry Magomich thought you were in its way? Urge snorted, the werfox tail lightly slapped my face. Arusak at Urf, stop your swears. And it is very unlikely that one of them will get close to you. The wormages that control them know what they are doing, and those legs, while sturdy, don't grow on trees. As far as I was told, the siege Arusakat stay behind fists of the arm during battles and serve as elevated platforms for archers, war mages, or generals. You see, this is the type of knowledge that I lack, Anais. I might have libraries stored inside my brain, but when it comes to Emini, I only know Samet and the Chimjin Manor where I was born. Like, why are those legs so irreplaceable? Have you seen their size? There are no creatures that large enough in Emini. I gave her but a soft slap, making her yelp in outrage. Samat and Chimjin, Anais. She huffed at me and pulled her tunic down. If any bone inside breaks, the Arusak will crumble. A single Kishava war mage can control a few Arusaket at the same time, but they can't power resistance runes at the same time. At least 2 wormages are needed to keep it moving in battle, more if it needs to withstand serious assaults. The Kishava is a numerous manor, but they can't afford to fill every siege Arusak with a handful of their best. My combing to soothe the now grumpy fox stopped mid-stroke. Wait, bones, so they weren't doing this for some stylistic reason, to scare their enemies into submission and whatnot. I do not know the details, these are the Keshava secrets we are talking about. But all of their Arusaket that I've seen personally had bones within. Even their golem troops, are you telling me that they are necromancers? Necro what? Mages that raise the undead from the ground or something like that. Mold dead flesh and bone to do their bidding. NA's twisted in my lap to give me the stink eye. That sounds disgusting, those bones are cleaned while the flesh is given a proper pyre burial. So they are necromancers, I sighed. I wasn't being literal when I said from the ground, I meant the use of remains, human in particular. Says the daimon who makes trees give birth to enormous bugs, Urge suddenly spoke up. Exactly, Anais agreed. It is not like they are doing it for no reason. Arusaket have been defending Emini borders as long as the Keshava Manor existed. I can understand the cultural aspect of this, especially early in Emini history when the forest was everywhere and people were in short supply. The ability to raise an army to defend your borders was and still is quite invaluable. My main point of concern is the impact they might have on human life right now. What do you mean? Urge asked. Everything has a cost, even the things that shouldn't. Even Arusaket have a cost to their creation, the work that needs to be done to prepare the bones, a lot of wormage involvement as well. I assume those bones need special runes too. They don't need runes to move them, but they make it much easier to control, yes, Anais nodded. At the same time, Arusaket bring a net benefit to the Keshava Manor. Enough to cover all that cost and more, they wouldn't make them in the first place otherwise. Now tell me, since they are the sole slave-trading manor, what would happen if they end up with a slave that is worth more as an Arusak? Slaves are too expensive for that, Anais spoke without conviction. I was gifted to your manor for free as a bonus to seal the deal, and so was Yeva, I reminded her. I do not know Urf, but I do know one thing: do not discuss this with the Keshava themselves. Your concerns will not change their ways but will antagonize them greatly as a whole. Putting a single rowdy mutt in place is one thing, accusing their entire manor might cost us. I understand. Besides, it would be somewhat hypocritical of me to twist my nose about their necromantic spells while I craft weapons to kill and maim. What about your trees? Urge spoke up. Can they grow bones for the Keshava? That way they don't have to get them somewhere else. Perhaps. I scratched my chin in contemplation. My bioprinters can't grow human-like skeletons or enormous chicken legs, but they can be programmed to do partial builds. Rather than creating a complete living tech, they can assemble the skeletal structure and stop. Those would mostly be insectoid designs with very specific methods of movement, however. I don't know if their wormages could move them well. Even the chicken legs towers move like a bipedal human from the looks of it. Anais pushed me to the end of the couch and put her head on my lap. The Keshava can control creature carapaces too. You might not see many since intact ones are rare and precious, but they aren't limited to one shape as long as it is worth it. Something to keep in mind then, I agreed. As a last resort, however. I do not think it is prudent to sell my bones to them at this point. You don't want them to know about your abilities. I chuckled. It is more that I am not willing to provide them with unreasonably powerful weapons. The steel that Isra is making right now is absolutely archaic to the bone tissues that my bioprinters can make. I let my skin suit extend onto my arm and wrapped my knuckles on the scales. Imagine how powerful the Keshava could get if they had Arusaket that were nearly impervious to usual Emini weaponry, runed or not. They could also improve it further with runes, while the Kamital would only gain gold or some favors, since you do not have appropriate spells to animate them and have only me and Yeva to guide the small numbers of living tech. If the need arises to sway them to our side, we can present them with a fancy skeleton that came from faraway lands or something equally vague, but nothing else for now. And both of you are more valuable to us as artisans and teachers rather than warriors. Good choice, Anais nodded in agreement. Besides, anything the Keshava can offer you, the Kamital can provide as well. Let's move on with the topic for now. The other two manners of war also depend on flow to affect bones to some degree. Have you seen camshed armor? Yes, rather bulky for my liking, but quite imposing. They reinforce their bones to wear it. That is actually what the Koznia are known for. The camshad mold their flesh and bones to grow into war forms. Longer arms and legs allow them to move faster and strike harder than the Enoch, while abundant wormage fur protects them from sword strikes. And the size of their armor is intended to accommodate their growth. Receiving a nod in confirmation, I shrugged. Well, they are werewolves for a reason, I guess. Can they shift at any time, or is it dependent on a moon phase? Do they lose their ability to reason when they turn? Urge snorted again. Werewolves Na's sighed. Yes, it was a good idea that you are asking those questions to me and in private. They can change at will. The moon has no effect on flow, nor do they turn into animals without reason, as you tried to imply. I coughed. Good to know. Not much to work with, however. Maybe custom armor, but they probably know better how to shape armor for their bodies. They would enjoy your looking glasses, Na's reasoned. Camshed generals often lead Emini arms, and many of them rely on Kishava's Arusaket to see as far as they can. Your mother was quite insistent on bringing a few of them with us. I nodded in understanding. Yes, Emini arms usually have internal power dynamics separate from Emini as a whole. While my status as the lady of the house will allow some freedoms, I won't be given any commanding positions just because I hail from a pillar manor. Even less can be said about Urge and you. Gifting a looking glass to our future armed general will improve our treatment even further. As I mentioned earlier, the Koznia are more about strengthening their bones and flesh instead. Out of all Emini manors, they possess the greatest stamina when it comes to empowering runes. Most archers come from their manor, and most flow healers that you might see would likely have the name Koznia, as they often cut open their bodies and carve runes directly into their bones. Na's glances at me sideways. Does that too offend your morals? I shook my head. Not at all. As long as it is done on a willing person, who am I to judge? I've performed a lot of body modifications on myself and was the leading cause in Yeva's changes as well. I do not think that the Koznia can make themselves tasty, however, Urge mused. Yes, Na's rolled her eyes. The greatest folly of flow, inability to turn seed into a dessert. The taste is quite magical if you ask me, Urge snarked. Especially if you get both of them together, quite a taste, I tell YMPH. Anyway, Na's huffed as her magic tried to suffocate giggling Urge with a pillow. The next two pillar manors are Enoch and Samet. Both of them manipulate rocks and soil with flow. Samet war mages are more likely to hurl large boulders at enemies, while the Enoch can form trenches, hills, and even ramps to scale walls during sieges, faster than the arm otherwise could. But warriors from both manors are quite capable in melee with their height and reach. The Shebet, on the other hand, are rare on the battlefield. They wield forces of wind. Wind? I asked with surprise. Of all things that I'd seen, Albin didn't look like a wind mage. He did have a windy personality and occasionally floated in midair, but that looked to me more like gravity manipulation rather than some wind lifting him by blowing up his ass. Even less could be said about the siblings' propensity to stop time at the drop of a hat. At the same time, both of them either requested or demanded my silence about this topic, claiming it as a Shebet secret. Yes, their war mages can blow large groups of people aside with sharp gusts, or they can listen to the whispers in the wind and tell where the enemy is. Or Albin simply stopped time and trekked over some hills for reconnaissance. What about the Kiamidal? Remember your fight with Ramid? Wood manipulation, why didn't you say anything before? Na's grimaced. It doesn't work with the forest. Besides, I am learning new ways to handle flow right now. Well, the forest isn't made of trees, so I can see why such spells might not work. I should still send a message to Yeva anyway and have her grow some specialized lumber. She pushed herself up from my lap. What do you mean they aren't trees? They are like and wormages are to mercs. I shook my head. Nope. Not even close. I did spend some time trying to figure out what those trees actually are at our estate. While I still can't say much about what they are, I can definitely say what they are not. Merc, and wormages are more related to trees than the forest growths are. They aren't even individual trees but a collection of worm-like growths fused together to form a tree-like shape. Honestly, if you asked me what the closest link between the two types of trees was, I would point you at a piece of coal. Anaz's ears tilted sideways with disbelief. Coal, like the rock from the ground. The very same. We are all carbon-based life forms, and while the reason for using this element is similar, we are using it in completely different ways. It is like making a sand castle compared to building one from glass. The shape might be similar, so is the most basic ingredient, but everything else is nowhere close. But why can the Kashava use creatures as their Arusaket and we can't? I remember your second father warping wood to the desired shape in moments. Can the Kashava do the same? Anais smiled lightly. They cannot, they have to work with the forms they have and fix those bones to the original shapes once they are broken. Exactly, they just move pieces around. Carve a dildo from a bone and Urge can probably move that. She might get even better at this Arusaket magic than the Kashava themselves as she isn't limited by the material. My assumption is that your wood magic doesn't target something nebulous like wood, but rather something more specific like lignin that gives trees their rigidity or cellulose that makes the flesh of the plants tougher compared to the flesh of animals. The white trees have neither of those. The question was how this flow control actually affected matter. What do you mean probably? Urge butted in with outrage. I have a few carved out from bone already, and let me tell you I have no problems controlling them. Anais laughed out loud and I waved to our cougar. Come here. Oh, Urge's ears twitched. Are you going to punish me for my insolence? Come here and spank my rosy cheeks that your fingers were all over not that long ago. I rolled my eyes. Minx, are you getting better with your gauntlets? She wiggled her fingers, making one of the gauntlets burst open from the nearby chest and crawl on all fives toward us. Then she looked at me and wiggled her eyebrows. Anais, I glanced down at the werfox in my lap. A moment of silence, please. Intrigued, she cast her own magic and turned back to look at me. We were occupied for the last 10 days, so I didn't have the chance to get back to this before. Your description of how you move these gauntlets reminds me of something specific. Something that I wasn't teaching you before because we haven't gotten the basics yet. The sultry look disappeared from Urge's face as two sets of ears stood up straight. Oh. Gravity, Urge? Your descriptions about how you twist the fabric of a room with your flow hand sounds somewhat similar to how this very planet pulls us inward by twisting the fabric of space and time with its mass. Tana is using flow to hold us. No, Tana is simply that massive. It might sound magical, but it is a fundamental part of our universe. I scratched my chin in thought. Although magic is quite fundamental to you as well. So how can I improve it? Urge asked. I looked at her apologetically. To be honest, by doing what already works. By the looks of it, you are developing a four-dimensional form of magic all by yourself and implementing it faster than I can teach you about it. I will try to adjust our lessons and steer both of you in this direction, but this isn't just some new numbers we are talking about. What I can say is try using it with things other than dildos and gloves if you are manipulating spacetime, which was absolutely ludicrous already, then it doesn't matter the material or the shape it is in. We should get a rune tunic or even armor so you can practice moving them like the Kashava move their Arusaket. Because it sounds like you are manipulating things as if you are wearing them yourself, so there shouldn't be much difference whether it is a glove or a jacket. Should I rune my brigandine? I shook my head. Better not. Whether it would work or not, it might leave you vulnerable to other mages simply grabbing you by those runes and throwing you around like a sack of potatoes. No wormage can hold her if she is in control of those runes, Anais said. The way that she grips flow isn't very pleasant to experience on yourself. Still, I would prefer to keep the main armor free from anchoring runes until Urge is confident in her abilities. Urge shifted her glance between us and the door. Anais sighed. Go, talk to our servants outside, they will get you some spare armor to train with. Urge took off, giving us the final flash of her butt until her tunic slid down, and Anais settled back into my arms. It feels like I am falling behind, she murmured after a few seconds of silence. You, the wall-shattering, tree-mulching Anais that can ignore protection runes. She grinned but shook her head. I don't want to be just that, you know. I don't want to have magic that only shatters and crushes things into dust. I want to develop spells that can be written down in the Chemical Spell Codex for my children and their children to learn and remember. I want to be like my mother who can take your knowledge and incorporate it into her spells. Instead, I can't even learn Urge's new spell as I crush and crumple any glove I try to practice with. Your mother had a whole century to practice before you were even born, I reminded her. In terms of crushing gauntlets, if this is something like gravity, I wouldn't be surprised by such results coming from you. It just shows how strong you really are. What do you mean? Who is Urge? Anais blinked. My wife. I shook my head. She is a whir, or something between a true whir and a true wormage. She has the spark, she can feel other sparks, but she can't sense flow itself. I am not trying to diminish her achievements here, they are tremendous, but I just want to point out that her spell developments are coming from scarcity. Either because she lacks the wormage powers to control flow, or because she is unable to use her powers efficiently to achieve the desired result since she can't see where flow is leaking. The solutions that she is coming up with are designed for her circumstances, they aren't designed with you in mind. When you use them yourself, it is akin to Israel smashing her sledgehammer down with the same effort as a merc apprentice would. While the apprentice would shape the blank with their hit, Isra would smash through the anvil. This is why I am this slow in teaching you geometry and math. I am not providing you with solutions to discrete problems, I am giving you a broad range of tools to use as you see it best. You are simply at the awkward phase where your powers have grown too strong for fine control, yet you lack the years of experience to rein them in. Give it time. And what if I don't? Anais whispered back, looking at my lips. What if I want it all in now? I smiled and gave her a kiss. Then we should keep working at translating that spell poetry of yours. While I lack the spark to sense and imagine the things those poems are trying to invoke, math doesn't have such limitations. Akram Kimital Adal. She looked at the freshly painted bust, trying to see any imperfections or deviations from the original. The artist knew what he was doing, and the marble sculpture looked almost alive. Are you in love, young Domina? Sophia Chassia smirked from a nearby couch. Akarim glanced at the censor and slowly turned her eyes back to the bust. The quality is indeed worth appreciating. Those busts served an important purpose for manorial record keeping. They let future generations know how heroes of the past looked, that the heroes looked like them. There was no place for artistic embellishments, and every wrinkle, scar, or mole told its own story. Sophia scoffed and let a glowing scroll sail across the room. Your goddess has blessed you with her words. Heed the message and you will be rewarded. Ignore it and the reward would be in kind. Akarim put aside the bust and turned to the floating scroll in front of her just as it started to unravel. She quickly read the list of divine interests and committed them to memory. Thank you, Sophia Shebet Chassia. I shall begin my tasks with utmost immediacy. As you should, she nodded amicably. I am aware that certain events have swayed your hand too soon, but the goddess is quite generous with time. If you send a messenger right away, your alchemist will have enough time to return. You can even use one of the Shebet messengers if you so desire. Thank you, censor, but that won't be necessary. Akarim smiled ever so sweetly. I believe that my manner can meet the expectations of our goddess without taking the husband of my daughter away from his current task. He was quite eager to defend both Emini and Anais after all. Who am I to refuse? You are his domina, Sophia thundered, getting up. Are you telling me that you can't control your family? But his actions are just, Akarim reasoned back. I wouldn't hold the name of Adal if I interfered out of my whim. He taught you everything, Sophia half-asked, half-stated as she looked at Akarim. He left the knowledge behind, stayed himself. What? Why is it so murky? Domina frowned. I assure you that my manner is just as capable without Earth present. I know that. She stopped pacing and fixed her kaftan, murmuring something about her brother. The meeting was quite fruitful, Akarim Adal, but I must depart. Duties of the censor are ever present. Of course, Akarim nodded, got up and clapped her hands. My husband will escort you to the entrance. Sophia left her manor in a hurry, but Akarim didn't leave her room. The censor's outburst wasn't planned for, but it was expected. While other manors were eyeing her daughter, Sophia was quite clear in her interests. She was also quite powerless to change the events that she and Urf had put in motion. Censor or not, she was close to it, however. Without Yeva inheriting Urf's knowledge, Akarim would have kept at least just him here in Samat. It was also possible that she took her time with the divine scroll as well. The list was extensive but lacked the most recent inventions. Another possibility was that her goddess simply wasn't interested in new swords. Why would the goddess need the weapon of mortals? But that was not something she would ever find out. Her fingers touched the bust again and Akarim turned to her silent attendant. Sulla, summon her inside. The philosophies of divine nature could wait. There was a new avalanche rumbling on the hills of Emini, and the name of that avalanche was Kihmiddle. The door opened again. I've heard your summons, Rena bowed at the entrance. Akarim nodded. Come in, Rena of the Kihmiddle, I have summoned you today for an important task. Domina snapped her fingers, making the bust turn toward her master carpenter. Face to face, red to red, and amber to amber. Is that? Rena gasped. It is. Do you approve of the artist's work? Oh, thank you, her ears twitched with excitement. It is like looking into a mirror. Akarim looked at the elated whir in front of her, giving her time and silence to enjoy the experience. It wasn't that discussions with Urf and Yeva changed her stance or attitude, but they did change how she looked at the future and the glimpses of possibilities Akarim could recognize from Urf's inventions. It mattered less now that Rena was just a whir, a fox of Kihmiddle, but nothing more. Guided by Urf, her fingers brought previously unthinkable prosperity to Akarim's manor and would continue to do so in the future. Urf wasn't the golden swan himself, he was the alchemist who could make other swans golden. Swans like Rena, Isra, Anais. Akarim glanced down at her fingers with a smile. They were gilded as well, but she was Akarim Adal. Akarim the Just? While Urf had earned his accolades, she could not ignore the others. You've earned it, Rena of the Kihmiddle. My manor will not just remember your actions but your face as well. Your children and the children of your children will know of your current deeds and the deeds you will undoubtedly achieve in the future, just as my children would. Thank you, Domina. Rena knelt in the sand and sniffed, for your benevolence. The bust is incomplete, Akarim interrupted her. It needs a name. But, Rena glanced at the sculpture, seeing Rena Kihmiddle written on it, and then her eyes slid to the empty space beside the other two. Oh. Her fist slammed the sand of Akarim's office with a dull thud. Give me the third name, my Domina. Let me bear that name in pride as I serve your manor. Akarim nodded and got up, a comb in her hand. Some say that only wormages are worthy of 3 names. That only they can earn the privilege due to their powers. I say your deeds alone are enough. Your loyalty, skill, and craft have brought plenty to my manor and honor to your name. The Enoch Manor was trying to take Israel, and others might quickly set their sights on other golden swans of Akarim's manor. She couldn't afford to remain ungrateful. Akarim walked over and started to slowly unravel Rena's braids so that she could comb and braid them again herself. Her fingers were gently wiping tears off as Rena sat silently in the sand. Know your name, Rena Kihmiddle Kairat, Akarim murmured as her fingers deftly inserted blue rings into the red hair. And tell it to your children, for it is your honored deeds that earned it. Mela. You don't need to hide anymore, he is gone. The sudden words made her jump and turn around. Yeva stood at the entrance of the greenhouse with Vera clutching at her leg. Mela felt her feet taking a step back. Despite her diminutive form and crippled eyes, Yeva's presence managed to envelop the entire room in a blink of an eye. Her brother froze in place as well. She picked the wrong time to ask his help in pruning and daily harvest. I wasn't. Yeva sighed. Don't waste our time with your lies. It was obvious to everyone involved that you were keeping your distance after the melon incident. Mela lowered her head in silence, bracing for the consequences. Yeva was the mistress of the estate, and with the other 3 gone, all power was in her hands. Mela didn't know if Yeva answered only to Domina or if there were some other wormaids above her. None of that mattered when Yeva's single word would have her whipped or tortured. Immediately, too. Mela could see the contour of a tiger whir in the afternoon shadows outside. Worst of all, Yeva's words were true. Mela wasn't hiding, but she did try to avoid his presence. All this time she thought that it had worked quite well, too well. Now she understood that this was just a ruse, a fey trap to catch her unawares. Mela has been caring for plants all this time, Tuck butted in suddenly, while I was working at the kilns with Kivan every day. We did all tasks that were given to us. She hissed at her headstrong brother, trying to silence him. It appears that a mere few 10 days were enough for him to forget that masters only cared about their justice. No arguing could stop the hand that was already raised with the intent to punish. That you did. Yeva reached into her sash and pulled out a hefty pouch. Take this. Yeva didn't wait until either of them moved and simply tossed the sack onto a nearby table. Despite the light throw, the pouch hit the wood with a thump, easily unraveling its knot and spilling the silver contents. While gold cuts would have been lighter and easier to carry, I think that silver would be more useful to you, Yeva said. Mela's previous thoughts scattered like frightened birds at the metal's shine. She hadn't seen that much silver in one place, but she knew that there was more than enough to purchase both of them. This pile was probably 5 times larger than the pouch of silver Chimjin Domina requested. Did you think that I was going to punish you once Earth was gone? Yeva tilted her head. Curious, isn't it? You claim that he is evil, yet you grew used to the stability of his presence without even realizing it. A slave should be ready for anything, Mela murmured to the side. Are you now? Look back at your past actions and tell me if you acted like a slave. Of all the times that you freely argued with Urf or me, and then think about what has changed since then. Tuck reached out to grab the silver, but Mela quickly slapped his hand away. Why are you giving us silver? She carefully asked. Because you aren't slaves within this estate, Yeva declared. This is the silver that you've rightfully earned with your work up to this point. Every word that she spoke stirred something inside Mela's chest. Something unpleasant, this much, Mela exclaimed, so those flesh melons. Don't think so highly of yourself, Yeva scoffed. This silver is mostly from Tuck's ceramic drawings rather than the produce you have grown. Mostly because the greenhouses supply only our kitchens. Even if those melons were sold on the market, you would have gotten a handful of coppers for them rather than the pouches of silver that blue and white porcelain claims on the market. Nevertheless, your work improved the lives of every servant of this estate, as all of them are fed better than ever before. This is why this pouch is twice as heavy. Some actions are equally important even if they don't bring gold by themselves. Mela held back her grimace. Another speech, another pang. Yeva lied when she said there would be no punishment. She just hid under the mask of a just mistress while she struck her with sharp words, expecting not a single word back. Does that mean this has to be shared with Kiven too? Tuck asked. No, the potter will get his share, this is yours. Please tell me, mistress. To her surprise, Mela heard herself speak. If those melons were so cheap, what ghastly thought spurred him to grow them? Ghastly. He detests unnecessary deaths, Mela. Each of them is one chicken that doesn't need its neck sliced. Get a dozen and you don't need to drain the blood from a goat or a ewe. Plant the field with them and every servant of this estate can eat filling and nutritious meals daily without butchering a single cow. You've seen it grow from a mere seed. You know the stem remains and regrows the melons a short time after. Do you consider picking apples from a tree just as morbid, or is this just another lie you made for yourself to feel better? Even if you try to argue that he should concentrate on the lives of slaves before the lives of cattle, know that there were no deaths so far in this estate. Yeva reached down and pinched the slightly plump cheek of Vera, causing an outraged squeak. You are not the only ones here with filling and diverse meals and warm shelters for the night. Most Freedwer in Samat can't claim the same, and your food is better than the dishes of most prominent wormages. Theirs might be costlier as they grind pearls onto cooked peacocks, but your meals are better for the health of your body. And all this happened at the end of the summer when the food was most scarce and the price of grain was at its highest. All because of a single man, a man who dared to defy gods themselves to save you from the divine ritual. The bubbling feeling in her chest finally spilt over and Mela looked away in shame. Everything that Yeva said rang true in her heart, and it was probably why it hurt so much to hear her talk. A slave death was not an unusual thing at the Chimjin Manor. The winter would claim the weakest, while spring and summer weren't that far behind. Heavy work and lack of ripe food would easily take stragglers that barely survived the chill of the snow. None of that was true here. There was fire and warm water in the estate at any time of the day, while the kitchens were busy as soon as the sun rose from the ground. The dining rooms were filled with the sounds of clanking spoons and work areas with singing slaves. Tuck stopped shoveling silver into his belt pouch. It is better here than in the city. I thought our previous manor was just bad. Mela thought so too, that this domina was simply more just and benevolent than their previous one. Until she heard other slaves talk about their previous lives outside of this estate. While those didn't sound as bad as the life she had, no one wanted to leave. Yeva nodded in the direction of the kilns. Asked Kievan himself. He is a freedwar, yet he willingly came to serve under this manner. He was neither poor nor destitute, yet being a client of the capital is still better for him than being an independent artisan. And that was even before he came to this estate. Or take a trip around the city yourself and see it with your own eyes. I have asked Viter, who is outside, to be your bodyguard from now on. Trust me, this much silver might attract greedy eyes even here. The less is said about the streets outside. But Tuck glanced at the slave medallion around Yeva's neck with worry. Can I still buy my freedom if I choose to? What do you know about the process of getting free? At Chimjan, taskmasters said if you work hard you can earn the chance to become free, even get land for yourself, Tuck said. But I haven't seen anyone getting free. Did they lie to us? Yeva nodded. I am not surprised. Urf had no idea about it himself. They did not lie. Once your domina permits, you have a chance to become free and even claim a plot of land. While money is required most of the time, at least to purchase the permission from domina, it is not the greatest obstacle to a merc like you. It is not the chance to earn freedom, but the chance to prove to Emini that you can defend it against outside threats. Mela felt the chill inside her chest. Tuck gasped, you mean military duty? Yes, to become free you have to march into the forest. Yeva spoke through the silence. Even Vera covered her mouth with her tiny hands. Serve for 10 years and you will get not only freedom but a plot of land as well. The silver cut fell through Tuck's fingers and scattered on the floor. So it is impossible for us, isn't it? He mirthlessly chuckled. No wonder that even someone like you with your wealth and skill can't change your fate. On the contrary, it is quite possible for you, and all you have to do is sit and wait. Yeva smiled, but there was something off in that smile. You see, military duty doesn't just set you free. Who would risk their lives if their children would be born as slaves? The duty frees your blood, your sons and daughters, even the ones already born and now enslaved, as long as Domina allows them to walk free too. But it is possible to argue for other family members. Some argued for their wives and husbands. Urf will argue for his unka and ma. He doesn't even need permission from Domina, for he purchased you and only his permission is needed. Besides, as his mother-in-law, I am sure that Akarim Adal wouldn't oppose either way. There is but one hurdle left. Tuck glanced at Mela. Yeva's fingers gripped the table, making the wood groan. He has to return from the forest. Alive. So what do you want me to do now? Mela cried out. I just said nothing, simply wait and your freedom will come to you, because that is what you asked of him. Yeva let go of the table and patted Vera's head, pushing her toward the doorway. I also came here to inform both of you that there will be a hospital and a school built within the estate. This will improve our lives further while making sure that everyone willing will be taught how to read, write, and count. And stop lying to yourself. If Fey trickery was involved, yet he still cares about your well-being, loves you no matter what, and does everything in his power to do good by you, then it didn't take over his body. It is Urf who took over the power of the Fey. Vera moved ahead, easily leading the blind girl through the doorway. Yeva made another stop there, however. Your son didn't die, Mela. He just grew up. Esmat Enoch Fida. You could have simply asked me to bring her over, Esmat told her mother. Why are we bothering with this dance? Tiny bells tinkled on Matriarch's horns as she shook her head. So that you could accidentally walk into Tarhana and ruin everything. While your mind is sharp, Tarhana spent his youth meeting people while you were swinging your hammer. You wouldn't have as much luck talking over him as you do with your sisters. Do you think that he is watching over her? Zamindar Azrin turned over and looked at Esmat. Have you seen Isra out in the city lately? No. Neither have other pillar manners, because she is stuck deep within Akarim's manor. You have witnessed it yourself when you delivered my message. Esmat frowned. Do you think they wish to hurt her? Matriarch scoffed. Obviously not. Our manners have a good relationship and we both intend to keep it that way. Hence why I am not demanding the release of my daughter. Akarim Adal might be a trickster herself, but she isn't stupid to attempt something as insane as holding Isra against her will. Akarim is likely encouraging her to stay inside to avoid another slag incident. Zamindar glanced at her with an unspoken question. Esmat bowed her head, scratching her horn. I am still working on it. It is hard to keep the fire hot enough as it melts everything around it. Might as well forget it then. Matriarch waved her hand. Who knows, it might be all part of a ruse to begin with. Not Isra. She couldn't trick me like that. Unless she was tricked herself. Eliza interrupted their dialogue. She is here. Matriarch nodded to her daughters, giving them time to lie down properly. When everything was in place, she waved her hand to open the doors. Her mouth opened in a greeting that never came. Eliza goggled in silence as well. What in the 10 hells is that? Esmat rose from her couch. Israel smiled and dropped an enormous chunk of metal from her shoulder onto the sand below. The landing shook the entire house. I've brought a seat for me to sit on. She walked around it, and her striking hammer, which was hanging at her sash, chose this very moment to hit the metal, causing it to sing as if this was a smithy of the mountain clans and not the meeting room of Enoch Matriarch. It's an anvil, Esmat whispered as the sudden realization dawned on her. An enormous steel anvil. Rather than many small ones fit for specific needs, Akarim bribed you with this behemoth. Not at all, elder sister. Isra's fingers slid over the square hole. It is designed with many attachments in mind. One for every task. And how deep have you gotten yourself in debt to afford something gargantuan like this? Afford? Isra pulled out something metallic and tapped it at her mark on the side of the anvil. I am saddened that you did not recognize my symbol. I've made this anvil myself as my apprenticeship craft. Esmat sputtered a prey. Enough, Matriarch's roar interrupted the questioning as she glared Esmat into silence. Zamindar sighed and turned back to Isra. Greetings, my child, I've missed you. Isra shifted on her chair and unfolded the trinket in her hands, a steel fan. I was eager to see you as well. My loneliness from separation is countered only by the good that my current position brings to strengthen the chains between two manors and to the future benefit of my children. Esmet blinked in surprise. This didn't sound like Isra at all. Where was her awkward sister that wanted to be left alone in her smithy? Matriarch looked at the wine in her cup as she twirled it for a few moments. It is good you understand how your actions can have lasting effects on our manor as well as the Capital, but your mention of apprenticeship has me extremely worried. Are you that eager to renounce the teachings of Enoch Masters just to bind yourself to a new one? I am sure that plenty of your former teachers, your aunts at that, won't take it lightly. Isra grinned. Fear not, Matriarch, I am still a master smith. The mastery of Enoch trainers is so unparalleled that even Daimon himself acknowledged my smithing skills to be above his own. It is not smithing that I am learning right now but the daimonic craft of metallurgy. Both of the elder sisters frowned as they tried to pronounce the new word. Isra covered her face with the fan, probably hiding her smirk, and clarified, I was told it is a word from an ancient daimonic language. The metal work, the knowledge of metal. Smithing is working with metal, Zamindar Azrin reasoned. A part of it, yes, how to bend, shape, and stretch it with tongs and hammers. Metallurgy goes beyond that. How to heat and what to mix, what makes steel hard, soft, Isra glanced at Esmat, or what makes it short so it crumbles after a single strike. Her steel fan tapped the enormous anvil. How to turn one into the other. This anvil was made from slag, Esmat exclaimed. The fan snapped open. It could have been if my own family had not denied me even the scraps off their table of plenty. You, Esmet. Enough, Matriarch barked. No child of mine will eat the scraps because it is beneath them, Isra. This is why you are here after all, to discuss your position around the table of Enoch, not below it. Does my manor wish to settle for scraps off the table of Emini then? Isra asked immediately. While they can't deny my right, do you think that there will be another Isra Enoch Hale working with the Capital Daimon? Zamindar leaned back. You've grown, Isra Hale. A few 10 days have passed since you left and I barely recognize you. Isra looked away. I've been reminded once again that my words can be used against me. While I could brush it aside when it happened within the walls of our manor, this is no longer the case. Even when I finish my apprenticeship and return home, I will know many secrets that aren't mine to tell. Eliza glanced at silent Esmat, making her scratch her horn again. Matriarch sighed. While Esmat was out of her place, she did it on the behalf of Amanjin Irada. I assure you that such things are of the past. What kind of domina would I be if I had to rely on my matriarch to protect me against my sisters? Isra murmured as she played with her fan. Moreover, are you sure that this is the fate you wish for our manor, to be tools of political intrigue for others? The bloodied catter is discarded first. And what do you suggest instead? While Kigmiddle might want catters, what Akarim Adal needs are hammers. To do the work for them. Yes, Isra nodded without a pause. And to be paid appropriately in turn. Her fan collapsed and she struck it thrice against her anvil, causing some shuffling behind the doors, as well as some rumbling and muted swears. Isra coughed. Akarim asked me to convey her gratitude for allowing me to work under her banner. It was my choice of the type of gifts that you might like. Matriarch clapped her hands for slaves to open the doors. Bring them in. Two burly men walked inside carrying a large billet of metal marked with Isra's mark on top. Pure steel, comparable in quality to the H-Saka clan, Isra spoke as the slaves dropped the billet on the floor. While it is not the fooled kind, it is strong, especially after quenching. She rummaged in her sash and pulled out a scroll. I have written here every step to turn this steel into an armor, weapon, or even some tool. Steps to keep it soft and steps to harden it after work is done. Even the steps to make it flexible and avoid shattering. Eliza squawked and Esmet felt her throat dry up. The billet was enormous for the type of steel Isra said it was. There were at least 5 if not 10 swords worth of metal within. It might as well be solid gold by its price alone. The bells on Matriarch's horns tingled as she rubbed them while speaking Esmat's thoughts out loud. Zamindar snapped her fingers and the scroll and the billet flew over to her, and this scroll might be worth even more. With a loud clang, she broke off a piece of steel from the billet as she crushed the seal on the scroll with another hand. None of them missed the uniformity of the metal within. You have grown indeed, but you still need to work on your awkward gift presentation. Isra tilted her head to the side in question. She chuckled in good humor. While the gift itself is outstanding, don't show it while sitting on an anvil thrice as large, you make it look worth less in turn. Oh, Isra glanced back, scratched her head and chuckled. That familiar chuckle reminded them that this was indeed Isra Hale. I thought they would be a bit faster. Just as she said that, the pair of sweaty slaves returned carrying another billet. Forgive us, mistress. The pile collapsed and it is hard to pull each one out. The pile, Matriarch slowly murmured. The couch flew to the side as Zamindar stomped through the room and froze at the entrance. Then she started laughing. Esmat shared a glance with Eliza and got up, both curious and fearful at what caused their mother to act in such a way. Esmat did stop for a moment and lifted the gift herself, confirming her previous estimation about its weight. But a gasp from Eliza quickly summoned her to the door. A pile of billets lay in their courtyard with multiple slaves standing on top of it, struggling to lift yet another chunk of metal that was as heavy as 10 merks. Enough to give every Enoch warrior a set of weapons and armor, probably even to forge individual warhammers for the Enoch wormage as well. Isra approached as well, shaking her head with a sullen mood. I warned them about the weight. As I was trying to say, the Kamital recognizes our skill and wishes that our smithies never stop. Isra Hale, Zamindar said without turning away from the pile, what do you think about Anais Hillel as your future wife? Mother, Abitred Isra squeaked loudly. Yeva. I see that you've been successful with your task, Yeva observed an excited Isra. Congratulations. Yeah, Isra Hale grinned. Shahin Esko was right, my mother simply couldn't ask me to return after a present that large. And the fan was very useful too. Yeva couldn't help but smile at the memory. Frustrated by the lack of sufficient progress by her standards, Shahin told Isra to write down a set of responses the envoy prepared beforehand and have them near so that she could guide the conversation herself. After a lengthy discussion about possible ways of doing so, they agreed on a fan with answers written on one side so that only Isra could see them. While personal fans weren't that common among Emini since wormages usually had slaves to fan them and keep the shade over their heads, Yeva argued that a metal one wouldn't look too conspicuous in the hands of a smith. Judging by Isra's cheerful look, their gamble paid off. Yeva felt relief herself. Isra was rowdy and full of energy, but she had gotten used somewhat to the stampeding minotaur. Her simple attitude toward life made it easier for Yeva to let go of her usual attitude toward wormages and concentrate on moving things forward. Isra or not, their estate needed a smith and Yeva dreaded to think about trying to train another wormage. especially one that was less interested in craft and more interested in power. Thank you for choosing to stay, Yeva summarized her thoughts. While I wanted to give you some personal reward. Isra squeaked and tripped over. I need both you and Rena for the next part of our projects. Yeva tilted her head. Is something wrong? No, no, flustered. Isra shook the dust off her smithing apron. Just some family thing. I heard someone saying my name. It is Rena Kairat now. Rena walked in looking like a fox that had eaten all the chickens in the pen. How can I be of service, mistress? Yeva had to shake her head at the attitudes of both artisans. I see that you have some good news yourself. Yep, Domina was pleased enough with my work to grant me the third name. I also shagged my husband for an entire night in celebration. She patted her groin in satisfaction. Might be a good time to get a second one too. Sharon is a good lay, but he gets too soft after a few hours. With the way Domina is treating me, I can afford to get 3. Just make sure that it doesn't affect your work. I don't mind you walking bow-legged all day long as your hand is steady. Bow-legged, Rena laughed loudly. You sure know how to say it. Don't worry, day is day and night is night. I should be worried about you. Will you be fine alone without Earth? I prefer quality over quantity, Yeva sniffed, and I can last a mere season away from him. Rena raised her hands in surrender. It is just a friendly offer, nothing more. Besides, there is plenty of quality in Samet, both male and female. You can even get one for Earth as a gift. Quality. Mine stays hard until I am satisfied, has a tongue longer than my hand, and fingers that can melt all my muscle pains away. Rena whistled. Seriously, I should have tried harder back then. Yeva looked at her. The artisan stepped back, waving her hands. No, no, 2 husbands will be enough for me. I am not greedy. Isra coughed, blushing. What about the next project you were talking about? Right, Rena quickly nodded in agreement. Work is first. There are 2 tasks that we need to address right now, and one of them you won't like, I am afraid. Something serious? Rena frowned without any of the previous levity. Number annoying to be precise but extremely necessary. Something that feels silly as Earth trying to get that perfectly flat surface, but something with just as far-reaching consequences in the future. Yeva reached down and pulled out a plastic bar that she painstakingly carved with the help of a bioprinter. This bar is exactly 1 meter long. What is a meter? Isra asked. It is a unit of measurement. I get that, but what is it based on? Your arm length. Yeva shook her head. That is the annoying part. The meter has a very convoluted history that was marred with miscalculations and errors, but none of that matters here. For Emini, it is a very arbitrary length. Yes, Rena nodded in understanding. I can see why this would be annoying too, but why do you want us to learn it? To be completely honest, because it would be easier for me to teach you in the future. The knowledge that Earth asked me to share with you is based on this length. But the length itself is not the most important part here. The stick is. I've spent quite some time making sure that this bar is exactly 1 meter long, not a hair longer or less. It is also made out of special material that doesn't shrink or expand with temperature. Remember how Earth taught you that flatness would lead to precision? Well, this is the next step, standardization. Now that we have the precise and material unit of length, we can precisely divide it into smaller units using geometry and calibrate all of our measuring ropes and sticks against this bar. Just as I make sure a new surface is flat by using the granite surface plate, Rena asked. Precisely. The 3 surface plates that we have are our standard of flatness. You could carve a flat surface out of wood in your workshop, and Isra could scrape metal in hers using the same standard, and when you place them against each other, they would match. This bar will be our standard of length with an identical purpose in mind. You or one of your apprentices could carve a cylinder with a set diameter, bring it to Isra's workshop, and insert it into a hole she drilled in advance without any gap between them. It would be quite a tight fit then, Rena mused, wiggling her eyebrows at the once again flustered Isra. Rena, are you still horny? Yeva frowned. You are the one that started talking about holes and rods fitting tightly together here, not me. I used that example because it is directly related to our next task. Yeva reached into her sash and pulled out a toy. Look familiar. I made one of those when I was a child. Isra nodded. You put it into the fire and water inside spins the toy around. Precisely, you were turning heat into movement, using steam to make the toy rotate. Rena frowned. I think I remember Earth mentioned something like that. You want to use heat to make things move, correct? Yeva smiled. You were complaining that the water turbine wasn't sufficient enough for both of your workshops. We will use steam to make all your current worries about power disappear and spin all your machines 10 times as fast or 10 times as strong. Will we have enough coal? Isra scratched her head. I will need quite a lot of it since I gave away most of my working stock to my mother. Those toys are pretty, but they are woefully inefficient. We have steel that can withstand great pressure, machines to carve flat and round surfaces, and the method to keep every single detail fit so tightly together that no steam would escape. For the third time, Yeva reached for something that she had prepared in advance. Two artisans moved closer together as she unraveled a sheet of paper, eager to see yet another new design from a Daimon girl. Trust me, Israel, what we are about to make won't be mere toys. Steam engines will reshape Emini as we know it, and it will be up to us to make sure that it will be for the better and not for the worse. Lidaf Kamshed Hikmat. Why do we have to do this kind of dance around the fox? Her brother muttered under his breath as he kept his steed close to hers. Because she isn't just some young Kamidal anymore, Muramat, Lidaf replied. She was noticed by the goddess herself, the Kamshed had to act. He ran his hand down his beard, throwing a stray lock of his white mane over his shoulder. She had also stated her intent. Why am I supposed to chase someone who isn't willing? She glanced around, trying to find the landmark she was looking for, because that is the will of matriarch. One has to listen to his mother. Lidaf didn't respond. His petulance was expected, of course. He had grown up knowing that his union with Mushaf was a deal of the past, only to find out that he might have to entertain someone else instead. But she had bigger problems at hand than the mood of one of her brothers. Their procession was growing with every day and with every town that they passed by. Even a single lady of the house traveling to join Emini arms would quickly summon many eager and even wormages under her banners. Some wanted to showcase their bravery and skill in front of the potential patron. Others wished to fulfill their service as a lackey in the officer's tent rather than a warrior on the field of battle. Her manor knew how to pick their warriors, so Lidaf didn't fear that a weak or craven one would sneak into her retinue. Neither did she care for the actions of other manors. If they wanted to waste their resources on some layabout that was their folly, Arms walked lean into the forest, quickly shedding whores, companion slaves, and other servants to the great frustration of many spoiled wormages. Unfortunately, this crowd needed to eat and drink. It didn't matter whether they were accepted by one of the manors, traveled alongside and paid for themselves, or trailed behind while begging for scraps. Food had to come from somewhere, and while towns were eager to sell their recently harvested grain, the procession was starting to get too large for smaller towns along the Enoch Way. Not as large as a whole arm, but Arms had the discipline to fall back on. Another 10-day of travel in such a manner and settlements would start shutting gates in front of their faces. This would slow them down significantly, and her mother's demands made that unacceptable. Lidaf had to act. She needed to organize this rabble into a walking formation, send harbingers ahead, and kick out any undesirable elements. To do that, she had to gather all wormages of import and get all of them to recognize her authority. Not an easy task with so many independent manors around. While her family name commanded respect, Lidaf wasn't even a Kamshad domina. Neither were the others, as most dominas were too busy governing their manors, but that didn't necessarily make this easier for her. The numerous ladies of the house held too much power to easily relinquish it and were too young to understand the wisdom in doing so. This was why she was here, making visits in person rather than sending messengers to invite others over. Each one had to be handled individually, and Lidaf started with the most concerning one. Anais Hillel. While Mushaf currently held a lot of influence, if not even more than Lidaf herself, since she brought her personal siege Arusak along, Anais could become the most divisive one. Rural were flocking to Kamshad and Kishava banners, but ladies of the house were on the move because the divinely touched daughter of the Kamidal was here. Some, like the Enoch twins, were blunt about it. The rest were either staying quiet or joined along, not to be the only ones left behind. Anais might not have the power or experience to lead herself, but she could undoubtedly upset the current balance of power by picking someone else as their leader. Her brother harumphed and shifted in his saddle. Lydia glanced ahead and couldn't stop herself from shaking her head. There was the third group among wormages that came along, ones that wanted to show off not their bravery but their spark. Every manor large and small along their path was eager to send their males with the brightest sparks, hoping to marry them into a pillar sadak. Yet another opportunity that was nothing but a headache for Litaaf to handle. "Your sight is in my heart, Azor Mesud." Litaaf nodded to the tall figure sitting on a tree root. She wasn't even sure which specific manor the rabbit wormage hailed from, yet his spark was bright enough for Mushaf to stop and look at one time, much to Muramat's chagrin. "It is a surprise to see you here." "To see a wormage sitting in the mud is quite a surprise indeed." Her brother decided to utter his grievances. Azor put aside the scroll that he was reading and frowned at Muramat. "Am I supposed to get offended? Isn't it a warrior's toll to brave the world away from luxury? I am here to please my senses, to breathe the scent of the trees and listen to the music nearby. How I do it is my own prerogative." "Your name is on my lips, Lidaaf Hikmat." There was indeed a faint melody coming from somewhere further ahead. "Excuse my brother, he is tired," Lidaaf interrupted the brewing catfight. "Are you familiar with where Anais Kegmital Hillel is staying for the night?" "I am." The wormage got up and fixed his collet, a mischievous smirk on his lips. "I will guide you if you entertain one question of mine." She raised her eyebrow and Azar tilted his ear. "How many performers do you think are playing?" Muramat shifted his ears toward the melody and shook his head. "Our manor prefers the songs made by the drums of war and horns that send us to our victories, not the decadent kitharas." Lidaf nodded in agreement. "My brother is correct. I am not a judge of such music. From what I've heard at the feasts I've attended, 4, maybe 5, they are playing quite slowly, a kitharis school perhaps." "Why do you ask this of me?" "A passing fancy?" He smiled coquettishly at her, only to drop the smile and wave his hand. "Head in the direction of the music. It is coming from the local Kamital manor. Anais Hillel is undoubtedly staying there. Know that many things are more than they appear." She gave him a quick nod and sent her horse into a gallop with a sharp click of her tongue. Males had a lot of tricks to attract the female gaze. Some were bold, brash, and courageous like her brother, while others liked to appear mysterious and enigmatic. Lidaaf had neither time nor desire to entertain either right now. Their horses led them past a thicket of trees and a lonely villa opened up to her eyes. A summer retreat of the Kamital and her destination based on the wagons at the entrance. That was a good sign. Whether or not other Kamital were there, Anais was definitely nearby. A lone performer sat on a tree playing that melody all by himself, as if mocking her. An unusual kithara in his hands sang as a chorus of many, only to focus on a single melody from time to time as if talking back to the hums of its player. Lidaaf felt the shiver crawling through her spine. The music was odd and foreign to her ears, yet it stirred feelings within her soul. This was no song for a feast played by a performer for the pleasure of guests without intruding into conversations. This music demanded the attention of everyone listening to it, a frightful skill in the hands of a merc. Lidaaf pressed her lips thin and turned her horse toward the tree. "A companion slave," Muramat murmured as he stopped near her. "What is he doing here?" The young merc opened his silver eyes as if only now noticing their presence. "And your name is on my lips," Muramat nishad. Lidaaf blinked. The merc had the audacity to look down on her brother. "Oh," Muramat chuckled, "this one has a bite. Is your mistress aware you are barking at her important guests?" The merc lifted his kithara and patted the sash underneath. "Is your sister aware you are annoying the first husband of Anais Hillel?" Her brother choked. "This whelp. This is not how a loyal husband should behave," Lidaaf admonished the merc. "One should strive to strengthen his wife's power rather than subvert her connections out of jealousy. She might enjoy your songs, but Anais is intelligent and can quickly see through the lies." He thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, I can see how this can be seen as a petulant act of a jealous husband, but I have noticed a very interesting detail. You are here." Her eye twitched. "Yes, we came as guests." "You are quite an unwelcoming host." "Guests don't strong-arm people into marriages usually, nor do they interrupt would-be hosts with their galloping and rude remarks." but that is not as important right now. You came here in person rather than sending a messenger. This means it is something important. But Anais is currently occupied and asked not to be disturbed. You are welcome to stay and wait. The retreat is empty and has guest rooms, or we can arrange a meeting at a time more appropriate for both parties. Lidaf glanced at the setting sun. Please inform Anais Hillel that I wish to see her quite urgently. The silver eyes crinkled, something very important indeed. A gust of wind buffeted her hair, and she saw an enormous bug landing on the merc's arm. There was a bulky pouch in its jaws. He let the pouch fall into his hand. Does it have anything to do with that exhausted horse messenger you received from Samet this very morning? She felt her ears flatten. You were spying on our carriage, Muramat spoke in a low voice, his hand sitting on the hilt of a sword. Moi, absolutely not, but the merc lifted the enormous dragonfly to his face. What great big eyes you have. Will I be eaten by two big bad wolves tonight, or will I see my grandma safely? He spoke in a strange dialect for some reason, but she could glean the implication between the murky words. The creature chirped something and took off into the air, leaving them alone with the strange merc. Anais should know that her presence is needed by now, he said as if he had sent a messenger servant. He opened the pouch, pulled out a piece of black rock and frowned at it. You should know that Akarim Adal is rather cross with your mother. Kamshad matriarch's plan to send Anais on a mission deep into the forest sounds rather ominous. Don't you think? Lidaf sat straight in her saddle, pushing her brother to the back. There was no point dancing around anymore. What are you? He smiled. I've told you, I am the first husband of Anais Hillel. Her prime, if you will, and it is my duty to empower my dear wife. You seem to hold Anais in great regard. Do you think that she would marry me just because I can play some music? What do you want? This trip is long, but the reach of Kamshad matriarch is even longer. I am certain that we will coincidentally find ourselves serving in one arm, if not even one fist of the arm. A certain rapport is in order. Lidaf blinked. You wish to establish connections yourself. Precisely. I am also certain that you will receive a high rank right from the beginning. You have served before and have Kamshad as your family name, after all. At the same time, I wish to maintain my agency throughout the campaign, and it would be annoying to constantly use the name of my wife just to be heard. Now that you are no longer seeing me as a mere companion slave for your friend, it would be easier to find common ground between us. If you wished not to be seen as a companion slave, your choice of activities was a rather poor one. Lidaf tilted her head. Unless you are trying to intentionally mislead others, then you would be seen as an actor. Not a very dignified role either. He stretched his arm toward empty fields. I wish not to be seen at all. But I believe that a friend of Anais has both the perception to see the truth and the intelligence to use it wisely. Know thyself and know your enemies, win 1,000 battles, yada yada. She threw back her head and laughed out loud, amused by the events unfolding in front of her. Here Lidaf was trying to meet Anais, yet her husband was doing the same thing in her stead without even realizing it. She didn't know where Anais managed to obtain this merc, but she had found an amusing one. Why do you have a piece of the Babur Mountains in your hand? A new voice intruded into their conversation. Lidaf glanced at a curious Azure Mesud and quickly turned her head back to the merc, tucking the rock back into a pouch. Personal curiosity. I am the alchemist of Kigmetal, and reagent gathering is a part of the trade. As far as I am aware, there is no law in Emini that forbids me from having a piece of basalt. The question is, why do you think this piece came from there? Azure shrugged his shoulders. I've been around, that black and green shade. The mountains got their name because of the black stripes on the hills that hide green badlands deeper within. You can find some along the inland rivers, but they are round. Yours has edges. The alchemist shook his head. You have quite an impressive retinue, Lidaf Hikmat. Yes, she looked at the rabbit wormage in contemplation. I am always on the lookout for exceptional individuals. Creatures too, especially the ones that could easily cross distances that would otherwise take 2 if not 3 10 days to travel. Or I had them sent to Samet and got them from there. Chirp isn't for sale. She crinkled her eyes. Something tells me that it did not in fact come from Samet. Everything has a price. Yes, and I've stated the price for its potential services already. As long as the relationship is cordial between you and our Sadak, you will find it quite beneficial. Really, a feline wormage walked out, carrying something that looked like well-chewed-up pieces of armor. We leave you alone for a while, and you've already gotten yourself surrounded by sparks. Lidaf turned to the newcomer with great interest. From what Kamshad had managed to find, she had been a worse slave for years with Akarim as her mistress. Only to suddenly remember how to cast spells right when she got married to Anais Hillel. A suspicious coincidence. A very suspicious coincidence with a very unique scabbard on her sash, bulky, irregularly shaped and faintly smelling of oil. Designed for a wide yet thin and straight blade without a tip at the end. A blade that didn't need to pierce and only cut, and Lidaf was well aware of how well such a daimonic blade could cut. Nodded sagely. My natural attraction, no doubt. She chuckled, your ass has a natural attraction for trouble more like. He coughed, anyway, the fierce wolf lady is the Kamshad lady of the house, Lidaf Hikmat. The silent scowler is her brother, Muramat Nishad. And their spy that was shadowing me for the last few days is. Azure sniffed, Azure Hate Mesud, if I wanted to stay hidden you wouldn't have noticed me. I was listening to your music. And the wise person with the ear for beauty is Azure Mesud. XXX. Surprisingly enough, Urge instantly drew the attention of both werewolves. I wasn't sure if that was due to the monomolecular sword on her hip that they ogled as well, the fact that she had spark and I did not, or that she was a girl. But it didn't last for long. Anais joined us shortly after since they were training together with me keeping guard outside. The unfortunate consequences of trying to learn new spells while keeping them secret from everyone around. Even our servants were told to keep their distance. Lidaf quickly remembered the original purpose of her visit and dragged Anais into one of the guest rooms. I didn't stop Urge from following them as well. While my previous words were rather polite, Lidaf did come with her brother in tow and I preferred to avoid another opportunistic matchmaking attempt. Besides, Urge had entered the world of wormages and she desperately needed experience in their social interactions. Watching Anais receive her high-standing friend would help her learn a lot. I turned over to the last guest only to pause and stare. I knew that I'd never met him before in my life, but the weird familiarity of his smirk gave me pause. Unless this face wasn't his at all, I sighed and shook my head. Azure Mesud, really, way to spill my secrets, Albin. Akarim Kimital Adal. Walk with me, she spoke to a lithe girl near the smithy. Yeva nodded to Israel and stepped outside, her tail twitched, any news? Her second daimon nodded, as we expected. Kamshad matriarch made her move and pushed for a greater campaign, something about mines. Akarim nodded. Tin mines, no doubt. Seeing the confused tilt of the head, she clarified, Emini doesn't have significant tin reserves within our land. However, there is one rich vein somewhat close to our northern borders. We have been trying to establish a land bridge for a long time. Would that be their task then? Unlikely. Aggressive expansions proved to be costly failures in the past, so now Emini gradually pushes its borders bit by bit every year unless there is a good, defensible obstacle nearby. They are still quite far from the next river, however. What is more likely is that they will reinforce the mines themselves, as this time of the year can get quite rowdy over there. Creatures. Raiders. Bronze is in high demand everywhere, while autumn harvests allow both Emini arms and barbarian hordes to travel deeper into the forest. This is the only time of the year when they can lay a siege that far away from their grazing lands. Do not worry, there is an established outpost that protects the mines. Even if they lay siege, I have a feeling that neither of the Kamital 3 would go hungry as long as that creature can fly back and forth with provisions. Chirp. Hem. Yeva shrugged her shoulders. I named him Chirp, seemed fitting. Lidaf Hikmat is quite concerned by Urf's hints. Kamshad matriarch will receive a scroll from her daughter soon enough. Domina grinned, poor Roshanak Gulnez. Surrounded by confusion yet receiving news a 10-day too late. While it is her own fault, let us not push this too far. You want Urf to be useful in the arm, not irreplaceable. Speaking about taking things too far, Enoch Matriarch made a personal visit to my manor, she chuckled. The gift was significant enough that she not only approved of Isra's apprenticeship but made it clear that she would in no way oppose it if you extended the relationship. Yeva frowned. May. The daimon, of course, don't make that face. You knew perfectly well the consequences such a significant gift would cause, yet you pushed for it nevertheless. I want them to taste the opportunity in the air, to see the possibilities that are available to them to use steel in earnest, so that they would come back for more, like a drunk seeking another jar of wine. Zamindar Azrin did notice that the notes you provided lacked the instructions on how to make the steel itself. Yeva stopped and glanced at Akarim through her blindfold. You disapprove of my actions. I do not know yet. Why don't you explain them to me? It is not my place to worry about them getting addicted to our steel. Enoch has many smiths, so they will not starve without us. They will come out of this with a clear path to greatness as long as they are willing to depend on the Kamital, no, on your manner. This will forge greater bonds between both houses while making each one stronger individually as well. An alliance that could give pause even to the triumvirate of houses of war. She felt her tail shiver, and if Enoch asks for more to maintain such an alliance. Yeva waved her hand. Will they dare? Shahin instructed Isra quite well, and our smith herself was quite eager to make her mother understand just how tentative her position actually was. Yes, they can slow down our progress at this stage, but they will be chopping their own leg off to do so. Kamital can replace Isra Hale much quicker than Enoch can replace Kamital's steel. She nodded back at the smithy, where Isra was busy forging a sheet of metal into an enormous cylinder. Or future Kamital products. Akarim frowned. Are you planning on selling them our textile machinery? Number carding and spinning machines will require something to keep them running, and water from our aqueduct is no longer sufficient for everything. I also expect that you will eventually want to send those machines to your other estates rather than cart and ship unprocessed wool and flax all the way into the capital. What Isra is currently making is akin to a horse made out of steel. It will eat coal and drink water, and in turn it will lift hammers, pump bellows, and spin lathes. And replace even more mercs. Yes, Yeva pressed her lips thin. It will replace workers, the ones that walk treadmills all day long to power cranes, turn winches and cranks without end, and row oars under the heat of a blazing sun. The most repetitive, harsh, and cruel jobs that Emini currently has. And it will make your manor enormously rich in the process, both from the sale of such engines and the increase in commerce that they would bring to Emini. Imagine an iron horse that is as strong as a few hundred living ones, and then think of how much it could carry on a cart, or how fast it could move with a lighter load. I was only partially joking when I spoke about swords holding carts. Soon we will have the power to move loads that will crush wooden wheels and axles under its weight. Akarim paused for a moment. And you are showering Enoch with steel, so that they will be ready to build steel carts in the future. Yeva nodded. It is wise to think ahead. Domina smiled and continued walking at a leisurely pace. Indeed it is. A plan with a single purpose is simple and easy to predict, and those iron horses. I wouldn't worry about others stealing them from you if that is what you are asking. They need very good steel to contain so much power within. Clean, uniform cast steel rather than hammered bloom steel full of impurities. They will need precise flat and round surfaces, or steam will leak through the gaps. Our estate just managed to achieve the absolute minimum of those requirements. Other manors have none of that. Worst of all, those engines don't always fail to work. If something is off, they could explode most violently. By the time other manors achieve decent prototypes, you will be throwing yours into a smelter as scrap. Yeva stopped and looked seriously at Domina. What you really should be worried about is other manors taking you over by force, not by skill. You think that some manor is planning to overthrow mine. The Merc girl shook her head and beckoned her in another direction. Not at the moment, no. You are aware that Shahin is teaching me her skills, correct? Akarim nodded, and Yeva continued. Her teaching methods can be annoying, but she knows how to get a message across. During one of our earliest talks, she explained to me the perception of success. She used me as an example to show how others often perceive it not as me getting ahead in life, but as me leaving them behind, despite their status not changing in the slightest. Rather than looking at it objectively, they judge their position by the gap between us and perceive the widening gap as the loss of their status. You are getting ahead right now, Akarim Adal. And I am quite sure that many dominas are either already perceiving it in a similar manner or will do so in the future. The further you grow, the more powerful dominas and matriarchs you are likely to annoy with it. Akarim sighed. You didn't need to tell me this, for I am quite aware of it myself. I was taught those lessons when I was a mere child. I already use significant sums to bolster the security of my manor, but good and loyal guards are hard to come by, and I dare not hire in bulk lest I spook other manors. The new steel was quite useful in this regard as well, since new armor makes my retinue stronger without increasing their numbers significantly. Do you wish to postpone the current project and ask Isra to work on armor instead? Urf and I came up with something better. Yeva ducked into one of the greenhouses and emerged carrying an axe and a cylinder of something black. Try chopping it. The piece was light and unusual, but Akarim stopped paying attention to that word a long time ago. Half of the things in her manor were unusual by now. She took the proffered tool and swung at the target, making a small dent in the surface. Akarim raised her eyebrow and swung harder. The dent was deeper this time, but she failed to see anything else. For its weight, it is rather sturdy. Quite stubborn as well. What is this? Yeva rapped her knuckles on it. It is a form of wood. Wood this. She shrugged. A very special type of wood. After talking to Anais about how the Kimidal tends to fight, he thought that. Akarim wasn't paying attention. Flow runes swam within her inner eye as the other two watched the two dents vanish from existence. The steel blade failed to cut the surface, to bend without breaking, to cleave the rock and part the river. She whispered an old forgotten saying as the black wood twisted into a sword, only to splash against her hand and wrap the skin into a wooden gauntlet. Akarim clenched her hand into a fist and smashed it against the axe, turning it into a mangled chunk of metal. She flipped her hand around and saw the dented surface fixing itself once again. To persevere at all costs. It is made from special wood polymers that link every part of it together like one giant chainmail. It is very hard to rip or cut it apart, but easy to deform or bend. How much of this material can you make? Yeva glanced at the black gauntlet. We can dress every loyal werfox in this manner in a few 10 days. Urf has quite an eye for seeing future talent. Domina shook her head. Once I saw you as nothing but a price for keeping Urf around, but you keep surprising me time and time again. Do you wish for me to give you a second name just as I gave one to Rena? Yeva stilled for a moment but shook her head. Only if you would insist. She tapped the medallion on her neck. I care not about how the rest of Emini sees me. While I hold you in great regard, Akarim Kamidal Adal, I have nothing to prove to the country that took my mother from me and tried to take my sight as well. I care for its people, yes, the mercs and wur that are oppressed by the current system. I respect certain wormages who have shown with their character that they deserve said respect. I am known as Yeva to my Sadek. I am loved and cared for. And I will love and care in return. Akarim smiled in amusement at the very Urf-like attitude. The choice is yours, but those names aren't just for others to judge you by, but for your descendants to remember your deeds. I would prefer that they would enjoy the fruits of my labor rather than the memory of my past glory. Domina glanced at the black wood on her hand. Sometimes it is the past glory that drives you forward. Is this what arms are like? I nudged my companion. Albin glanced at the bedlam I was gesturing at and chuckled. Of course not, arms are much bigger in size. Besides, weren't you the one to preach about Emini food challenges? Why are you so surprised to see it in person? I sighed. The two of us were in the eye of a storm, an isle of calmness in the sea of organized chaos. Kamshad and Kishava wormages were barking left and right, organizing recruit hopefuls into some sort of a coherent marching formation, and kicking out anyone they saw as unfit to even try. Anais and Urge were also busy somewhere. As a member of Kamidal, Anais was overseeing grain purchases in order to keep this procession from starving without causing too much grief to the towns we would be passing by. That was the main topic Lidaaf had discussed with Anais during the previous night, which honestly improved my opinion about the quiet werewolf lady. Even if that lady was probably in her wolf form right now and growling some poor wur into submission. This also highlighted in my head how fragile Emini really was. How fragile individual parts of Emini were, to be more precise. Because a passing group of a few hundred strong was sufficient enough to disrupt food prices and cause a spike in violence and crime within roadside towns. While we were a horde of at least partially armed people away from their homes, this wasn't just an issue of discipline. Arms themselves didn't travel from town to town either when they needed to move from one area of Emini to the other. They either marched from one established camp to another in a single march, or they built a temporary camp somewhere on grazing pastures a good distance away from settlements for that exact reason. Your logistic system can barely keep up with your way of waging war, I summarized my thoughts. Albin tugged on his magically fake rabbit ear in contemplation. Quite a pessimistic approach, Urf. I would say that arms grew to the maximum size that Emini could let them. Despite certain challenges, they are quite successful with their tasks, and everyone around us knows it too. There have been no raids on the Emini heartland in centuries, and our raiding fleets often don't even engage in battle since tribute is willingly paid. He stopped for a second, and a huge grin appeared on his face. His elbow jammed into my side. What do you mean, our way of waging war? You expect me to ignore that slip-up? Spill it, we have plenty of time on our hands. Albin was correct about time. While others were running around like chickens with heads cut off, I was mostly keeping watch over our belongings and carts. As the lady of a pillar manor and a likely war mage, Anais both had more leeway in the amount of cargo she could have and knew what would be acceptable to bring in the first place. As such, while others were frantically figuring out what they could keep and what needed to be discarded before Kamshad's inevitable inspection, our wagons were left untouched. At the same time, Albin, or Ajar Hade Mesud as everyone else saw him, came with a single mule packed with some scant camping gear. Extremely austere for a wormage of his spark and therefore equally unbothered. I pushed the offending appendage away and rubbed the affected area as I rolled my eyes at his antics. What is war? Not that he really needed to bring much. I knew his power and I'd seen his gear during our trek to free my family. His tent was enchanted to the gills and everything else within it. Despite his scrawny animal and the pitiful sack, he likely enjoyed greater amenities than the rest of this caravan combined. Albin lacked for nothing but a good conversation partner. It is the might of Emini across the world, a show of our strength that others should take heed of, Albin proclaimed, only to shrug his shoulders. It is a bunch of people with pointy sticks and sparkly spells arguing who claims what land. War is an armed conflict. And the sword is a sharp metallic stick. Cut this ass out. What I mean is that land ownership isn't a necessity for war. Do you think the barbarian tribes which Emini bickers with are trying to capture our cities and lands? No, they strike and pillage what they can and then return to the steppe. That is what your codices say. That is also what Emini is doing as it raids overseas as well. Well, that is raiding. War is different. His hand reached into a sack and pulled out a bowl of popcorn. I shrugged. Fine, let us look at creatures then. We aren't at war with creatures either. You don't wage war against monsters, you exterminate them. Are you? It is not the death of monsters Emini is after, but the land the forest is sitting on top of. Imagine that creatures were some uncivilized tribe of crab wormages. Disorganized, without cities to capture or riches to plunder. Nothing but the land they were living on. I am sure that they would have seen your slowly expanding borders as nothing but war. It is slow and very methodical, but it is a war nevertheless. Many often look at what war is without trying to understand why it is the way it is and mistakenly assume that it is something static and never changing. An arm sneaked around my body, and I felt someone pressing into me. Hey there, handsome, some were of uncertain lineage purred as she dragged her fingers across Albin's collat. Her other hand, however, why is someone like you traveling all by yourself? My mistress is very curio-arg. You whelp. Who the fuck are you? I hissed in turn as I pulled her hand out of my clothes. My grip twisted her wrist into an awkward position just a hair breadth away from dislocation. Watch your tongue, Merc, she spat, and I felt myself shift due to the magical pressure. She was a wormage. She was also a stupid wormage since I still held her hand in a solid grip. All that her hocus-pocus managed to achieve was yank both of us to the side, further exacerbating her pain. Let go, she wailed. I will have your mistress scourge your back raw for daring to raise a hand against a wormage. I sighed and glanced at Albin. Just a moment. A twist of my hand dropped the wormage on her knees. Magical strength or not, they still felt pain and their bodies reacted to pain in a similar manner to other humans. It didn't matter if they could crush rock or bend metal with their bare hands, if their brain thought that the only way to avoid further pain was to drop on their knees, down they went without a peep. Well, expletives came right after. I rolled my eyes and twisted her wrist again in order to disrupt any spell casting and rub her nose into my sash. Do you know how to read patterns, or did you sleep through your lessons? She grunted against my belt only to freeze in place as her eye spied the golden embroidery of scales over the floating pillar. The emblem of the Keimitl. Yes, let us summon my mistress, I crooned into her round, mousy ears. And yours as well. We can tell them how some rural wormage tried to diddle the alchemist of Keimitl and the first husband of Anais Keimitl Hillel. I wonder how my wife would receive such news. Her gaze jumped between me and Albin, I thought. I shook my head. No, you didn't think at all, or you would have kept your hands to yourself. Seriously, the sashes are there for this exact reason. We aren't in Samet anymore, Albin piped in. Not even in the capital hinterland. While it is possible to meet the merc with a very influential patron back there, the rural population doesn't bother with manneral symbols as much. You either have spark or you don't. Great, I groaned. Now I will be assaulted by country bumpkins who don't know local heraldry. Not as much anymore, he chuckled and nodded at the onlookers that started to gather. You are being watched right now, and judged accordingly. So, what manor do you hail from? I turned back to my would-be molester, eager to get this over as fast as possible. She glanced to the side, chuckling nervously. Just a word, no manor, no. I've felt your magic wormage. I intentionally spoke like the farm slave I once was. Do not lie to me. She bit her lip and wrenched her hand away. I heard a faint crack and a whimper, but it was too late. The now free wormage bolted away, quickly vanishing into the crowd. Thank you for protecting my honor, Albin cartoonishly bowed to me. If not for you, this one would have been surely dragged into her den of evil and debauchery and eaten alive. She would choke, probably on his invisible horns or the enormous tail that he transformed into a fluffy pom-pom. He laughed and patted the embroidered sheaf of wheat on his sash, the main produce of the Hatte manor most likely. Don't forget that I am just a male wormage from a rural manor. I nodded at his subtle reminder and pompously puffed my chest. Fear not, as a merc of a pillar manor I seek justice everywhere. Only to exhale and speak more quietly. How often do such things happen within arms? Albin looked to the side. Not gonna lie, they do happen. Soldiers have needs and some don't bother to seek the services of a prostitute. It is forbidden, however, as such acts between soldiers lower the overall morale, but there are always some who are stupid enough to ignore the rules. It is also likely that she was encouraged to act in a certain way, he mused. I followed his gaze and noticed a group of guys suddenly busying themselves. Some say that it is the path of a woman to lead, plan, and plot, he spoke softly from my side. But we both know that it isn't true. We have our own plots and plans, both subtle and overt, and there are many in Emini that do not agree with your current status. Whether you are a daimon or not, and whether your union was overseen by the goddess or not, and they will plan and plot to see you fail. I hummed, I am surprised you didn't warn me this time. No advice to watch my back. Someone is slacking off on the cryptic messages that only make sense afterwards. Because you have shown me yesterday that you don't need such advice, you have performed exemplary without me holding your hand, and now many will think twice before attempting something reckless. Oh, so they will plan more instead, how nice. Well, he grinned, you can either navigate around individual attempts or get swarmed by a horde of reckless ones while navigating the very same attempts nevertheless. Pick your poison. Those that plot will keep plotting, but those that only smash and grab will likely back off. I sighed and shook my head, putting all of this aside. Where were we before the mouse decided to get handsy? On why war always changes and creatures are misunderstood wormages. The sass is back, I see, I nodded. War is merely an extension of state policies to further its interests. Every state has needs and desires to further its goals. It can achieve some by negotiation, others by intimidation. And sometimes the state sees that a violent approach is the best possible option. Whether or not it is the correct one is a completely different discussion. I nodded at the cries in the crowd. Take Camshed retinue for example. While they probably can use reasoning to explain why it is forbidden to keep 20 pleasure slaves while you serve wormage or not, they have chosen to let their whips argue instead. To make it faster, save their efforts, or something else entirely, I cannot tell. In a similar manner, the country decides how, when, and where to wage war based on its needs and desires. When you wage wars against other countries, you seek to capture their most prized possessions, cities, whether to gather tribute from them or claim them as yours. Therefore you seek to keep the damage to a minimum and lay a siege. Deliver a siege. Deliver a siege to another city without razing it to the ground. For that, you need to be the only force with arms left standing in the area. This is the doctrine your arms are built upon. They are designed to clash with opponents and stand their ground. Because if they flee, they are either leaving an Emini city undefended or forfeiting a siege themselves. Albin nodded. So you do know how Emini fights. Master Siamak taught me the basics, yes. But I wasn't joking when I said that you wage war against creatures too. The difference in priorities and available targets simply changes it so much that you don't even recognize it as war. Similarly, I am more than sure that the main reason why you claim nomadic tribes as barbaric is at least partially based on the way they fight. Specifically how they do not fight as the civilized people do. He laughed. First you try to sympathize with creatures and now you are arguing for nomads. It would be quite entertaining to watch you argue with generals and commanders in the future. What did you call it back then? Know your enemy, win a war. Knowing your enemy will see you victorious only half of the time, or so the ancient general once said. You have to know yourself too. Knowledge is quite important in general, while it is not as critical if you tell a common soldier that the enemy is craven and without honor when it attacks from an ambush only to immediately retreat. If your generals share the same misconceptions, then your arm is only half as strong. Emini arms must stand and fight to deliver or deny a siege. A force that seeks to cause as much pain and suffering in order to force you into giving up will find your once flexible arms as slow as a turtle. Albin stood in silence for some time, mulling my words in his head with a faint smile on his lips. Something tells me that you can be a dangerous general, he mused. I am morbidly compelled to see you try yet fear the possible consequences. A terrible one more likely. There is a reason why I am standing here with our gear while my wives are busy with logistics. My ideas are worthless if my arm starves to death in less than a 10-day because I've forgotten something silly like packing straw to feed livestock. Besides, I neither agree with current Emini ideologies nor I am eager to wage war. Albin shrugged. Auxiliaries are assigned exactly for that reason. Emini has seen generals like this in her past, you know. She was quite successful against the nomadic tribes and multiple incursions into our lands exactly because she knew when not to fight, when it was better to starve the larger force by simply keeping her arms nearby. Be careful about your ideals, however. Treason on a battlefield means death. Even Akarim Adal won't protect you. I know discipline, Albin, and I am aware that there might be things I will have to do that won't necessarily align with my morals. While I will try to avoid doing them whenever possible, I won't compromise the safety of others. Besides, I poked him into his sash, how are you going to watch me argue with generals if you are some farmer wormage? Hey. The familiar owlish eyes looked at me beyond the magical disguise. The bowl of mostly eaten popcorn fell from his hands and rolled on the ground. Shit! Wait, I've definitely read some ancient codices and Hade Manor is actually an ancient manor with a long-standing lineage of generals. My ancestors were undefeated. I smirked. Probably defeated every rat that tried to steal your grain. I am sure that Kamshad would be flattered to have the ancient Hade general among their ranks. As soon as said general gets milked by everyone at least partially relevant. He scowled at me. That is hitting below the sash, you know that. Is that your revenge for not warning you about the Hansi mouse? Now that you said it, it is. Suffer the consequences of your inactions. Fine, I demand the price for my previous services, O alchemist of Kaemidal. I raised my eyebrow. You want a potion of impotence? Sure thing. Albin looked slyly at me. The conversation about creatures reminded me of our return trip to Samat. You spoke highly about them then as well. You also promised me a sword either built by your hand or with your instructions. I sucked the cold air into my lungs. I did promise, and I could not deny my gratitude for his assistance in getting my family away from the ritual. I also could not deny the inherent danger of a monomolecular blade in the wrong hands. I licked my dry lips. You do know what you are asking, right? Yes, he spoke quietly. I am asking you to be me. What? I am no fool, Urf. I look at you and I see power, an enormous power that no one in Emini can control. Neither Anais Hillel nor Akarim Adal nor me or my sister. The Emini general in me screams to cut your head off every time you casually speak of things that could spell disaster for this country, just to be on the safe side. Yet every time I smother that intent, because something else in me sees you as a fresh stream that could nourish and empower Emini and make her rise above all else. I remember that buried shell of metal near the river and I saw the shade of power it casts on Tana. The whispers of a glorious past long forgotten, and everything is in the hands of a person with a very murky future. A slight tinge of blue shone through his red eyes. Yet I chose to believe in you, Urf, that you will not abuse your power. Will you believe in me as well? Did you plan for this when you asked me for a sword back then? He smiled. Did I expect you to forge a sword that could cut anything? No, but I did expect you to do something outrageous without realizing it, and I knew that I would be happy to have anything you would make. You don't need to see the future, knowing you is enough. I glanced down at my scabbard and undid the belt clasp. This is a merc version. It is just as sharp but has no runes on it. If you wish for it to last longer than a day, you will need to carve your own. I am warning you, this is a very dangerous blade, Albin. It will cut your enemies, but it can easily cut you in half before you even realize it. Flow or not, I fear more about you dying from it than you pointing it at me. Do not let others play with it. I placed the scabbard into his hand but did not let go. There is one more request from me, however. I need you to help me explain to my wives why some random wormage suddenly has my sword. Or why I lost mine. You know what? Tell them my name. They already know the much more significant secret of Shebet compared to a little bit of flow manipulation from yours truly. Deal. I let go of the blade. Please do not betray my trust, just as I won't betray yours. Albin smiled and touched his forehead with the sword's pommel. Let this blade be the seal between our families, from yours to mine and from mine to yours. There will be peace on her land. I bowed in silence while Albin simply took the sword and inserted it into the palm of his hand. With its scabbard, clasps, and straps, his magic made it look like a trick to my eyes. He really could afford to reveal some of his spells, for he had plenty more up his sleeves. By the way, he winked at me, prepare to be molested once again, watch your ass or something. I blinked. Wait, what? An arm sneaked around my body and I felt someone lifting me into the air. There you are, Urge huffed in relief. I've heard someone tried to assault you. I smiled, seeing her indignant face. Nothing serious, I caught her, but she ran away as soon as she realized who I was. Your husband remains chaste. Good, she put me over her shoulder. I will find her and skin her tomorrow. We are heading to our wagon. Now, I glanced at Albin only to see the empty space where he once was. Damn bastard did a runner on me, so I did all I could really do in this situation. Meep. XXX. She started undressing even before I landed on our sleeping bed. I could feel her magic tugging at my tunic and trying to undo the clasps and knots that held my dress nice and proper. Urge. The cougar turned over once she heard my voice. Her hands grabbed the collar of my collat and pulled me into a smoldering kiss full of need and desire. I heard my clothes ripping as she tried to pull me out of them with all her might. Whatever she was concerned about, it wasn't about my molester at all. I am here, Urge, calm down. I spoke to her as I pushed her down. I tried to undress as quickly as possible so that I wouldn't end up with a sleeveless vest in a matter of seconds. She didn't listen and her hands lunged at my clothes once again. I growled at her and yanked her caftan apart, freeing her breasts from the confines of her clothing. My lips descended on her nipple and I sucked it into my mouth. Urge's frantic pants turned into a satisfied moan as I gently bit on her nipple only to massage the bite with my tongue. Her hands enveloped my head and pushed me deeper into her bosom. Her nipple hardened inside my mouth as if demanding to be bit and licked again and again. I gave her what her body craved. As my mouth attacked her left breast, my left hand made sure that the other didn't feel lonely either. My fingers wrapped around her flesh as I squeezed and pulled at it, pinching her other nipple from time to time with my passing thumb. My other hand wasn't idle either. Her sash flew away and I hiked her dress above her waist to reveal that she was already moist and waiting for me. Her legs tried to wrap around me and pull me in, but I growled and pushed them wide apart. I placed my palm on her hot mound, pinning her in place, and sat up straight. My cougar lay in front of me, fully open. I knew that look in her eyes I had mere seconds before she would pounce again. It looks like my kitten is very needy today, needy and disobedient. My fingers grabbed her nipple and pinched hard this time, Urge whimpered. I smiled and gently tugged at it, watching her breast stretch with my pull. Will you be a quiet kitten for me and let me satisfy you properly, or do you want me to punish you instead? She bit her lip and paused for a second, contemplating both options, only to sigh and finally relax. Good girl, I crooned, sending shivers all over her body. I started to undress properly. I did it quickly but without rushing, and soon Urge groaned in satisfaction as I wrapped her once again in my embrace and slid inside of her. Now tell me, I murmured into her ear, what's wrong? Seriously, Urf, she groaned, don't ruin this for me right now. I pulled out and quickly slammed myself back in, making her yelp. Did you think that I would stop? No, kitten. Your task will be to speak despite my ministrations, not instead of them. It's just, she gasped as I started my pace. We are going to war. I thought that I was ready, but this sudden change made me stop and think, well, this is it, Urge. Don't worry, love, I murmured into her ear as I hugged her even closer. I will keep you safe. She smacked me. It is not about me, you prick. No, keep your prick inside. Anything can happen in the forest. What if your skin suit isn't enough? Urge harumphed and looked to the side, and then those rumors. What if some sleaze manages to take you away? I lifted her up and bent her over. Grabbing a fistful of her hair, I pulled her back on my shaft. Then I will break her arms just as I did with this one, I growled at her. And then I will find you and fuck you raw until you can't walk anymore. Because you are mine, Urge. I've fought for you just as I've done for the rest of my Sadek, and I will continue fighting. I will fight eager skanks trying to take your spot. I will fight envious thieves trying to take you away from me. Because you are mine. I will fight Emini as a whole with their gods, and I will crawl back from the dead to you just as I've done after that collector's attack. I kept slamming into her with every sentence I spoke. I kept pulling her hair, making her arch backwards. I squeezed and pawed at her swaying breasts, making it clear who had a claim on them here. I also listened to her body. To the frantic beat of her heart and the glazed eyes full of pleasure, to her twitching walls sucking me deeper inside and her clenching legs trying to squeeze me even harder, all the way up to her peak. I will do it again and again, my beloved kitten, I gently whispered into her ear just as her gasps staggered into that final hiccup. Because you are mine. I let Urge scream her release into a nearby pillow as I gently caressed her through the convulsions, eagerly emptying my balls into her trembling core. Feeling better now? I chuckled as she flipped over on her back. Fuck yes! She wiped the drool and tears off her face and grinned at me. Thank you, Urf, I really needed that. I've been on edge all day long. Oh, Anais spoke to the side, arms crossed. It is good to hear that you are feeling better. Urge nervously chuckled but didn't bother to move. Sorry, Anais. Am I missing something? I asked. Nothing much. Just me sending Urge to check up on some very concerning rumors while I was busy arguing with Mushaf. Instead, rather than calm my own heart that everything was fine, she decided to scratch her itch. Some of that was my fault actually, I confessed. She arrived quite distressed and I had to fuck the funk out of her. Still, the werfox huffed, you could have waited for me. I opened my arms wide with a smile. Come here. She looked down at the mix of juices and come on my dick. You will get my clothes dirty. Urge a little help. She winked at me and rolled over, quickly swallowing my shaft. I found myself at a loss for words. I meant help me undress Anais. With your magic if necessary. Shoe late, she mumbled without taking me out. Tashti. And she is back at it again. Anais rolled her eyes. I looked at her silently with my arms wide open. She huffed and sighed a few times, but eventually her caftan flew to the side and the blushing werfox snuggled close to us. We will need blankets soon, she murmured, pressing her warm body closer to mine, covering us with her tail. It will get colder as we head further north. Twin emeralds peered into my eyes. Was everything all right? Yeah, some rural wormage thought I was fair game without looking at my sash. But she managed to escape before I finished educating her about the stupidity of her actions. She smiled at me. It is an eerie feeling to know that you can easily stand against an average wormage. I've seen you fight and I've seen what your armor is capable of, yet I still worry. We all do. It is hard to tell your heart to stop. Just as you both worry about me, I worry about you in turn. That means you will have to make me forget, she purred, getting up. Don't think I will let you off the hook just because a greedy cougar doesn't know when to stop. I have my needs and I wish to see them satisfied. This trip changed many things in our routine, including our prolonged daily trips to the bath. Looking up at her standing over me and seeing that cute red fuzz on her mound, I realized that I had no right to complain at all. Mancia the wise. It was hard to open her eyelids, but Mancia couldn't hear any sounds outside of her room, so she didn't hurry. This weakness of her body was expected just as it was transient, an unpleasant but acceptable price for her desire. The light shone through the sand of her sleep and Mancia couldn't stop a wince. The dusk of evening felt like midday's scorching sun. This was her room as she remembered it, untouched and undisturbed. The same glowing runes that etched the walls of her abode, most of which were carved by her hands. The same sky in the window and familiar branches of a cherry tree outside. Too familiar, Mancia scowled. I believe we had a bargain, Godling. And the bargain is met, an expected voice was quick to respond. But each bargain has a price. She flexed her neck, twisting it from side to side. You had the patience to give me ample time for my slumber until now. The divine walked into her view, dwarfing her spacious room with his size. I am not very patient today. Rather, I am quite impatient for your talent. Arms came after her neck. She stretched them out and flexed her fingers so that the warm blood would return their flexibility. Mancia sighed. All that age and power and he still acted like a child. I would ask you to keep the time still for a while, however. While I do not mind indulging your requests, it will take me some time to wake up properly. Don't be so grumpy, old Mancia. Many would kill just to gain what you have, if an act of killing somehow earned that right, and I am quite aware of your morning routine. You expect me to greet you with joyful smiles. Have you already forgotten that the last time I woke up, I was not so pleasantly informed about your mother breaking my manor apart? A necessary task, as you know. A pampered child will starve a whole sadek. I understand the intentions of noble Emini, it doesn't mean I have to like them, she sighed. What is your quest? Have you meddled into another war you can't resolve quickly enough before your mother notices? Having said that, Mancia stretched her arm in an expectant gesture. The divine smiled and a scroll floated over into her palm. The weight of the parchment was at least 5 times lighter than she usually received after her awakening. This only further confirmed how little she had slept through. No. Arms move just as they are ordained and there are no major offensives on the horizon. The divine paused mid-speech as he played with his flow tentacle, flicking the golden bell attached to its tip. The near future might prove to be quite interesting, so don't be too surprised if your next nap is just as short, unless you wish to miss all the fun and read the summary as usual. Our ideas about fun differ, young divine, Mancia murmured as her eyes quickly scanned through the past events in Emini. My manor is long gone and my descendants seek glory in our connection and nothing more. While I feel affection for my bloodline, how deeply should I care for my niece's great-granddaughter's current exploits? She threw the scroll on a nearby table in a huff. Look at her, she is giving away one of her sons to some logger girl simply because she met your mother. How pathetic is that? Times change. While your contemporaries often visited our palace in person, your descendants are strong and resilient enough not to depend on us to survive another year. They still remember our power and our goodwill. Likewise, the Kigmiddle isn't some logging manor anymore. Leave your honeyed words for some naive boy. Emini is strong, the individuals are weak. While we fought for every hill and valley in the land between mountains, the current generation is gorging themselves with lavish feasts within their walled manors, bickering at each other rather than expanding our influence. Gone is our citadel of the sky, leaving only the pillars and the city that grew around it. Mancia grumbled to herself, I wonder if my manor had stayed strong and not succumbed to luxury. Would its fate be different? The divine interrupted her. Absolutely, it would have been worse. Rather than carefully growing 3 heads from one body, it would have shattered into a myriad of pieces, ripped apart by the ambitions of many. The task of your generation was to grow strong while your descendants faced different challenges. You were a young, vigorous spring rushing among the treacherous cliffs. They are a majestic river, nurturing the fields of gold alongside it. You are wise, old Mancia, but you can't ask the river to jump and hop over its obstacles like a mountain stream would. All it would do is ruin the fields. She stopped and vigorously shook her head, casting off the incoherent thoughts of a drowsy mind like one would shake off water. You are right as always, divine. Please ignore this shameful display of mine. And please don't call me old. While I was born before you, you have seen more seasons passing by your eyes. What do you require of me? His tail grabbed the chest of chisels on her table and slid it closer. I need your other skills. She blinked, runecrafting. To think my desire that brought me into this room was recognized by a divine while I memorized every codex in your library. My artifacts are mere trinkets by your standards. Her eyes glanced past his mischievous smile and noticed the still glowing runework on the wall. Oh, I am sorry, old Mancia, but I require a little bit of discretion for the time being. He chuckled and pulled out a sheathed sword. She scrunched her nose. There was more oil than metal in that bundle, but the smell was unknown to her. Why would you apologize? She felt her ears tilt in amusement and quickly stopped her tail from wagging. Now I can concentrate on something I like without worrying about time. You know of my desires. While there is plenty of life within my bones, I have no intention of growing old for quite some time. These waking moments, while infrequent and short, do add up. Flicking her wrist, she summoned a piece of cloth and slid the blade free while making sure her hand stays clean. What an unusual shape. The sword was straight and flat like a thin paddle without a point for stabbing. It looked rather delicate, like some toy for a young wormage or a ceremonial sword for a limp hand. No wonder it didn't have a point. A good thrust would crumble this blade like a leaf of grass. A symbol of an Enoch mastersmith further added to the confusion. Their swords were at least twice as long and 10 times as heavy. If they even had swords and not warhammers, careful, it is very sharp. What do you want to engrave on it? She asked him as she flexed the blade. Good steel for a toy sword, something flashy. Or something devious. I would not ask you for intricate runework. While you know many designs, it is your talent with basic artifact runes that makes you stand out even among artificers. Full persistence runework. Make it outlive my grandchildren. She sputtered, what? The sword twitched in her hand with a low twang and something hit the side of her head. Surprised, she glanced at the freely swaying blade. Something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what. She looked down and stared at 4 fingers laying in her lap. They were familiar. What? The divine sighed, I warned you, it is very sharp. Mancia let go and jerked away, watching the blade sink into the floor up to its hilt. What is that? Give me your hand, he ordered and started reattaching the missing fingers one by one. It is a very sharp sword, and I want it to stay like that for a very long time. You don't say. She didn't bother to look at him. Healing magic was common in Emini and she had centuries to grow, used even to divine spells. But this blade was something special, lacking even a flicker in flow. Since when could Enoch smiths craft something like this? They cannot. It is a merc blade. What? Mancia heard herself repeating the word once again. This is a disaster. It could be, but I am willing to risk it. These blades are too few in numbers to pose a legitimate threat to Emini, and their creator is well aware of how dangerous they could be in the wrong hands. He stopped and pondered for a moment. The blade rose up from the floor and slid back into its scabbard. As far as I know, there are currently less than 5 across the entire Tana. And what if there are more? This quality doesn't appear out of nowhere, nor does it vanish unless its master takes it to her grave. I remember your lessons quite well, even you can't foresee things created without flow. Yes, I do not know when another one is created, nor do any other heuristics, and that is exactly why this conversation is happening here and right now. I meant more when I called it a merc blade than the nature of its creation. Its fleeting lifespan is comparable. Even coated in the embalming oil, its sharpness won't see the light of another day. A dry blade will burn right in front of your very eyes, as if the air itself abhors the impossible edge of the steel. The wormage reinforcement runes could make it last no more than a 10-day. With this knowledge, I don't need to track the swords, just their creators. Enoch Merk. Mancia furrowed her brow and reached for the scroll of Emini history yet again. There was something there she dismissed previously. Her eyes quickly skimmed through the text to find exactly what she was looking for, the Kamital Daimon. His grin was damning, her claws crumbled the parchment. So this wasn't some harebrained rumor. Stupid Roshanak, you should have given your daughter to him, not your son to his wife. Did this Akarim Adal catch someone's fancy in this palace, or is he yours? The divine shook his head. I have no progeny so far, and I intend to keep it that way for some time. The stars aren't right yet. Neither my family nor Flow itself is responsible. Earth is a Merc daimon of sorts. She stared at him. What is a Merc daimon of sorts? What is a daimon then? Usually the result of a male divine blessing a wormage with his seed, or a female one sending her children down. Most of the time, yes, but not always. There are many recorded daimonas who were born from wormage parents, just as there are wormage children sired by wur or even mercs, the gifts of Arkshi as we call them. Why wouldn't Emria give her gifts to us as well? Mancia had no answer to that reasoning. If someone else had asked her this question, she would simply have stated that this was how things were. The Earth Mother, as the Hurisks called the Supreme Goddess, provided flesh while the Sky Father gifted flow. Ancient codices said that Arkshi knew his raw power was too strong to bear, so he blessed Emria's wombs with his seed, ordaining future mothers to give birth to children stronger than themselves. A wur would step from the womb of a merc and a wormage from a wur. It was said that the first divine was born from two daimonas, and there would be a time when two divines would bear a child of Arkshi himself. To claim that there was another type of daimon that went in the other direction, away from Arkshi's light, was absurd at best. Incomprehensible. Something that was more merc. Daimonas lived longer than most wormages. Would this one live even shorter than a merc? How old is he? The cards say that he was born less than half a year ago and more than a few millennia. After speaking with him, I believe them, he grinned. Rather than Flow whispering him secrets, Emria whispers them through his flesh. This sword is just one example of such whispers, and I am eager to hear them all. Emini is eager, for it will emerge stronger with him around. You aren't taking him to the palace. No. While you both have curious minds, your main goals are nothing alike. You seek the knowledge itself while he seeks to apply his to the world. Even if he came here willingly, Earth would outgrow the palace life in a matter of decades, if not years. Mancia thought to herself for a moment. You gave me the freedom to challenge your words, so I will ask now, is this wise? Even if he is the champion of Emria, something that only you claim right now, that is a lot of power outside of noble Emini's control. What if he turns his secrets on your family, at our land? Because he has something that even I do not. While Hurisks see time illuminated by Arkshi's light, Earth knows the past hidden in Emria's shadow. That alone makes him invaluable to me. He is also quite willful and headstrong. Pushing him under the control of my mother will only breed resentment and force me to kill him for the safety of my family. I prefer to uncover his secrets by working alongside him. The divine floated over her table and poked the sword with his tail. He is just like this blade, you know. Sharp, deadly, full of secrets, strong and flexible, yet there is an attached handle for a reason, fit for a hand. Earth is no cancer sprout. He doesn't seek indiscriminate destruction just to feast on someone's spark. His power seeks to help and support. She opened her chest and started to pick out the proper chisels for the task ahead. A naive hero then that read too many old codices. Because a willful daimon that wishes to be used doesn't make sense to me. Not used, no, it is almost as if there is an obligation buried deep within his soul, like the duty of a mother to see her children prosper. His rants remind me of you, you know, just as you frustrate yourself when looking at the houses of war. He grumbles about Tana, speaking about the things that aren't and things that should be. As if Emria herself was speaking through him. He shrugged. It fits. He might call her by different names or even deny her existence. I do not care. What really matters is the concept that he follows. There are shadows in the river of fate that concern me, and I'd hate to lose him as my ally when they reach us. Because he, who sees this land as his home and all races of Tana as his people, humans, will stand against anything that would pose a threat to what he holds dear. His words were, as usual, not very easy to follow. Many heuristics spoke in a similar way as their reasoning was both governed by things that happened and by things that were yet to come. Only now did Mancia understand his previous apology. "So that is why you were apologizing," she smiled and tapped her claws on the table. "Not because you woke me up so early, but because you knew I would end up curious yet remain stuck here for the foreseeable future. And the next time I wake up he might be long dead. Unless you want to wake up even sooner," he goaded her back, "or even worse, step out of this chamber and walk the earth once more." "You mean?" "Earth spoke of warfare too, you know." I didn't need to explain how arms of Emini worked, he already knew, because others fought in the past like Emini does today. The philosopher and runecrafter in you might wish to stay here and enjoy the research to your heart's content, but what about the general in you? Does she feel fulfilled? "Damn you, Alban Emini Wazara, and damn your words," she growled at him. "Come here and help me with the runes. If you want the best result you can get, I will need your assistance. And then get out of here and finish whatever tricks you are planning so that I can wake again. Remember, if I die of boredom in Emini, my ghost will haunt you in the afterlife." Emenjin Kamital Irada. "What do you mean? Enoch Matriarch is reconsidering our alliance," she thundered at the Enoch Wormage. "Reconsider is a strong word," Esmat Enoch Fida shook her horns. "The alliance between the Enoch and the Kamital is stronger than ever. My mother wishes to maintain good relations with all Kamital manners. She can't prioritize yours at the expense of others." "So Akarim managed to make an offer that Zamindar Azrin could not refuse," she sighed in realization. "Watch your words, Amenjin," Esmet huffed. "It is the matriarch of Enoch you are talking about here, not just some domina. You might be frustrated about your younger sister rapidly growing in power just as I am about mine, but that does not give you the right to offend my mother. Akarim Idal welcomed my sister in her manor and gave her wealth, knowledge, and power incomparable to anything else Kamital had offered to us prior to that. It is wise for my mother to nurture a lamb with golden fleece." "Yes, I spoke out of frustration. What about the refuse from the smithies? Is it also void?" Esmat's tail swished in frustration. "If you wish to continue, you are free to do so, but my advice would be to cease. It is a worthless endeavor." "Does that mean you are giving up on matching your sister?" "What choice do I have?" Esmet thundered back. "I've seen the result of Isra's work. She isn't chasing after fooled secrets at all. All this time she was seeking steel, very good steel, but nothing extraordinary." Emenjin's heart sunk. "So this was all a ruse to waste our time?" No wonder Akarim didn't struggle. "It was not a ruse," Esmat grumbled. "The secret was not about the impossible products they were making, but that they could achieve impossible results out of garbage. They were seeking refuse because it was free and plentiful, that's all. Unless you are willing to purchase all iron ore that reaches Samet only to dump it into the sea, your efforts will be in vain." "Wait. If all she makes is steel, why can't we do the same? Why is your matriarch so concerned about it?" "Scale, it can take almost a 10-day for one smith to make enough good steel for one weapon. Isra made enough steel in a 10-day for 10,000, pure, good steel. And then she gave it all to our manor. Our smithies in Samat can spend an entire year working every day just on this steel alone. Do you really think our matriarch would ignore that? How? Do you think I would be here if I knew? I would be at the Pillar Manor putting on my new matriarch sash. I've been puking my guts in the smithy for days, trying to discern how Isra was able to achieve her results. He is a merc. It is preposterous to think that he taught her spells. Obviously not. He is an alchemist and likely taught her mixtures that burn hotter than ever and elixirs that clean poison from steel. We both know that her manor purchases coal in bulk. The constant smoke rising within their walls makes it impossible to miss. Yet other smithies have to use charcoal because coal poisons steel and makes it crumble from a single hammer strike. This is why she was seeking refuse. It didn't matter to her if that steel was poisoned by the smithing process when she could purify it anyway. My problem is that I have no alchemist of comparable skill. I can't spend centuries trying to discern the legs of what frog need to be boiled to obtain proper ingredients. What if we somehow encouraged Israel to return? She is no Eska envoy, stuck under the chains of servitude. A nearby couch groaned when Esmat threw herself on it and crossed her legs. My mother offered her a personal manor and potentially the chance to become the next matriarch. Isra vehemently refused. Do you have better offers? Fuck it. Exactly, Tarhana Wafik loves his wife just as he loves his maternal manor. He chose the best possible candidate. Israel lives and breathes metal to the point of social ineptitude. Unless you are capable of summoning one of the H-Saka smiths to teach her how to make fulad, I seriously doubt you will be able to dislodge her from her current position. Not in any way that my matriarch would find agreeable, or I for that matter. What do you suggest we do next? Amunjan asked her smith. Cut the losses here and seek success elsewhere. At this point in time, Israel is unrivaled in Samat in the production of quality steel. If she can continue at the current pace, she would make as much weapon-grade steel in a season as the entire Emini makes in a year. Rather than trying to catch up with her, we have to remember that the daimon is gone. Either for 1 or 2 seasons, possibly forever, as the forest can be cruel to newcomers. Whatever she is doing now, her path is set for the foreseeable future. The task is to figure it out and see if we can profit from it. Unless that was her plan all along, Amunjan mused. What do you mean? Perhaps she gave you this much steel exactly so that you would depend on it. Imagine what Enoch Smiths would say after working with this steel for a year and learning that there is no more unless they buy from Akarim's manor. Do you think they will return to their old ways? That isn't Isra too devious. You think that Akarim herself couldn't suggest the nature of the gift? What about Shahin Eska? Amunjan reasoned back. The smith froze for a second and then swore. She was quite eloquent during her last speech, too eloquent, even matriarch commended her growth. Well, there you have it, the cametal speaker leaned back. The revelation didn't bring her pleasure, merely informed her that yet another loophole was now closed, and a grim realization of how much could go wrong if they stayed ignorant. She thought for a second, then nodded to herself. The steel can't remain in Emini. Observe your sister and see if she tries to sell any. Make sure that no other manor gets their hands on it. We will use whatever capital and Enoch Smiths can handle and sell the rest abroad on my ships. As long as Israel sells her steel through us, our profits will follow hers, or even eclipse them. Esmat grinned, spoken like a true merchant. XXX. Can you tell me something? Albin said with his tongue sticking out, his face full of concentration. What made you so curious about rocks from the Babur Mountains? I coughed and put the pouch away. It is an unusual formation. It is. He carefully placed his last finger on the string and struck a chord. Mountains are rather plentiful as far as I can tell, so are badlands where things barely grow, or are you talking about the lack of sharp peaks? Wooed by my skillful melodies, Albin had expressed his desire to learn the guitar as well. A decision that was rather divisive. Anais spent the day freaking out while Urge tried to calm her down while laughing herself silly every time she glanced at us. I could still tell where they were from the occasional laugh coming over. In Emini, a musical career was seen as rather unseemly, whorish to be precise. It was an act of giving pleasure to others for the sake of earning money and as such drew parallels with prostitution. While I, a merc slave, an eccentric daimon, and an artist with decent skill, had many things that excused my behavior, even in the eyes of my Sadek, Albin had to rely on his eccentricity alone. Granted, he had plenty of it for both of us combined, but he was also the speaker of Shebet and overall a very bigwig around here. In the eyes of Anais, one of Emini's co-rulers asked me to teach him how to suck dick, and then started studiously following my instructions to the letter. I had a feeling that Urge was mostly enjoying the faces Anais made rather than laughing at Albin himself. Even I couldn't stop a chuckle or two when my wife ran around the place while pulling her ears down in second-hand shame and embarrassment. Facing her protestations, Albin simply shrugged and offhandedly warned her that such behavior would only make her ears stretch as long as his were. Anais sputtered something incoherent and left us alone, dragging Urge away from our shameful display. It is the combination of all that and more. I shifted his hand into a new position. The damned mage didn't even need nanites to memorize movements after a single try. He was probably stopping time after every exercise so that he could repeat it 1,000 times like a cheater. The rocks it is made out of aren't something you often find on the surface. This is the reason why plants tend to avoid growing there. They aren't used to that type of soil. An interesting way to look at it. But why are those deep rocks on the surface then? Someone flipped the earth upside down. That would be rather catastrophic. It is not that they are always deep, but they tend to settle there. I cautiously glanced at him. Are you aware that Tana is mostly a molten ball with only the surface being cold and solid? There were few codices on geology in Emini, and most spoke of ores as if they were potatoes. If everything was mined out, one simply had to wait until new ores regrew. Needless to say, I didn't want to rush too far ahead with my revelations. Yeah, my cousins and I once dug a tunnel down when we were playing as kids. The ground started to glow and leak after a while. We tried to dig around or dig elsewhere, but it was always the same no matter where we went. Wasn't pleasant. You know, usually kids play with sand, build sandcastles, and complain when water seeps through their holes and collapses them. I grumbled at him. He struck another chord. Oh, we built castles out of it too. Lava is quite easy to handle while it's hot. Remind me to use fire protection when Anais has my kids. Just for that imagery alone, Albin was now designated as the bass guitarist. Nah, that's the stuff you expect. It is the everyday things that will catch you by surprise, like the food they suddenly don't like anymore. Make sure you know how to duck quickly. I can see why you would jump to the conclusion that someone flipped the ground upside down. I scratched my head in contemplation. Who knows, maybe this was just some overeager wormage child digging too far and too greedily, if wormages existed back then. Back when? I recalled the vision of Chirp flying over the Babur Mountains. The enormous plateau was carved apart by the canyons of many rivers running through it. Well, the mountain range is still rather young, so probably 100 million years, maybe 2 or 3. Hard to tell with a glance. Albin bent down laughing. What? No, it's just, he tried to collect himself. Think how you look from the side, Earth, a merc casually calling something that is 100,000 millennia old as young. Youth is relative, I sniffed, when there are mountains that are 1,000 millennia old and even older. Some are so old that you don't even recognize them as mountains since they have eroded into gentle hills. By Tana's age, the Babur Mountains are young. What about the Sephids? I glanced west. In that direction, beyond the horizon, was the other mountain range that protected Emini. Even younger, they are likely still growing, although their method of formation is different, so is their composition. The Cephid Mountains were formed by surfaces slowly folding and squishing together, like a sheet of cloth that you push with your finger. The Babur Mountains likely formed catastrophically fast, when an enormous amount of deep, heavy magma decided to breach the surface and covered a vast area of land under the cooling massif. Probably killed everything around as well as most life on Tana in the process. Albin stopped playing and turned to the east. How often does that happen? Rarely, very rarely. I do not have enough knowledge to give you the exact estimates for Tana, but there is proof right under our feet. Remember how I said that Tana is but a ball of liquid? Think what happens if you mix oil and water. They don't. Exactly. Given time, they will form separate layers once again. Something similar is happening with Tana as well, where lighter magma slowly moves closer to the surface and heavier elements keep sinking. If such massive eruptions were frequent, the whole surface of Tana would be covered in badlands. And what kind of ores would such deep rock yield? Orichalcum mithril. I rolled my eyes, as if nickel and chrome. Stuff that plants are dying to get. So not very magical. Yes, quite merkical. Sounds like an earth metal to me. He elbowed me and turned back to the guitar, planning to move in soon. Yes. Right after I finished 10 years of military service, I snarked back at him, rubbing my side. I already missed his pokey tail. Gonna get me a cozy plot of land where almost nothing grows and eke out a simple existence by herding goats. Anais would be thrilled. He laughed and I sighed. While they can be useful to have around, they aren't as critical as iron and copper, something that Emini already has plenty of. Especially since getting them out of the ground would be quite an annoyance. Just because something is present in the rock doesn't always mean it is worthwhile to mine it. Are we talking about Emini useful or earth useful here? Because if it is the latter, I am heading to my tent to pick up my shovel. If you want to have steel utensils that do not rust, be my guest, and you will need a bigger shovel. Maybe ask the Kashava lady. I am certain that a single wink from you, and you will have a chicken leg excavator at your disposal. Isn't that the exact problem with your swords? I shook my head. Even if I was stupid enough to mass produce them, they would still have those limitations. For some things, steel simply doesn't cut it, and stainless steel is rather crap for weapons in general. There will be some improvements with other alloys, but I am nowhere at the stage where those improvements are relevant. It takes Isra a moment to power runes on her tools. It would take me months of time and piles of gold to achieve a fraction of that improvement. Just not worth it. Don't worry, Urf, he grinned at me. Fight bravely and come back victorious. Once you do so, Albin yada yada of many important titles and silly squiggles on my sash will grant you a personal plot of land on those slopes, and 10 goats. No need to wait for 10 years. For that, you will supply my manor with the cutlery that lacks stains. I sputtered at his audacity. For 10 goats, do you want me to encrust them with gems as well, O generous patron of mine? Will these gems be stainless too? Yes, until I stab them into you. Then they will be stained with your greed. 15 goats. 11 and a billy, and you get me a guitar as well. Deal. Akarim Kimital Adal. So this is the so-called carding machine, Akarim asked her companion, glancing away from the beast of wood and metal. Yeva nodded. Yes, I can start it at any moment if you wish to see it in action. Domina felt something weird inside her chest when she looked at the enormous spiky cylinders in front of her. She couldn't make sense of it no matter how hard she looked. While this wasn't the first time that Urf or even Yeva had spoken about some daimonic lore beyond her understanding, Akarim was wise enough to know her limitations. She was no smith herself, nor did she belong to the Eska, so it wasn't surprising when she required additional explanations when it came to the metal and glass her manor was making. This was the first time when she felt uncertain in front of the technology that she considered hers. Akarim didn't need Urf's explanations when she was looking at his loom. Her eyes saw what it was much quicker than her ears could hear his words. Alas, this was no longer the case, and Yeva didn't have Urf's loose tongue either, preferring to remain quiet unless she thought it was necessary to speak. It was a praiseworthy way to conduct oneself, but it did leave Akarim on her back foot in this case. There was simply too much of everything in front of her. Barrels of different diameters together with cogwheels and pulleys formed a convoluted mess that looked like it was designed to either impress or confuse the onlooker. Akarim knew that confusion wasn't the reason for this. They were deep inside the estate where very few were granted free passage in and out. The slaves of the estate were forbidden to leave while the rest of her manor, including most of the capital, were denied entry. Other Samet residents were completely out of the question. She had already caught a few rogues trying to sneak inside. Luckily for her, this measure didn't cause too many issues. Urf's greenhouses were making her entire manor astonishingly self-sufficient when it came to food, while his estate mostly required bulk resources like ore and lumber that were easy to work around. Yeva wasn't trying to impress her with this display either, judging by her silence, nor did she have to anymore. No, these gears, belts, and axles were here because the mechanism demanded them. Domina. Just thinking about manor security. She shrugged off her previous thoughts. Talk me around this device before you start. Why is it so complex? The complexity is here to minimize workers' input and maximize the amount of work done on wool in one pass. Currently, your workers are using the spiky combs of teasel plants to untangle lumps of wool into something more uniform. The main task of this machine is identical to that, with steel spikes on the drums replacing short-lived teasels. But there are many other, smaller tasks that are included here, and all these drums need to move at different speeds to perform them. For example, the 2 rollers near the entrance move at a set speed, eliminating the need for an experienced worker that knows how quickly wool needs to be fed into the machine. Ikarim nodded. Prudent and the rest. That is where carding takes place. Wool is untangled and straightened by the teeth, or it gets picked up and sent a step back to get carded again. Yeva pointed at the large drum at the core of the machine. The process gets repeated a few times as the wool travels along the main drum in order to achieve the best result. Then the finished product is picked off and deposited into a bin. While we don't have a spinning machine ready yet, it can still be spun manually in the meantime. Or we could collect and store wool rovings until Rena and Isra are done with their current task. So all this complexity is due to many things crammed into a small area then. You can start at any time, I want to see it in action. Yeva nodded to a nearby slave. While the efficient use of space is helpful, timing is what is at stake here. The speed and direction of each drum dictate where fibers stay on one or transfer onto another. The slave shifted a large belt connecting the sealing axle to this carding machine and letting the aqueduct water wheel, or turbine as Irf called it, start moving the contraption. Akarim stared silently at the machine amongst the loud murmurings of nearby slaves. While she expected it to move, she didn't anticipate it to move this quickly. Compared to the slow creaking of mills, the drums were spinning at unnerving speeds. She even took a step back lest one of these drums jumped out. Is it intended to be this fast? Domina asked. For now, yes. Yeva walked over to the machine as if it was some rumbling furniture. The new bearings allow for a smoother movement, but the wooden frame can handle only this much. Once this is remade out of iron and the belts are replaced with chains for better torque, we can think about making it faster. Ifer, please start placing wool on the intake table. A nearby slave jerked away from staring fascinatingly at a wooden belt contraption that was slowly moving into the machine. Mistress, how much should I? Not too much. Just don't lump it in one place and make sure to cover the entire width, Yeva replied, unconcerned. Don't rush and add more when there is some empty space. That entire basket behind you won't take that long to finish. Akarim could see why. In the span of a few moments, the now carded wool started to emerge from the other side, sending even more shrieks of wonder among the slave crowd. They weren't here just for the show. Domina had brought her carders here so they could familiarize themselves with the new tools. For naught, apparently, since a child merc spreading wool was enough to outperform all of them 10, no, 100 times over. How very Earth-like. It appears that you have gotten the first batch of slaves sooner than we expected then, she murmured. The slave faces brightened and Domina suppressed a grimace. It appeared that some rumors did spread into her manor despite the enforced separation. Both Irf and Yeva were adamant about treating their servants as if they were guests. An extremely naive and short-sighted approach if it was done by anyone but her daimon merc. They could afford to keep them in luxury because he had machines like this one. They could feed them 3 times a day because Irf's greenhouses were making foodstuffs as quickly as his looms were making cloth and his furnaces were making steel. Even if they didn't produce any grain, the homegrown spices, exotic fruits, and other things meant that the feasts in her manor had a mere fraction of previous expenses yet grew in their lavishness. There was another reason beyond the pity toward fellow mercs. There were many who sought to steal her new secrets. Some, like Israel, earned it honestly. Others, like Shahin Eska, had to be encouraged into a proper direction first. There were also those who were eager to take without giving anything in return. While Akarim could make any slave that revealed her secrets regret it until their last scream, their lives could never pay back the damage caused. All slaves knew that Akarim's justice was swift and harsh, especially for something so heinous, but a well-fed and happy slave was harder to subvert than one with a grievance in their heart. It was no wonder Irf demanded entire families from Eska, including sick, old, and crippled. The knowledge that their dependents were safe under the generous master would earn him unquestionable loyalty and deny potential interlopers an easy way in. Yet Akarim felt frustrated nevertheless. Whether it was the carding machine or the happy slaves that were eager to leave her manor, it felt as if she was losing her status of a domina within her own manor. Yeva frowned and tilted her head. Domina. Sulla, Akarim turned around, ignoring Yeva for a moment. Her old assistant opened his wax tablet without taking his eyes from her. Should I prepare the missives? Domina paused for a heartbeat and nodded with a sigh. She was already too far, too deep, and it was too late to have a wet tail. Even if she had trouble comprehending the intricacies of this machine, it was the direct result of her previous plans and gave her exactly what she sought. Yes, craft letters to each of my holdings and inform them to purchase as much quality wool as they can get. Perhaps personal missives to nearby manors might be useful too, especially the ones with healthy flocks of sheep. I want them to send them all to me without fear that some will be left unshorn. She turned back to Yeva. On the topic of wool quality, from what I can see, this machine cards everything that is given to it without checking its condition. The Does it trade quality for speed? Yeva shook her head in a so-so gesture. It would be beneficial if wool was sorted by quality before it is carded, yes, but this machine is merely one leg of the whole process. Once we build other machines that further refine the product, it would be very easy to separate long hairs from the short down and effectively use both. Akarim's ear twitched. You want to use lower quality wool as well. Yeva shrugged. Why make waste? One can be spun into thin and strong threads perfect for weaving luxurious textiles, while the rest can be turned into yarn for knitting. We can make it warm, stretchy, and sufficiently neat-looking that you can charge a premium price for it. Earth is already reporting chilly winds at night, and it will likely get worse as they continue their trip. While they are well-equipped already, I can imagine warm clothing would be well received by the northern population of Emini. Why make waste indeed? Akarim murmured and turned to Sulla. You have a new task now, right? That I will take all the wool I can get my hands on. She had to give him praise. His tablet barely twitched from her words. Recent changes in her manner had affected him as well. Make it reasonable, Akarim continued her words as the thoughts shifted back into a comfortable flow. Fleeces of lower quality will be given appropriate prices, but frame it as an act of my benevolence. Rather than leaving them with nothing if their sheep aren't up to par, I am willing to offer them some recompense for their efforts and their wise decision to trade with me. I expect that some would bring discarded wool from previous years, Sulla murmured as he kept scribing on the wax. Tell my farm heads to gently chastise such opportunists lest they grow accustomed to my generosity, but accept it anyway, as long as it is clean and just a small portion of the good stock. I am buying wool, not dirt and burrs. Money. I will cover the additional expenses during my next scheduled visit. They should have enough until then. Also, inform each head to find a few slaves with the best eye for wool quality, because those that are used to work wool will be summoned here to this manor. After witnessing this machine in action, I am quite certain that all my spinners and weavers will be made unnecessary in a very short time. Am I correct? Yeva nodded. By the end of the year. Good Sulla, you have your orders. Yeva, walk with me. With a swish of her tail, Akarim turned around and left the building. You are concerned about something? Yeva quietly asked her as they stepped further away. I am, Akarim admitted, but I will speak further when we have more privacy. Inside the overgrown greenhouse, for example. The Merc girl glanced sharply at her for a moment but quickly nodded in agreement. Akarim's words sounded reasonable, but both of them knew that this was not about privacy at all. The carding machine was built inside the domain of Rena and Isra, away from the glass kilns and living quarters. One of the most guarded areas within her manor. What Akarim sought wasn't privacy but the location and the daimonic tree that was growing inside. Yeva, tell me honestly. Her fingers brushed against the unnatural bark and jerked away when Akarim felt the tree move in response. How long can this continue? She tilted her head. Dominic. Call me Akarim, we are alone. How long can Earth continue to create new machines, ideas, trees? I am not blind to notice the difference between teaching Rena Kairat how to build looms and nurturing trees that can be. Akarim struggled to describe the writhing thing in front of her, milked for silk and made pregnant with enormous bugs. Based on his explanations, his knowledge was like the forest. There were individual roots and countless branches, but trunks were merged into one enormous net cast across the land. Nevertheless, no matter how hard Akarim tried to look, she couldn't see those bridges between his gifts. Yeva slumped with a sigh. I will be honest then, Earth hasn't even started. I was afraid you would say something similar, but I did not expect you to be this blunt about it, Akarim grumbled. Do you wish for me to lie? She raised her eyebrow through the blindfold. Almost everything that he has brought forth, either himself or through me, was either directly or indirectly beneficial to your manor. Numbers and accounting ideas to assist your finances. Soaps and dyes, mirrors and ceramics for you to sell, and glass to make it all happen. Machines to reshape the entire concept of clothes making with you at the head of it, and steel to make it right. Her tiny hand reached out and snapped off a large black branch growing from the shifting mass of the tree. Perturbing trees that gift you the strongest spider silk and black wood for your spells. You are wise enough to realize that is not a mere coincidence. Earth wasn't simply gifted with knowledge that was inherently designed for your manor. He is carefully plucking grapes that you would consider the sweetest, yet there is still an entire orchard behind his back. Akarim pouted, and yet improvements in my flow control, despite being more than remarkable, still pale in comparison. My spells grow stronger and easier to use with the passing of each day, but it is a continuous growth of self-improvement rather than the explosiveness of revelations. Because that knowledge, while vast, isn't infinite. Urf isn't a god, nor is he a daimon. He simply has the knowledge of mercs from worlds without forests, sparks, and flow. While it might feel to you that flow progress trails behind, you are comparing 10 days of your growth to the results and discoveries made by thousands of mercs over thousands of years. Trying, failing, and trying again, over and over. The geodesics weren't meant to improve flow, they were created to chart the globe. Urf, once again, simply picked the most appropriate grape for you based on his understanding of magic. I am sure there will be more in the future. And if I wish to walk the orchard myself? Yeva shrugged her shoulders. You already are. The lessons we frequently have together are guides to that orchard labyrinth. So that you can walk it yourself and guide us to the places you wish to explore further. Akarim looked down at the professed branch. It was made out of the same black wood that Yeva presented to her in the past. She took it with a grumble. I should have asked Urf to give me knowledge as he gave it to you and used the orb of truth to make sure he was honest. And you would have learned that Urf values your life more than the ability to teach you faster. There is a risk. And how big is that risk? Her tail swished in frustration. There is always a risk. I could be struck down by a collector at any time, yet you do not see me hiding in my chambers day and night. Because the chance of that happening isn't even worth scoffing at. Yeva stepped back but held firm. Exactly, if Urf knew how big the risk was, he would have acted by now. It is not just your death he is worried about, the process might strip you from your spark. Akarim froze, his knowledge is ignorant of all things magical. Are you willing to take a pill of learning made by it and hope that nothing goes wrong? There are crabs skittering on the beaches that the poor catch and eat. Do you think eating the flesh of creatures would be just as wise? Akarim sighed and leaned on a nearby windowsill, looking outside. All of this is quite vexing. That pause at the carding machine, the questions about progress, you feel as if you are losing control. Yeva was quick to summarize her actions, her ears twitched. It is my task as a domina to be in control. While I am not a goddess to control everything, I will not relinquish what I have. You asked for my honesty and I will give it. You aren't losing control despite feeling like you are. Because you never had it in the first place. Akarim's fingers gripped the wood. You chose a very bad time to gloat, Yeva. The merc girl shook her head. I am neither gloating nor trying to diminish your achievements, Akarim. You have seen his second skin and felt the sharpness of his blades, both against flesh and hair. You never held him, he chose to stay instead. Yes, originally Urf made that choice because it was dangerous or inconvenient to be outside of your protection. Until he learned of your nature, Akarim Adal. Then he chose to stay here because this manor is led by Akarim the Just. You do not control Urf, you have his respect. I understand your vexations, Akarim, every merc does. The inventions are advancing at such a speed that they are beginning to look arcane to the uninformed mind, just like flow does for a sparkless one. It is wise to be concerned about it. Cautious, even, but please do not fear it simply because you do not know it yet. Imagine yourself as Urf. Imagine possessing the condensed knowledge of trillions, accumulated over millennia, and being stuck in a place where some country oaf is seen as his better simply because he can make a tiny flame with the snap of his fingers. Do you think that he is afraid of flow, hateful towards wormages? Is he? Akarim asked. She was rather sure that he wasn't but wanted to confirm it just in case. No, because he has you by his side. Because he trusts you not to lead him astray when it comes to magic. Are you willing to trust the husband of your daughter when it comes to merc technology? And if he wishes to go where I refuse to tread upon? She waved the branch in her arms in the direction of the tree. What if he chooses to turn wormages into something like this? He won't, as he places great value in sapience. To him, it is not just immoral but outright wasteful. Even if he somehow changed his mind, it would simply be our task to stop him. There is strength in the unity of thought, but there is resilience in its diversity, and Urf is quite aware of it, otherwise he wouldn't be so eager to share his knowledge. Navigators do not need slaves and sycophants, they either seek friends and companions or keep to themselves. Akarim sighed, I will think about your words. Her concern and frustration had passed, but there were still some lingering feelings to sort and ponder. Akarim liked the Merc pair as a person and appreciated every gift she had received from Urf as a domina. Yet she had no intention to grow dependent on him in a similar manner to the Eska and Enoch growing more dependent on her manner. Yeva nodded, thank you, Akarim, but when you do so, I would like you to consider something. Ahem. Do you remember the first time when Urf made your magic stronger? Akarim couldn't stop her lips from stretching into a smile. The Merc girl was damn good at this. How could I not? My daughter was tasked with an unsolvable problem, yet instead of learning humility when it came to flow, she showed her audacity with his help. Yeva shook her head. She did learn humility, the difference was that she told Urf rather than her teacher about the perceived lack of talent. Back when Urf was just her attendant and not her husband, mind you. And Urf did a very Urf-like thing. He took that knowledge of her weakness and rather than using it against Wormages, he empowered her instead. And earned his right to be her husband. She grinned back at her, Yeva pursed her lips. I can assure you there were no thoughts of marriage in his head at the time. All he heard was the request to help with her studies and got himself in a lot of trouble for that. Akarim laughed quietly into her tale. Despite her cunning nature, Yeva was easy to rile up. Are you suggesting that I ask him to help with my studies too, so that I can add him to my sadek, or ask him for a child? The girl crossed her arms in a huff. I suspect that Anais would have a few choice words about it, just as the rest of his sadek. And he will listen, because he is ours. Do not worry about children either, with time, he should be able to empower Anais just like he empowered me, thus making one of your current children stronger than ever. If he can't, his children won't be that much different from other Merc and Wormage unions anyway. There is nothing wrong in admitting that you lack something or that you are falling behind. You are a domina, not a goddess, Akarim. Yeva continued her thought despite the interruption. Send a missive to Urf or talk to me directly, whichever you prefer. I am sure that we all can figure out a way to solve anything between us like mature adults. Or even better, such discussion might end up as another breakthrough in magic, just like curved lines or the wood in your hands. Perhaps, Akarim agreed, letting the magic bend the wood around her hand once again. Who would have thought that the brawl between Ramid and Urf would give us this? Yeva chuckled. I guess you weren't listening back then. This was Anais once again. During her lecture to Urf about the magic of the Pillar Manners, Anais was rather honest about her frustration with the perception of chemical spells among the Emini elite. Guess what Urf did? Her tail twitched in amusement. He solved her problem. Exactly, don't let the pride of a domina stop you from learning more, Akarim, from asking more. It would be preferable to all of us if there was no internal strife at the time when other manners were looking. I wonder sometimes, Akarim mused, who is more concerned about this manner? Me or you? I have my own fears to battle, Yeva admitted. Compared to Urf, there are very few Wormages that I trust and all of them reside within this manor. I would rather see you rule Emini than have current events repeat themselves again and again until one of the matriarchs claws her way in. Domina watched the girl in front of her in silence. There was a subtle difference in how both Urf and Yeva wielded their power. While Urf wore it like his skin, unconcerned by his status, Yeva wrapped herself in it like armor, hiding the once blind Merc slave underneath just as she hid her eyes with the fake blindfold. Me, why not Urf? Aren't navigators similar to dominas for his people? She asked with genuine curiosity. I do not wish such a burden on him. Emini traditions won't accept him being in power, nor would he accept the current norms of governance. There will be blood, plenty of it. Neither of us is so drunk on power to desire something like that. And that leaves either me or Anais. Akarim chuckled again. Yeva tilted her head. If she wishes to rule, she can easily and quickly get a personal manor. The eagerness of the Enoch manor was quite telling to me. She is too young to be an independent domina. Zamindar Davlat wasn't simply trying to elevate Israel but gain greater control over her as well. No matter, Akarim stood straight and stretched her tail in bliss. Your words have given me sufficient assurance that our goals are still aligned. As long as you keep me informed, you have the freedom to expand as you see fit. as long as the textile machinery is complete and I have plenty of the black wood, however. While I am curious about your next steps, I do not wish to see the current projects suffer because of them. Be at ease in this regard, Yeva smiled. I wish to have this conversation not to pursue a specific task but to clear the air between us. You did not, Akarim raised her eyebrows. That is quite a pity, especially after everything we spoke about. I know we had one discovery today that might restructure the entirety of rural Emini, but what about the second one? Yeva was quite at a loss, seeing Akarim blink at her in jest. Rena and Isra are still working on the steam horse made from metal. Bowaring, Akarim swished her tail. You already told me about that. Yeva scratched her head. Well, after it is done and other textile machines are completed, I was planning on making another attachment to that horse out of copper and magnets and generating electricity. The fox ears perked up at the unknown word. Something juicy was afoot. What is that? She tried to say something only to sigh and shrug, to create lightning. See, Akarim grinned, be like that, channel that inner earth. Her tongue licked her lips in anticipation. And tell me more. Tarhanaki Middle Wafik. His eyes were scanning yet another report as a blob of ink danced on a nearby sheet of paper, leaving behind notes for him to remember. While he preferred to write down notes with his hand for the sake of remembering them better, today was rather special. Another major project was completed within Anaz's estate and Akarim went out to inspect it. Only a fool couldn't predict what would happen next, and Tarhana didn't see himself as one. Whatever it was, it would significantly change the external policy of this manor in a way that was fruitless to predict, so he prepared instead. Everything would be sorted and organized in a proper manner so that, when the storm by the name of Akarim Adal came, Tarhana would be ready. I might be collecting favors from your maternal manor sooner than I've expected, Tar. It appears that I am in need of an additional expansion. Certainly, with the amount of steel gifted, they would be quite eager to. Tarhana turned around and froze, too. What's wrong, Tar? Akarim grinned, her other husband in hand. Speechless from seeing your wife. He stared at the shiny black skin that was tightly wrapped around her body, revealing her curves in great detail. What is that? It is wood, Tar, Ramid wheezed out. Some daimonic wood that can stretch without breaking. Don't worry about me, save yourself. He felt the chill in his horns as the ink splashed over the table. Akarim wasn't just happy today, she was outright excited. It is my new armor, Akarim purred as she slowly walked into the room, dragging Ramid with her. I originally thought that I still lacked sufficient material, but Yeva gave me an idea. She said that this style fits the name of Domina quite literally. Her hand, clad in black, caressed her body. I admit, I already appreciate both the feeling and support it provides, while its strength and flexibility are quite surprising despite this form. But the day was draining and I have some frustrations to get over. I hope that both of you will help me with them. Her riding heel clacked on the floor like a hoof. Now, come to your domina. And you essentially decided to concentrate on chords with the guitar. I shrugged, paying very little attention to Albin's strumming. I wouldn't say it like that. Emini kitharas do have chords in them, but since a chord is usually played by 3 or more strings, it is hard to get a lot of variety if you only have 5 strings in total. I wasn't surprised in the slightest that Albin ended up turning into a hands-on player. While he was curious about music theory in general, the explosive growth of his practical skills, either fueled by his natural talent or directly enhanced by his temporal magic, meant that the knowledge I was giving him was woefully lagging behind. Not that it mattered all that much. Both of us knew that the speaker of Shebet wasn't planning on making a career out of playing or composing music. This was just another hobby of a bored noble that spent literal centuries exploring all that Emini had to offer in entertainment. Which was absolutely fine to me. Not only did he draw pleasure from an activity that I respected, but he didn't fake it either. Facing a dilemma where he either had to rely on me playing whatever he wanted or waiting a few decades until the new style of music would become popular, he decided to solve the problem with his own fingers. Well, there was also a potential option of ordering some slave to learn from me, but I would have refused outright, and Albin was traveling light anyway. The number of strings on a kithara depends on the skill of the player, but 5 is the smallest. The best of the best use 7 or even 8 strings, he said offhandedly. You just don't see those often at daily feasts strumming in the background. Akarim might be wealthy, but her wealth is still incomparable to some, let alone being the only one with money. Makes sense. I was wondering why they would choose 5 rather than 6 or maybe 8 to make an octave, but my life has been rather hectic recently to bother with such curiosities. Traditions reign supreme, I guess. Just like Albin, music was a source of joy to me rather than something requiring immediate study. I was sure that M&I developed a deep culture around their music, but my main drive was to replicate what I wanted to play. Tracing M&I culture across their history would come at a later time. I had bigger fishes to fry. Chirp had returned from its latest, longest trip to the Northeast and brought rather concerning memories with it. For the first time, even if it was through the eyes of the drone, I saw the forest itself. A rampant alien growth of white and red that looked like an ungodly mix between a forest and a coral. An enormous net of pale interconnecting trunks and vermilion to burgundy needles hugged the northern slopes of the Babur Plateau and stretched north and east way past the horizon. There was a reason why even wormages spoke reverently about the forest, and I finally saw it myself. I wondered about the possible stupidity and rashness of my decision to head there, but I quickly shook that off. Despite their reverence, M&I arms frequently entered the forest, and what was more important, they came back. Not just wormages that could ignore the laws of thermodynamics with their flow, but and mercs as well. Akarim did worry about sending her daughter, yet she still sent us without an enormous contingent of warriors. She was willing to entrust the safety of her first daughter to other pillar manners maintaining the military institution as well as her husband Daimon with high-tech gizmos. The forest was a dangerous place, deadly even, but it wasn't at the level of abandon all hope who enter here level. I could work with that. I know you are distracted simply because your explanations start to make even less sense than your average sarcasm, Albin said without stopping his strumming. I thought you were dividing these octaves into 12 parts, yet I remember you specifically saying that the name comes from the word 8. I shrugged. Tradition, really. You create a name out of convenience, and a few centuries later it becomes so ingrained into the language that it resists further changes. The name is irrelevant. Neither does it matter what type of string you have, how taut it is, or if it is a string at all. Whatever the sound it makes, if you have or double the length of that string, you will hear the sound that is the most harmonious to the first. So much so that your mind thinks of it as the same sound. And as long as humans continue to perceive them as such, the octaves will remain. A part of my mind couldn't help but notice that there were limits to his cheating. Albin could quickly pick up and iterate on a given piece of information, but he needed to know it in the first place. Albin was already tinkering with using magic to fret the strings and other shenanigans, but it only happened after I explained to him the basics. It also took a lot of his attention as he was nowhere close to his usual sarcastic self, or he was simply that into it to bother. There are many ways to divide that range as well, infinite even, but once again the human mind dictates the rules. I put aside a small chunk of basalt from my hand, reached out and plucked 2 strings for him. The second most pleasant interval has a ratio of 2/3. They still sound pleasant together, but they are different enough that you hear them as 2 separate tones. Take another step and you will hear a third. That is where the 12 parts come from. As you continue to discover new tones with each interval, you are bound to notice that after 12 steps you will end up very close to the sound that you started with. I picked up the rock once again as I was speaking. The forest appeared to be extremely homogeneous. All trees looked extremely alike to each other, and all grass looked like an overgrown lawn rather than a field full with wildlife flowers. I was no alien biologist, no one was, so I couldn't be sure that I was dealing with a few species that formed a symbiotic colony, a colony of one species at different life stages, or a myriad of different ones that I couldn't even tell apart since I was a merc without the spark sight. Chirp was a merc too, but I could work with what I had. Their magical properties aside, the forest reacted rather uniformly to the mundane world. A thick biomat of burgundy grass spread out in all directions, with trees appearing to follow shortly thereafter. With at least one notable exception, the Babur Mountains. The forest sprawled to the northern hills of the plateau and simply stopped there, unable or unwilling to spread further. I did not know why, for now at least. My fingers crushed the pebble as I thought. Were the heavy elements like cobalt and chromium to blame? Wormages called it Badlands for a reason. The ultramafic soil made the area unwelcome to most terrestrial plants as well. While slopes and valleys had sparse vegetation in the form of hardy bushes and pine trees that simply didn't give a fuck, the highlands were comprised of barren rocks across the entire massif. Or was it a conscious thought of an alien hive mind that saw these hills as less tasty and not worth expanding into? Whatever it was, the forest had preferences, and I now knew about a range of things that it might not like. It wasn't immediately helpful, nor was I ready to start producing xenocides just from this knowledge alone, but I was patient. M&I was facing the alien threat from the moment it was established and was unlikely to resolve it anytime soon. Considering that Lif was somewhere past the red horizon, I would have to solve it myself rather than rely on wormage solutions. Especially if creatures had a lot more in common with the forest than the color of their carapace. It was highly likely that the discoveries I would make about the forest would greatly enhance my ability to understand and counteract flow monsters as well. Something that would become extremely important to me in a matter of days. Yes, I understand the reason for 12, Albin said after some testing of his own, but why 8 then? While 12 gives you an enormous range of combinations, you rarely, if ever, will need all 12 of them for a particular melody. There are historical aspects to it too. For a while, humans had a decent chunk of the population that was really into vocal singing as a crowd or a choir. Picking 7 out of 12 gave them a sufficient variety of combinations yet avoided unnecessary complexity that an average human would struggle with. I can't tell if this system was perfect for its role or if it was directly affected by the cultural perception of 7 as a magical number, but it worked extremely well for what they needed. Considering that said group was extremely influential across the globe, this type of music became ubiquitous if not outright default in a lot of places. Albin shook his rabbit ears in amusement. Heh. Whoever came up with the magical 7 clearly drank some spoiled wine that day. Says the guy worshipping 5 and 10. Hey, he raised his hands. I have 10 valid reasons right here why my numbers are superior to yours. Hi. They look very mundane and completely unmagical to me, Al, I snarked back. The 7 is clearly superior and more mystical. If you are going to argue, I will teach you how to count time in 7s rather than 10s. Away with 10 days, it is time for the week to emerge as the ultimate unit or measurement. 7 days, Albin grinned. Have you been drinking the spoiled wine too, Urf? I scratched my chin in thought. I just need to add 2 more traveling stars in the sky for you to understand that 7 was ordained from above. He could only laugh at that statement. Say, Albin, I continued when his giggles tapered off, did M&I figure out why the forest avoids the Babur Mountains? He shrugged. Why does it avoid seas? Badlands. It is not just the forest that doesn't grow there, crops wither and die and the few that survive yield poisonous fruits. If you are asking if we tried to use it against the forest directly, the answer is yes, but it was useless. Building walls and towers with poisonous soil had no effect while scattering it within the forest only damaged the land itself. Even if it worked on the growth, what is the point of conquering the land if you can't grow crops on it anymore? Fire works a lot better and leaves the fertile land afterwards. Even if that often attracts creatures, the result is well worth it. The land that was well fed by the corpses of naive mercs, another voice entered our conversation. I glanced around to a sneering workat, you are. He had human hands, making him closer in appearance to Urge rather than Viter, but that was where the similarities ended. Whoever he was, he had plenty of scars and twin long braids on his chest, a freed were or a descendant of one. A plain sash made any attempts to identify his allegiance fruitless. He sniffed, what? So that the boyta can run to his mistress and complain, this isn't the capital anymore, Merc, and you won't hide from the forest under her caftan. I rolled my eyes, says the were who is afraid to wear his sash in public. You don't even need to study at the school for artists as you are already a hypocrite. Glancing around, I noticed other males gathering around us once again and a completely unperturbed Albin, who continued his strumming. The Holy Order of 5 is busy, he winked back at me, renounce your heathen ways of 7 first. I rolled my eyes even harder. While I wasn't particularly afraid of getting into a scuffle, for I could punch well above my weight and heal most of the damage, I knew that they were unlikely to start swinging either. This was some intimidation or power play for them, and a great annoyance for me, as I cared little about who was the head honcho or what the most popular male clique thought about me. "Are you a moron?" He tilted his head. "Do you think that a piece of cloth will keep you safe in the forest? I earned the right to wear braids just as I earned the right to wear an empty sash with my own hands in battle, rather than with my fingers on a slavish instrument and my tongue deep inside a cunt." I scoffed, "Yet here you are, desperately trying to prove to your gaggle that you are better than me. There is nothing to prove. Anyone who has eyes can see a pathetic parasite corrupting one of the pillar houses. You want to get punched in the face?" I cracked my neck. "Just say it straight and I will punch you. Why are you dancing around with a dick measuring contest? Trying to prove to your love that you have the biggest schlong around here?" Judging by the twitching ears, I hit a sore spot. "Watch your tongue, Merc," he snarled. "The only one here who has a barbaric dick is you." Right, wrong culture. "No, it is you who should keep his muzzle shut, half." I stood up. "Because not only are you itching for a rapid deconstructive face massage, but you also think that you know better than the domina and matriarch of Kamidal together. I am sure that both of them would be quite eager to personally hear your advice." The Wur nodded and struck his chest. "And I will meet them without shame." My sarcasm flew squarely over his head. Albin was a bad reference. "At least I would bring benefit to their manner, unlike a parasitic merc." I felt my eyebrow rise. They don't need an amateurish insult slinger." The Wercat scoffed, "With real music." I almost stumbled. "You know what? Fuck it. Go bring your kithara and put your deeds behind your words, or shut your lying mouth and get the fuck out." He barked a laugh, making the crowd chuckle in turn. "A kithara? Who do you think I am? I don't play the meek songs of a whore begging for a dick into his unwashed ass, but the hymns of a warrior that make hearts beat faster and souls burn with righteous fire of victory. Something only war drums can do." "You hear that?" I elbowed Albin. "He is dissing us." "I do," he nodded sagely, dropping his ears. "What are you gonna do about it?" I spluttered from indignity. "Me. You know what, Al-Azhar Mesud, I remember you had drums in your carriage." "I did," the asshole refused to get a hint. "Yes, right beside your ass's ass, where the third ass tends to sit." I pulled his ear closer to me. "Right where you store that 10 of yours." "Ah, those drums. Wait, you can play the drums too." "I can play many instruments, I just have personal preferences. The guitar is one of them." "Can't even pronounce it right." The Wercat tried to remain relevant. I didn't bother to respond. Albin was already quite far in his skill, and I was itching to see what the two of us could do, rather than put the upstart Wur into his place. "So, you want both of them?" I shook my head. Azhar, remember what I told you about this style of music? It was designed to accommodate multiple tones at the same time, playing in harmony. Whether you have 4 people singing in a quartet or 4 strings ringing in a chord. I don't need just 2, bring me at least 5 of them with different sizes, and don't forget the guitar either. And I will show you real music. Anais Kamidal Hillel. She twirled her wine in the cup, absent-mindedly listening to other wormages bicker among each other. Urge squirmed in her seat right beside her and threw a longing glance at the tent entrance. If she was her mother, Anais would have likely reprimanded Urge for her obvious behavior, but all she felt was jealousy for the inability to act in a similar manner. Once again, the females of their convoy met together to discuss important matters, and once again Anais realized that she did not care. Yes, there were important tasks that had to be completed no matter what, but Anais was well ahead on her responsibilities and felt no need to clamor for more. The recent events within the Kamidal ensured that her manner could not be trifled with. As the first lady of the house, Anais had no trouble procuring foodstuffs for everyone, since every other Kamidal manor was eager to appease her mother and many farm manors were eager to trade with someone with gold on her hands. She didn't bother with currying favors from others, as nothing she could do here right now would measure up to what her mother was doing back in Samet. Anais had been informed about Yeva saturating Enoch with steel, and now she could see the results. The Kossar twins had shown their interest quite early, but it was of a playful kind. Today she saw 4 calculating eyes of green looking at her instead. No local delicacy could achieve such drastic change. No threat to withdraw food or drinks would cause others to treat her so seriously. The word had spread quickly across Samet, and other pillar houses had learnt of the Enoch deal shortly thereafter. It was curious to see a hint of uncertainty from Lidaaf as the werewolf looked at her and Urge, trying to solve some dilemma deep inside her mind. Mushaf was also more silent than usual as she contemplated whether to oppose Anais with renewed vigor or trust in her assurances about Muramat. At least Anais hoped that was what Mushaf Davlat thought about. There was a lot of play between the three manors trying to maintain the existing state of affairs, but Anais was quite sure that Mushaf knew by now that her refusal wasn't the result of a previous promise or the intent to save the face of the Kishava manor. Anais saw Muramat as someone below her status and refused to be burdened by him. The question was whether Mushaf felt relief at the lack of competition or indignation that Anais valued her chase so low. Time would tell. Not that that would mean Anais would try to accommodate the young Kishava heiress. She stepped onto the path of war to maintain her independence, and there was no way that she would start bending her back now. She harumphed and glared at the Enoch twins. It didn't matter if Urge liked to ogle them from time to time or watch them occasionally as they washed each other. If they dared to have even the slightest chance to get close to her Sadek, they would need to work long and hard for that. And offer much, especially for a chance to have the true children of the Navigator, if Urf would even bother to entertain them at all. Other males were even less likely, at least for now. While his camaraderie with Albin Chassia was quite unexpected, Anais didn't see him joining. If Urf's words about his kind were true, it was quite likely that he could sire more powerful children than any wormage that walked the land of Emini, making the acquisition of other husbands for procreation somewhat futile. And Anais would not entertain someone of Albin's character within her Sadek. But none of this mattered right now. While there were a few individuals who were eager to forge closer bonds or outright join her Sadek, none were desperate enough to agree and influential enough to fulfill the demands that their Sadek would request in return. As the first daughter of Akarim Adal, Anais brought in the entire manor and her future status of a domina as her dowry, and there was no way that she would accept anyone offering less. Any thieving rats were also out of the question. Listening to the stories from Samet, I was afraid that we would be showered in lavish meals and forget how to fight. But Anais Hillel maintains quite strict food discipline. Yet another false praise was thrown her way, making Anais sigh. The food is provided according to ARM policies, and everyone gets their portions of grain, wine, and cured meat, as well as oil and salt. It would be cruel of me to weaken the Emini warriors before they even join their arms. The Hade girl tilted her head. Anais didn't know how Albin managed to change his visage, but the presence of the extremely gifted Hade male emboldened other whereabouts. Please give my praise to your cook. Many can tell where your tent is just by the smell alone. She swished her tail like shooing away an annoying fly. He is called the alchemist of Kaimidal for a reason. I would be quite surprised that someone who can brew the potion to make my hair shine can't brew something to keep my stomach full. I take the same portions as everyone else. The only difference is that I was prudent enough to bring pepper and spices with me from the city, for they are extremely light and bring plenty of flavor. Well, she was only partially honest. While spices and herbs did come from her manor, they were arriving almost daily as Urf outright refused to eat bland meals and often sent that chirp of his just to replenish fresh stocks. He can cook too, Kirana Enoch Kassar whispered to her from a nearby seat. Yes, to quote his words, cooking is the true form of alchemy, Anais murmured back to her. The Werabit coughed. Forgive me, I didn't know that alchemists were judged by their cooking skills in the capital. He tripled the wealth of my manor within a season, Anais interrupted the weak attempts at intrigue, instigated by someone else entirely, judging by a few scant glances at Kishava's table, and my manor wasn't poor to begin with. If such a person was in your manor, you would call him neither a cook nor an alchemist, because you would be forbidden to speak with him unless he spoke to you first. She ignored the sputtering girl, mumbling something about Anais courting one of theirs. Albin was annoying even when he wasn't around. This should have ended a long time ago, Urge sighed, unable to hold her frustration and somewhat annoyed from the latest barb. While Anais saw them as irrelevant, Urge still struggled not to take everything that was said to heart. Mushaf cast a glance at Urge and then looked at Anais, raising her eyebrow. She is right, Anais shrugged. There is another day of travel ahead of us tomorrow, and I refuse to waste my time here by drinking wine and trading barbs. Is there anything important that needs to be said? Because otherwise I have missives to write. Lidaaf opened her mouth but stilled for a moment and perked her ears, as did many other werewolves and Mushaf. Anais tried to listen, but she couldn't figure out what she was supposed to be listening to. "What is that sound?" Lidaaf murmured. She got up and immediately headed for the door, forgetting the meeting and whatever she was planning to say not so long ago. Anais shared a glance with Urge and saw her shrug in return. The Enoch twins looked equally confused, just as many other ladies present here. Yet every Kamshad and Kashava wormage started to leave the tent. Unwilling to remain ignorant, Anais pushed her chair aside and quickly followed the others, dragging Urge with her. The afternoon breeze was pleasantly fresh after the stale air of the large tent, but now when they left the thick canvas walls behind, she could hear the rumbling sound all around her. It was deep and faint, unknown yet somehow familiar. "Anais," Urge whispered, "I think I know who this is." She looked up at her wife as her mind tried to solve the puzzle in her ears. Not what but who in this rhythm. Oh no. What did he do this time? She grumbled to herself and stomped toward the place where their tents were set up and where the sound was coming from. She could feel the headache coming. "I should have trusted my heart and left you with them. I knew that leaving both of them alone would lead to nothing good." "You know what this sound is?" Lidaaf glanced back at Anais. A new wave washed over them and she felt the hair on her tail stand up in response. Lidaaf shivered. "I know who this is." She shook the tingling feeling away and resumed her walk. "This isn't some sound, it is music, his music," Urge clarified. As she continued to walk, the sounds started to become more and more clear. By now, Anais realized that what she heard before was only a part of the whole melody. The guitar was there, but now it was surrounded by the thunder of drums that somehow enhanced its sounds rather than drowned them. It took Urf a few 10 days to build his guitar. Apparently, it took him one afternoon to build his version of drums, and she knew who was the main instigator of this. Anais stopped in front of the dancing crowd and sighed in resignation as her fears ended up being true. Grinning ear to ear, the fake rabbit was singing some vulgar song about a wormage girl in heat. While her Urf, between multiple drums, small and large, her daimon was hitting them with abandon, causing those rhythmic sounds that went past her ears and deep into her core, tickling her in obscene ways. This music looked exhausting, as he had taken his collet off a long time ago, choosing to leave it hanging at his waist. Beads of sweat rolled down his face and onto his naked chest just as when they were together. Anais looked away with red on her face, only to notice a nearby wormage girl squirming and rubbing her thighs. Fists clenched in outrage, she turned her glare at the culprit. As if noticing her anger, Albin glanced at her and quickly whispered something to Urf. Urf lifted his eyes, gave her that damned sheepish smile of his and blew a kiss in her direction. Anais did the only thing she could do in this situation. She ran, Roshanak Kamshad Gulnaz. "Then let us discuss the main reason why we gathered here today." Roshanak looked at two other matriarchs and the speaker of Koznia. "The Kamidal." It was unfortunate that Roxana wasn't here in person, but her presence was critical in the north. Moreover, her arrival, no matter how rushed it would have delayed this meeting long enough for it to become useless. As a warrior and a general, Roshanak preferred to act with decisiveness rather than wait for her opponents to grow in strength, especially when said growth was almost unthinkable. The speaker's ears shifted back immediately. "Do you fear the Kamidal are acting against Emini?" Mitra Koznia Adalit had a serious, no-nonsense attitude common throughout their manner. "Or is it your wounded pride speaking out of spite?" The Kishava matriarch was quick to remind. The Samat matriarch remained silent, impatiently tapping on the gold goblet full of wine. Compared to the mighty Kishava, the Samat was a direct competitor to the Kamidal, especially when it came to trading within the capital. Compared to the concerned Koznia, they weren't dependent on them to provide sufficient grain for the troops, all of which gave them the reason and desire to see the Kamidal step down. Their previous history only made it more personal. Perhaps, but let us be honest among each other here. Akarim Adal is known by many names, but none of them is stupid. She might appear coy or humble, but that is nothing more but the mask of a hypocrite donned to pursue her real goals. The recent glass affair did more than fill their coffers. By goading the Eska envoy to act with rashness, Akarim wrested control over Kemetal's major trading partner. By requesting a personal aqueduct routed to her manor, she solidified her status even further and subverted the position of Amanjan Irada as the main contender for the title of a future matriarch. Yet despite this success, the current events show that she has no intentions to stop. The affair of steel is. She is the younger daughter of a matriarch, cousin, Parusati's Amina lazily interrupted her. This is what they do, for it is the task of younger sisters to keep their elders in check. Is it also her task to rob you blind without you even realizing it, cousin? Roshanak swished her tail. The eyes of the Keshava matriarch narrowed. Explain. Roshanak snapped her fingers, ordering a nearby slave to refill her cup. Do you remember the scourge of the South Sea? What does your aunt have to do with Akarim Adal? Apart from coming into a great deal of wealth from her daring yet extremely lucrative naval raids, absolutely nothing. But your manor should remember her triumphant returns. She didn't win her battles by being stupid, and she knew that gold and gems represented static wealth while fame and glory could be easily forgotten. To make her fortunes last, she needed something else, something that would see her wealth multiply in perpetuity. Land and slaves. Keshava matriarch put her goblet away. Land and slaves indeed. The scourge of the South Sea was the boon to the Keshava manor. The strongest laborers, exotic companion slaves, and the most skilled artisans all were quickly snatched by her growing manor. Am I to assume that you are enjoying the same treatment by the rising star of the Kemetal? It has been a few 10 days, Roshanak, Parusatis said with a sigh. Are you urging me to act out of impatience? Roshanak tasted her wine. Akarim Adal had been trying to purchase land for a while. Unfortunately for her, Amanjan Irada wasn't granted the role of a speaker just for being the first daughter and had been quite successful at blocking her attempts. Her sour relationship with the Samet didn't help her either. The lack of attempts to purchase slaves was somewhat surprising until I received some concerning news. Parusati's Keshava Amina cracked her fingers, vicious eyes sparkling on her friendly-looking face. Who? The Eska, of course. The word across the sea is that the Lamuras are busy collecting slaves in large quantities, not oarsmen to move their galleys nor fighters to bolster their forces, artisans and craftsmen, children and families to bolster their ranks and secure their loyalty. I am certain that by the time this news reached me there was probably at least one ship sailing toward Samet filled with future Kemetal slaves. Control any manner you can and avoid every other that you cannot. The Samet matriarch finally spoke up from her couch, moving the finger across the ridge of her goblet. Akarim is only interested in those she can dominate. Parusati's Amina inspected her sharp claws. I will have my women confirm your words, cousin, but if what you say is true, I assume you came here with a particular plan in mind. Roshanak nodded. I was planning on inviting the censor herself to this meeting, to hear what the goddess and to some extent the Shebet would say. Perhaps it is for the best that she is currently unavailable. Her twin brother and the speaker of their manor has been rather close with the twin moons of Kemetal. Calling the Shebet matriarch here in person was futile. Daimonas or not, the Chasia twins held the real power within the manor, and while their aunt did a lot of work to maintain day-to-day house activities, she would stall and defer anything too important, lest she runs afoul of her divinely blessed niece or nephew. There are 4 among the 7 present here, Roshanak continued. That means the summit of speakers will listen to our combined voices no matter what the Kemetal and the Enoch might say and whether or not the Shebet is even present. A soft approach? The Keshava matriarch raised her eyebrow, making the Koznia speaker shift uneasily on her couch. I thought you were a bit more disgruntled from that rejection. Roshanak scoffed. I have no desire to tread the path of Eska in this matter, especially when both Chasia twins have shown interest in her manor and that alchemist of theirs despite no love between Sophia Chasia and Akarim Adal. It would also be very short-sighted of me to interrupt the trade between the Kemetal and the Koznia. The north walls are worthless without defenders guarding them, and they need to eat daily like the rest of us. I am a general, Parusati's Amina, and I know not to blindly chase an enemy that isn't rooted, for there might be ambushes I might not know about. Fortunately for us, the glass affair did reveal her plans to me, no matter how obvious they were, and those plans haven't come to fruition yet. A floppy ear slowly lifted up as the Keshava matriarch smiled. The coveted place among us. Indeed, Akarim might be a main contender for the title, but her mother is still alive, and her eldest sister still holds power. I am sure that Amengen Arata would be thrilled to know the pillar majority of Emini still sees her as the future matriarch, and react accordingly. Parusades nodded. A suddenly weakened position will force Akarim to reconsider her plans, lest the carefully built foundation would crumble below her feet. Unless she has other tricks up her sleeve, the Samet matriarch crossed her arms. We are dealing with the mother of Anais Hillel, one that the goddess herself deemed worthy to speak to. The Eska's response is quite suspicious to me as well. A proud clan like them would never bow their heads and curl their tails just because Akarim has tough glass and mirrors. Yes, political pressure alone won't be enough, especially with the sudden influx of the blade steel and strange weapons within the Kamital, Roshanak easily agreed. But we can play her game as well. Akarim Adal has been careful not to reveal too much, but rumors of the daimonic presence are spreading. Perhaps the public could be a bit more concerned about the nature of said daimon, especially if it is a merc. If Akarim Adal was truly blessed by gods, where is a blessed spark? Perhaps her manor needs a little bit more oversight to make sure nothing untoward is happening within those walls. A mature hand to guide them past excesses of youth. The worship smiled, especially with the black smoke coming from within her manor. I have a few eyes and noses around, and many report the brimstone smell. As the caretaker of the capital, I can't allow anyone to summon a volcano within my borders, even if it lets her craft weapons with ease. Roshanak glanced at the Koznia speaker, and Mitru Adalit nodded. As long as the Kamital as a whole remains healthy, Nanja Kamital Ida had been generous in her grain shipments, and my mother would not accept any disruptions. Akarim Adal's actions are concerning indeed. If she is already treating two houses of war in such a way, the Koznia will likely receive the same treatment once she takes the reins. I agree. Roshanak completed her thought. I believe we are in agreement then. She lifted up her cup in a toast and waited for the other three to join her, to the fruitful coalition. Akarim Kamital Adal. Thank you, Sulla. She quietly dismissed her attendant and refocused on Yeva's lecture with a sigh. The word was back on the streets, encouraging dominas to sell their land elsewhere, while the slow progress inroads with her elder sister stalled once again. New players had entered the game, either the Keshava or the Kamshad themselves. Or both for that matter. Earth stipulations on slavery and freeloading husbands made the growing tensions not just likely but inevitable. Nevertheless, Akarim still felt the pang of loss in her heart. A few more 10 days of peace would have solidified her current position enough to purchase land without any significant oversight. Now she was thrown back to the pre-feast days, carefully measuring her steps and planning her moves. Well, not quite. There was no longer an imminent danger of Earth being claimed by the goddess, and her influence had grown substantially since then. Nevertheless, the new players were acting bold enough to warrant caution on her part. Akarim wasn't afraid, rather she was annoyed. All these dances and overtures, all these plays were performed to obtain the source of her newfound power. Her daimon, whether those players knew it or not, they sought out Earth. As his master, domina, and mother-in-law, Akarim Adal was already far ahead of everyone trying. All she had to do was not lose. Well, a few additional wins wouldn't go amiss either. The question was how. Her fingers played absent-mindedly with the trinkets that Yeva previously provided. His wife was busy explaining the so-called thermal expansion to Isra, Rena, and Shahin, and she used plenty of props to showcase its actions. Things like two bound strips of different metals where the difference in their expansion rate would force the whole thing to bend and curl, allowing one to tell how hot something was with great precision. Looking at a visibly twitching Israel, the master smith had already came up with a plethora of ways to use that knowledge and was eager to leave the lecture and start working. Shahin Esko was in an equally contemplative mood, bolstered by the steaming mug of kava cradled in her hands, as Yeva made it perfectly clear that said expansion was the root cause of glass strength or weakness. Unfortunately for Akarim, these new revelations weren't immediately helpful in tackling the new problems. She knew this knowledge was critical for current and future projects. Even Rena was quick enough to realize that those fluctuations in size would hinder further advances in precision. That meant better machines, more refined products, and eventual profits. Eventual was the key word here, but not everything followed this slow but inevitable improvement. Akarim pulled the hems of her kaftan apart and glanced down on her chest. There was a new layer of cloth there, covered by the customary silken tunic. The black wood of the nurturing tree felt soft to the touch and pleasant on her skin. It was also extremely durable and highly susceptible to chemical spells. An additional layer of protection for a stray collector's blade and a convenient source of material if she were to require a sword. The reward of her daughter's honesty. Perhaps it is best to end the lecture here for now, Domina spoke up from her couch. I am sure that Israel is eager to try out new designs. Oh, don't mind me, the master smith was quick to interject. I do wish to learn more. Yeva paused for a moment but shook her head. Domina is right. I would prefer to make sure you understand the concepts rather than merely know them, and a little bit of practical work would greatly assist you in that. Tinker around with trinkets, make your own, and let the fog of knowledge settle into the dew of comprehension within your mind, making it easier to travel ahead. Make bigger bimetal strips and see if you can craft working thermometers for furnaces, forges, and kilns. Israel nodded and took off, followed by Rena Kairat. Shahin Eska idled for a moment, giving Akarim a questioning gaze, but Domina shook her head. The former envoy knew her ways around intrigue, but she had a different conversation in mind at this moment. You wish to speak with me? Yeva tilted her head once they were alone. Akarim smiled and shook her head. I am, let us take another walk. She found herself missing Urf, stumbling through his conversations. While Yeva was reserved and methodical, choosing to remain silent unless she was certain what needed to be said, Urf had that bubbling energy barely contained within himself. Always eager to spill over and shower her with new inventions and gifts. Akarim was certain that if he'd stayed behind, there would be dynamos everywhere, shooting lightning back and forth. Forgive me for not transitioning to electricity, Yeva correctly guessed her thoughts, but there is a necessary foundation that needs to be built first. We are approaching technology that demands respect, and I would be remiss of my duties if I let either Isra or Rena die or get heavily injured simply because they didn't know some crucial detail. Do not worry, Akarim swished her tail in a soothing gesture. I could feel your intent throughout the lecture as you introduced a new method of measuring the unknown and advanced earlier techniques at the same time. I was just amusing myself by thinking how different Urf's approach would be. Yeva pondered as she walked. Well, for starters, there will be new toilets by now. A snort managed to escape her lips before Akarim could control herself. Thank you for that reminder, Yeva. I managed to completely forget that fascination of his. Now I know I made the right choice by leaving you, not him, behind. The girl smiled in response. There is a certain merit in his desires. You too. It makes more sense if you understand that it is designed to physically trap the foul odors. If it is constructed properly, said rooms wouldn't even need fragrant herbs on the walls to make them acceptable. Once you have that, there are no other barriers preventing them from being conveniently placed closer to bedrooms and other rooms where people tend to gather often. She eyed the Merc Daimon suspiciously. Are you making those now? Yeva giggled, not yet. The infrastructure is still incomplete to make their construction appropriate at this time. The below structure, Akarim tried the new word. Are you talking about the sewer tunnels? I was informed that Samet had built them properly. The Samet sewers are well made indeed, but the estate needs a network of pipes to most buildings, whether to take waste away or vent foul gases building up underground. Since I hate using lead pipes in general and copper is too useful elsewhere, Kievan is currently making ceramic pipe sections. They are strong enough to last for a while and won't corrode and rot from within. Moreover, there needs to be a separate network to bring clean water in, but I will use trees to make pipes for that. What is wrong with the current system? Aqueduct water is fresh, but it is only water from a stream rerouted into the city. It needs to move or it will quickly bloom and become undrinkable. The fountains we have in the kitchens, the rest of the manor, and across the entirety of Samet are a necessity of that design. This system works, but it is very water inefficient. The aqueduct alone will become unsustainable rather quickly with our new technologies, especially when steam engines start to take their toll. You aren't planning on boiling the water, are you? Akarim frowned. The Samat was starting to grumble about the smoke coming out of her manor, despite multiple other furnaces working across Samat, as well as the stench of waste, rot, and fish on the streets of the lower city. She was planning to avoid the confrontation for as long as possible, not to provoke them further. That would be too excessive. Yes, the water doesn't need to be stored forever, just longer than it currently can. A few good filters should give us that for now. Once that is in place, we will have an on-demand water supply where it is used as needed and not spent continuously. Akarim sighed, seeing one of the secluded workshops they were approaching. Well, you seem to have thought it out well in advance. I hope that you can show me the results soon, but the future might be a little bit more hectic now. Yeva paused and looked at Domina with a silent question on her face. The other pillars decided that they have waited long enough after Anaz's departure and are rousing once again. I do not know the path that they will take, but my manor can already feel their attention. Should I speed up the armor production? Ask Isra to start making brigandines. Of course not, Akarim rolled her eyes. Yeva gripped the door, making the wood groan. But what if they ignore the divine decree? Yeva, calm down. Domina placed her hand on Yeva's shoulder. No one will be attacking this manor, not just because God said so, not because I come from one of the 7 houses. They will not attack because this is a pillar manor. I have training grounds here where guards for my caravans train. Slaves, as well as and wormage members of the Kamital. There are multiple wormages of my immediate family living here, most of whom have experience in magical warfare. A direct assault on this manor might eventually overwhelm my defenses, but it will leave Samat in ruins while doing so, and that is assuming no other manor comes to our aid, Kamital or otherwise. We are talking about burning rubble and piles of dead all over the place. Even the Samat manor themselves will forget about past grievances and do everything in their power to stop that. Yeva shook her head and sighed. Yes, of course. Forgive my outburst. I understand where you are coming from. The threat of sudden violence is common among slaves of lesser masters, and one is left relying on the nature of the other to stay safe. I am certain that even small dominas on the outskirts of Emini might have similar thoughts to yours, for there are too few defenders and not enough onlookers nearby. But law exists across the land between mountains, and the 7 are here to enforce it. If the 7 pillars themselves begin to fear for their safety, that means the law is gone from this land. Then gods will interfere. Akarim patted her shoulder and led her inside the building. Your way of thinking is sound, but this is not the way of pillar manners. Right, so what course of action are we taking? Yeva looked back at Domina with a serious expression on her face. Plan ahead, prepare, and make sure that our supply routes stay secure. What would your current and future projects require? Assume that any land purchases will be delayed and manor expansions are off the table for the foreseeable future. Yeva grimaced. The estate is big but not infinite. How tall are we allowed to build? What do you mean allowed? I am no architect to tell you when a building is too tall to stand. I meant allowed by traditions. Yeva pointed in the general direction of the landing altar. I assume many would frown if you have a tower in your manor that is taller than the floating pillars themselves. Right, Akarim scratched her ear. Talk has begun, let us stick with something conservative. Nothing taller than the walls of this manor. So up to 3 floors, well, probably 2 to accommodate every body type present in the manor. Lamuras and minotaurs are rather tall. Can we dig below? Yes. Just don't breach the underworld. Well, we are limited by ventilation and drainage anyway. Yeva let that sarcasm fly over her head. But some excavation might provide us with rock and gravel for other projects. What about the other estates that you possess? Akarim waved her tail. I would prefer to keep the new machines within this manor for now. While I trust my farm heads to run everyday tasks, I am not so keen on letting them handle things that the rest of the Kamital manor doesn't know about. Moreover, the increased traffic between estates could attract quite a few curious eyes and hands. Fair enough, we can store bulk cargo there. However, it is no longer a secret that your manor is looking for raw resources. What about the lands that no one cares about? While the northern steppe is too far from here, the slopes of the Babur Mountains seem rather desolate, even the areas close to the South Sea. It would be easy to ship. Akarim started to shake her head even before Yeva finished her sentence. That is where I gain a lot of my wool from. While the land is too barren to be arable, there are plenty of sheep in nearby manors. Now that we have pillar houses interfering, it would be very hard for me to purchase land near my sources of wealth. Well, I think Urf has managed to acquire some. Akarim blinked. He did what? How? Albin, Yeva shrugged as if one word was almost good enough to explain everything. Apparently, Urf got a promise of a land title on the slopes of the Babur Mountains when they were playing the guitar together. After he finishes his military service, that is. Akarim grabbed her ears and tugged them down. I swear those two will make my hair silver within a season. I didn't even want to imagine the Shebet speaker playing Urf's guitar, yet you made me do it. What did he ask for that land? Steel spoons and knives mostly, ones that would not rust. If that wasn't Urf and Albin damned Chassia, I would have assumed that both of them were drunk, or you were drunk to tell me. Or I was for hearing something this inane. Domina let go of her ears and took a few calming breaths. Forget this, Akarim, we have a Shebet speaker on our side and that is good, yes. Let us move on, none of those promises would matter in the short term anyway. What about raw resources? I assume we still need steel. Steel and copper are both critical. We can improve the quality ourselves, however. Concrete for the buildings and foundations. Everything else that we were already purchasing should continue as well. So the only two new things are copper and concrete. Volcanic ash might take some time to arrive. That is not necessary. A cheaper concrete might last less than 50 years, but we aren't building monuments to eternity here. Even if we are still stuck within the walls of this manor after 50 years, the buildings will need to be upgraded anyway. Limestone and gypsum would suffice. Well, as long as the buildings won't collapse while they are in use. Yeva smirked. I didn't say they would be flimsy. Even after 50 years, those buildings would be more sound than most of the slum houses I witnessed in the cheaper parts of Samet. I just have standards. That you do, Akarim chuckled. You have been talking about nothing but standards in your recent lectures. Yeva coughed. There is still the last piece missing if you wish to speed up the current pace. People. Domina pressed her lips thin. Slaves are coming from my farms and across the sea, but recruiting from the Samet population would have to wait. There is a need for additional vetting in the current situation, and I simply do not have the people suited for that. We are also likely to end up with a crowd of beggars at my gates crying day and night once word spreads about the generous Domina. I can't let that happen. The Merc girl grimaced. And we can't accept them all due to land and food constraints, in addition to potentially taking in disguised spies and collectors. There is another way, however, dock workers and petty traders. While many are beholden either to us, the Samat or the Kishava, most are still independent and hire workers daily from the available crowd. We can probably set up a system through them to invite promising individuals to our side. While not perfect by any means, it can act as a barrier between my manor and the horde of hopefuls. It would take additional time to ensure the honesty of my suppliers. The fact that you, Adomina, are thinking about this already makes me grateful, Yeva bowed to her. I am sure that most wouldn't even bother to come up with alternatives in this situation, and yet you did. Yes, such recruiting agencies might work well for us far into the future. I am not stupid, Yeva, Akarim chuckled. The pillar manors stir because they sense the unnatural presence, the hidden power that keeps multiplying my wealth over and over with no end in sight. They don't care about me, they don't care about my wealth, current or previous. They want that hidden power for themselves. They want Urf, Yeva, and with your new knowledge, Akarim reached out and poked Yeva with her finger, they will want you too. It is given that I will prioritize both of you, even if that might hinder my chances at becoming the matriarch of Kamadal. Yeva stared down at the finger on her chest for a while before reaching out and taking it into her hand. You wish to become a matriarch? Akarim smiled. Every chick dreams of being a falcon. Finger squeezed her hand. Then you will be. I hope you aren't planning anything untoward about my mother, are you? Yeva shook her head. Don't need to, don't have to. Just play the infinite game, try not to lose. We will spice up the game a little bit. Yeva smiled and let go of Akarim's hand. I've brought you here rather than to the greenhouse for a reason. While Isra is busy working on the steam engine, I had Rena prepare a new machine for me, something to assist me with the large influx of workers in the coming days. Akaram glanced around and quickly noticed something covered by a canvas cloth.
That. Yes.
Domina waved her hand, sending the cloth away, only to frown at what she saw. Is that a press? It is, but not for olives. Rather than pressing seeds into oil, it will press letters on paper, quickly creating multiple copies of a specific page. I was planning on mass-producing small Vertana codices so that every illiterate slave could have a copy and quickly learn how to read and possibly write. Akaram licked her lips. It could press any codex. Codices were expensive for a reason, as long as it is something that can be drawn on a parchment with a quill. And once they all can read, you can press the codex on numbers and teach them how to count. She walked over and picked up a small piece of metal. Is that a letter? It doesn't have to be numbers. We could design a manual on how to operate a loom or a lathe and train workers by a dozen rather than one by one. What you are holding is called a type, an inverted letter stamp that can print a proper letter when pressed onto paper when stained with ink. While it still takes time to set all those types into sentences and blocks of text, even typesetting a single codex takes less time than writing one with a quill. Considering that you can print hundreds with each typeset, you can imagine the productivity increase. Not yet, I cannot, I will need to see it in action. Akaram licked her lips once again, they were getting dry. But I can appreciate how anything you create somehow just fits with everything that was created prior. Was Irf thinking about this when he created the paper, or when his tree started making inks and dyes? Absolutely. Because we are limited in what we can create with the tools that we have. The impact of this press would not be as powerful if we lacked a proper and cheap medium to print upon. But this is more than what you see, Domina. What you see is a weapon. Akaram frowned, it can print runes. You know what? It probably could, but I wasn't being literal here. A printed word is a weapon of information rather than force. You can print thousands of papers teaching people how to read, or you can print thousands of pamphlets to spread a particular knowledge among the literate masses. You can cast your ideas and dreams far and wide and catch many like-minded thinkers with great ease. Ones who will gladly bolster your ranks, ones who will fight for your cause, and ones who will die for it too. Yeva walked around the frozen Domina. Before, I had my concerns about whether to tell you this or not, even when Irf had put his trust in you. But your actions so far speak true of your name, Akaram the Just. Consider this as the proof that you will be matriarch. Whether you will take the seat of your mother or forge the eighth pillar, I don't care, you will be one. Because even the sharpest sword in the world can't cut an idea apart. And now you will become a general of ideas. Whoever stands against us won't have the faintest chance in the world. Muramat Kamshed Nishad. Train steps silently carried him where Muramat expected his quarry to be. Not that he had to try hard to do either. The loud grunts and cracks made tracking easy and silence unnecessary. But some things were more than a habit by now. The wormage was entertaining herself by releasing anger on the trees, clawing and punching the green trunks until they turned into frayed stumps. He paused for a moment to watch her as his entourage caught up, suppressing a scoff. There was no form or grace in her movements, just strength and desire to use it. Typical behavior of a country bumpkin, they grew up surrounded by farm slaves fearing their every breath, and ended up thinking that their scant abilities put them on par with real wormages. Her humiliation at the hands of the merc was the clear result of that blind arrogance. She walked in like a matriarch, thinking he was a companion at most, and got her own milk fed to her instead. Do you think that punching trees will earn you honor? He interrupted the commotion. Or are you simply hiding here? The wormage jumped in place and turned around. The scowl of anger was quickly replaced by a look of apprehension once she saw his sash. So even she could learn from that, his plan wasn't hopeless anymore. Your sight is in my heart, Muramat Nishad, she cautiously said, ignoring his obvious ridicule. I was merely training in seclusion. I will find a different spot so as not to disturb your day. His lips started to curl into a smile, but he hid it in his beard. Training to do what? Seek revenge. M&I arms train procurers and many manners employ collectors for a reason. You will either end up with a catter between your ribs or a fresh body on your hands. Trust me, getting stabbed would be the better option out of the two. Wormage or not, Akarim Kamidal Adal will find the murderer of her prized alchemist and you would beg for a swift death. You aren't dealing with an arrogant merc but the coveted property of a pillar domina. Surely she is not that tyrannical and can forgive my misstep. A misstep. You walked straight into a pile of shit because you forgot to look. Even a single glance at his sash would have been enough, unless that was your plan all along. No, I only wished to talk to the Hade Wormage that was standing with the merc. I didn't know that he was trying to approach the pillar domina. She glanced at his entourage. The Kamshat are famed for their justice. Please help me earn my own. Muramat placed his tail into his hands and started brushing it. Your recent display makes me question your abilities. I can, she went down on one knee. I will not dare to let you down, one chance is all I ask. Then show me your honesty with effort, take that humiliation to heart and learn from it, not by punching trees, something that you had no trouble doing before, but by practicing what you failed at. Show me you can look first before I consider you a worthy candidate to become our client. Her mouse ears twitched. Just give me the task and I will do it. Remember that, merc. Do not confront him or interact with him or anyone close to him. Your task is to look. You will keep traveling north, eating meals and practicing your shooting skills, and in your free time you will keep looking. What he does, what he eats, whom he meets. He reached out and patted Sayavash on his shoulder. Report everything you see to my aide and show me that you can look before you make a step. Avoid notice and I will keep Anais Hillel from concerning herself with you once more. Draw too much attention to yourself and I will not keep someone that repeats the same mistake twice. She nodded eagerly, happy to have an influential patron once again. Consider it done. Muramat swished his tail. Use your time wisely, the Kamidal group and ours will join the same arm so you have almost a season and a half to improve your skills. Show me how good you can get rather than how quickly you can fail. The Wormage got up with a new spark in her eyes. Thank you for your words of wisdom. He rubbed his beard. What is your name, Wormage? Layla Gul, she scratched her ear bashfully, of the Denag family. Muramat nodded. Your name is on my lips, Layla Denag Gul. Make sure it stays there when the campaign is over. Now go and let the forest heal. Layla Gul bowed deep and bolted away with a spring in her steps. Are you sure this is wise? Sayavash murmured from the side. Planning their original meeting and sending that were to challenge his music only strengthened his reputation. Perhaps we should have goaded her on the path of revenge and have the merc removed entirely. Muramat scoffed and tousled his hair. Have her attack the merc that survived a collector attack without a scratch. We both have watched him bathe many times. Have you seen any scars? Sayavash shook his head. There are some marks on his upper back and belly, otherwise his skin is clear and unburdened by labors of life. Those look too old to be relevant. Probably caused during birth or shortly thereafter. What matters is that he is alive after Samet collectors. His handling of the Wormage, no matter the lack in her skill, shows his hidden aptitude. Not only would she fail, but she would bring unnecessary attention to us as well, especially when Akarim Adal is the holder of the Orb of Truth. Do you think she will uncover something? I do not believe she will even remain unseen, but Anais Hillel would likely not act unless Layla does something stupid again. The Wormage was humiliated for her previous actions and justice has been done. If Anais Hillel decides to look petty and fickle by seeking her personal justice, I am simply educating a wayward Wormage. Otherwise, Layla Gul will remain a distraction and nothing more. And if she does uncover something important, well, I can recognize good work when it brings results. Sayavash nodded. And while she pays attention to her, she won't be looking elsewhere. Precisely, now about that what have you found about the music? His aide sighed and shook his head. Very little. There are plenty of rumors, but no one knows with certainty where that music or even that kithara comes from. Muramat frowned. This was unfortunate. What about Azure Hade Mesed playing it? Any connection to the Hade manners? Sayavash shook his head. Unlikely to be related to the Hade themselves, he did not bother hiding while learning the instrument the last few days. If Urf isn't the source of that music, he is the only known connection to it so far. I see, Muramat murmured, then nodded to himself. Sounds rather barbaric, don't you think? His aide tilted his head. Muramat. Muramat smiled at him, his hand gently caressing his chin. All those trials weren't done to make him look good in front of the crowds, nor were they planned to humiliate him. We did them to learn more because knowledge reveals weaknesses. Do you know what happens when you don't learn anything? You search harder. You can, but sometimes there is simply nothing to find. Rather than admitting defeat like someone less driven, you create your own knowledge instead. His music is barbaric, those drums are akin to the chants and roars of the eastern tribes while the kithara reminds you of their howls. Who knows, maybe this is the reason why there is a workat slave in her sadek, a wormage slave at that. I see, Sayavash smiled, those tribes use drums too, must be more than a coincidence. Perhaps I should talk to others about it. Muramat smiled, good boy.
XXX.
I splashed the water into my face and vigorously rubbed my skin. Yes, the skin suit under my clothes kept me clean, but there was a certain charm to standing in a river and letting the cold water wash away the fatigue of the days past. Things were moving along. The plantations and olive orchards of the south were long gone, giving way to fields of grain, pastures, and temperate forests. Our method of travel changed as well. After reaching Amal, the city where the two major rivers of Emini met together and united the whole country, it was decided to take the newer river downstream all the way north to Ureg rather than keep walking alongside it. Our pace improved as a result while giving us plenty of time to relax and pursue tasks other than simply walking toward sunset, but I still felt unease brewing inside of me. Back in Samet, Yeva was building what was going to be the first workhouse ever in the history of Tana, hopefully without the negative aspects they developed in the past, with a dash of the Industrial Revolution as a side project. And Akarim was gearing up for the next round of posturing, grandstanding, and intrigue among the upper echelons of Emini society. Here, Anais and Urge had been steadily improving their magical powers. When they were not attending meetings barred to mercs or slaves or both, their progress was vastly different. While Anais was learning to control the unleashed power of her old spells, Urge was figuring out ways to apply force in general. Yet both were showing consistent progress. For starters, our boat was still afloat and only a very small half of the sail ended up missing until we stopped at the next port. At the same time, I had to stop myself twice from decking an innocent passing sailor when I felt fingers on my junk, only to see a glowing glove and a very entertained cougar nearby. Granted, floating dildos, tickling, and sexual harassment at a distance weren't the only skills she had managed to pick up. While the armor manipulation was still risky, or effective, depending on how it was applied, due to the occasional crumbling and warping when Urge's concentration slipped, she was getting pretty good at controlling short swords. While I knew where she got the necessary experience from, the potential was immense. A floating monomolecular blade in the hands of a telekinetic could cause untold amounts of damage. Until Anais incorporated another curve into some flow figure that only she could see and threw a cup into a low Tana orbit or something. I threw some more water on myself and kept scrubbing. I missed that cup. Under my direct instructions, Kevin and Tuck crafted me a porcelain container of pristine white with 2 black dots and a tiny bump, glazed orange. I called it a duck cup, and Anais forbade me from walking out in public with it in my hands. I, on the other hand, was stuck doing very little. Apart from teaching the secrets of sound to the wind mage and participating in scandalous public acts with the aforementioned wind mage, as my lovely wife called them, that is, I had very few tools and too many eyes on me to tinker around with my ideas. I asked Yeva to get me a second drone and tried to do some in-depth research on the forest and quickly lost it after a few probing flights. Worst of all, without Lift by my side, I could only communicate and retrieve data through physical contact via the Herald link, which meant that the knowledge of its attacker died with it. I decided not to send more for now. Drones were cheap and expendable, but I wasn't particularly keen on providing some alien lifeforms with the highly engineered DNA of my machines, especially since they saw humans as food, prey, or some targets. The behavior that many would consider being expected still confused me. Their biology was simply too different from ours for either side to consider the other food. There were no forest fruits to be eaten, no alien teas brewed from the burgundy needles. No medium rare creature steak. We couldn't eat them because there were no proteins to break apart into amino acids nor fats or sugars. There were some uses, however. Creature carapaces were often turned into pieces of armor, while the forest lumber could burn just as easily as normal wood would. While I still had some concerns about the ungodly chemicals it might be releasing in the process, carbon acted as carbon should in the presence of his old beau oxygen and a little bit of heat to get the action going. Note to self: ask Isra to craft me a proper camping stove. As far as my inquiries went, aliens or indigenous life forms weren't making bonfires out of humans or wood. Yet creatures didn't just kill, they also occasionally took some bodies. Was it simply a part of their instincts, forcing them to complete the hunt first and then check if the prey was actually edible at all? Did they have magical stomachs, or was there some other reason to claim corpses? Wormages didn't just appear out of thin air after all. The last thing I wanted was to cause some sort of worship to emerge and doom us all. I sighed and sunk fully into the water. I did have tasks to do apart from teaching Urge and Anais math and physics. I was still trying to crack the meaning behind spellbook flow poetry as well as cataloging different chemicals and their possible function within the alien tree samples I had with me. Both projects were showing little progress despite my efforts for similar reasons. While I had some information at my disposal, there was little I could test it on. Aided by Herald and nanodendrites, my body isolated many alien compounds and identified their chemical structures, yet I was still facing an impossible mountain in front of me that was their full biological function. Samples helped, but I lacked proper facilities for full-scale experimentation, and the sheer uniformity of alien flora made this even more challenging. There were slight variations between different tissues of the same plant, but the burgundy needles of an alien tree were identical to the red grass of alien biomat. I needed contrast to compare results against each other, and I had very little of it. I asked Urge and Anais for some samples, but those stumped me as well. Nothing in their tissues screamed aliens to me. Their DNA showed some obvious differences from a baseline human, but that was expected just from their looks alone. Even my own DNA was further away from the said baseline. Moreover, those changes still followed terrestrial biology. What was written inside those genes might be unique, but the letters were the same. This was what allowed Mercs to successfully mate with and wormages, yet it also ruined my hopes at easily finding the magic link between the forest and magical humans. I was dealing with two separate systems here that managed to harness the arcane through different means. Just because I was having it easy before, no doubt. It was now also highly unlikely that the first wormages appeared because some human decided to get frisky with a creature. I sunk to my eyes and let air bubble out from my nose. The first creature that I could get my hands on would be dissected with extreme prejudice. Eventually. Now I just had to bear with the apparent lack of progress on my side and scratch my itch for action by playing the guitar with Albin. Anais did scrunch her pretty nose at our occasional shenanigans, but maintaining good relations with the speaker of Shebet was essential. I had to make sure the man was buttered enough to accept his role as the bass guitar. Perhaps he might even find some other flow toy from his past to assist me in the understanding of magic. So this is where the daimon of Kamedal hides himself? A teasing voice interrupted my planning. I turned my head around and saw 4 legs approaching me. Water droplets sparkled on the soft white fur while the river hid their hooves underwater. I didn't even need to look up to understand that the Enoch twins finally decided to pay me a visit. I bubbled a polite greeting without getting up. They came at me trying to be cheeky, they would get the same cheek in turn. Kirana and Huer Kassar were quite unusual for Enoch wormages. Rather than the familiar minotaur look, they were slender with fuzzy antlers instead of horns, but the familiar emerald green in their eyes made their ancestry unmistakable. Anais got the same color from her father. Kirana tilted her head. You should know that the ships are almost done loading supplies. If you stay here for too long, you might get left behind. At least I thought it was Kirana. They were identical twins and I didn't know them enough to easily tell them apart. Especially when they left their sashes on the shore. I did know from Anais that Huer was usually the quieter one in the pair. I tilted my head high enough to speak. Your concern is welcome, Kirana Kassar, but sending a slave would have been enough. She threw me an incredulous glare, highlighting her deer-like horizontal pupils, which I met with a raised eyebrow. You are not the only one who seeks to freshen up before we take off again. Not everything has to be about you, Daimon. I see. Apologies for the misunderstanding and interruption. I will leave you to your bathing. She huffed and started to wash herself, caught in the trap of her own making, while I returned to my bubbles. Since the biological approach toward magic had stalled, I would have to double down on deciphering the spell codex in the meantime. Perhaps trying to correlate runes with spells that had similar effects would allow me to identify patterns in their poetry. Why did you seek out Israel as your smith? My previous trap had one obvious flaw. Huer Kassar? Looking at them again, I saw that the second twin moved in closer and was now calmly waiting for my response. I sighed and cut my previous act short. The Enoch Manor was friendly to the Kehmital in general and Akarim Adal in particular, and there was no reason for me to sour those relations due to my current mood. I wasn't looking for Israel. I needed someone who knew her way around iron and steel. It was through the actions of Tarhana Wafik that I ended up working with a Wormage master smith rather than some apprentice. She blinked. It could have been anyone.
Just like that.
Hardly. Rather than seeking the most talented smith in Emini, I was looking for one who could work well with me, with a flexible mind not bound by the traditions of old and a willingness to learn. I have very little desire to encourage the unwilling or bribe the greedy. I noticed that Kirana slowed down her act of washing herself in order to listen in as well, but that was hardly a surprise for anyone among us. Appearances aside, it was an open secret why the Kassar twins decided to accompany Anais. Compared to other manors, they chose a careful approach, aware of how recent attempts to strongarm into our inner circle had failed. Until now, that is. While this meeting was by no means reckless on their part, the shift in their stance was noticeable. The question was whether this change was due to Enoch Matriarch urging them to act after Isra's gift of steel, or they were acting on their own volition. There was nothing wrong with being ambitious or eager. Israel wasn't working for me because it was the right thing to do. She did it to improve herself and her status among her kind. What I didn't want to deal with were agents of someone else's will. Pawns with hidden allegiances were impossible to predict unless I knew what their master wanted. My stars were the lucky ones, and Israel turned out to be an invaluable ally. I have no desire to replace her with another smith. Isra wasn't particularly thrilled with Enoch Smiths and shunned social interactions in general, at least the ones that weren't about steel. She was nowhere ready for any competition at her level, and I had no intention of making her miserable. With that amount of steel, who would have thought? Kirana muttered while rolling her eyes. Were you informed about the recent events within the capital? If you are talking about Isra's actions, I am aware. Have you come here seeking something similar? No, I am talking about something more recent than that. The House of War is starting to move against your manor.
I sighed and stood up.
I am aware of that as well. I was expecting them to act sooner. You were, Huer tilted her head, so they would give you a chance to react. Exactly, so that they could see whether Anais would suddenly change her mind. Think about it from the Kamshad perspective. If Anais Hillel continued her travel, they would end up in the current situation anyway, albeit with additional insight into the Kamital's resilience to pressure. But if she were to suddenly return, they could ask for her reply to the offer of Muramat Nishad, knowing full well that their pressure was working. They needed time to gather allies, Kirana said. I am not talking about the Kamshad manor alone, but the three manors of war, Kamshad, Kishava, and Koznia. The Samet is displaying their allegiance too. That is 4 pillar manors against yours. Even if you manage to sway the Shebet, that is 3 voices against 4 at the summit of speakers. I frowned and squared off at her. Am I to assume that your presence here is the condition for Enoch's continued support? You haven't surprised me about the pillar majority either. I was expecting that to happen at some point in time. I am also aware of its limitations. The summit may convene about matters of the country, but neither the House of War nor the speaker majority can deny the House of Trade from trading. They could put sticks in the wheels of our bureaucracy or annoy us with frivolous taxes, but they would need the divine decree from the goddess herself to strip the pillar manor of their purpose. Something that neither of these 4 would even dare to suggest after Anais's feast. My voice was quiet, forcing them to pay attention to every word I said. Akarim Adal isn't stupid and I have full trust in my domina. I left Samat with confidence that her manor could weather the inevitable scrutiny of other established manors, disgruntled by the feeling of falling behind. This isn't a question of whether she could do it with or without the Enoch. It is a question of who she decides to keep by her side when she emerges victorious. The storm is coming, Kirana Enoch Kassar, and none of them are ready for it. The Kamital isn't as united as you think it is, and I am certain that there are more than a few dominas within it who would prefer not to see Akarim Adal as the next Kamital matriarch.
I shrugged. Does it matter?
Wah, Kirana sputtered at my nonchalance. The title, does it matter? I pressed on. Or is it the power behind it that gives it value? Does it matter who will be the next Shebet matriarch while the Chassia twins are around?
Kirana frowned. What does the Shebet have to do with this?
Daemona's Hue reminded her twin. Oh. I shook my head. Daemona's or not is not what is important here. What matters is a title without power to support it is either quickly lost or is nothing more than a fancy name and a tribute to the traditions of old. They can try all they want to keep it away from Akarim Adal and they will either fail or become irrelevant. Because I am not helping her to become a matriarch, I am helping her to tap raw, pure, unadulterated power. The titles that she ends up acquiring are merely side effects of her growth. Remember the Steel affair? Israel received an offer to become a true Enoch Domina with her personal manor. She was, both twins exclaimed in unison. I blinked, you didn't know.
Kirana huffed, well, after such a gift it would make sense.
Oh, it wasn't that at all. She got that offer for her work on new swords and armor. That gift of steel was her polite way of declining the title of Domina. She chose the power over steel gained through me over the power given by that title. What about power over other metals? Huer pressed. Power over earth.
Flow.
Huer, Kirana hissed. What? Her twin shrugged. He keeps answering everything anyway, I might as well ask. Kirana glared at her for a while, only to glance at me and sigh. The Enoch Manor stands together with the Kamital and will continue to do so in the future. It was not my intention to cast doubt on that. Your assumptions about the limitations of the House of War are indeed correct. They can't meddle in the tasks of other pillars assigned to them by the goddess. But they do have power and its name is war. She walked slowly around me. Akarim Adal might frustrate them, but they still have you and your Sadak right where they are the most powerful. Do not forget that. You will need allies here just as you needed allies back in Samet. Allies like Israel and Akarim Adal. Allies like us. Azure Mesud looks like a formidable wormage, but the name of his manor lacks gravitas while his unclaimed status attracts unwanted attention. I couldn't help but chuckle. I do not mind his status that much. You should. Anais Hillel and Urge have enough sway through their status and relationship to demand serving alongside you. If not in the same finger then at least in the same hand. As daughters of the Enoch Manor so can we, to some extent, he does not. The Kamshad may intentionally try to separate both of you just to weaken your position. That would be hilarious to watch if I was honest with myself. I didn't know how many strings Albin had managed to pull in order to create a new persona, construct some alibi in case he met his relatives, and then organically insert himself into our procession without anyone questioning him too much, but it was likely to be a lot of them. At the same time, Albin didn't strike me as someone who would forget about the upcoming predicament in troop assignments, unless it was intentional on his part, of course. Especially if Albin would discover that Hidden had a talent at leadership just so that he could witness me presenting a looking glass to my future general. I welcome your offer with my open heart, Kirana Kassar, Huer Kassar. I bowed to them diplomatically. I am certain that our alliance will grow strong over time and you are always welcome by our fire. Anais would be delighted to discuss this in detail. Well, that was that. A bit of posturing on their side and a bit of posturing from me, and we finally came to the conclusion that we all expected from the start. This dance was quite annoying sometimes, but often necessary. It allowed each party to gauge each other just a tiny bit more so that they could plan further ahead. It was no wonder Israel hated doing it and Shahin Eska reveled in it. One valued precision and certainty while the other found freedom in chaos and nuance. I looked around trying to locate my clothes on the shore. Kirana was right that the time was pressing and this conversation kept me even longer. She took a step between me and dry land. What if we are interested in speeding up said growth? Huer nodded along. You haven't answered my question either. Curiosity is a good thing to have, but you can't expect me to divulge manneral secrets right on this spot. We both know that while your help is desired, it is not needed, at least not to the extent where a promise of future support would be sufficient. Kirana crossed her arms. And what does the Merc Daimon need? Huer copied her sister. The two Earth mages in front of you are quite resourceful. Any general worth their salt would be delighted to have us in her arm. We might ask for some additional concessions when we join. The challenge is that this Merc Daimon has most of his needs met already. And I have ways to ensure the gratitude of my commanders. I shook my head. I can't just come up with some inflated need just so I can give you my secrets in return. Most does not mean all. Kirana quickly picked up on my wording. Why don't you try and ask, as my sister just said, we are quite resourceful, or we wouldn't be here at all. Is that so? I mused in thought. They were starting to push their luck with their insistence, especially since they were subconsciously blocking my path to the shore. I let it slide for now. A normal merc would have been terrified, but I knew that I could force my way through if push came to shove. They wanted this alliance, not me. There might be something actually. I smiled and glanced at Huer. She blinked. You see, I have a certain curiosity myself, I said as I started to slowly circle the quieter twin. A passing fancy, if you like. Huer tugged her braid. Which is? Most of their hair was neatly wrapped into a bun to avoid getting it wet, except for the twin customary braids on their chests. Not for the modicum of modesty, but to mimic the facial tentacles of Heurisks and imply at least some status while being otherwise naked. Wormages, it is something that I can't easily get. My hand reached out and touched her horn. The velvet was soft and warm to the touch, something that most wouldn't be able to get for me. Unless they were resourceful. Huer squeaked from my touch and Kirana quickly pushed her behind herself. Stop stalling and say it. I smiled. I want a basic spell codex. Whatever Kirana wanted to say, she wasn't prepared for that. What? It is a small codex with simple spells written in it, I was quick to explain. Wormage children learn from it. I know what a spell codex is, she fumed. Are you trying to learn the secrets of the Enoch? Aren't you trying to learn the secrets of the Kamital? I reasoned back. Besides, those would be hardly secret. I am asking about basic spells like making small flames and moving objects around, not the secret spells of the Enoch that only adults have access to. Why didn't you ask your wife? I blinked. A good idea, I shall do this immediately. My recent pacing and tactical pokes got me exactly where I wanted on the clear path to the shore. I turned toward it and started leaving the river. I am sure that I will think of something else. Wait, a hand gripped my shoulder. I will give you my own. I stopped and glanced back. Are you sure? Kirana Kosser huffed. We have 2 codices between us and I memorized them all anyway. But you will not say a word about this to anyone else and keep it safe and hidden. I shook my head. My Sadek will know but no one else, this I can promise. You can remove any spells that you deem too personal to share. She scowled at my refusal but I held firm. While this was my personal project to compare how different manners worded their spells, I had serious doubts about my ability to remain unnoticed. My Sadak would find out anyway or they would notice I was acting suspiciously, which was even worse. It just wasn't important enough to play spy games. Is that how you power their flow? Huer asked. I looked back at her in silence, neither confirming nor denying it. Huer pulled her sister aside for a hushed conversation and then turned back to me. You will get a full adult spell codex from both of us. I felt my eyebrows rise. Anais Hillel is the daughter of Tarhana Wafik, so it wouldn't be suspicious if she happened to know them. I nodded. Then allow me to ask you one last question before we part so that our next meeting would be more productive. What do you wish that you could do? Tell me, Anais said without taking her eyes off the scroll she was reading. Have you thought about getting a given name? No, I scratched my head. Besides, picking a name for myself feels rather weird. A name given to me by my mother would be better than anything I would come up with, at least as I see it. I hope she does, she replied, otherwise my mother would need to do it. A domina is the mother figure to an entire manor after all. preferably quickly so that I can use it, something like. Anais put her scroll down and faced me head-on. Kimittel by Parva. Just what were you thinking? I coughed without saying anything back. Something told me she meant it as reckless rather than fearless. I knew that Alban Chassia was a bad influence on you, but this is beyond even his antics, Anais fumed. Urge. Say something. Urge put away the wooden short-sword blank with partially carved runes and examined me. Did they try to get their hands on you? No, I shook my head. While they did accost me in the river, they kept their distance. I did check their horns for you, by the way. As I expected, they are soft and warm. Urge, now isn't the time. They were made aware of what we think about Sadek interlopers, Anais shrieked, scandalized. First of all, you do not touch other girls' horns, even if Urge asks you to. Her finger stabbed my chest as her tail swooshed left and right in agitation. Most importantly, you do not ask about flow secrets. Do you understand? The spells of every manner are their strength and power. It is akin to asking for the keys to their treasuries and gold coffers. You are extremely lucky that they desire alliance, and I am a daughter of Enoch myself, because, if they chose to inform their matriarch, Zamindar Enoch Azrin would have fleeced us raw for your blunder. I know how important those spells are, Anais, which is why I was very specific that I wanted none of those. My desire was for the spells that were already well known among all manners. She looked at me askance. Why would you incur a favor to them for something that I've given you already? I am looking for patterns. For you, a spell codex is a guide telling you when and where to turn so that you can reach your destination. For me, it is a maze of cryptic messages, a string of landmarks that I can't perceive. While your spell codex and your guidance are helping me tremendously, there are simply too many unknowns for me to be confident in my findings, at least to the level where we can experiment without fear of reenacting the fate of my first workshop. Or even worse, creating a spell that would aim inward at the caster and cause harm either to you or Urge. The cougar's ears flicked. You are planning on making spells for us. I am a merc, Urge, this is a fact of life. I am not studying this expecting to cast spells myself. I am studying flow to understand it first and foremost, what it is, what it isn't, and how far we can push it. If I am extremely lucky and find some loophole allowing mercs to cast magic, that would be fantastic for me and I won't deny it. But I am working under the assumption that I would only scratch my burning curiosity and possibly improve your spellcasting in the process. Still, Anais wrapped her fingers on the latest drone-delivered package from Samet, chewing on her lip. This is the type of trap that I wanted you to avoid. The Kossar twins aren't clients of our manor and they are shrewd enough to exploit it. By choosing not only to meet your outrageous request but to exceed it, they have created a situation where the honor of Kemetal will force you to repay them in kind or have our reputation tarnished. I mean, Urge made a vague gesture in my direction. This is we are talking about. Anais nodded. Precisely, and the twins are aware of this as well. This isn't some harebrained plot to throw mud on our faces. They did it fully expecting an equally outrageous token of thanks in turn. An outrageous gift from the Kemetal's daimon. They won't be satisfied with blade steel, arcsite glass, or other trinkets. Hold on, Urge turned toward me. Did they ask for any magic enhancement? Even if they were hinting about it, I am not going to start teaching. First of all, Akarim would kill me. Second of all, I gestured at the cabin we were occupying, probably our last residence to be sufficiently private for clandestine talks. I am not stupid enough to have those discussions at the bonfire or in the privacy of a canvas tent. I am also rather satisfied with the current amount of people I am teaching, especially after ditching that Shebet annoyance in Samet. Anais rolled her eyes, a slight pink on her cheeks. There are rumors that the recent growth in our skills, as well as Urge suddenly becoming a wormage herself, were caused by taking in your seed. Some whisper that my mother intentionally drained your spark in such a way so that she could control the now powerless daimon. I grimaced. Great, no wonder that rat was clawing her way into my crotch. Am I to assume there will be similar attempts in the future? No, the Denag wormage was being stupid. Anais scowled, showing off her tiny but sharp fangs. And I made it clear to everyone that any further foolishness of a similar kind would face all of my wrath and the wrath of my manor. That doesn't mean there won't be other attempts to acquire your seed willingly. Especially since our reaction likely strengthened those rumors, I am sure that even the Kossar twins might risk it. Her tail wrapped around my torso, but that doesn't mean we will let them. I will be honest with you, it took me 2 decades and that damn feast to receive my adult Kametal spell codex. Obtaining an Enoch spell codex is immense, but I would rather apologize and reject their offer than give them that kind of leverage over you. Urge nodded along. Especially since those rumors are false to begin with, they will suck you. Urge. They will suck him dry, she pressed on, realize that their spark is unchanged and demand even more in turn. Or worse, start craving that taste. Well, they can fuck right off if they do that. I am not a walking cum dispenser. I rolled my eyes, but there is no need to reject the codex, because I know their wish. And I can make it happen with ease without sacrificing my dignity. And what do they want? The Kossar twins want to fly. Anais scoffed, every wormage wants to fly. Our magic can lift boulders, but it can't lift the caster. Neither can it lift a boulder with the caster on top. Only gods know the secrets of flying castles. So the pillars were made by gods. That is why they are called gifts. Because they were gifted to the 7 manors by the goddess herself. I scratched my chin. What about Urge? I thought her spellcasting could affect her too. The cougar grinned, it can. Unfortunately, my spells are still too weak to lift me in the air, which is why I would prefer to practice my art rather than see what Enoch has to offer. Perhaps they are weak because they lack that limitation. Wormages use themselves as leverage while you apply the effect directly. You might actually benefit more from this invention than the twins would. Anais looked at me, you aren't talking about flying with flow. I smiled and shook my head. They were rather ambiguous with their wish, allowing me to interpret it as I see fit. That is something that every wisher should beware of. I can make them fly, I can even make sure the flying would be comfortable and they will survive the landing. It won't even take that long to make either, provided that we use the best fabric that only your manor can provide. She ignored my conspiratorial grin. What are you planning? A hot air balloon. An enormous sack made with strong and lightweight cloth and filled with hot air. We can light a bonfire to start it, but I am sure wormages can keep it afloat with fire magic too. And it would fly. It will go up into the air. As long as there is hot air inside in large enough quantities, it will continue floating like a fishing bobber. I've read about quite a few unsuccessful attempts done in the past. Can you make yours work? I can. While the idea is simple and easy to grasp, the challenge is in construction and available materials. Compared to the past M&I inventors, we have fabric good enough to hold the air inside without tearing itself apart or being incredibly heavy. There are limitations too. Unless the twins are willing to travel at the mercy of the winds, the balloon would be tied to a spot and only travel up and down. Urge might be able to move a balloon with magic, but only in calm weather. Yes, it might satisfy their fly request, Anais murmured. I say, make it. Urge clenched her fists in excitement. We can keep the balloon to ourselves if they scrunch their noses, or let them have that codex and work on this instead. Or I could make 2 of them, I smiled. I'm happy to know you are that excited about it. Of course I would be, you silly man, she crossed her arms. If what you say is true, this balloon would only listen to me and no one else. The previously discarded wooden sword lifted up and floated over. I know I can move small things around and I am working on my control, but every wormage can do what I do. I would rather have a few spells that only I can do than many I can barely perform. I am Urge, the first of my kind, not just a weaker form of Anais. The question is, how long would it take and how are you going to get it all the way north? Anais asked. We won't be staying in Ureg that long, I am afraid. Just long enough to meet the Koznia matriarch and get assigned to a proper arm. I glanced out the window. The boat was moving quickly downstream and we weren't that far from our destination. As long as we are talking about the balloon itself, my drone is strong enough to carry it. We can make a basket here. A basket? I thought you were going to attach it to a boat. I wish, I chuckled. The design is simple, but weight is a limiting factor as the balloon can only lift so much. Unless you use multiple balloons or make a single huge one, but then you would have trouble replenishing the hot air with ease. All balloons leak and the air cools with time. Flame spells might be easy to cast, but something that enormous would quickly deplete even the most robust wormage. Large enough to lift people into the air but small enough not to be too burdensome itself. Anais nodded with a smile. Sounds very reasonable as long as I forget that we are talking about the feat previously thought impossible. Anais glanced at Urge and smiled. Considering her eagerness, we have a consensus among us. Send the message back to our manor. XXX. While lacking in splendor when measured against Samat, Ureg was still a very respectable city. The weather wasn't as welcoming here compared to the Mediterranean climate of the south, and the buildings reflected that chimneys were more common while windows were smaller and less frequent. It was also an unquestionably Emini city. There were still aqueducts bringing water into the city, the walls were painted in bright red and clean white just as some rich dwellings in Samat were, and there was still shit on the streets here and there. More in the poorer areas where public latrines were less common, but even rich neighborhoods had horses and mules to leave their marks on the road. And manors had similarly enormous walls to separate elite families from the plebeian rest. The most striking difference in the population wasn't the prevalence of pants but the sheer amount of canine wormages out and about. While the Samet called the capital their domain, it was more of a melting pot of many different wormage lineages under the loose governance of a single manor. Ureg was the throne city of the Koznia manor and they made sure to show it, even if their pillar remained far away in Samet. Apart from the multitude of statues across the city, most fountains were carved in the shape of dogs, werewolves, or other types of wolf and dog people. The symbols of canine heads were also common on banners and walls. Even Cerberus showed up here and there, a symbol of the House of War and the three manors it was split into. At least, that was the extent of what I managed to see. While I was curious enough to continue exploring the city, the Kossar twins made good on their promise and gave me their spell codex. Suffice to say, I shelved Ureg exploration until better days and secluded myself into a tiny room with heaps of parchment at my disposal. The capital were everywhere and this city had one of Anais's aunts to oversee the local trade. Someone who was quite receptive to my navigation tools and a potential agreement for steel shipments. Asking for a private room at that stage wasn't that hard. Nevertheless, the Koznia matriarch was showing us an appropriate level of respect by making us wait for days, and I had no intention to waste that precious time. The spellbooks were cracked open, spells were meticulously compared with the help of my wife, and I got myself busy analyzing the spell poetry for future research. I didn't cut corners about security either. The copies of spells existed only in my mind and research notes used the standard Terran protocol as their language and were written in binary to boot. An unknown or secret script could attract unwanted attention, and some wormage could have a spell to translate such things, so I decided to go a bit overboard. One had to understand the concept of a binary system to recognize they were looking at some message in the first place. Well, judging by the Orb of Truth, their gods probably knew Boolean logic. But if a god was shuffling through my notes, the knowledge of Enoch's spells was the least of my concerns. I stopped, sighed to myself, and threw the half-written parchment into the nearest brazier, and started to write in Morse, just in case. Do you need help? Anais walked over. I sighed and leaned back, feeling her arms wrapping around me in support. Not yet, love, just making sure that no one can read my notes in the future. Sorry for not keeping you company, how are you girls doing? She scoffed. I am not a child for you to watch over me, nor am I spoiled to crave your constant attention. Urge and I are busy too, since you only glanced at the spell codex for a few moments, we are taking our time to study it in detail. Are you sure you don't need to look at it again? Nope, I tapped my head. Everything is in here already, clear as the moment I read it for the first time. You and your worms, she huffed. You could have just asked to look at it once, you know. The price for that would have been much lower. Then you wouldn't be able to study it to your heart's content without the twins growing suspicious. I know, she gently bit my ear, and I am grateful for that thought. I shivered from her warm breath. Oh, did you come here to show your gratitude? She giggled. Later, love, we want to show you something, but we aren't ready yet. I came to tell you that the Koznia matriarch is ready to meet us. Tell her it is a bad time, I grumbled. How about some early practice instead? Her hand slid down and rubbed my thigh, close but not close enough. You know, she whispered into my ear, you have been rather restless recently. Your scandalous displays of music, the outrageous deal that you've brokered with the Kossar twins. She climbed on my lap and brought her face close to mine. Speak to me, Earth, what troubles your heart? I think I am frustrated a bit by my pace, NAs. I feel like I could do so much more right now, yet I am stuck playing make-believe as a soldier. My mind knows that this is a necessary step to claim my freedom as well as free my family for good, but my heart is still uncertain. Anais gently combed my growing locks without taking her emerald eyes off me. Only you can be so dismissive about Emini without meaning to. Every pillar manor is running around like chickens with their heads cut off while trying to predict where the storm by the name of Earth will head next, and you are complaining about moving too slowly. I chuckled. Was I that reckless in your eyes? I was trying to vent some steam, really. Vent steam. Remember that Yeva and Isra are building a steam engine right now. It needs a lot of steam squeezed together to work, but if there is too much steam inside, it can explode. So those machines are designed to expel or vent some steam before it breaks them apart. And you were expelling that desire through those frivolous acts before it could overwhelm you. How fitting. I hope that those won't be too frequent, however. Your wife could only tolerate so much of your antics. Her hand slid between us and squeezed my junk, gently for now, to indicate her seriousness. With that spell codex in my mind, I will be occupied for quite a while, I was quick to assure her. And I am already getting some ideas forming. Remember that fire generation passage in your spells? The willow and the spring. Yes, that one. My finger stabbed into a specific row of dots and lines. What if it wasn't about the willow and the spring at all? The Enoch verse has none of those. Well, obviously not. The poem isn't designed to be taken literally. Yet both verses do talk about one specific thing, water and nourishment. And that might explain my previous lackluster attempts to influence your flames. I think your magic is using water to create flame. You think flow turns water flammable. I think flow magically splits water into hydrogen and oxygen, only to let them burn once again. Which is why my suggestions to add an air or wind spell had little or even negative effects. The fire spells already create optimal ratios of fuel and oxidizer to begin with. Anais snapped her fingers, creating a small flame. But there is no water around us. Her other hand kept caressing me, encouraging me to speak. There is always some in the air, from our breaths, from the waters of nearby Bay of Tur, and from the morning fog. What if, instead of trying to add oxygen, we added more water? They say that Lamura fire mages are deadliest at the sea, Anais smiled. We should try that, but not right now. We have something more important to do. I sighed with relief, only to groan when her fingers left my aching dick. Anais. I did tell you, love, she purred as she slid down from my lap, that the Koznia matriarch is waiting for us. Her teeth nibbled on my earlobe. You wanted some early practice. Practice your patience then, because you will need it when we come back tonight. XXX. Calling the residents of Roxana Koznia Inayet a manor was a stretch. It was a damn castle. Rather than having servant quarters and some appropriate workshop areas to generate income, this place had barracks, storage areas, and training grounds within its walls. It was a testament to the Emini administration and warrior culture that such a large manor could exist and maintain its status. While I had heard about their lackluster finances, that was only in comparison with other pillar manors. There was a lot of wealth in these halls, but this was the wealth of steel and rations rather than the wealth of gold and gems. The place looked well kept, and guards wore properly fitted armor of a similar style, indicating an established system of manufacturing. Standardized to an extent where Koznia soldiers looked better than our Samat delegation. While we likely had better gear, there was no unity between the ladies of the house. Even Lidaaf's breastplate looked distinct from Mushaf's scale mail made from hundreds of carefully assembled shards of creature carapace. We looked like a group of wealthy brigands in front of a professional army. There was a feeling of quiet competence, and the Koznia had enough gold coming their way to maintain it. It made it unlikely that I could easily sway them to our side with gold or even steel alone, but at the same time I now felt more confident in serving alongside them. Akarim knew what she was doing, and she had Yeva by her side. They could weather the combined pressure from 3 if not 4 pillar manors while we were surrounded by competent warriors that treated war as a way of life rather than opportunists seeking to quickly enrich themselves. Roxana Inayat looked imposing as well. Surrounded by 10 husbands, she watched us enter the meeting room with the sharp gaze of a mature matron or a trained guard dog. I shared a glance with my wives. Roxana looked visibly pregnant. "Don't worry about it," Anais whispered. "Our gift will still be welcome." "It could have been better if we knew this ahead of time," I murmured back. "Something that would fit her current figure or something to assist the upcoming delivery."
Like forceps.
Her ear flicked. "Matriarchs keep their pregnancies secret. You don't inform everyone that you are not at your strongest." "Forceps? What are you talking about? She has a baby, not a chunk of hot metal."
In case there are complete.
Urge jabbed my side with her elbow. "I suggest you avoid talking about such things in front of her, It is considered a bad omen to do so in front of the expectant mother. Besides, they have magic for that." I quickly shut up and glanced at the matriarch. Luckily for me, she was busy talking to Mushaf at the moment. "Something about the Kishava's chicken hut." Her words were brief but not without praise for the skill of the preening lady. And then it was our turn. "Your sight is in my heart, Anais Hillel." Roxana's ears followed her slight nod. The Kishava and the Koznia shared many traits among themselves, with the main distinction of the dog ears on their heads. Koznia wormages always had them upright. It has been a long while since I'd heard so many things about someone so young, living this far north. I tend to learn the names of most prominent wormages once they have their entrance feast, yet you managed to meet the goddess herself during yours. Will you indulge my curiosity and share your meeting with me?" The other ladies squirmed on their couches, as they were politely reminded who Anais was. While many things happened after that historic poof, Anais was the only one amongst them who had attracted the curiosity of the goddess. "Your name is on my lips, Roxana Inayat," Anais politely greeted her back. The words of Catriona Emini Ethel were larger than me, and I likely missed more than I understood. But I know that she urged me to act, to go forth and to accomplish what I was destined for the sake of my manor and for the sake of Emini. She glanced at Mushaf and Muramat, "And I am here for that reason. I see, then, with the powers bestowed upon me, I will assist in your undertaking. Rather than watching seasons pass by while you guard our borders, you will find yourself amongst the Emini elite of the Fifth Arm, Kyanika. The brave soldiers of the First Palm will accompany you on your path." Her eyes shifted from Anais toward me and urge. "Your Sadek will join you, of course, but your male will serve in the thumb of the First Palm instead." Urge frowned. "But do you know the tasks of the palm?" Roxana immediately interrupted her. "Do you think he can fire a warbow?" "No." "Perhaps he is a hidden war mage and knows his way with a flow oar." She raised her eyebrow, causing a few snickers to spread through the room. I placed my hand on her shoulder. Urge gritted her teeth but said nothing back. "There is only one reason to have mercs in the palm, servant slaves that tend to mules and pack equipment. Do you wish to see him as a warrior with a spear in his hand or as a slave shoveling manure?" "Your words are wise, matriarch." Anais gently reinserted herself into the conversation, "and your insight has no equals. My husband will make a fine warrior." She clapped her hands. "Please accept these gifts of gratitude from my manor for this show of support." A suit of brigandine was brought forth, causing obvious murmurs among the crowd of onlookers. I was fairly certain it wasn't the make or shape of the armor that caused such a stir. The outer layer of cloth was dyed bright arcsite blue and engraved with a golden three-headed dog holding a shield on the backdrop of a floating tower. The symbol of their pillar manor, the House of Defense. The skill of your tailors grows with every year. I wouldn't be ashamed to stand in front of the goddess herself in something like this. It is more than a decorative suit, matriarch. Anais rapped her knuckles on her chest. I will be wearing a similar style of armor to battle, knowing full well that it will keep me safe. Roxana Inayat picked up the suit and quickly inspected it. I can see that it is quite flexible without being too open. The inner layers are soft to the touch and will likely be pleasant on your skin. May I offer some suggestions, however? Of course, your knowledge of warfare is incomparable to mine. Don't forget to engrave runes on it. Plain metal is only half as strong as runed one. And make sure that you have a slave tending to it at all times. The plates are covered by many layers of cloth, and any sweat or mud will quickly turn them to rust. Field armors look naked so that warriors can easily clean the metal and keep it dry. Lidaf looked at Anais askance. "You forgot to rune it." My apologies, but the metal is fully ruined. The individual plates are covered with an additional layer of metal that prevents rust and covers runes away from prying eyes. There are also layers of ruined silk within the fabric to maintain its pristine look and catch the tips of spears and arrows. Of course, accidents happen. As such, there are replacement armor plates provided with the suit so that it can be quickly repaired in the field. She passed a small chest over to the Koznia matriarch. Please have your smiths test their strength if you are still concerned. It doesn't rust. Anais glanced at me. I shrugged. Unless you let it soak in seawater for a few years, no. As long as the metal is washed with clean water, say every season or so, it will be fine. It is better to wash it after heavy use just to keep the smell to a minimum, obviously. Roxana picked up a plate from the chest. The runes on her caftan lit up and then they brightened to a level that most people in this room had to look away from. Anais was right about the Koznia. If anyone could give some serious juice to runes, it would be them. Ha! He didn't lie. A grin emerged on her face. There are indeed runes hidden underneath. How devious indeed. Thank you, Anais Hillel. I will try this armor when I am able. Yes, it is unfortunate that our gift was so ill-timed. Allow us to present you with something more. Anais leaned in with a grin of her own. Just 2 more trinkets. They are called a compass and a looking glass, the new products of my manor. I am sure that someone of your status would appreciate their usefulness. Roxana Koznianayet. She stood on top of her castle and observed the lands under her domain. A rather boring activity if not for the curious-looking tube that Anais Hillel gifted to her. She could see every heap of hay in the nearby fields and every fishing boat in the waters of the bay. She could see soldiers sparring in the nearby barracks and sailors drinking in the port. A single glance told her more and faster than any scout under her command. Her hand gripped the other tool, a guiding arrow that could work in the dark of the night or the fog of the day or twilight of the forest. Every tool like that meant another scout that could be sent into the thick of the forest and return alive and return on time. Anais, no, Akarim Adal knew how to make her voice known. You wish to see us, matriarch. Roxana put the looking glass down but didn't turn around. Yes, Lidaaf Kamshad Hikmat, can you tell me what your mother's plans are? Because I am beginning to have doubts about this affair. Roshanak Gulnaz is concerned about their growth, especially after Kamidal refused to align themselves with our manor. She fears that they are trying to establish a new faction. With what? Caravan guards and merchant ships, or are they going to ask the builders of Enoch to give them a hand? Have they been bolstering their forces behind our backs? They have brokered a large slave purchase with the Eska. Slaves aren't warriors. They caught a Lamura by her tail and fleeced her clan for it. I swear if it wasn't for Shebet encouragement I would have nothing to do with this. I still have my doubts about her placement. She is 20 years old. A child just like you. Neither of you should be in the 5th arm to begin with, at least until you have a child or 2. She harumphed and turned around. You too, Roxana stabbed her finger at Mushaf Davlet. Carry a child first then start gallivanting through the forest? Kids nowadays. They think everything is possible while I am stuck here with my heart heavier than my belly, wondering if I would need to inform one of my cousins that their precious daughter didn't return. Her nieces remained silent. I should just stop this charade altogether. Let Anais Hillel pass through training first and then see where she would. A loud crack interrupted her tirade. Turning around, Roxana saw a rising pile of dust from a nearby field not that far from the city walls. The looking glass was immediately back at her eye. What was that? Are we under a creature attack? Mushaf asked. No, we are not. Roxana kept on looking through the tube. Should we ready the forces? Lidaaf suggested. Koznia matriarch sighed and put down the looking glass. You should head back to your quarters and prepare for the path ahead. The 5th arm has no place for slackers. XXX. I did it. I spat a mouthful of dirt and tried to clear my eyes. I failed at both. Urge groaned like bees in my head. I did it. It should pass, Urge. I gave her an earthy grin. I hope it will pass. The wormage hands grabbed me and yanked me into the air. Did you hear, Urf? I did it. I heard you the first time. I tried to find some solid ground among the loose soil of the crater. You don't need to yell. I can't hear you, but you were right, my fox screamed into my ear. You need water for fire. Her outer caftan was torn to shreds and her neat hair had been transformed into a mane of red around her muddy face, but her bright smile managed to shine through all of that. I gave her a weak smile. Stupid wormages, Anais, I carefully asked, what is this? You do not recognize your own creation, my dear husband? She sashayed closer to me with a devious smile on her face. I tried to ignore the sway in her hips and keep my eyes on the wobbly blob of darkness in her hands. I know a printed polymer when I see it, but they are usually inert. Despite how it looks, navigators aren't in the habit of creating life forms for the fun of it. Millions of tests and simulations are performed before a new germline sees the light of day, let alone a grown organism. Unless this polymer wood is controlled by the magic of chemical, Anais purred. Listen, I scratched my head, we need to discuss flow safety. SHHH, her finger pressed to my lips. This isn't a new form of magic. Flow has been given a new material to control, nothing else your material. It is quite poetic, don't you think? It is said that women can create truly marvelous things with a capable man by their side. They can take his seed and give it life. They can take his dreams and turn them into reality. This wood is just a small piece of your dream. Her fingers tugged on her sash, pulling it loose. Her caftan fell with a shrug of her shoulders and I felt my breath getting stuck in my throat. And this is the reality that comes from it. She had no tunic underneath, yet I was struck by an irrational sense of fear when I saw her curves wrapped in black. Somewhere deep inside, Earth needed an adult. I licked my dry lips. How did you? My mother and Yeva had a discussion among themselves. She said that you should appreciate this design. My mother agreed with her, but let us not discuss my parents here. Her fingers, now covered in black, yanked my collet apart. There are other things we should do instead. Yes, my domina. Anais bit her lip as her thighs rubbed together. I love the way you say it, you're yours, and I will make sure it stays this way. My collet and sash didn't stand a chance against her dedicated assault. Anais reached out for my tunic but thought otherwise at the last moment. You have been patient throughout this day, she purred as she pressed into my body. I felt her palms on my thighs sliding under and up my final piece of clothing. As your domina, it is my duty to reward you for your patience and the good deeds you've done for our Sadak. Her fingers stroked my shaft, pulling me deeper into the adjacent room with our bed. Because your deeds were quite substantial this time, come, my love, let me tell you more. I eagerly stepped forward, guided by her fingers on my dick and the devious, teasing glint inside her eyes. This dress isn't just for show, you know. Its inherent daimonic flexibility allows me to let go of my control and wear it as my own skin suit, similar to yours. Its wooden nature allows me to borrow its strength or have it harden into a suit of armor. Your wild idea was turned into a reality of unimaginable consequences. Even if that was the extent of what it could do, the black wood of your trees would be an invaluable gift to the house of Camadal. Her fingers danced on my skin as she kept talking, stroking, caressing, only to pull away once again and push the door curtain open, revealing our bedroom and the second suit laying on our bed. Is that? She gave me a vulpine smile. You weren't the only one being very patient lately. I approached the squirming figure with the unmistakable curves of our cougar. Compared to Anais, the polymer wood covered Urge quite restrictively. Did you teach her how to control the wood as well? I asked. The sensual display in front of me fit our cougar quite nicely. Urge was the quickest to indulge her submissive desires. I didn't say she was controlling it herself. Anais smirked and sent ripples across Urge's dress with a snap of her fingers. Urge moaned and arched her body, pulling the constraints that kept her bound and spread eagle. To the side, I heard her chest rattle in tandem. Come and open your present, Anais beckoned. 2 pieces of cloth covered the unbound portions of her body. One was over her face and eyes while the other, somewhat soggy, rested right between her legs. Anais didn't specify which cloth I needed to open, but Urge's squirming and arching attempts made the choice quite obvious. I could feel the heat emanating from her mound even before I lifted the silky curtain. Under that cloth, her aroused folds were left unmolested by the skin suit, denying her direct stimulation and leaving her wanting more. The more that she was very eager to receive from me right now. Looking at the wormage smirk, I understood it was just as Anais anticipated. This wood can be used for more things than just protection, my werfox murmured as if reading my thoughts. It can be used to bind and control, to shape and attack, to flex and bend without breaking. Once I have enough material, I plan on changing your spear and shield as well. Not only will it be stronger than the usual designs, but it can be easily repaired with flow once it starts to fall apart. But this too shall be a topic for another day. She smiled and pulled me in to cup her breast. I felt my hand sink through the soft polymer and palm the hardened nipple surrounded by soft, pliant flesh. Her other hand pulled Urge's lower lips apart, letting me see the moist pink of flesh inside. Letting me smell the desire coming from our cougar. Go on, she urged me, she's waiting. Urge arched her body higher in agreement. My hand touched her burning mound and her hardened nub started grinding on my palm with eager abandon. I didn't know how long Anais had kept Urge aroused like this, but Urge was clearly in the mood to let it end and ride me all the way down with her. We will join the arm proper tomorrow, Anais spoke into my ear as her hands stroked my dick into full hardness. And there won't be as much time to indulge in our desires as before, especially since the houses of war are eager to split us apart. But we will make do. While finger tents house an entire finger of 10 people and can be rather busy, palm tents usually tend to house 5 at a time. 4 archers or war mages and a servant compared to 8 spears and 2 slaves of the finger. With Urge, we will claim half of the tent to ourselves and easily find time for our sadak. Urge got yanked from the bed with a swish of Anais's tail, high enough for her quivering folds to be right in front of my shaft. My instinctive desire to sheath myself into her welcoming depths was stopped by the delicate fingers on my dick and wooden tendrils slowly wrapping up around my body. When did she? Will you make sure to keep your wives satisfied throughout this campaign? Anais asked me with an innocent tone in her voice, rubbing Urge's nub with the tip of my dick and teasing both of us at the same time. Urge's groans started to sound like begging once again. I tried to push inside, but my wooden constraints held. Of course I will. Of course you will what? She teased back. Of course my domina. Good, she pushed my tip into Urge to our mutual relief. Make sure you do that, and we will make sure that you leave satisfied every time. Whether you seek warmth and comfort, or advice and companionship. The tendrils that held me in place let go and I jerked my hips forward, slamming my shaft deep into Urge. Her hiss of pleasure made me even harder. We came here to stay together, did we not? I reassured her while I pumped in and out of a rather content Urge according to her satisfied moans every time I pushed myself inside. Both Anais and Urge wanted my assurances, but they wanted them in different ways. Anais needed to hear my words while Urge sought out the responses of my body, and I gave them the confirmation they deserved. Yeva was far away right now, but even she got my love relayed through chirp. While my hands and words were far away, our heralds used the drone to relay our thoughts and emotions just as one would send a letter with a pigeon. Yes, we did, Anais smiled brilliantly at me. Now let us stay together yet another night, all night. She climbed onto the bed and walked over to me, her hands easily parting what was once a solid layer of bioengineered wood, revealing another beautiful flower to my eyes. Will you indulge your domina and give me the pleasure that I seek? Of course, my domina. With a well-trained movement, I grabbed the base of her tail and brought her quivering slit closer for a kiss. Anais gasped quietly and pulled my head deeper, her fingers raking through my hair. As always, she was delicious. Hajar Kishava, the first spear. What do you mean, we are getting new recruits? Is the general doing this intentionally? The first oar gaped at the manipular. The Kamshad commander frowned at the tone but didn't discipline her subordinate for asking the question everyone was eager to hear an answer to. There was some commotion recently in Samat. From what I've been told, the goddess herself graced it with her visit. Everyone fell silent as soon as the commander started talking, but her last words made even the air still inside the room. By the 3 horns, someone whispered. Will there be a major campaign ahead of us? Hajar spoke up. Are we planning to extend our dominion toward the mountain clans in the north or barbarians to the east? A passage through the Cephid Mountains eastward. Whatever it will be, it won't be this year. It is futile to start grand campaigns this late into the season. But this commotion has stirred quite a few ladies of the House of the Pillar Manors into action. They decided to leave their warm and sun-kissed manners and show their mettle in warfare. Great, the first oar groused. Even the usually straight ears of the Koznia bloodline sunk from dejection. So we are stuck on babysitting duty. Another autumn of getting my tail frozen, standing on the border wall and watching the forest like a horny dick staring at a prostitute he cannot afford. Why didn't they assign them to the seventh arm? Those cunts were born for border duty. Because our matriarch said so, Manipular sternly cut her off but quickly softened her voice. Do not worry, those daughters have been trained well and some of them aren't coming here for the first time. Lydia Hikmat has shown herself to be quite a competent warrior, and Mushaf Davlat has brought her personal siege Arusak with her. Hajar felt herself smile. Mushaf Davlat was young but she had shown some promise already, and arms were quite receptive to the Arusaket of her manner. If Hajar played her dice right, her relative could be the key to Hajar's rise through the ranks. She had been the first spear for long enough and shown plenty of personal valor and skill at keeping the thumb and the rest of her fingers in line. The spears under her command had protected the first palm plenty of times, but as a were, the positions of the first bow and the first oar were out of her reach. But the title of Manipular wasn't. Manipulars had to be leaders first and mages second, as their skill at uniting fingers and palms into devastating maniples was what made Emini arms so effective on the field of battle. Hajar Kashava wasn't so greedy as to aim for the medallion of the Manipular in front of her, but there were 19 other maniples in the arm of Kyanika, and she was already the first spear of their best maniple. There were hundreds of maniples in other arms too. Our orders remain the same. We are tasked to welcome new warriors as quickly as possible to our way of life so that we can proceed with our forest march within a 10-day. Greenhorns or not, the roads need to be maintained and our outposts need to know that we are there for them, and we can't keep the supply ships waiting. The first oar nodded. That is good news. I would hate to see my pay drop just because some Samet wormage wanted to sightsee. How many are we getting though? I saw those ships coming into Ureg's harbor loaded with sparkling eyes and hands that did not know which side of a sword they needed to grasp. Silver or not, I have no desire to walk into the forest with hundreds of snotty brats on my back. That is how arms die. The Manipular rolled her eyes. If that was the case, I would be in front of Roxana and Nayet right now. And I would not be this calm either. We are getting a few handfuls of the most prominent wormages and very little else. Most will be assigned to our maniple, something you probably expected anyway. An inconvenience perhaps, but not a true detriment to our arms might. The rest will be spread equally among nearby arms but will remain training inside the forts as proper applicants should. The first bow spoke up, until some tryhard war mage pukes on my pants. Or sets the tent of the first oar on fire. Do not worry, the Koznia wormage sniffed. I shall teach them to puke more precisely next time, straight into your chow. Then I will eat my food in peace. If I asked one of your oars to hit the door of a barn, they would crush the barn, set the nearby field on fire, and leave the door standing among the rubble. Precision, my ass. Well, precision in your ass is a valid concern, Hajar piped in. You have to be careful not to catch one of the arrows with yours. Fuck you, first spear, the first bow smartly retorted and took a sip of her beer. You aren't affected by this, so you have no right to barge into our grief. Go fuck a spear or something. She is getting one too, the Manipular corrected her. The first bow spat her beer and started laughing. Ha, looks like someone will be running around and picking up shields from the mud. Hajar wiped the splatters of beer from her face with a grimace. Is it one of our were at least? Worse, a merc, one of the ladies of the house brought her husband along. You are twisting my nipples right, she gawked at the Manipular. I am getting a merc just because some lady couldn't let go of her fuck toy. The lady in question is the lady of the house of the Kamital Manor. Rumor has it, her mother might be the future Kamital matriarch and she is first in line after that. So fucking what? Does that mean if she decides to marry a horse I would need to teach it how to hold a spear in its hooves? She glared at the other two snickering nearby. Shut up. It is the will of the Koznia matriarch. Hajar Kashava sighed and calmed herself down to avoid the growing headache. Let me see, we are heading into the forest in a 10-day or two and you want to have a companion slave to shield and defend your palms from creatures. I am not stupid, my Manipular. I can tell that she brought them here to earn freedom, yet is either too attached to let go or too concerned that they wouldn't survive without her nearby. Neither of the two fills me with confidence. And if the two idiots beside me stop laughing, they would agree as well. A hole in a shield wall is a skewered wormage past it, or a half-eaten one. I know and I agree, the general is of the same opinion as well. But we can't ignore the word of the pillar matriarch. The manipulator tapped her fingers and looked away. Perhaps there can be a compromise. Like what? Teach them to shoot arrows. She deftly dodged the tankard flying in her direction. Who is it, by the way? A boy. The first oar barked a laugh. I guess we are getting a new first spear then, because his spear was good enough to catch the eye of the lady of the house. Maybe he is a barbarian with an oar between his legs. Are you gonna give up your title, or wave his trunk around and cast your spells with it? Enough! The manipulator stopped the brewing squabble with a single word. She turned toward the first spear. You will receive the merc into the thumb just as the matriarch intended. She is the law of these lands and we will respect her word, but once we pass the border wall there will be only one authority above my own, our general. The merc can be promoted to an appropriate position then. And if the merchant lady complains, the merchant lady has no say in the ranking structure of M&I arms. There are plenty of positions where he can stay safe, earn his freedom, and not endanger my maniple. A runner boy to deliver messages to our general, for example, or hold her wine jar. Something sufficiently pompous to keep everyone happy. If she is stupid enough to be petulant about it, even her matriarch would smack some sense into her. Irfin worked hard to get that spot. And Irfin will get his spot back once the snowdrops flower again. The slave husband will get his coveted freedom and then fuck off for all I care. If he decides to stay and serve once the spring comes, he will do it from the bottom like the rest of the spears. Hajar Kishava stopped for a moment to think, and then raised her tankard to the manipulator in gratitude. Anyone demanding a spot on a chariot? The first oar asked with a mask of fake concern on her face. The manipulator rolled her eyes. Go fuck your oar. XXX. My steps were heavy as I walked toward my final destination. It was impossible not to. I hadn't had this much steel strapped to my body since I was training with Master Siamak. At the same time, the armor, shield, and multiple weapons weren't the heaviest part of my gear. My backpack was. The straps were made of reinforced synthetic fibers just to make sure they wouldn't rip from the weight alone. I knew that I was overgeared for a merc, but I couldn't make myself care hard enough to blend in anymore. I wasn't carrying a literal mountain on my shoulders. My gear had been properly packed and classified as essential for constant marches, occasional violence, and potential warfare. It was merely designed for the augmented body frame of a navigator. M&I arms were both loose and strict with their gear rules. Short swords and spears had rules about their length and quality, but no one cared how many gems there were on your handle. Well, some did care, but it was your personal responsibility to watch out for thieves. Likewise, pavises and helmets had strict regulations about their size and shape to keep soldiers easily identifiable and shield walls uniform. On the other hand, the suits of armor that were covered by a military kaftan anyway were only required to offer sufficient protection and coverage. As long as those rules were met, anyone could bring and use their gear and not worry about getting a loan for the full soldier kit. Not that I cared about any potential expenditures. While I didn't have truly fuck you levels of money at my disposal, I did have enough gold and silver not to worry about my daily personal expenses or seasonal ones for that matter. The rules told me how much I could show and how much I had to hide, yet still have the best gear I could get at this point and not get myself in too much trouble. Anais could tolerate a lot, but her patience wasn't limitless. I felt myself smile at the memory of our previous night. The two very magical women in my life decided to tag team me through the night and milk every drop of my desire for days to come. While I wasn't planning on hitting a nearby brothel anyway, the faint but pleasant tingle of my loins kept my spirits high during the first day of my military career in M&I. The one I was intending to quit in a season or two. My desire was properly lowered as well. I passed many things on my way, living and inanimate, and I didn't try to hump any of them. Anais would be proud of my achievements. Speaking of teasing my lovable fox, Albin had made himself scarce in the last couple of days. He, most likely, was brewing some sort of scheme somewhere or found someone who actually knew how to play cards. I shook my head, shifted the weight on my shoulders, and continued my trip through the fort of Kyanika, the semi-permanent residence of the arm. An appropriate name because this place was nowhere near defended enough to be a castle and too militarized to be called a city. Most of the buildings inside were either barracks, stables, or warehouses with an occasional bathhouse, bakery, or smithy that catered to the everyday needs of the residing populace of 6 to 10,000 men and women. While the fort had walls of its own, they were smaller than the walls of cities. At 3 meters tall, they were even smaller than the walls of Akerim's manor, just tall enough to stop any hypothetical foes from simply rolling through the settlement. This wasn't a defensive structure, this was a rallying point from where Emini launched its attacks. Anais and Urge were somewhere here as well, but they were closer to the center with other wormages. I, on the other hand, was walking through the Merc and Word districts to find my future finger. They suggested that I bring along a servant, but I declined. Yes, my apparent status was taking a hit, but I needed to show that the gear on my back was mine and mine alone, and I was capable of carrying it all by myself. And I had no desire to take any of our servants along into the forest. Yasin and others had expressed their desire to come along rather than stay in Ureg and join the local Kimital household, but I refused. It was unlikely that the arm would accept our entire retinue, and I couldn't afford to worry about even more people around me. Yes, their treatment might not be the same with us gone, but they still belonged to my estate, and I made it clear that we would be picking them up once we returned. I also knew that their offer wasn't just some attempt to maintain their current way of life. It was obvious that arms imposed much stricter rules upon anyone, especially on the auxiliary personnel. This was a way to show loyalty and respect, but the navigator within me demanded the level of care for my followers that I simply couldn't provide as the spear of Kyanika. I stopped in front of a spear struck into the ground. While still effective in battle, this was the spear standard of the first maniple. The customary crossguard just below the blade was twice as wide and held the swaying banner of Kyanika, the mean-looking bovine head with lightning bolts for horns. The celestial cow was one of the constellations in the sky above Emini. That meant I was right where I needed to be, the finger barracks of the first maniple. "Are you lost, boy?" a nearby guard beckoned me, leaning on his spear. "Are you blind?" His companion punched his shoulder. "Why are you talking to the merc that got stuck to the bag rather than the bag itself? You can guess by the size who came here to serve and who was accidentally carried along." The spikes on their conical helmets shook as they started laughing, and I rolled my eyes. I guess this was my life now. I slammed my pavies down, easily burying the shield spike into the hard soil that had been stomped into a nearly solid rock over the years. Apparently I am. I was looking for the barracks of the first maniple, but it looks like I've found the stables instead. Their braying laughter only got louder. "The mule boys got spunk, well, come on in then. Welcome to our stables, and don't piss yourself in front of our most prized mare. The hay on the floor is still fresh." I decided to stop talking and quietly lean my spear on my shield. Guards. They'd probably stood here for hours, bored out of their minds, and were eager for any form of entertainment. And the current entertainment was me. I took a step toward the door, but the short sword on my neck made me pause. "Do you have a permit, mule boy? This isn't a recruitment office." At least they knew their orders. I pulled the wooden slate from my caftan that declared my new assignment and presented it to him. "Hey, Roshan, look at this." He dangled the seal of Koznia attached to my slate. "He actually is a new recruit. The matriarch is merciful." The so-called Roshan nodded his head. "While other fingers have 2 mules to carry the gear, we got a third." The slate was thrown back into my hands and they started laughing again. By the time I walked through the door, they were deep into a discussion on what sort of gear they could add. And why it had to be a large bronze statue of their commander, naked of course. "So you are the merc that decided he is worthy of my thumb," a new voice called out to me. I glanced to the side to see a rather intimidating lady surrounded by 4 warriors. She had fluffy ears, but I wasn't exactly sure what manor she hailed from, Kishava or Kamshad. She wore her battle gear that ranked her as the first spear and not her civilian garb that could tell me where she was from. Perhaps that was the intent behind the two. A few scars on her chin and hands complemented the well-built frame of a warrior, while most of her hair was tied into one thick braid that hung down from her shoulder. If there was a battle nearby, she was ready. She also looked tired and annoyed. Remembering the instructions of Master Siamak, I struck my chest with my fist in a show of respect. Her eyes narrowed. I believe I asked a question. That decision was made by the Kosnia matriarch herself. I had no reason to avoid my heavy artillery, and what do you think? I will do my duty to the lands of Emini. The first spear scoffed. Spare me the southern talk, you are here to get rid of the slave medallion hanging on your neck. I shrugged, yes. If she thought that she could get me annoyed or unnerved by stating the truth, she was mistaken. I do not believe that you are worthy of my thumb, she continued to state the obvious facts. I need warriors, not whores, and if you dare to think that I get lonely at night, you will find yourself disappointed just as I will find you useless. Her subtle glance at the nearby men told me plenty. It is possible I know little about fingers to outright state if both fit each other well after all. I let the implication hang in the air. But do you think that I would stand up in front of Kosnia matriarch and tell her that she is wrong? I am trying to lose the necklace on my neck, not the head on top of it. Well, I probably could, but a disgruntled matriarch was way worse than a miffed commander. I preferred to clean latrines as my daily duty rather than add additional obstacles in the minefield of politics. Then we are in agreement. Irfan, show the newcomer our place and prepare him to take your spot as my delegate to the general. I blinked, a nearby warrior glanced at her. But Hajj, address me by my title. Apologies first spear, but he just walked in. And he was assigned to me by the Kosnia matriarch herself. If I had to choose between him making a fool of himself in front of the general or running in battle and leaving my line exposed, you know what I would choose. Besides, if he managed to talk himself into the graces of the lady of the house, he can talk to the general. Can he even read? Look at the quality of his clothes and tools, or that weird kithara on his back. He was reciting poetry before you could spell your name. The man turned toward me with a sneer under his handlebar mustache. Well, are you happy now, boy? It looked like this was Irfan himself. His conical helmet covered much of his face and the raised nose guard covered even more, but it was hard to ignore his glaring eyes. Not really, I would have preferred to earn my freedom in a more polite manner. Perhaps you should reconsider your application then. I smiled at the man, ignoring his glare. And forfeit my chance to be free? I don't think you understand the current situation here. I will earn my freedom. It is not a question of if, but a question of when. It is you who should be lucky that I don't need to cut your head off to claim your spot, because the lame excuse for a coif on your neck won't stop my blade. He tried to lunge at me, but the first spear stepped in, holding him at bay with a wooden rod that magically appeared in her hand. If you kill a fellow warrior, I will have you stuffed into a bag of snakes and thrown into a nearby river. Then Irfan has nothing to fear, for I am a law-abiding man and an honorable soldier. Right now you are a snot-nosed brat that speaks above his status. I shrugged. Everyone is a brat once. Some grow up into respectable adults, others remain brats for the rest of their lives, and some pick between both at will to their advantage. A hidden blade has no defense. Her eyes scanned my body once again, noticing my short sword on my hip and the catter under my new yellow kaftan, and returned to a faint smile on my face. She thought I was useless and it was impossible to change her mind on the spot. What I could do was plant the seeds of doubt in her mind. A collector slave, she tried. Worse. I reached under my armor and pulled out the jester. I am the alchemist of Kimital, the first among many. Yeva, shouldn't they come to us instead? She asked Domina. Yes, they should. Akarim put down the looking glass but kept her gaze on the approaching ship, but I can't let other pillars harass them on the way to my manor. Shehin pulled her cloak tighter around her body. We have our own customs, Yeva. Akarim Adal would not offend my cousins by coming here in person. I am more concerned that they would see it as a weakness, Yeva sighed. The bright red tail swished to the side. Do not forget why they are coming here. The slaves they are bringing, while numerous and in good condition as far as I can see, are just slaves. I could purchase just as many from the Kishava. And pay with gold rather than secrets. They would scoff at Urf's demands, Shahin mused in return, or ask exorbitant sums for the effort. This is why Amir is at the helm of this venture and not any of my direct sisters or aunts. She knows what is at stake here and will not bother with inconsequential things. Yeva shook her head. Some manners care more about the number of available slaves than their quality or skill. Farm manners often breed their slaves as well as dominas who want to flaunt their wealth in public by showing off their slave processions. So other options do exist if we are desperate. You have no need to argue your point with me, Yeva. I was the one who had to convince Urf for this deal, and I certainly have no desire to see it fail now. That is exactly why I speak to you rather than wait for your cousin to disembark. She jerked her head toward the sailors that were busy tying the Eska's ship to the pier. This deal is between Urf and you, not Urf and Amir Shirvanya. While my husband asked me to stand in his place while he is absent, I do not believe you are willing to let others claim the glory that you rightfully deserve. The Eska came in 2 types of ships. 3 heavy-bellied junks were escorted by 4 nimble and maneuverable galleys. Emini had similar naval galleys with dozens of oars on each side, but the yellow-tarred sails of Emini merchant longships were dwarfed by the Lamura's battened wings of red. The Lamura threw a piercing gaze at her. Subtle yet moving, but do not think that I will fall for the tricks I taught you myself. Training makes battles easier, but it does not replace them. My cousin is shrewd and willful, but you hold the dice of opportunity in your hand and a sharp mind in your head. She will be a good opponent for you. Yeva harumphed but said nothing. Are you sure? Domina's ear twitched, a faint smile in the corner of her lips, that you are willing to offer your cousin to our Yeva? She isn't like Urf at all, and Amir Shirvanya might end up with her tail bitten off before she even realizes something is wrong. Then I would personally intervene. Shahin lifted the tip of her tail and inspected the scales. Since Yeva made it clear that my word is the final one among my kin. Something tells me that you will do nothing if your cousin gains the upper hand, Yeva grumbled. I might, if you get severely outmatched, that is. While I wish to see my family grow and prosper, this is my glory and the glory of the Eska manor of Yusuf. I will not let Amir simply claim it for herself. Akarim noticed Yeva's scowl, and the fluffy tail smacked her in the face. Don't start frowning now. Most people do not have the fountain of knowledge called Urf so that they could spread their secrets without coming at a loss themselves. The fact that Shahin Eska is doing it makes her quite honorable. Shahin bowed slightly to Akarim. I do not think that Yeva is planning on becoming an envoy herself, just as she will not be working at the glass kilns despite knowing plenty of its secrets. Yet a better understanding of my work would help her to properly appreciate what I can do. I have 2 sons, by the way, Akarim reminded her, and a very capable husband that could teach them just as the teachers and redders you keep in your employ. They inherited your intelligence, but they are still young. More teachers would not make one learn faster. If you pour water into a cup too quickly, you will spill it. Indeed, Domina sighed, but I feel they lack a good female hand to lead them away from the usual male foolishness. She glanced at Yeva. No. Alas, my search continues. Time is your friend, Akarim Adal. Shahin smiled at their interaction. Just as they mature, your manor grows in power. A decade or 2 and you will have many dominas coming to your manor so that they could join your children's sadakat. Akarim glanced at the ship. Am I to expect offers from the coming Eska? Scales rustled the stone surface as Shahin's tail lifted her into the air, standing more than 5 meters tall. Perhaps, she allowed, lowering herself down to her usual stance. But any possible hopefuls are coming from Shirvan, not Yusuf. I am ambitious, Akarim Adal, but not desperate. Your power and influence will grow to new heights, and so will the influence of your sons. But we both know that it is your daughter that will inherit the heart of that power. As your first daughter and as his wife, I would prefer to wait until Anais Hillel has children of her own. Yeva shook her head but didn't comment. She was sure that neither Shahin nor her family would simply stay idle and content with the current state of events. Yes, Akarim's sons could be seen as dead ends when it came to the daimonic capital, but that didn't mean any future marriages were all but assured either. The Lamura was likely cautious after witnessing the outcome of Kamshad's gamble. May the warmth never leave your house, Akarim Adal. The actual reason for Yeva's silence approached them. Your presence here fills my heart with joy. Amir Shirvanya was just as enormous in her body length as Shahin. Her face was hidden by a veil, but the yellow-on-black eyes were similar. There were differences, too. Amir's scales were dull gray with a tint of green compared to Shahin's black and gold, and a full head of snakes as well. And may the warmth never leave your breath, Amir Shirvanya. Akarim nodded and gestured to the group of slaves and carts standing nearby. Your trip has been long and a good rest is paramount. Let my people help unload your ships so that you can enjoy my manor's welcome as quickly as possible. Amir nodded in gratitude, greeted Shahin, and called down another lamura from the ship. A fearful slave approached Akarim, clutching a wooden tablet in front of him like some shield. The foxy tail twitched. What? The ships need to be inspected and appropriate fees paid. He glanced around. My Domina's orders. Those are guests of the Kehimadal. Your Domina has the word of Akarim Kehimadal Adal that all fees will be paid in full by my manor. She threw a silver cut and he immediately snatched it in the air. Observe and record what they unload if you have to, but do not delay their work, and tell others so that I don't have to repeat myself. He bowed and scurried toward a handful of Samet dockworkers standing nearby. I hope our offers would be well repaid, Amir mused, despite the absence of the alchemist. Yeva felt the Lamurian tail nudge her in the back and sighed. She knew what was coming. Urf has made sure that your generous gifts will be rewarded appropriately. Amir glanced down, her good spirits disappearing. Do you know this girl, Akarim Adal? I ask the same question to myself sometimes, but yes, I do know her. Yeva will be teaching your glassmakers the new arts. A blind merc, Amir Snakes hissed as she spoke. Is this some kind of a jest? My husband asked me to stay here rather than follow him, specifically so that I could fulfill his promise to Eska. Yeva's reply was curt. She expected something like this, but that didn't mean she liked it. Are you going to let her talk over you, Akarim Adal? Amir glanced at Shahin. What is the meaning of this, cousin? Akarim swished her tail. With my approval, Shahin Yusufya bartered a deal between herself and my daimon. I did not change my mind once he left and have entrusted Yeva to handle the tasks he left behind. She will teach you the secrets that you came here for, just as she will be the one to receive the slave families you've brought. Shahin, I trust her knowledge to be more than sufficient and worth every slave you have brought from our families. I am sure that you will agree once you get to know her more. Once I know her more, Amir murmured in turn. Scales crunched pebbles once again and Yeva's mind screamed in terror as Amir lunged toward her. She kept her mouth shut and her chin high, taking just a single step backwards to move away from the oppressive face, surrounded by coiling snakes. It is said that the eyes are wells of truth, Amir said as she slowly circled around her. Tell me, are you really blind yet devising to teach me and mine how to see near and far? Or do you hide them, afraid that others see too much when looking at you? I've seen plenty of blind people before. You have no slave to guide you, despite your proclaimed status, and you closely follow my movements, despite the veil on your eyes. Yeva felt the other two wormages standing nearby, close yet silent. She gritted her teeth. Truth doesn't care whether I look at it or not. Truth is different for everyone. The truth of the world is the same across all of Tana, or you wouldn't be here, far from your land, seeking the truth about glass. The truth about light and sight. I do not need to see to tell you that the sun will rise again tomorrow. I know that fire burns and water flows. Yeva reached into her pouch and flicked a copper coin into the air, easily catching it on the way down. Just as I do not need to look at the cut I threw to know that it will come back down, because I know the laws of the world, the laws that Tana herself obeys. You speak of things that every child knows. I speak of things that every child thinks they know. Because they perceive them as the natural way of life without asking why. Why do the sun, moon, and 8 wandering stars travel across the sky, yet millions of other stars stay firmly stuck to their place in the firmament? And how the trajectory of the cut I just threw is related to those 10. You are going to teach them astrology as well, Akarim frowned. Why? I will teach them some astronomy, yes. While looking glasses can't see past the horizon, they can observe the stars in the sky with ease. Once they learn the laws behind lens construction, they will be able to craft both looking glasses and telescopes. Whether you are looking far or near, Yeva paused for a second, then glanced at Amir. Yes, I will also teach you how to make microscopes and peer into another world right under our eyes. What are? The Lamura jerked away and glared at Shahin. How much did you tell her cousin? I can hear your heartbeat, Amir Shervanya, Yeva calmly stated. I could hear it while you were still on the ship. I can tell when it beats steady or when it trembles in anticipation, excitement, fear. You say that eyes are wells of truth. I say that the heart is the fountain of emotion, and yours is wide open to my ears. You kept Shahin close to you so that you could spy on her secrets. The sibilant tone further highlighted Amir's agitation. Perhaps it is not the slaves that we should send but our warriors. Take the plunder from the Kamital ships just as you brazenly plundered Eska's secrets. The Wormid's agitation was unnerving, but her words were meant to strike at Akarim rather than her directly, and that made it a bit easier to handle. Yeva shook her head. Should I accuse you of stealing our secrets as you try to unnerve me while watching for my reactions? And Shahin's heart is calmer than yours, or I wouldn't have bothered with the speech about stars at all. The stone in her chest only flutters when she smells coffee in the air. After spending some time in Akarim Adal's manor, I do not find myself surprised as often anymore, Shahin nonchalantly agreed. Coffee? Amir glanced at her in confusion. This is what she calls kava beans. Amir sighed and calmed herself down. Yeva had to give her credit, few had the necessary willpower to control their heart to such an extent. She knew that the snake would be very careful in future interactions, but she preferred to keep her cards open in this case. A calm wormage was the best option available to her, even if said calmness was a forced one. Perhaps we should continue this conversation in a more appropriate venue once our guest has had her rest, Akarim suggested. Yes, our trip has been rather exhausting. A good rest will help all of us. Yeva felt Akarim's tail brush against her, but she knew that this was just the beginning. She had to stay strong, however. Not only was Urf depending on her, but the lives of the slaves were at stake. They were here because of Urf's actions, and that made her feel responsible for them in turn. So she would remain strong and plunge into the world of wormage politics, no matter how that made her feel.
XXX.
Let me make it fucking clear, boy, Urfin growled once we were alone and on our way to the finger housing. I hate your kind. Permanent forts had a very similar design to marching forts, with the main difference being that the buildings were permanent structures and had a few additional amenities we were unlikely to bring with us. Fingers lived together and fought together. On the march and away from Emini lands, 8 warriors and 2 servants shared a single tent. Inside the fort they had a single barrack instead. My kind, I repeated. I was pretty sure he didn't mean that navigators were a common staple of Emini forces. Your kind, coddled toys that confuse the influence of their patrons with their personal strength. Yapping without fear from under the caftan of their mistress. How quaint, I replied without care. Without a proper understanding of my status, his barbs were rather toothless. You should be a poet. And you should keep your mouth shut. Even the first spear won't be able to protect you indefinitely with that attitude. A single word from her, the manipular or general herself, and my whip will teach you manners. I would have taught you preemptively if not for her orders. That is why she is wise and in the seat of leadership. There is no point in provoking the unknown. Until she learns of your lies and whips you raw herself. Do not confuse her patience with weakness or unwillingness to act. You make a single mistake and you will learn armed justice. If you are plotting to make me fail by skipping over important details, know that I have my own justice. Tell me, Urfin, as a merc yourself, do you have someone to defend your honor? The first spear will stand in front of me. Even when against the Kamital Domina, with the orb of truth in her hands.
The what? An artifact.
A gift from Catriona Emini Ethel herself, the goddess of these lands, imbued with the divine power to tell truth apart from lies. He scoffed. What, you have a domina to do your bidding now? Are you sure you wish to keep digging? I tapped the jester on my neck. Did you wake up today and feel very lucky for some reason? It doesn't matter, he looked away. I will not besmirch the honor of the first spear by ignoring her orders. You will be told all that is necessary so that you can't weasel out of your mistakes. Splendid, that was the only thing I was honestly concerned about. Jeers and disdain were expected, but I had no desire to learn every rule and regulation through personal mistakes. Urfin grumbled and shoved me through the door. Don't idle and get in. The room was rather Spartan, There were beds, a cooking stove, and very little else. It was also empty apart from a single boy scrubbing a piece of armor clean. Not surprising if this was my bedroom, I would have spent all my waking hours outside, something that I was likely to be doing anyways from now on. Move! Irfan kicked the boy to the side and turned back to me. Drop your bag here. From now on this will be your bed. Taki, you will take the fourth bed on the left instead. Judging by his smirk, one of the finger servants had just been promoted to a better bed. It appeared that I would be punished for my cheek through anything under his control. I nodded and dropped the bag without question. The other piece of furniture did look more like an actual bed rather than the hay-filled bedding on the floor, but both were rather sad-looking anyway. And flea-ridden, based on the rash on the boy's skin. I felt something tugging on my heart as memories of Chimjin Manor reminded me of cold nights and itchy mornings. The spring seasons were the worst as fleas and other bugs emerged from their slumber, ravenous for sustenance, while skin had time to forget the itch of the bites. My skin was rather tough nowadays and I couldn't care less if my bed had legs underneath or not. Both were shit. Open your bag. I raised my eyebrow. Are you familiar with the... I am not a thief, you fool. I will start caring about your collection of dildos once you start wheezing and puking through the training march. Because I will be the one who has to throw it by the side of the road, with your body, most likely. What I do care about from this point onward and until you shit yourself dead or get kicked from my finger is that you have the bare minimum of equipment that each warrior should have. Do you even have proper armor underneath those silks? His finger stabbed my chest. Steel, I nodded. Very good steel at that. The seals that you see attached to my gear aren't here to protect me from thieves, but to remind would-be thieves that their lives are forfeit if they try to steal secrets of the Cametal. I unbuckled my brigandine and showed him the plates hidden underneath, the ones he tried to pierce with his finger. Even without runic reinforcement, this armor can stop a werbo arrow fired from 10 paces away or a catter blade in the hands of a wormage. There are only a few handfuls of these made so far by a talented Enoch Smith using the secret forging methods of the Cametal. 2 pillars joined together to create this piece and we brought 4 of them with us. 3 and a spare, including a few additional replacement plates. The lady of the house is wearing one of them, albeit heavily ruined for additional protection. And another one was gifted to Koznia matriarch herself. The slave boy shriveled in his spot every time I mentioned yet another pillar name. Or so you claim. Tell me, boy, did that talented Enoch Smith come with you to maintain it, or is she conveniently somewhere else? I rolled my eyes. I didn't know each finger warrior had to bring their personal smiths as well. I have the tools and knowledge to fix it myself if it ever gets damaged, or I can pay the arm smith their fee if the damage is too severe. Replac. Can you? Good. He lifted a pile of rust laying near Taki and threw it at me. Get it cleaned by tomorrow and make sure it shines just as yours. From what I could tell, this was chain mail a few lifetimes ago. There was even a hint of metal somewhere. I scoffed. Do you want me to turn it into gold as well? I can remove the rust, but do not think that this excuse for iron can compare to the steel that most swordsmiths would salivate over. Irfan smiled. You just have to try hard enough. Why don't you use that alchemy of yours? I matched his smile. The goddess herself enjoys creations made by my alchemy. I didn't know that Kyanika was rich enough to hire me as an alchemist rather than enjoying my service as a warrior. Did you know that one can be skinned alive for acts of heresy? And not the quick kind where they rip it from you feet up, but the slow kind where they take it sliver by sliver, just making sure that you know. Thank you for informing me. It is a relief that I have spoken nothing but the truth so far. Well, since you are so honest and I am the patriarch of a pillar manor, then this finger will be lucky to enjoy your alchemy. Because every warrior does what he is best at in this finger. That's how we survive. If you came here expecting to do half of the work because of your connections and then put only half of your effort because of some wording, then you should quit now. Or else, I swear by the 3 horns that I will make you leave before we reach the outskirts of the forest. Expecting half of the work, I came here to serve as a foot soldier. It was the first spear who assigned me to messenger duty. Putting in half of the effort? Who are you to tell me, an alchemist, about the limits and capabilities of my craft? The chain mail will be clean, that I can promise, but if you want miracles, you better be ready to get me gold for additional tools and ingredients. Because miracles aren't cheap, and I will not empty out Kamital's coffers just because some finger gave me a flea-ridden bed and demanded that I give all my effort in return. The first spear warned me not to engage you in rhetorics. Get it clean and shiny by tomorrow, got it? He grumbled and pointed at the bag. Open. I sighed and started pulling out tools and trinkets. Most of the stuff he accepted with a little grumble, like the hoe and pick that Master Siamak advised me to bring. Other things were dismissed as luxuries and a waste of space and weight. Things like a hand-cranked mill, camping stove, or even personal bedroll. I gave basic arguments that, as an alchemist, I needed tools to carefully prepare my ingredients. Although I was mostly planning to grind flour or coffee and cook dinners, cooking was a form of alchemy after all. The bedroll I ignored altogether. My stuff was simply better, lighter, sturdier, and more comfortable. Not to the magical insanity that Albin procured from time to time, but pretty decent by my standards. This, he pointed at the wrapped and sealed box, gifts for the general from the Kamital Manor.
Secret. 4.
To assist the general in military duties, any help they get means fewer of us dying on the field. I sighed and pulled the last major container. Living larva, drools, alchemical stuff.
The fuck? Irfin grabbed his sword. Is that a young creature?
Taki gasped in fear. I looked at him nonplussed. Obviously not, but if you get your stomach ripped open by a claw or a sword, you will be begging me for healing salves made from its drool. Or maybe you won't, either out of stubbornness or because you are already dead. How often do soldiers shit themselves to death? Are you a healer now as well? I am the alchemist of Kamital. Yes, I can make healing concoctions. I lifted another box. I've brought some tools for emergencies, but what I have is mostly trauma gear, slashes, cuts, wound infections, and gangrene. Broken bones and amputations too, but reattachments and eviscerations are unlikely. General diseases like bloody flux, you keep scaring me with merc medicine. You are the first healer with a worm this fat. I gaped. Really? You questioned my every word until I showed you the larva, and now you suddenly believe me. Irfin scoffed. The other stuff is a luxury for a spoiled brat. That larva isn't just ugly but heavy as well. Only a Fae touched would bring something like this without explicit purpose, and even they would struggle to find or grow it this big. I also can recognize the bandages and knives of a healer.
He scratched a scar on his arm.
Felt a few of them myself. A spoiled loudmouth that doesn't know when to shut up is one thing, but a spoiled loudmouth that can make healing potions is something completely different. Unless you merely think of yourself as a healer, the bandages look too clean and I don't see any leeches. Then I have to warn you that while anyone can accept your mercies, you will answer for any mistake you make. Bandages have to be as clean as I can get them, I sighed. This is how you avoid stupid infections. I also have a large dragonfly, but it is flying somewhere right now. That was another headache to ponder about. Chirp might be quick, but it was now dangerous for him to swoop into a populated group of armed people. Some archers or even war mages might get twitchy. Why can't you use normal leeches to suck blood? I rolled my eyes. I use it to send missives across Emini. It's smart and knows where home is just as it can find me on the way back. My Domina can communicate with her daughter and me if she needs to. And the shit has started pouring from your mouth once again. Irfin groaned and turned toward the door. Pack up your toys and meet me outside. If you want to keep them all, you will have to show me that you can carry the load yourself. That means running in full gear until I am satisfied.
Hajar Kishava the first spear. So,
what did you find out? She asked Irfin. The boy spews lies like breathing, and weaves them into a conversation just like a weaver 3 times his age. Irfin trailed off as another bout of laughter and jeers interrupted their private conversation.
Are you sure he is not a wur?
The boy in question kept running circles through the field, clanking with every piece of gear he had on him. He was huffing and wheezing, but he was huffing and wheezing 10 circles ago while his stride was just as wide as it was at the start. The rest of her thumb kept cheering him on and chanting Mule Boy over and over. He has no spark. Hajar pressed her lips. I don't like this. He claims to know healing potions and has a worm the size of a baby.
Perhaps he brewed a potion of strength.
I've spoken to the first Or and met the new wormages from Samat, or to say it better, they've met me instead. Hajar watched the sack hop across the field once again. That jingle was starting to give her a headache. Quite a few of them were curious about the boy. How many ladies of the house did this twerp manage to fuck? Irfin exclaimed. What do they see in him, the silver eyes? That Kithara. Not that kind of curiosity, you dolt. Something happened in Samet that they all keep quiet about, and this merc is in the center of it, I am certain. So, did you see anything suspicious? Did I see anything suspicious? Indeed, half of that rattle you are hearing is coming from numerous chemical seals thrown across his things, warning everyone about the ownership and likely consequences if they go missing. There is the Enoch armor that can stop Werbo arrows without runes, a bunch of luxuries so his ass doesn't get sore or his stomach doesn't rumble. Then there are scalpels, needles, and bandages, along with that worm that he claims can cure wounds with its ichor or something. And a private gift for the general herself. The first spear groaned and rubbed her temples. I mean, he is what, 18, 20, he still has milk on his lips. Unless he drank a potion of youth, Hajar argued back. You tell me he is lying through his teeth, yet every single Enoch Smith of our arm is already fighting among themselves just so they can fix and maintain his armor. What should I do when he presents his gift to the general? She got up from her chair and paced in front of a silent Irfin. Any other ridiculous revelations that I should know about? He has some flying creep as his messenger pigeon. From what he said, he uses it to send messages all the way to Samat. Great, congratulations Hajar Keshava on your glorious promotion, she pulled her ears down. While others march their trusted warriors or worry about greenhorns learning what side of the spear is actually sharp, I will be protecting three horns knows what. Protecting. What do you think would happen if one of the archers shoots down the beloved bird of our merc? Oh, exactly, she threw herself back into the chair. Why can't life be normal once again? The goddess descends on Emini and everything is thrown out of order for years, and I was so close to my promotion. The goddess, Irfin paled, Hajar narrowed her eyes. What? What? He spoke about the goddess as if he had met her, claimed that she enjoyed his alchemy. She closed her eyes shut and sunk into her seat, a low groan escaping from her chest. But why him? Is he truly a merc? No. Sparky. A fairy of the forest perhaps, my ma said. Irfin. Why yes first spear. Go back to the field and tell that damned fairy of yours to stop running. Just tell him that he completed the task and he can lug around that sack of his anywhere he wants to. He can sleep with it for all I care. At once first spear. Hajar kept her eyes closed, waiting for the damned sound to disappear. Yet when it did, the peace didn't come. Oh goddess, why me? Bold claims and outrageous statements did their job, they created engagement. Patriarch Irfin got the perfect opportunity to reveal me as the fraud he thought I was and get rid of me once and for all without too much hassle, rather than keep dismissing me as a spoiled lapdog of a frivolous wormage. The opportunity he undoubtedly took while I was entertaining the rest of the thumb by acting like a willful merc that refused to stop running. While taking a page out of Albin's playbook was hilarious, I did it all for a reason. Every person had an agenda. They had their wants and needs and they made their impressions on me based on how I fit into or interfered with their life. For the first spear, I was a chore that she got stuck with by the decisions of her superiors. Not a bad place to be in, since I came in with the attached influence of my status not to be treated with impulsive stupidity. At the same time, she didn't harbor a particularly positive attitude toward me either. At least, that was what I assumed about her. The first spear had a plan for me before I even walked in but wasn't particularly concerned that this plan would make Irfin antagonistic toward me. I wouldn't be surprised if that was intentional as well. My arrival ruined her day, so she ruined mine by making sure my direct superior would see me as a threat to his position. At least she didn't try to add sexual tension into the mix. The last thing I wanted, after leaving Samet to avoid Kamshad barging into my Sadek, was to end up as the target of irrational hate and jealousy from her boyfriends, husbands, or whatever they were. That would have been concerning. Irfin's current attitude was expected and, objectively speaking, rational. As such, I had a general idea of what he would or wouldn't do and how I could redirect his actions and avoid unnecessary friction. His concern about the loss of his duties meant that he was less likely to attempt something rash and further jeopardize his position. Likewise, his anger could quickly subside if his concerns were addressed in one way or another, or if they were shown as insignificant in comparison to something else. In contrast, emotional anger was harder to placate and could easily break through social constraints if one managed to rile themselves up too far. This was why I stood boldly in front of them. This was also why I mentioned almost a little bit too much about myself. Rather than a hot potato which they could throw aside as soon as they were able to, I was a live grenade with the safety pin pulled out. They needed to be absolutely sure they knew exactly where and how to throw me, lest I shred their guts in turn. And it worked. It only took me about an hour of running with full gear on my back until Patriarch Irfan approached the commotion and concluded my test, while looking like the mere act of me moving was an affront to nature. The peanut gallery tried to grumble a bit at the interrupted entertainment, but he quickly sent us off to build target dummies for the next day's weapon practice. He was curt and ignored my individual existence, but the rest of the unit took his orders in stride, so I could assume that was how he usually acted. So off we went to acquire sticks, straw, and ropes for the afternoon arts and craft club. Compared to the commander of all 10 fingers of the first maniple and her adjutant that oversaw the right thumb, the rest of the unit likely had rather basic expectations about me. Based on the quips of dialogue here and there, the general concern was that the decadent merc would add a weakness to their formations, so I tried my best to be familiar. I wasn't a navigator whom they had no idea about, nor was I a daimon that they couldn't predict. To them, I was a merc that had some basic training at the courtesy of Akaram's manor and a will to persevere through given challenges. I panted and wheezed throughout my run as an average merc should, rather than trying to alienate them with a display of augmented power. "So, mule boy," one of the spearmen leaned on his pick nearby. "You and a wormage, eh?" I glanced at him but kept digging the hole for my dummy post. "Aren't you a bit young for such conversations, eyeing a girl you wish to impress with some experience?" Apart from the sound concern about safety, entertainment was definitely second on their list, and the new clown was in town. I was pretty confident that my unfortunately rocky digging area was more than just a coincidence. "Well, kids always wanted to have fun. What, you think I've never pleased a woman?" he sputtered. I could understand why, with long curls tied in a bun and a bright smile contrasting with the darker skin, he drew more attention than the rest of the soldiers in the finger. He stood tall and proud, eagerly displaying his height and health to all that could see. I shrugged as I kept digging. "Well, you are asking." He scoffed. "You aren't special, boy, I." "You speak like the freeborn merc that you are, Sasson," another older soldier joined in, shaking his hand. "Former slaves don't ask stupid questions like that. I am not asking about his time with a master or even a mistress. He got a wife." "So what?" The gruff man shrugged his shoulders. "Never heard of wormages doing something fancy. You saw how much stamina the kid has." He turned toward me. "Listen, kid, don't go around boasting about your status. You might think that their love is eternal, but your winter will come sooner than hers. Learn some humility and respect your elders, because one day all that will end just as suddenly as it began." "The old man is right," a third man piped in. The same one who previously stood guard near the first spear's quarters a few hours ago and was now tying a bundle of hay to his dummy. Apparently, his shift already ended. "Your wife is Three Horns knows where right now, but we are here. No one cares who you fuck in the middle of the forest, so if you think you can strut around like a peacock, then you are a fool." His name was Roshan, if I remembered correctly. He glanced around and shifted a bit closer. "Your wife probably has some cuts and likely gave some for you if your boasts about her love are true." His eyes drifted down to my clothes. "Without a doubt, think about it, kid. Don't you want the warriors who will keep you safe within the forest to appreciate your presence a bit more? You have a specific suggestion in mind. That wasn't a bad option, all things considered. If I was going to give gifts to the general, some cuts to smooth things over with the boys would be appropriate." Roshan grinned. "I am sure that a person of your status has little need for the pittance we call soldiers' pay, and the boys would be happy to have a feast before we depart." I rolled my eyes. "If you think I would relinquish my pay in perpetuity, then you are wrong. I didn't get to where I am right now by being stupid. But a feast sounds appropriate." "I have no fucking clue what you just said, but..." He threw his arms in the air and turned toward his silent companions. We are getting drunk, boys. Are you now? The first spear crinkled her eyes at the frozen stiff Roshan. How come you didn't invite me to the feast? I mean, Roshan rapidly wilted under the eyes of his commander. Do you want to come? Fool, she slapped him upside the head. Get back digging because I will personally check your work tomorrow. If your dummy shifts from a single punch, I will have you digging latrines and eating nothing but barley until we return. Her glare left Roshan and panned over the rest of us. That was meant for all of you. I had to give it to her. The first spear knew how to bark orders. Picks immediately flew into the air and started gouging the ground once again. Neither of us dared to contradict our commander. She huffed and started walking among us, mercilessly critiquing our work. What the fuck is this flimsy excuse for a target? She stopped in front of mine. Are you training to fight chickens here? Apologies, first spear. Master actor Kimitl Siamak was satisfied with my thrusts and instructed me to work on my aim. This isn't Samet and you are not a weapon dancer. You are a spear of the arm now. Your task is to hold your shield in front of the palm and hold the spear so that no enemy can reach you, Roshan. First spear. Since you are so eager to feast at the expense of the rookie, build him a proper target so that he knows what to build next time. We can't have him think you are ungrateful, can't we? He scowled as the others chuckled but made sure not to show it directly to her. It better be a good beer, kid. I shrugged noncommittally. I wasn't particularly sure what was considered a good beer in these parts and most importantly where to buy it. You, her finger poked my chest, come with me. XXX. The seat groaned as the first spear threw herself in it. Beer. Mine, now, she commanded the nearby servant. As he scrambled away to fulfill her order, the light brown eyes of the Wur zeroed back on me. She watched me in silence for a few seconds then sighed. What is your name, Merc? Earth. Her eyebrow rose up. Just Earth. I expected that your domina would give you a name appropriate for your status and gear. It was the name given to me by my mother. I shrugged my shoulders. If you ask me, that is the best name I could have. A filial son, good. Traditions and ancestors should be respected just as the oaths. Now I raised my eyebrow in question. Your oath. The one that you swore to this arm and Emini herself when you joined our ranks. I did swear on the name of the goddess herself, and neither have I broken it previously nor do I intend to break it in the future. Just making sure you remember where your loyalties should lie. The first spear paused her speech as the servant walked in with a jar. She let him fill her mug and quickly shooed him away. Why are you here, Urf? And don't give me that sob story about your freedom. If your freedom was that precious to you and you were that precious to your domina, you would have joined some garrison arm along the Babur Mountains that sees the glimpse of a creature once every 10 years. Moreover, her wooden staff reached out and lifted my chin up, exposing my neck. I have spoken to my kin from the capital. Your manner is ill known for treachery and hypocrisy. I suggest you speak truthfully and hide nothing from me just as your oath compels you in the name of the goddess. Because my oath compels me to enforce proper discipline and order. With proper punishments if necessary. I am here because my wishes aren't absolute. I might be content with a quiet duty somewhere else but others think otherwise. And who is so wise to demand you join Kyanika out of all arms? I shook my finger. Not me, my wife, and my guess is this was all orchestrated by the Kamshad matriarch. Roshanak Gulnaz is intent on marrying her son to my wife and having both of them serve in the same palm might greatly speed up the process. Or so she thinks. Placing me in the finger was the most appropriate course of action. I am within the same maniple so the Kimitl can't chastise her for intentionally splitting our Sadek, yet far and busy enough that I won't meddle. She took the rod off my chin and grabbed her mug of beer. I will not help you thwart his advances. I am busy enough with my own tasks to meddle with who has the most dicks in her hand back at the capital. I raised my hands. I wouldn't dare to ask something so brazen of you. Anais Hillel knows what she wants. She stood tall and proud in front of the goddess herself, and she can definitely stand her ground in front of the Kamshad matriarch and her son. The first spear choked on her beer. She saw the goddess herself. Why do you think the Kamshad matriarch is so eager? She closed her eyes and finished the mug. Her hand grabbed the jar and after a moment of contemplation she started drinking straight from it. I leaned closer. What is it that you seek that my presence unnerves you so? The earthenware jar smashed into my face, shattering into tiny pieces and splashing me with the leftover beer. You are in no position to threat me here. I sighed and plucked the stray shard of pottery from my hair. Surprisingly enough, the M&I beer tasted rather sweet, with a rich herbal tint and lacking hops. I am not threatening you in any way, shape, or form. You and I are very much alike. Both of us were peacefully living our lives until someone decided to meddle into our matters. You are ambitious. Content people don't become first spears. The question is, how do you think my presence will interfere with your ambition? Her fingers gripped the staff. It will not. The K-Middle has no say in arm promotions, no matter how rich you think you are. And you will not bribe me with drinks just as you tried to do with my men. Do you know what makes a truly great general? She blinked at me a few times, her previous thoughts completely derailed by my sudden question. What? The ability to succeed against all odds. Anyone can win if they have an immeasurable number of arms against a weak opponent. It takes skill and talent to defeat an overwhelming enemy. To take a challenge and turn it into a personal success. Are you going to teach me strategy now? I couldn't help but smile. Akarim would skin me alive if I got myself a new student. No, I am going to give you an opportunity to show off your skills in front of your superiors. Is this how you seduced your wife? This is how I try to speak in general. First spear. I pulled out a small knife and started twirling it in my hands. Those unfamiliar with me often ignore my threats and belittle my expertise, while I can prove them wrong eventually. My fingers slowly bent the blade in half. I try to avoid the hassle of doing so. There are more opportunities in cooperation than otherwise. I threw the now useless chunk of metal on her table. The first spear glanced down at it but didn't react otherwise. My display of strength was either not flashy enough or she expected something like this anyway. Speak. What do your superiors think of me? She started to say something but froze before even a single word left her mouth. A frown of deep thought, a glimpse of understanding. They do not think of you at all. A small grin started appearing on her lips. Exactly, I nodded. They gave you trash, the scraps off their table, expecting you to obediently throw them outside, away from their sensitive noses, not find a pearl within. And you are that pearls. I am the oyster that makes pearls. First spear, and I am willing to share one with you. Just as I am willing to share drinks with your men. The question is whether you are willing to accept my offer and see where it leads to, or throw the oyster into the garbage pile. And you? What do you want? I want the chance to prove my honor. I want to serve and be judged by my actions. I want to be punished for the mistakes that I make, not because someone's cousin said so. I want to stand proud with a shield in hand and keep enemies of Emini at bay without worrying about ones at my back. She stood up and walked across the room, tapping her fingers on her staff. I am not sure whether you are trying to insult me or offering your talents for something that you would get already, unless the light banter of my spears is too unbearable to you. I didn't come here to make demands. I wouldn't mind a piece of a recently deceased creature, however. I heard some rattle behind my back, or even a full corpse. There are many alchemical trials I would like to perform. I turned around and frowned. Are you all right? Never have I been better, she gritted through her teeth as she got up from the floor. The fuck are you asking, boy? I don't mean actively hunting one, no. But if an opportunity presents itself, expect to get a virulent poison that will drop a creature with a single stab of your spear. Think about the glory such a strike could earn you. She stared at me owl-eyed. A like for the like, I smiled. Respect for respect, a creature for a creature, and many other things in between. I didn't earn my title as the alchemist of Kemetal by cozying up close to the lady of the house. I earned it by creating the impossible. The staff rapped on the door. Sif, she bellowed, beer mine, bring another mug. Yeva. What is this room? Amir asked with a frown. A dusty storage place. It once was, Yeva nodded, ignoring the murmurs of Lamuras behind her. At least their bipedal servants were quiet, but today this is the perfect spot to have our first lesson. A lesson about what? How not to sneeze, one of the Lamuras asked. Our manners teach slaves in better conditions. Yeva sighed and calmed herself down. I wasn't tasked to give you knowledge, Urf asked me to teach you, so teach you I will. Rather than giving you a fish, I will teach you how to fish yourself. Is that not the reason why we came here? Amir asked as her head snakes hissed others into silence. To learn how to craft those lenses. That you did. But I am unwilling to teach you just that part. Now it was Akarim's turn to frown. Yeva. This knowledge demands respect, my domina. She formally bowed to her. They had an audience. To disclose a mere part of it is akin to betraying what it represents. Yeva turned back to Amir. The knowledge of making lenses is the fish. I will teach you how to catch that knowledge yourself. So that you can return home and keep catching more, please extinguish the lamps, all of them. Servants doused oil lamps one by one. Eventually, the whole room was cast into darkness, apart from a tiny hole in a tightly shut window. Are you familiar with such a curiosity? Yeva asked after some time, letting them get accustomed to the darkness of the room. Amir glanced at the projected image on the wall cast by the pinhole. Yes. Our codices speak of this, but they claim it to be upside down. And this one would have been too, if not for the tiny lens at the pinhole. So the lens can correct the wrong just as it can correct the poor eyesight. A lens does nothing more but focus or disperse light. The extent it does so is dictated by its shape, but we will return to that at a later time. I would like to speak about this room first and what it represents. A very long time ago, a wise man by the name of Hassan ibn al-Haytham, Akarim sucked in the air, her eyes as wide as two plates, had found himself inside a room much like this, my domina. That name, it reminds me of the other one that Urf mentioned in the past. She glanced at the Eska delegation. Yeva smiled and shook her head. Yes. It was a golden age of learning and culture, giving birth to many wise men. Naturally, some of the names would sound alike. A few 10 days ago, Akarim picked up her tail and dusted it off, glaring at silent Shahin. I would have kicked you all out and sent your ships back home as soon as I heard this name. Make sure you appreciate my generosity. It is a strange name indeed, Shahin nodded, but I am unfamiliar with the context. My apologies. The number system that my manor uses has the same origin, Akarim quipped. Yeva could feel the sheer smugness emanating from the Lamura. It appears that I have struck quite a bargain indeed, she murmured and glanced at the rest of the group. If any of you hiss a single sound without being asked to, they will behave, cousin, Amir agreed, sending her own glare just in case. Yeva coughed. He had found himself in a similar dark chamber, the camera obscura. He wasn't the first to notice it, but his research on light and its behavior was monumental. His discoveries were numerous and immense, not only due to the extent of time he dedicated to this cause. She walked to another window and let a small beam of light inside, or his perceptive mind that could see the beam of truth in the darkness, but the new method of learning he employed. She swished her arm to the side, raising the dust into the air. You've asked me how I can teach you the truth about light with a blindfold on my eyes, and I said that the truth doesn't care about my blindness. I know that there is a beam of light passing through this room, and I know its direction due to the time of the day and the position of the sun in the sky. And with the dust in the air, you can see how it travels. Yeva reached into her pouch and placed a glass prism right in the path of the beam, casting the light to the side. Al-Haytham used a technique that was later named the scientific method. Rather than just relying on his observations of the world around him and the logic of his mind, he created tools to perform experiments, to ask direct questions to nature itself and then observe and reason the results he obtained. She kept taking out more and more prisms and lenses as she spoke. Some of them landed into light, but she was mostly laying them on the table for the Lamuras to witness. In doing so, he plucked the fruit of knowledge rather than waiting for it to fall into his hands, but the method doesn't end there. Others noticed that it could be repeated again and again. They could make an assumption, ask nature about it with an experiment, learn from the response, and then use the new knowledge they had just obtained to make another assumption. They learned that it was possible to take the fruit of knowledge, plant it into fertile soil and grow another tree from it, full of new fruits. Yeva spread her arms, gesturing to the multitude of glass trinkets in front of her. What you see in front of me is but a mere fraction of fishing lures to learn what optics is. To learn how lenses behave with such intimacy that you can predict their effect from the shape alone. or another way around so that you can calculate the necessary shape of a lens no matter what task you might need it for, whether you wish to see the stars or peer into a tiny droplet of water on a leaf. He does it all the time, Shahin murmured. Hem. He kept asking me for batches upon batches of glass, each slightly different from the other, despite often knowing exactly what he wanted. Yes, because the scientific method is more than just a tool. It is a way of learning, and learning never stops. Yeva noticed the irritated twitch in Akaram's tail and turned toward Emir and others. Why don't you familiarize yourself with those trinkets? There are covered oil lamps that can make additional beams of light for you to use. They will make future lessons easier to understand. She walked around the crowd and approached the sulking Akarim. I do not believe there is cause for concern. Domina pulled out a rune of silence and deftly activated it. You were rather blunt about the significance of this method. Knowing what I know now, you might be even understating it. Just like usually does. Undoubtedly, if they take my lessons to heart, their speed of discovery will increase many times over. Are you hoping that they will appreciate the gesture? Yeva smiled. There will be a lot to cover during these lectures, and the material will need to be written down. What do you think about having a codex on optics as well as a codex on the scientific method added to your collection? Written by Shehin Eska, perhaps, or some other Lamura that is eager to have her name spread across the continents, solidifying it in the annals of Eska, and you can gift your copies to your cousins and aunts. I am sure they are wise enough to understand the significance just as the Eska do. And use the pressing machine to craft hundreds of codices at the same time. Akarim chewed on her lip. Still, you could have asked me to provide you with a scribe for something like this. Are you certain it will be worthwhile? The worth is relative. A tortoise is much faster than a snail. Moreover, with the experimental approach, I wouldn't need to leverage my position every time I am about to teach a new concept. Nor do I wish to waste my time if they choose to memorize my words rather than comprehend the core of my lessons. If we are to take Eska under our influence, it is preferable for them to be competent at what they do. Akarim hummed. There is a story about an eagle hunting the tortoise. Just because one of them is faster by nature, it isn't wise to relax. While you and might be the eagles of mundane knowledge, you are very much snails at the topics of the arcane. And you just made tortoises out of a handful of wormage lamuras. We have 2 magic eagles, however, and you can make as many chamedal tortoises as you wish. Besides, Yeva couldn't help but grin. Is still trying to understand flow using this method. The recent results had been rather explosive. Domina rolled her eyes. I do not need to know the details about what my daughter does in bed. Oh, I'm being literal here. He found a link between the moisture of the air and the intensity of fire spells cast within it. And if there is enough moisture present, the combustion can turn into deflagration and even detonation. Something that Anais was quick to remind him about. Yeva. Yes, Akarim. She waved at the glowing rune in front of her. Do you realize that you are standing right in front of a handful of fire mages? Yeva glanced at the Lamuras. No. Fire mages that are well known across the seas. Well, Yeva scratched her head. It does make sense. Yusuf is a rather dry place according to Shahin, and if they were able to cast fire magic in such an environment, it is quite likely that their spells would be devastating on the open seas. It means that you are lucky. I have maintained silence with my magic. Yeva grimaced. My apologies, what does this mean in the long term? It means we either know yet another secret of Eska that they will undoubtedly be willing to kill for, or we know a key to their strength that they do not realize themselves. Either way, it means that you can proceed and teach them earnestly. Domina placed her tail into her arms and gently stroked its hair. Her face was neutral with only a hint of a smile as she watched Lamuras and a few of their glass artisans trying out different prisms and lenses. After all, I wouldn't want them to be incompetent.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.